Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Yeah, my kick in your back. Chapter 122. After Du arrived at the Dark City, Sumu felt much more relaxed. After telling Du everything he knew about the situation, he planned to leave the Dark City. Du stopped Sumu, who was about to leave, and said meaningfully, "Sumu, become stronger. In the shortest possible time, become stronger. Alliance needs new power to deal with evil." Although he didn't quite understand what Du meant by what he said, becoming stronger was what Sumu had been doing. He waved his hand and did not look back. "Don't worry, Mr. Lance, you don't need to tell me that I will work hard to become stronger, because I want to. Let's see what the view is like at the top." The scenery at the top. Du smiled. "That's not an easy task. It's 100 times harder than surpassing me." Sumu stopped, turned around and looked at Du, smiling brightly. "If it were too easy, wouldn't life become meaningless at all?" "Ha ha ha ha, you're right, I'm waiting for you, Sumu, I'm looking forward to that day." Watching Sumu's leaving figure, Du couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting. Grandma, your craftsmanship is really good. Thank you for your hospitality, Grandma. After eating and drinking, it's time to walk." The old lady who owned the shop looked at Sumu and said easily, "Thank you." It was impossible for her not to be unaware of the huge commotion that had taken place in the Dark City today. In addition, the Yas Gym and Kaz Gym were doing evil things, and the citizens had been paying attention to them. Once they were eradicated, it didn't take long for the entire Dark City to know about it. The Dark City at this moment is completely different from when Sumu came. The streets are densely packed with residents of the city. The smiles on everyone's faces are brighter than the others, holding various musical instruments in their hands, celebrating this moment. Sumu waved her hand and said with a smile, "Grandma, you should thank Du Elite. I'm just a handyman. Well, I should go. See you next time. Put on your backpack, pick up your luggage," and Sumu is on the road. The Dark City is just a stop in his life. Sumu will not stop until he reaches the end. Sumu, who left the Dark City, kept thinking about what Du said to him. Become stronger. Become stronger in the shortest possible time. Alliance needs new power to deal with evil. Become stronger in the shortest time. Sumu wanted to understand what Du meant. Suddenly a flash of light flashed in my mind, as if I had grasped the key point. Does Du mean that I can reach elite strength before the merger of Kanto and Chengdu? The more Sumu thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was correct, otherwise Du would not have added the 5 words "the shortest time." Elite, Sumu must be lying if she doesn't want to be elite. Elite is a symbol of strength and status. Becoming an elite means that you have entered a new level. No one can resist elite's captivate, even Sumu. I should be the legendary Chi-Ye template. Sumu thought randomly. It only took half a year from getting the Earl Dervish Pokémon to competing in Elite. Except for the legendary Chi, no one should be growing faster than Sumu. Elite, speaking of Elite, Sumu thought of an important thing. Every Elite has a specific attribute. Sumu is no exception if he wants to become an Elite. So what attribute should he choose? The attribute that Sumu most wants to choose is of course the Rock type. After all, his real Earl Dervish Pokémon Banjira has the Rock type. However, it is a pity that apart from Banjira, Sumu has no other Pokémon in his hand that is of the Rock type. So Rock can only be passed. When Sumu conquered Pokémon, he never considered a single attribute, so his Pokémon had all attributes, but it was not easy to pick one out. Sumu racked his brains to think, and when he was about to pull out all his hair, he finally made a decision. Sumu looked a little weird, and the attribute he chose seemed a bit targeted at a certain Dragon Elite. Flying type. This is the attribute that Sumu came up with that suits her best. The Scyther, Gyarados, and Charizard in his hand all have flying type, and Dratini will also have flying type after evolving into Dragonite. An interesting point has emerged. If Scyther is sent out, the 3 Pokémon in Sushu's hands will be the main force of the Dragon-type Elite. Fans of Pokémon in the past are quite right to ridicule Watanabe. Rather than calling him a Dragon-type Elite, it is more appropriate to say that he is a Flying-type Elite. It will definitely be very interesting. If Sumew really becomes a flying elite, when he challenges Du, the Pokémon of the two will highly overlap. This will definitely be a very interesting scene. Just thinking about Sumew makes me unable to control my smile. Du will definitely regret inviting Sumew to join the Elite Four, for sure. Sumew changed his mind. He originally planned to go directly to Cinnabar Island to get the last batch, but now he decided to turn around and go to Dasha Valley. As a flying husband, how can he not miss Aerodactyl? Target Dasha Valley, move forward at full speed. Dasha Valley is near Dark City, and it doesn't take much effort to get to Dasha Valley from Dark City. Dasha Valley is located in the Gobi Desert. It is surrounded by desert and is inaccessible. Few people will take the initiative to go to Dasha Valley. But this was all in the past, and now everything has changed. Since the fossils of ancient Pokémon were discovered in Dasha Valley has become the most popular place for trainers. Thousands of trainers with sweet dreams go to Dasha Valley, hoping to dig up rare fossils. In other words, Dasha Valley has now become the most popular tourist attraction in the Kanto region. Sumew was not originally planning to go to Dasha Valley to join in the fun. He was somewhat self-aware. He was not like Ash, who could meet cherished Pokémon wherever he went. Although he was quite interested in fossil Pokémon, Sumew had no intention of going there. But things are different now. In order to become a great flying elite, and more importantly, to have a head-to-head confrontation with a great dragon elite, Sumew decided to try her luck in Dasha Valley. Maybe his personality exploded and he directly met Aerodactyl, who was full of potential. People, it's important to have some dreams. Chapter 123. Walking in the desert is really a test of one's will. The scorching sun was in the sky, and the cruel scorching sun radiated its blazing light without mercy. The slight breeze not only did not give people a sense of coolness, but instead stirred up waves of yellow sand, blocking the way forward. Sumew's face didn't look very good. He regretted his impromptu decision to go to Dasha Valley. Crossing the desert without any preparation is indeed not an easy task. After walking under the harsh scorching sun for more than 2 hours, Sumew's throat felt like it was being burned by fire, causing burning pain. Sumew couldn't stand the dryness of his throat anymore. He carefully took out the thermos cup and took a sip. The refreshing feeling of water flowing down her throat and into her body made Sumew cry out excitedly. Want another bite? Sumew used her strong willpower to restrain her desire for another sip. Because he did not carry much drinking water without preparation, Sumew did not dare to waste it wantonly. After all, God knew how long he would stay in the Gobi Desert. Hey! After sighing deeply, he lowered his head due to sleepiness and continued to move forward. Boom! Boom! 133. Boom! The roar of cars appeared in the quiet desert, and Sumew became energetic in an instant. To be honest, he was tired of driving under the bright sun. If he could hitch a ride, he would be happy. He cheered up and started looking for the car's location. Sand and dust swept in from behind Sumew, accompanied by the sound of the whistle. After confirming the location of the car, Sumew quickly reached out and shouted loudly, "Here, here, there is someone here who needs help." In order to get out of this desert as soon as possible, Sumew didn't care about being reserved. The owner of the off-road vehicle seemed to have heard Sumew's shouts, and he drove quickly in the direction of Sumew. Saved. We meet everywhere in life, fate is really a wonderful thing. The owner of the off-road vehicle is none other than Gary, an acquaintance of Sumew. At this time, Gary was dressed as an archaeologist, wearing a dark archaeological suit, and the trunk of the off-road vehicle was stacked with various archaeological equipment. Sumew even rarely found hoes, hammers and other props. It seemed that Gary had prepared a big project. Dare to prepare for a game. Sumew breathed a sigh of relief when he arrived in the back seat of the car. Now he was really saved. The cushions were soft, the air conditioning was on in the car, and most importantly, there was ice-cold beer in Gary's car. When he opened the can of beer, the sound of popping bubbles appeared in his ears. What a pleasant sound it was! After drinking the cold beer, Sumew suddenly felt like she was in heaven. Looking at Sumew's face full of enjoyment, Gary joked, "Why would you choose to cross the desert alone, Sumyu? This is not a smart person's choice." Sumyu looked at Gary in the driver's seat and smiled without saying a word. "He is a very smart person, but you can't be a smart person without money. Cars are rare in the Pokémon world. If Sumyu remembers correctly, this off-road vehicle costs at least tens of millions. It's not that Sumyu doesn't want to be smart, but his wallet doesn't allow it." Gary also said casually and did not continue the topic. He picked up the cold beer and drank it in one sip. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle started spraying directly. Sumyu was a little panicked. He came from Blue Star and he had to remember not to drive while drinking and not to drink while driving. Gary, this guy, just drank and drove. He drank while driving. Although there are no traffic police in this world, it is too unfair to do so taking his own life seriously. Hey, Gary, stop drinking. It's better not to drive when you drink. Sumyu advised cautiously. Now her life and fortune are in the hands of her driver Gary, Seek. Sumyu doesn't dare to put it too seriously. Gary didn't take Sumyu's words to heart. Salation replied, "It doesn't matter, my wine is very good." Sumyu almost wanted to cry. In the sealed car, he even asked about the smell of alcohol on Gary's body, but his red face really made Sumyu uneasy. He wanted to say something more, but Gary didn't give him a chance to speak. When Gary stepped on the accelerator and instantly pulled the car 100 yards upward, Sumyu almost wanted to cry. After arriving at the destination Dasha Valley, Sumyu couldn't bear it anymore. He opened the car door and started vomiting as soon as he got out of the car. Gary's driving skills really made Sumyu unable to complain. If he had known this, he might as well have walked in the desert in the hot sun, at least he wouldn't be as sad as he is now. At this time, Sumyu's stomach was churning, and he almost fainted from the discomfort. "No way, Sumyu, you actually still get motion sickness, which surprises me a bit. After all, in my mind, you are omnipotent." Gary leaned against the off-road vehicle, casually, and still had a drink in his hand. "Take a sip of cold beer and speak with sarcasm. Vomit." Sumyu swore that he would never forget what happened today. He was sure that Gary did it on purpose. He actually came up with this method to torture rival who was not him on the battlefield. "Just wait, Gary, next time we fight I must let regret come into this world." Ugh, vomit, vomit, vomit. Sumyu vomited for more than half an hour and finally regained her composure after emptying all the food in her stomach. Sumyu casually took a bottle of mineral water and rinsed her mouth before finally recovering. "Let's go, Sumyu, it's time to start work." Gary had already finished preparations. He already had a hoe in his hand and was ready to dig ore. Sumyu rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I still have the strength to dig up fossils now? You go ahead and I'll rest first." Sumyu is not stupid, just holding a hoe to dig out fossils is something that only the stupidest fool would do. Even if you can dig up fossils, you may not be able to resurrect them. The conditions for fossil resurrection are very harsh, and not every fossil can be resurrected. Instead of working hard to dig up fossils that are of no use, it is better to wait here for the arrival of Ash and the others. When the time comes, as long as you stay with Ash and the others, you won't have to choose from Aerodactyl, Kabutops, or Omastar. Sumyu originally planned to take Gary with her when the time came because Gary gave him a ride. Now, hee. Get away as far as you want. Chapter 124. The waiting time was always difficult, and Gary would come to Sumyu from time to time to show off his day's gains, which made Sumyu really want to give him a slap in the face. Fortunately, these days are finally over, because Sumyu finally met Ash, Misty, and Xiaogang who were belatedly arriving. After going through many difficulties and dangers, the Ash trio finally crossed the harsh desert and arrived in the Dasha Valley. The contest condition of the three of them did not look very good, and Misty, who was in the worst physical condition, looked like she would faint at any moment. Judging from the dry lips of the three people, they should be in a long-term dehydration contest condition. After realizing this, Sumyu quickly grabbed a few bottles of drinking water and walked towards the three of them. Seeing someone coming with drinking water, the three people who were in a dazed contest condition didn't care about anything else. They quickly took the water and drank it. The bottle of mineral water was full in an instant, and it could be seen that the three of them were really thirsty. After replenishing a lot of water, Ash, Misty, and Xiaogong's contest condition has improved visibly, and their faces have become rosy and shiny. I'm saved. The cool mineral water made Misty come alive, and she let out a pleasant voice. After drinking water, the three people who had almost recovered their contest condition realized that the person in front of them was Sumyu. The three of them asked with some surprise, "Sumyu, why are you here?" "Why here? Like you, I want to come to Dasha Valley to try my luck and try to dig out the fossils of ancient Pokémon." Sumyu Salation replied. As soon as he heard the news about Pokémon, Ash came to life with Splash. He asked excitedly, "Sumyu, have you heard? Silphco has invented technology that can resurrect Pokémon in fossils. If we can dig up suitable fossils, we may be able to resurrect powerful fossil Pokémon." Sumyu had already known the news. Ash said. If Silphco hadn't made a noise saying that the company had mastered the technology to resurrect fossil Pokémon, the trainers wouldn't have been so crazy to come to Dasha Valley to dig for Pokémon fossils. After all, although trainers cherish fossils, they are not very attractive to them. But fossil Pokémon is different. Every qualified trainer's eyes will flash with fire after hearing the words treasure Pokémon, which is similar to Ash's current contest condition. After replenishing enough water, Ash quickly recovered and asked urgently, "Sumyu, do you know where I can dig up Pokémon fossils?" Mega Real Rookie is Mega Real Rookie. He looked half dead just now, but now he has become more alive and energetic. His physique is really not good. But it's better to wait until tomorrow to start digging for fossils, Ash. Sumyu pointed at Misty and Xiaogang lying on the ground and said, "Misty and Xiaogang don't have as much resilience as you." Oh, that's right." Ash scratched his head and accepted Sumyu's proposal. As night approached, Gary returned to the camp with his mining tools. Ash and Gary's two rivals inevitably had another quarrel after meeting. "Gary, how many badges have you got now?" Ash asked proudly, not forgetting to take out his badge box and show the badges he got to Gary. "I have 6 badges. Humph." Gary curled his lips disdainfully and said, "It's just luck. It was probably given to you by the gym leaders because they took pity on you." "Don't talk nonsense." Ash stood up quickly and said with a red face. "Haha, I don't believe you can defeat Sabrina and get the gold badge," Gary said unceremoniously without saving any face for Ash. "You must know that the Saffron Gym is the gym that even Gary suffered a lot from. Sabrina's power now makes him frightened. Isn't Gary clear about the level of his friend Ash? Maybe Ash has indeed grown a lot during the journey and has gradually become a qualified trainer. But compared to Sabrina, Ash is still far behind." Gary's sarcasm made Ash don't know how to speak. If he was talking about other gyms, he could openly refute that he had obtained it through his own strength. But he didn't dare to refute what Saffron Gym said. After all, the main reason why he was able to obtain the Saffron Gym badge was because Haunter made Sabrina laugh. "Please give me flowers." But Ash wouldn't be Ash if he just gave up in front of Gary. The skill of talking. Ash admits that he is not Gary's rival, but trainer does not rely on words. Battle is the only way to determine the status of trainer. Duel. Gary doesn't mean anything by saying this. "Come on, let's duel and let you see if I am stronger now." Ash looked at Gary seriously. Gary originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Ash's serious expression, he became interested. He also wanted to see how much his best friend had grown during the journey. Gary smiled. He stood up, looked at Ash and said solemnly, "Then let's compete with the Pokémon in our hands to see who is the stronger one." Seeing that the two were about to have a Pokémon battle, Sumyu also became interested. He also wanted to see how far the current Pai Shen had grown. Gary and Ash stood on both sides, leaving a large piece of flat land in the middle as a fighting venue. As soon as he heard that Ash and Gary were going to compete, Xiaogang quickly stood up and acted as the referee of the game. I have to say that Xiaogang seems to have a strong interest in being a referee. "The moonlight is very bright today, Ash. Gary smiled confidently at Ash. Ash was a little confused, he didn't quite understand what Gary's nonsense words meant. Gary didn't mean to show off, and directly summoned his Pokémon. I mean, fighting under moonlight is my home court, go ahead, Moon Pokémon. The jet black fur has ring-shaped patterns all over its body. The patterns are dazzling gold, shining under the moonlight. Gary's Eevee has evolved into a moon Pokémon. Misty and Xiaogang thought thoughtfully. This was the first time Ash saw moon Pokémon. Based on his limited knowledge, he probably only knew that Eevee could evolve into fire Pokémon, water Pokémon, and thunder Pokémon. He quickly took out the Pokédex to check out the Pokémon in front of him. A mechanical voice sounded from the Pokédex. The moon Pokémon is bathed in the fluctuations of the moon, and the ring patterns on its body glow slightly, because it has awakened with incredible power. Chapter 125. Ash, be careful, the moon Pokémon is a dark-type Pokémon. Xiaogang was worried that Ash didn't understand the moon Pokémon well enough, so he quickly reminded him. Hey, traveling with Ash would probably make Xiaogang very worried. Don't worry, Xiaogang, I understand. Ash smiled confidently, looking like he was in control. Xiaogang felt a little uneasy in his heart. Is everything really clear? Rival is the moon Pokémon, so the Pokémon I choose is naturally Pikachu. Go ahead, Pikachu. Pokémon, Pikachu. Attribute electricity. Strength, elite high level. Potential champion. After detecting Pikachu's strength, Sumew couldn't help but nodded. Ash had made some progress along the way. At least Pikachu's strength had improved very quickly. Now, Ash could barely break away from 450. The novice trainer becomes a real trainer. Sumew, who do you think will win this game? Misty came to Sumew's side and asked curiously. Misty has also seen Ash's growth. Compared with when they first started traveling, the strength of both Ash and Pikachu has undergone earth-shaking changes. However, compared with Gary, Misty is still a little uneasy. Sumew did not answer Misty's question immediately, but chose to first detect the information about the next month's Pokémon. Pokémon, Moon Pokémon. Attribute Evil. Strength, beginner level in the gym. Potential, elite. Have you advanced to the primary level of the gym? Looking at Gary's Moon Pokémon, Sumew thoughtfully. I think Gary is more likely to win. Sumew replied. The gap between the elite level and the gym level is still quite big. In addition, Gary's Moon Pokémon breeder is quite perfect. Sumew can't think of the possibility that Ash can win, unless the skin god cheats. The start of the battle was pretty much as Sumew predicted. Facing top-notch Moon Pokémon on both sides, Pikachu had no good solution. Ash chose to use Quick Attack in the opening game. Pikachu Quick Attack, target Moon Pokémon. In terms of momentum, Ash felt that he could not lose to anyone. When watching Ash's battle, you can clearly feel the strong fighting spirit that Ash has. After receiving Ash's instructions, Pikachu adjusted its pace, found the most suitable posture for its sudden advance, and directly used Quick Attack. With the force of its limbs, it turned into a streak of yellow lightning and rushed towards Gary's Moon Pokémon. Gary obviously didn't expect Ash's Pikachu to be so fast. He was a little surprised, but he wasn't too panicked. Skills like Quick Attack are actually not suitable for Pokémon like Pikachu. Pikachu's weight is too light. No matter how fast it is, it can't exert the full effect of Quick Attack. Gary did not choose to let the Moon Pokémon dodge, but instead let the Moon Pokémon eat Pikachu's Quick Attack. The golden flash that Pikachu transformed into hit the Moon Pokémon hard. Great! He hit rival at the beginning, and Ash was also a little excited. But he was obviously a little happy too early. The Moon Pokémon hit by Pikachu was not seriously injured. It took a few steps back and regained its balance. At this time, the energy in its mouth was ready. The dark ball of light shines under the moonlight. Ash didn't expect that Gary deliberately let Pikachu hit just for this moment. The shadow ball instantly ejected from the Moon Pokémon's mouth, hitting Pikachu head-on without giving Pikachu any reaction while it was still in the air. Pikachu, who was hit by the shadow ball, was instantly thrown away and rolled on the ground for a long time before he stopped. Pikachu's contest condition doesn't look very good, and the Moon Pokémon's Shadow Ball has obviously been prepared for a long time, and its power is quite amazing. The contest condition of Pikachu hit by the Shadow Ball was extremely poor. If Sumew guessed correctly, the current Pikachu was just struggling to hold on, and in fact he should not have any fighting ability. He shook his head and announced the result of the game: "It's over. Pikachu should be incapable of fighting." However, Sumew's judgment was a bit premature. If it were a normal Pikachu, it would indeed not have the physical strength to continue fighting under the current contest conditions, but obviously the Pikachu in front of him was not a normal Pikachu. "Come on, Pikachu, let Gary see our willpower." Ash's ordinary words made Pikachu explode. In order not to embarrass his trainer in front of Gary, Pikachu burst out with infinite energy. Ding! Pikachu has entered the explosion contest condition, and its strength has been improved in a short period of time. The current level is mid-level in the gym. The system's beep sounded in Sumew's mind. Sumew didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. He had just given Pikachu the death penalty when Pai Shen exploded, which was a bit aimed at him. Sumew looked at Misty, smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems that I came to a conclusion a little too early." Pikachu's demeanor has undergone earth-shaking changes after entering the contest condition. At this time, there is no cuteness in it. Now it is like a beast born from the thunder. Thunder and lightning moved around Pikachu's side, making a crackling sound and a dazzling spark that made people shudder. Seeing Pikachu's contest condition at this moment, Gary also took a breath. He knew that Ash's Pikachu was a bit special, but he didn't expect it to be so special. He was a little bit blaming his grandfather. Why didn't Pikachu give it to him when he had such a strong one, but he must leave it to Ash. Unlike Ash, who kept it in the dark, Gary knew that Pikachu was the Earl Dervish Pokémon that Professor Oak had prepared for Ash early in the morning. In 4.5, after Pikachu entered the Skin God contest condition, the war situation suddenly changed. "Okay, Pikachu, let's win this game." Ash didn't pay too much attention to the changes that happened to Pikachu. Maybe it was because he was used to it, or Ash simply thought that all Pikachu were like this. Ash shouted loudly, "Use Thunderbolt!" Facing Pikachu under the special contest condition, Gary did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He quickly commanded the Moon Pokémon to defend. "Use Protect for the Moon Pokémon." Gary has no other good idea. He can only hope that Protect's raised shield can help the Moon Pokémon survive Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Chapter 126. Pika-Chu. Pikachu became serious and called something loudly. At its call, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky. The thunder was like a running snake, fast and hard, and struck heavily on the protective shield summoned by the Moon Pokémon. Crack! Crack! Under the thunder of the 9 heavens, the protective shield produced by Protect was as fragile as glass, and was instantly filled with spider web-like cracks. Gary was shocked when he saw this scene and swallowed the saliva in his mouth, not knowing what to do. All he could do now was pray that the Moon Pokémon would survive the thunder. The golden thunder struck the Moon Pokémon. Even if the Earth helped the Moon Pokémon to introduce most of the electricity into the ground, the remaining corona was not something the Moon Pokémon could withstand. The Moon Pokémon, which reached its limit, let out a painful cry, and instantly lost its eyes and turned white, losing its ability to fight. Pikachu also recovered from the Skin God form at this time. It was confused and didn't understand what happened. "Awesome, Pikachu! You really made it to 24. After winning, Ash jumped up and down, rushed forward to hug Pikachu and celebrated like crazy. After defeating his rival Gary, he could say Ash trainer a milestone on the road. He should remember this day forever. Gary didn't seem to have gotten over the failure yet. He stared blankly at Ash and Celebrate, a little confused and at a loss. After being reminded by Sumew, Gary put the Moon Pokémon that had lost its combat ability into the Poke Ball. He looked straight at Ash and Pikachu, and softly asked Sumew beside him, "Is this really Pikachu?" "Sumew." It seems that Gary was really convinced by Pikachu today, and even doubted his life a little. Sumyu chuckled, who knows, but at least we know that he is not the normal Pikachu. Gary is a mature trainer after all. Although losing to Ash was a bit hard for him to accept, he quickly adjusted his mentality. No one stipulates that Ash should always be weaker than him. He must admit that this companion who has been firmly under him since childhood has really grown up and has gradually grown into an excellent trainer. Gary was a little relieved, but also a little disappointed. It's getting late, everyone, go and have a rest. We're going to have a big fight tomorrow. Darkness has enveloped the entire camp, and the entire Dasha Valley has become quiet. People who have been busy for a day have fallen asleep in their sleeping bags, and it is time for them to rest. Early the next morning, Sumyu followed Ash and others to dig ore in Dasha Valley according to the established plan. Standing above the valley, watching the trainers in the valley enthusiastically digging for legendary fossils, Ash suddenly became excited. Xiaogang, Misty, Sumyu, let's go into the valley to dig for fossils as soon as possible. Ash was a little impatient. It seems that he is worried that the trainer in the valley will dig up all the fossils. Misty rarely reached an agreement with Ash. She nodded and said, yes, let's go down quickly. We'd better wait a moment. Xiaogang stopped Ash and Misty who wanted to dig for fossils below. He put his right hand on his chin and calmly analyzed, the trainer who came to Dasha Valley has been digging for many days, but he still has. I haven't heard of anyone digging up fossilized Pokémon. Is it possible that everyone got the wrong digging location? Sumyu, what do you think? Xiaogang asked. How about we go to other places and look? There are so many people here. It doesn't feel easy to dig out fossils. Sumyu said nonchalantly. He had no intention of entering the valley to dig for so-called fossils. His goal had always been to target the fossil Pokémon in the large valley. If he remembered the plot correctly, Team Rocket used explosives to blow up the cracks in Dasha Valley. Ash and the Team Rocket trio fell into the ground to find the fossilized Pokémon, so the most important thing at the moment is to find Team Rocket. Sumyu and Xiaogang reached an agreement and Ash and Misty had no objection. They planned to go elsewhere to see if they could find a more suitable location for fossil excavation. Everyone wandered around Dasha Valley for a long time without finding a suitable place, so they decided to have lunch first and then continue looking. Sumyu also had a headache. The Rocket Trio were indeed elusive, and it was not easy to find their traces. Just when Sumyu was at a loss what to do, a familiar voice appeared in her ears. Jesse, James, have you installed the explosives yet? Meowth asked suspiciously. Meowth's suspicion angered Jesse, who took out a hammer from nowhere and smashed Meowth directly into the wall. Of course we have the bomb installed. Meowth used all his strength to climb out of the wall and said, then let's implement our plan quickly. Meowth must have been used to Jesse's violent temper for a long time. He didn't react much after being beaten. He quickly took out a lighter from his pocket and 627 lit the fuse of the explosive. Team Rocket. After learning about Team Rocket's conspiracy, Ash did not dare to show any signs of neglect and immediately ran towards Team Rocket, trying to stop Team Rocket's conspiracy. He was by his side 1 second ago, but not much of his figure could be seen the next. Ash didn't give Misty, Xiaogang, and Sumyu any time to react. Team Rocket finally showed up. After seeing Team Rocket, Sumyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that his appearance would change the plot, but now he can finally relax. Let's go, Misty, Xiaogang, let's follow and take a look. Sumyu didn't dare waste time and hurriedly ran in the direction Ash left. Sumyu was excited at the thought of seeing the legendary fossil Pokémon soon. After coming to the Pokémon world, Sumyu also contracted the bad habit of most trainers in this world, which is to want to see all kinds of Pokémon from around the world. This should be the initial pursuit in the heart of every trainer who starts the journey. Meet all kinds of Pokémon during the journey, conquer like-minded companions, and reach the top step by step. This is the unique romance of trainer. Chapter 127. Misty, Xiaogang, hurry up. Sumyu urged the two people behind her. Ash has disappeared, and Sumyu is a little worried that if he can't catch the explosion, all the hard work he has planned for so long will be in vain. The three of them chased Ash's back with all their might, and finally arrived at the scene before the explosion. The situation at the scene was extremely dangerous. The lit fuse was about to burn to the bomb, and Ash, Squirtle, and Team Rocket were entangled and unable to stop it. At the critical moment, Pikachu aimed a thunderbolt at the bomb. No! Ash couldn't even say the word no, before the bullet exploded instantly under Thunderbolt's attack. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook, the fissure opened a huge hole, and everyone was swallowed by the crack. Sumew, who fell into the crack, was well prepared. He immediately summoned Charizard. Sumew, who was riding Charizard, rushed to rescue Misty and Xiaogang beside him. As for Ash, who was still some distance away from him, he was really too late. Rescued. Fortunately, Charizard's physical fitness was good enough, otherwise the weight of 3 people would have crushed it. After rescuing Xiaogang and Misty, Charizard flapped his wings with difficulty and slowly landed on the ground. Ugh! There was a violent vibration around them. If Sumew guessed correctly, it should be the Rocket Trio and Ash who had arrived underground in advance. After landing smoothly on the ground, Misty and Xiaogang jumped off Charizard's body and rushed to check on Ash's condition. It hurts? Ash felt a little pain after falling from such a height, but fortunately it was nothing serious. Salation recovered after moving his body. Team Rocket! Ash remembered something important. He looked furiously at Team Rocket beside him, wanting to give them some color. If it weren't for the Rockets, things like this wouldn't happen. Let's settle Team Rocket's debt later. Sumew's voice echoed in the cave, we seem to be in trouble. Sumew felt murderous intent the first time he arrived underground. If he guessed correctly, these murderous intents should be fossil Pokémon coming from the underground. Come out, Clefable, Lapras. In order not to scare away the fossil Pokémon in the dark, Sumew did not summon Banjira, but chose 3 Pokémon, Pikachu, Lapras, and Charizard. After Sumew's reminder, Ash, the others, and Team Rocket also noticed something was wrong. In the dark, a pair of eyes flashed with light, making them shudder. Pikachu! Ash was also a little panicked. He quickly found Pikachu next to him and then breathed a sigh of relief. The Pokémon hidden in the darkness slowly came out of the darkness, and everyone finally saw their true faces. Kabuto, Kabutops, Omenet, Omastar. They are all legendary extinct Pokémon. Xiaogang also took a breath. He did not expect to meet these legendary extinct Pokémon underground. No Aerodactyl? Sumew is a little disappointed. He is not very interested in other fossil Pokémon. He comes here for Aerodactyl. And he also used the system to check, and the potential of these fossil Pokémon is very normal. Although they are rare fossil Pokémon, they do not have much breeder value. Xiaogang, Misty, aren't you going to conquer a few fossil Pokémon? Sumew's words awakened Misty and Xiaogang. The 4 fossil Pokémon in front of them are all Rock-type and Water-type Pokémon. To them, they are all Pokémon worthy of breeder. Xiaogang and Misty were excited. They summoned their own Pokémon. It seemed that they were preparing to conquer a fossil Pokémon to replenish their team. But they were in a bit of a dilemma. There were quite a few fossil Pokémon in front of them, and they were a bit dazzled, not knowing which one to conquer. Sumew also saw the entanglement between the two. He salation clicked on the Pokémon on the field and said, the talents of Snubbull and Kabuto should be very good. Although they didn't quite understand how Sumew could distinguish the qualifications of the many fossil Pokémon on the field, they still trusted Sumew and they quickly decided to target the Pokémon Sumew pointed to. The fossil Pokémon who were awakened from their slumber by the explosion were in a bad mood. They originally planned to teach the person in front of them a lesson, but they didn't expect that the person in front of them not only did not run away after seeing them, but also prepared to subdue them. This made this group of fossils. How could Pokémon have endured this? They roared in anger and rushed towards everyone in an instant. Although there are many fossil Pokémon in the underground, their strength is really disappointing. Under the command of Sumew, his Pokémon cooperated with Ash's Pokémon to divide the battlefield into 2 parts. They were responsible for resisting the crazy fossil Pokémon Xiaodian, while Xiaogang chose to conquer the Pokémon he liked. Wei, Meowth, Should we catch Pikachu now? James asked in a low voice. Forget it. Jessie, the most reckless person in the team, rejected James's proposal. She pointed at Sumew and said, "That guy is here, it's better for us to stay here obediently." Looking up at Sumew, James also shuddered. He actually forgot that Sumew was here and almost got into big trouble. They were no strangers to Sumew and were quite aware of his strength. When Sumew's Banjira fought with the giant Tentacruel, they hid on the sidelines and watched. During the battle between the two Pokémon, Jessie, James, and Meowth also clearly remember the devastating power. Thinking of that scene, James is still a little scared. He agreed with Jessie that it was better for them to stay where they were. Sumew was also a little strange during the battle. He originally thought that Team Rocket would take advantage of the opportunity when they were fighting fossil Pokémon to cause trouble, but he didn't expect that Team Rocket would stay in place obediently, which surprised Sumew. But fortunately, if Team Rocket is not planning to cause trouble, then he can concentrate on dealing with the fossil Pokémon in front of him. Charizard, Tile Split. Lapras uses Hydro Pump. Pixie uses Waving Fingers. Chapter 128. Facing the Rock-type Water-type dual-attribute fossil Pokémon, Sumew did not choose to let Charizard use the Fire-type skills of this type, but chose to restrain rivals' Fighting-type skills. A qualified trainer should choose the most appropriate skills when facing different rivals. Charizard, which was originally stronger than most fossil Pokémon, used the Fighting-type skills to restrain rival, which was like chopping melons and vegetables with normal. There was no rival that it could defeat with one hit. With Charizard acting as the main force in the battle, Pixie and Lapras will be much more relaxed. They only need to pay attention to the missed Pokémon and then be responsible for the last hit. The fossil Pokémon were not stupid either. After realizing that the rival in front of them was not something they could handle, they prepared to run away. As for the two Pokémon trapped by Xiaogang and Misty, they didn't care. After all, a dead Taoist friend would never die a poor Taoist. Just when the fossil Pokémon were about to retreat, an accident happened. A crazy roar came from the dark cave, filling the entire underground world. The faces of the fossilized Pokémon that heard the roar showed a look of fear. They were now in a dilemma. There were powerful enemies such as Charizard and Lapras in front of them, and attributes terrifying hunters behind them. They were so overwhelmed that they almost cried. Unlike others, Sumew had a smile on his face the moment he heard the roar. Will the Aerodactyl he has been waiting for finally appear? The only hope in his heart now is that the talent of this Aerodactyl can be better, so that he can have the desire to conquer it and not come to Dasha Valley in vain. Growl became clearer and clearer, and Black's shadow finally showed its true form. It was a Pokémon that had always been grey and looked like a pterosaur. The sharp teeth in its mouth show its ferocity. Maybe it was because it was woken up from its sleep, but it didn't look in a good mood. It looked ferocious, like gunpowder that could be ignited at any time. Is that Aerodactyl? Xiaogang, who had subdued Omenet, said in surprise. He did not expect that in addition to Omenet, Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabutops, there was also a cherished Aerodactyl underground. The long-awaited Aerodactyl has appeared, and Sumew no longer hesitates and immediately uses the Eye of Detection to detect Aerodactyl's information. Pokémon, Aerodactyl. Attribute, Rock plus Flying. Strength, Intermediate level in the gym. Potential, Elite. Evaluation, because it has been sleeping for hundreds of years, its strength and potential have declined. However, as an ancient beast, I believe that it does not need many games to regain everything it once was. Sumew couldn't be more satisfied with the Aerodactyl in front of her. Even if its potential has declined, it has elite-level qualifications, not to mention that its potential can be restored to its previous state. If such a Pokémon were to let it escape, Sumew would probably sleep at night. Can't sleep well. In order to avoid long nights and nightmares, he originally planned to send Banjira to directly surrender Aerodactyl, but Charizard seemed to be very interested in the rival in front of him. It dropped the frightened rival in front of it, opened its dual wing beat and flew towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl was a little surprised. It obviously didn't expect that someone would not run away when it saw it, but would actually dare to challenge it. This made it rage and a little excited at the same time. It opened its long dual wing beat and let out a shrill growl. In Aerodactyl's growl, the entire cave shook violently. The rock smash on the top of the cave seemed to be given life in the growl, and it smashed towards Charizard. The ferocious beast that can survive in the era of fate is indeed not an easy character to deal with, and it will kill you as soon as you reach out. Stone Edge. Sumew dare not be careless in the slightest. Rock-type skills are simply Charizard's nightmare. Charizard, who has both fire and flying types, will be perfectly restrained by rock-type skills. If he is hit by Aerodactyl's Stone Edge, Charizard will be severely injured even if he is not dead. Charizard speed up the flying speed and avoid the rock throw. Sushu gave the command calmly. Charizard also knew that now was not the time to be a hero, so he quickly flapped his dual wing beat, accelerated his flying speed, and narrowly escaped the range of Stone Edge. Charizard uses Fire Spin. Next is Sumew's attack command. Asking for Flowers 0. Charizard in flying opened his bloody mouth and sprayed out blazing flames, which contained powerful fire-type energy and surrounded Aerodactyl under Charizard's control. Aerodactyl, which had just woken up recently, had obviously not fully recovered from its combat experience. Sumew could tell that its reactions in battle were often half a beat slower. Couldn't be better news for Charizard. Aerodactyl, surrounded by flames, was at a loss. It roared loudly and didn't know what to do. Ash also watched the exciting duel between Charizard and Aerodactyl, and sighed with envy in his mouth. It would be great if my Charmeleon could evolve into Charizard sometime. 0. Ash, don't be too ambitious. With your current strength, you are not yet strong enough to control Charizard. Yes, if Ash's Charmeleon evolves into Charizard, it may not listen to Ash's orders. Misty agreed from the side. Ash didn't agree with the views of his companions at all. He snorted, "Humph, no way. My Charmeleon listens to me the most." While the three Ash were arguing, the battle on the field had reached a critical moment. Aerodactyl, who was trapped by the fire spin, finally figured it out. The flames can't cause any harm to it at all. It just needs to spread its wings and fly out of the range of the flames. There is no need to stay in the flames. After thinking about it, it started to flap the dual wing beat to fly away from the range of the flames, but how could Sumew and Charizard let it do so? During Aerodactyl's panic, Charizard had already closed the distance to it and was now right in front of it. Charizard rushed into the flames, grabbed Aerodactyl's wings, and began to spin quickly. The energy of the fighting system enveloped Aerodactyl. This is the seismic toss of the fighting system. It's over. The battle was over the moment Aerodactyl was grabbed by Charizard's wings. Chapter 129. Charizard grabbed the Aerodactyl, turned it around in the air several times, and then slammed the Aerodactyl in his hand to the ground. Ub! The moment Aerodactyl collided with ground, there was a huge vibration, and the entire underground world began to shake. The other fossil Pokémon, who were originally frightened, couldn't bear it anymore. After looking at each other, they dispersed and disappeared in an instant. Go ahead, Pokémon Ball. Sumew took out the Pokémon Ball that had been prepared and threw it at Aerodactyl, who had lost his combat ability. A red light put Aerodactyl into the Poke Ball. After shaking it 3 times in a row, the Poke Ball made a ding sound. After hearing the ding sound, Sumew also breathed a sigh of relief and showed a 733 smile. Sumew was thinking about what he should do at this time. Should he hold the Poke Ball like Ash and shout, "I conquered Aerodactyl"? Forget it, it's too middle of the road. Picking up Aerodactyl's Poke Ball and clipping it to her waist, Sumew stretched, turned to Ash and the other two and said, "Let's go, it's time for us to leave." The movements of the rocket trio were still very agile, and they had already escaped at some point. After successfully conquering Aerodactyl, Sumew's trip to Dasha Valley has come to a perfect end. Now it's time for him to set off for Cinnabar Island and win the last batch. So comfortable. Sumew, who was lying in the hot spring pool, let out a pleasant moan. He had been busy for a long time and had not enjoyed such a good hot spring for a long time. I have to say that the hot springs on Cinnabar Island are indeed one of a kind. After leaving Dasha Valley, Sumyu rushed to Cinnabar Island, the location of the last gym, Cinnabar Gym. However, his luck was not very good. He could not find any trace of Blaine, the leader of Gym B. In desperation, Sumyu had no choice but to give up the long-awaited gym challenge and start a pleasant vacation. Now that we have come to Cinnabar Island, how could we not try Cinnabar Island's most famous hot springs, so Sumyu chose the hot spring hut as the first stop of her vacation. Boom! 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 Sumyu, who was enjoying the hot spring, suddenly heard a growl that he had never heard before appearing next to him. He was a little confused and slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. At some point, a shellos appeared in the middle of the hot spring. It was playing closely with Sumyu's Lapras and Dratini, and its mouth was screaming boom! 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 In excitement. Growl! Sumyu was a little dumbfounded. He didn't quite understand where this shellos came from. He looked at Lapras and Dratini with questioning eyes. Lapras and Dratini shook their heads. They didn't know where shellos came from. They only knew that this shellos was not afraid of strangers at all. Sumyu has a headache. Shellos is a Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. The waters on the Kanto and Chengdu sides are not suitable for shellos to survive, so there is a high possibility that this shellos is not wild. It should probably be another tourist in the hot spring hut. Pokémon Bar. He walked slowly to the center of the hot spring. What Lapras and Dratini said was absolutely correct. This shellos was not afraid of strangers at all, and was even a little familiar with it. Seeing Sumyu approaching, shellos not only did not panic, but also took the initiative to approach Sumyu. His soft head kept touching Sumyu's body. Looking at the cute shellos in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh. The main color of this shellos is pink. If Sumyu remembers correctly, the pink shellos should come from the West Sea in Sinnoh region. Shellos is a very magical Pokémon. According to different habitats, shellos is divided into two forms, namely the West Sea and the East Sea. If the geographical environment is different, the appearance and color will also be different. The head and trunk of the West Sea are pink, and the head and trunk of the East Sea are sky blue. In addition, due to different shapes, the crown on its head and the needles, fins, on its back are also different, and the color of its abdomen is also different. So this all pink shellos must come from the West Sea. After teasing shellos for a while, Sumyu took it out of the hot spring. This shellos has been here for a long time. If Sumyu guessed correctly, her owner should have noticed that it was missing and should be looking for it now. At the Cinnabar Island police station, a blonde beauty is talking to the police officers. It's been almost half a day. Where has this kid shellos gone? Cynthia sighed, her expression looking very anxious. She knew that her shellos was very playful, and she paid extra attention to it, but she didn't pay enough attention and shellos still slipped away. This shellos had just hatched not long ago. Cynthia originally came to Kanto this time with the intention of taking it around to see the outside world, but she never expected that something like this would happen. Don't worry too much, Miss Cynthia. We have sent out a search team to look for you. I believe we will have results soon. Cynthia was anxious, and the police staff were even more anxious than she was. You must know that Cynthia is the champion of the Sinnoh region. If her Pokémon is stolen, the problem will rise to a new level. In order to prevent the situation from becoming more serious, most staff of the entire police department were sent out to look for shellos, and even Miss Junsha, the head of the police station, was no exception. Now 3.0 only has him and Cynthia in the entire police station. If he were not worried that someone would find shellos and return it to the police station but could not find anyone, he and Cynthia would have searched for shellos all over the world. Strange. Sumyu was a little confused after entering the Cinnabar Island police station. The police station was a bit eerily quiet. There was no one there. If it weren't for the big sign hanging outside the house, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. Is anyone here? Is anyone here? Unable to find any staff, Sumyu could only try calling in the lobby. Boom! 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 Shellos in Sumyu's arms seems to be learning how to speak Sumyu, but unfortunately its foreign language is not up to par. No matter how hard it learns, it can only make thump, 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 thump sounds. Chapter 130. The familiar sound of thump, 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 thump reached her ears, and Cynthia suddenly became excited. She quickly got up and followed the sound to the lobby of the police station. Seeing the figure of attribute in Sumyu's arms, Cynthia could no longer restrain her inner emotions and ran towards Sumyu quickly. Cynthia. Seeing the blonde woman Sumyu in front of him, he was also surprised. He did not expect to meet Cynthia here, nor did he expect that Shellos would be Cynthia's Pokémon. What a coincidence! Shellos obviously saw its owner. Surprisingly, it didn't appear too happy. It quickly buried its head in Sumyu's arms, biting Sumyu's shirt with its mouth, as if trying to urge Sumyu to leave quickly. Sumyu looked at Shellos in his arms and then looked at Cynthia in front of him. He was a little curious as to what exactly Cynthia had done to make Wu Ki so reluctant to come to her side. Abusing Pokémon? Impossible. Everyone knows that Cynthia loves Pokémon the most. Cynthia looked at Shellos in Sumyu's arms, who was angry and funny. She shook her head and said, "Okay, okay, I will never forget you when I buy ice cream next time. 24 Forgive me, okay." Boom. 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 Shellos seemed to be dissatisfied with Cynthia's attitude of apologizing, and shouted at her. The truth about Water Rock Throw came out. It turned out that Cynthia forgot to bring the shellless manatee when she bought ice cream. Shellos, who had been pampered since childhood, couldn't stand this kind of anger. He just ran away from home without doing anything. But now things finally ended perfectly. Sumyu handed the shellless manatee in her arms to Cynthia's hand and said with a smile, "Don't let Shellos get lost next time, Miss Cynthia." Cynthia, who had found the shellless manatee, was also relieved and quickly thanked Sumyu. "What should I call this gentleman? Thank you for helping me bring this little guy back. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Already. My name is Sumyu, it's just a little effort." Sumyu waved her hand. Effortless effort? Cynthia doesn't think so. This time the shellless manatee is lucky. Shellos will be in danger if he meets someone with hidden evil intentions. Don't say that. You have helped me a lot. Is there anything I can do? Is there anything Cynthia can do? Sumyu smiled. It was not easy to meet a champion. If you don't cherish this opportunity to compete with a master, you will be punished. If Miss Cynthia really feels sorry for herself, come and have a Pokémon duel with me. Sumyu said eagerly. There are not many opportunities to play against the famous sister Baike, Sumyu must seize this opportunity. Oh! Cynthia also became very interested in the man in front of her. She did not expect that Sumyu would make such a request. You must know that Sumyu did not know her identity. Sumyu could accurately identify her after seeing her. Calling her name showed that Sumyu should be very familiar with her, at least not a stranger. Knowing that she is the champion of Sinnoh but not asking for anything in return, just wanting to have a Pokémon duel with her, it is not surprising that such a pure trainer can gain Cynthia's favor. She really wanted to just agree, but unfortunately she didn't have any Pokémon on her hands now. Her Pokémon were all following the staff of the police station to look for shellless manatees. Cynthia looked at Sumyu slightly apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, can you postpone the challenge? I don't have the right Pokémon on hand right now." After listening to Cynthia's explanation, Sumyu also understood what happened. He smiled slightly and didn't mind. To be honest, he had no intention of fighting Cynthia immediately. After all, he had to prepare tactics to face the famous Cynthia. "Okay. By the way, do you want to fight against my Shellos?" Cynthia looked at Sumyu with a smile. "Shellos? It's not impossible. Sumyu happens to have a Pokémon of the same level as Shellos. If he fights against Shellos, his Dratini is just right. No problem." Sumyu agreed readily. Led by the only staff member of the police station, the two came to the police station's training ground. This is the usual training ground for police officers, and it is suitable for use as a battleground. Cynthia stood opposite Sumew and said with a smile, as promised in advance, I will not hold back just because you helped me find Shellos. Sumew smiled, hold back, what a joke. If she faced a shellless manatee and asked Cynthia to hold back, Sumew would be embarrassed. The opponent was not Cynthia's trump card, but a newly born one. It's just Shellos who hasn't been here for a long time. Sumew said confidently, don't worry, there is no need to hold back, the winner will definitely be me. There is a reason why Sumew is so confident. He had detected the shellless manatee as soon as he saw it. Cynthia's Shellos has unlimited potential, but because it was just born, its strength is not very strong. Even weaker than his Dratini. Magical 763 Baby, Shellos. Attribute Water. Strength, Ordinary Mid-Level. Potential Champion. Boom. 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 Shellos on the field was eager to try. Although he had a good relationship with Sumew, Shellos would not have the thought of hold back during the battle. Then the Pokémon I choose here is Dratini, go ahead, Dratini. Throwing out the Pokeball in his hand, Dratini appeared in the center of the battlefield after a red light. Dratini. After learning that Cynthia's Shellos had been found, Miss Juncha also led the police officers back to the police center. Unexpectedly, she saw this scene as soon as she returned to the police center. Shellos vs Dratini. Miss Juncha also took a breath. You must know that Dratini is not an ordinary Pokémon. There are only a handful of trainers who have Dratini in the Kanto region. Juncha did not expect to meet one here. She looked at Cynthia opposite with some curiosity. That young man. He has the cherished Dratini and dares to fight against the Sinnoh champion. What an interesting trainer. Chapter 131. Compared with the surprise of Junsha and the police officers, Cynthia was much calmer. When she saw Dratini, she just raised her eyebrows slightly and didn't have much reaction. As Cynthia's champion, she has seen all the Pokémon she cherishes, so Dratini is not worthy of her surprise. Then the Sumew competition begins. Sumew can clearly feel that Cynthia's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes after entering the contest condition. If she originally gave people the feeling of a mature and gentle big sister, then now she is like a warrior. Exuding the aura of fighting. After all, Rival is one of the most powerful trainers in the history of Sinnoh. Sumew did not dare to be careless at all. He concentrated all his energy on the battlefield. Dratini also felt the cold aura on Cynthia's body, which made her a little panicked. Cheer up, Dratini, don't be afraid, we will definitely win. Sumew's confident voice came from behind Dratini. After hearing trainer's encouragement, Dratini took a deep breath and stared at the Shellos in front of him. To be honest, it didn't really want to lose to the rival in front of it. Dratini uses Twister. Facing Cynthia's level, Rival must try his best from the beginning of the battle, otherwise he may not have a chance. Upon hearing Sumew's command, Dratini's eyes emitted a blue light, and two Twisters appeared on the battlefield under its control, quickly sweeping towards Shellos. A very good Twister skill, impeccable in terms of release speed and skill power. Cynthia did not hesitate to praise Sumew's Dratini during the battle. Hearing Cynthia's praise, Sumew also had a smile on her face. You must know that Sumew spent a lot of effort training with Dratini in order to familiarize Dratini with the Twister skill. Now it seems that the hard work has finally paid off. However, Sumew seemed to be a little happy too early. After praising, Cynthia changed the topic and said coldly, but it would be too naive to want to defeat my shellless sea fish like this. Water Pulse, a shellless sea fish. After receiving Cynthia's instructions, Shellos swept away the cute ecology before, and powerful energy burst out from all over his body. The blue water ball appeared in front of it almost in the blink of an eye. The water ball was shaking violently and seemed to have infinite energy waiting to be released. Emission. Cynthia gave an order, and Shellos directly threw out the blue water pulse. The rapidly vibrating water pulse instantly rushed into the Twister, and a violent explosion occurred. The explosion set off waves of shock waves. Under the shock waves, Dratini's Twister skill, which he used with all his strength, was instantly wiped out. Sumew narrowed his eyes and his expression was not very good. He did not expect that the cute appearance of the shellless manatee could hide such a powerful power. He was even fooled by the shellless manatee. This game is in danger. The audience at the battlefield all opened their mouths and widened their eyes. They obviously did not expect that the two cute Pokémon on the field had such powerful destructive power. Jun Shad also took a deep breath and whispered to himself, "Is this the strength of a champion? And who is that young trainer?" Sumew didn't have time to reply to Jun Shad's question now. The pressure Cynthia put on him was too great. Although the strength of the shellless manatee exceeded Sumew's expectations, it was still within his tolerance. But Cynthia's fierce attack in the battle completely suppressed Sumew. It was a violent attack that Sumew had never seen before. Compared with Cynthia, Ash's attack was like the younger brother among younger brothers. Every attack by Cynthia is not a mindless attack, but one after another, not giving rival any chance to breathe. Under Shellow's bombardment, Dratini was obviously at a loss. It was also the first time that it encountered rival with such a fierce offensive in the battle, which made it unable to launch a counter-attack. Water gun, ancient power, water pulse, muddy water. Cynthia's Shellos showed Sumew what offensive kaleidoscope is, proper skill selection, and perfect skill release timing. Cynthia used her excellent command to show Sumew why she is the winner of Sinnoh. 6. Another body slam. Spark suddenly flashed on Dratini's body after being hit by body slam. With the crackling sound, Dratini's face was full of pain. Sumew did not expect that Dratini's luck would be so bad. Body slam's small chance of paralysis could be overtaken by it, so it was considered to be in decline. "It's over, Shellos, give it the last freezing light." The corners of Cynthia's mouth were slightly raised, showing the joy of victory. "Is this really the end?" "Of course not. Dratini uses Molt." Sumew yelled. "Molt." Because Dratini are too rare, Cynthia did not do much research on Dratini. She obviously did not expect that Dratini's ability shedding can cure status condition by shedding its own epidermis. The freezing ray hit the target, but unfortunately it only hit the shed skin of Dratini. Attack and defense exchange, now it's Dratini's turn. How could Sumew waste this golden opportunity? A full blow, Dratini, Dragon Rush. After being beaten for a whole time, it was finally time to retaliate. Dratini's body burst out with endless energy, and purple light radiated from Dratini's body, stinging people so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. All the power has been condensed, and now is the time to attack. Dratini came to Shellos like a cannonball in an instant under the control of dragon energy. At this time, Shellos has not yet recovered from the fatigue after the skill was released. The all-out freezing light has consumed most of the remaining energy in the body. Now it has no physical strength to avoid Dratini's attack. Boom! The moment the two Pokémon collided, Shellos was sent flying. Shellos, who was lying on the ground, struggled several times and finally failed to stand up again. Shellos lost the ability to fight. Cynthia sighed. She didn't expect that the situation would change so quickly. It was obvious that she had won the victory, but she was killed because she didn't understand Dratini's ability. This was really an unpleasant thing. However, she had to admit that Sumew seized the only opportunity in the whole game very well, and the team finally turned defeat into victory. Chapter 132. What a fierce battle! Yeah, I didn't even come out Hideki just now. Is this the suppressive power of a champion? Miss Cynthia's stormy attack is really frustrating. Miss Cynthia's rival is also very strong. Judging from his grade, he must be less than 20 years old. Miss Cynthia didn't give in at all, but she still lost. 20 years old, a young man with unlimited potential. Sumew was also very excited now. He rushed to Dratini in the field, threw it up high, and praised, "Well done, Dratini." After turning defeat into victory, rival was defeated by Cynthia. This game was of great significance to Sumew. Seeing the crazy Sumew from celebrate in the venue, Cynthia shook her head slightly, feeling a little unhappy. After losing the warm-up match, she couldn't afford to lose again in the official showdown 2 days later. Cynthia had already decided that she would go all out in the match 2 days later. At this time, Sumew had no idea what Cynthia was thinking. If he knew, he would probably have a headache now. Seriously, Cynthia is terrifying, an existence even scarier than the building. Ding, the main mission, the last gym, your gym challenge journey will finally come to an end. This is the end of your journey and a new starting point. Get Blaine's approval and get the volcano badge. The mission reward will be viewed. It depends on the completion of the mission, the lowest is sea level and the highest is SSS level. The system prompt sound that had not been seen for a long time appeared in Sumew's mind, which made Sumew feel more intimate. From being confused when she first came into this world, she gradually became a qualified trainer. In the past 6 months, Sumew has become more and more adaptable to this world. He doesn't want to exist in this world in obscurity, he wants everyone to know that he has been here. I come, I see, I conquer. This is what Sumew longs for. The Cinnabar Gym was once the longing place for all fire-type trainers. Countless fire-type trainers came to Cinnabar Island with the pursuit of flames to challenge Blaine, the leader of the Cinnabar Gym. But all this happened after the hot springs were dug out of Cinnabar Island. Everything has changed. More and more people are going to Cinnabar Island, but this time they are not coming for the Cinnabar Gym, but for the open-air hot springs. In this way, Cinnabar Island has been transformed from the original training ground that fire trainers dream of. A tourist attraction. There were fewer and fewer challengers, and out of frustration, trainer Tonbo closed the Cinnabar Gym. However, Sumew, who knows the plot, knows that the Cinnabar Gym is not completely closed. Blaine will find suitable trainers on Cinnabar Island to invite them to challenge the gym. As for how to call a suitable trainer Sumew, I don't know. It's not easy to find Blaine or be picked by Blaine on Cinnabar Island. Fortunately, Sumew has other methods. Cinnabar Island Pokémon Center. Sumew dialed Professor Oak's phone number. Long time no see, what happened? Sumew. Professor Oak in the laboratory is still as busy as ever. It is already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Professor Oak has just prepared to have lunch. Lunch was just simple instant noodles. Professor Oak, please teleport my Gengar back. Sumew already knew the rules of the battle with Cynthia 2 days later. It was 1v1 and 2 Pokémon were used, so Sumew decided to call back his strongest combat power except Banjira, otherwise he would have to fight Cynthia. There is no suspense anymore. Hearing that Sumew was about to send Pokémon, Professor also heard something because he was sleepy. He asked curiously, Sumew heard that you conquered the ancient Pokémon Aerodactyl. That's right, Sieg. Professor Oak must have heard about this from Ash, so he asked this question. Can you send Aerodactyl to the laboratory? I want to study the difference between wild Aerodactyl and Aerodactyl resurrected from fossils. No problem. Sumew agreed readily. He had no use for Aerodactyl now, so it would be a good idea to send it to the laboratory. By the way, Professor Oak, do you have the contact number of Blaine from the Cinnabar Gym? I am currently on Cinnabar Island and want to challenge the Cinnabar Gym, but I don't know how to find Mr. Blaine. Sumew has not forgotten the main reason why he contacted Professor Oak. Blaine. I haven't seen him for a long time. I have to look for his contact information. Professor Oak hung up the phone and started looking for Blaine's contact information. Not long after, Professor Oak returned to the phone again and reported the phone number he found to Sumew. Okay, if Sumew sees Uncle Chong, don't forget to help me and say good things to him. After giving Blaine's contact number to Sumew, Professor Oak immediately hung up the phone. He must have been eager to study Aerodactyl. With the help of Professor Oak, Sumew finally contacted Blaine. Blaine is about the same age as Professor Oak, but unlike Professor Oak who still has nice hair, Blaine has lost all his hair. Hey, this is the tragedy of middle-aged and elderly men. Baldness is really disappointing. Unlike Professor Oak, who wears research clothes all the time, Blaine's outfit is much more fashionable. A red t-shirt and floral pants make him look much younger. After learning about Sumew's purpose and knowing that Sumew was introduced by Professor Oak, Blaine wasted no time and took Sumew straight to the Cinnabar Gym. The original Cinnabar Gym battle venue has long been abandoned, but Genbo has already found a suitable replacement venue. Under the leadership of Blaine, the two came to the center of a volcano. There was bubbling lava under their feet, and there were only a few pillars for Pokémon to stand on. This is a battle arena specially prepared for fire-type Pokémon. Normal Pokémon have no way of fighting in such a battle arena. After all, if other attribute Pokémon accidentally fall into the lava, they will definitely die. In the battle arena hidden in Volcano, Sumew was also stunned by Blaine's generosity. Looking down at the still-flowing magma, Sumew's heart suddenly lifted. To be honest, he was a little panicked. Not everyone could do it in the magma. Chapter 133. When Blaine came to the magma battlefield, his whole temperament changed. Sumew could feel a flame emanating from Blaine's body from the inside out. Blaine crossed the lava under his feet and came to the battle stage. He said in a loud voice, "Come on, Sumew, let me see the fire in your heart." Sumew has actually seen Blaine's magma battlefield in the animation, but he was still a little shocked when he came to this battlefield in person. Not everyone can do it in a battle on magma that can melt all things. Sumew thought he was very brave, but when he saw this venue for the first time, he also felt fear in his heart. His admission was that he was scared. Under Blaine's urging, Sumew gritted her teeth, buried her fear deep in her heart, and went to the battlefield. Looking at Sumew, who had the courage to come to the battlefield, Blaine was also very satisfied. He nodded appreciatively and said, "Very good, only the trainer who dares to stand on this field to fight is worthy of inheriting the will of the fire." Will of fire? Wherever leafage flies, fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leafage to sprout. In order to prevent myself from thinking about the lava flowing under my feet, I could only think of something else to relax myself. It's been a long time since I've played at this venue, Sumew, don't let me down. Blaine said excitedly. Haha, I will do my best, Mr. Blaine. Sumew forced a smile on her face. Blaine enjoyed the venue in front of him. He opened his arms and felt the hot feeling, "Come out, duck-billed fire dragon." Just as Sumew expected, Blaine used the duck-billed Charmander. Although fire-type Pokémon have strong resistance to high temperatures, there is a big gap between them. In the past, Charmander was the best among them. Pokédex records that the body temperature is as high as 1200 degrees, and the hotter the place, the more energetic it will be. Moreover, Volcano Mouth was originally the habitat of the duck-billed fire dragon. Therefore, it is perfect to use the duck-billed salamander in the battle in Volcano. Detective I. Pokémon duck-billed Charmander. Attribute Fire. Strength, intermediate level in the gym. Potential, elite. Sumew was relieved after finding out the information about the Charizard. He planned to use Charizard in this battle, but if the Charizard was too strong, he would have to change his mind. Fortunately, Blaine the duck-billed fire dragon's strength is on par with Charizard. So it's perfect to use Charizard for this challenge. Then I'll decide on you, Charizard. The hot environment around her made Sumew's blood boil. At this time, he had forgotten the magma under his feet, and only saw this game. Puff puff. Boom. 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 The two Pokémon entered the contest condition of the battle early before the game started, trying to suppress each other through roar. Both sides showed no weakness to each other, and the light of battle began to shine in their eyes. The rules of the competition are one-on-one, and both parties use only one Pokémon. Then the game begins. As soon as I remembered the word beginning, the two Pokémon on the field started to move. The duck-billed fire dragon jumped on the pillar with an agility completely inconsistent with its body, and quickly approached Charizard. It seems that Blaine's battle strategy is to deal with Sumew's Charizard through close combat. Close combat? Sumew mused. There are two abilities of the duck-billed fire dragon, one is the flame body, and the other is the energy. Body of flame, sometimes rival that comes into contact with itself will become a burn contest condition. Motivation will not turn into sleep by stimulating the contest condition. Through Blaine's battle strategy, Sumew judged that Genbo's Charizard should have the flame body ability. In this case, Charizard would not be allowed to try to engage in melee combat with the Charizard. After all, the Charizard with the Flame Body ability would be in close combat. The bonus is too great. Fortunately, the Flying Charizard has the initiative in this battle. Charizard with the Flying ability is the more flexible side in this game. After Charizard flies to high altitude, use the Dragon Rage skill. Sumew calmly commanded. Under Sumew's command, Charizard quickly opened the distance from the duck-billed fire dragon, and kept firing the Dragon Rage skill from his mouth, hoping to cause enough damage to the duck-billed fire dragon. Please give me flowers. Blaine, whose plan was detected, was also angry. He waved his arms and shouted loudly, "Don't avoid the duck-billed fire dragon, use the big character explosion skill, target Dragon Rage, let rival see our perseverance." The flames drew a big character in front of the duck-billed fire dragon, and Sumew could feel the surging fire energy even while standing at the edge of the battlefield. Sumew was a little shocked. He didn't expect the power of the duck-billed fire dragon's long-range skills to be so powerful. The large characters forged from flames collided with the Dragon Rage launched by Charizard, and the Dragon Rage was instantly shattered. Boom! Charizard was also a little surprised. It didn't expect that its Dragon Rage would be defeated so quickly in the collision with the big character explosion. Fortunately, it was focused enough and reacted the moment Dragon Rage was shattered. Come over and quickly rise by fanning the dual wing beat, narrowly avoiding the big character explosion. Oh, the response is very fast. Blaine was a little surprised. He originally thought Charizard couldn't dodge the big character blast attack, but he didn't expect Sumew's Charizard to react so quickly. Sumew's expression was serious. After seeing Charizard successfully dodge the explosion, he immediately issued a new attack command, Charizard, Air Slash. The Fire-type's skill did too little damage to the duck-billed fire dragon, so Sumew thought about it for a while and chose the Flying-type Air Slash. Air Slash is also considered a skill of Charizard's main series, and its power is not bad, so it is perfect for dealing with the duck-billed fire dragon. Charizard avoided the big character explosion skill, and after receiving new instructions from Sumew, he quickly flapped the dual wing beat to summon the flying energy in the air. The wind began to flow along Charizard's dual wing beat, and the flying-type energy turned into light blue blades that appeared on Charizard's side. As Charizard's dual wing beat flapped, it was launched towards the duck-billed fire dragon. The light blue blade moved quickly, and the air made a sound like broken glass under the squeeze of the air blade. Click! Click in! Chapter 134. What a strong pressure! Blaine frowned. After realizing the power of Charizard's Air Slash, he did not choose to let the duck-billed fire dragon fight head-on, but chose to let it temporarily avoid the edge. The duck-billed fire dragon quickly hides in the lava. Hide in the lava! Sumew was dumbfounded. He didn't quite understand what Blaine's tactic was. Before Sumew could figure it out, the duck-billed fire dragon had already started to take action. It was originally standing on the stone pillar and jumped down directly into the magma below. Plop! The boiling magma did not cause any harm to the duck-billed fire dragon, but instead gave it a look of enjoyment. The duck-billed fire dragon that entered the magma explained to Sumew what it means to be like a fish in water. The fiery energy quickly replenished the energy 503 in the body of the duck-billed fire dragon. The originally red duck-billed fire dragon became even more red with the blessing of magma energy, which was an almost coquettish red. Scary red. The whole body of the duck-billed fire dragon in the magma seemed to be on fire, and it had reached the optimal contest condition. Ha ha ha, well done, Charmander, let rival see our fiery hearts. Duck-billed fire dragon shining charge. As soon as Blaine finished speaking, the duck-billed fire dragon at the bottom of the magma was launched out of the magma like a missile, so fast that it gave no one any time to react. From the duck-billed fire dragon hiding in the magma to launching the attack in just a split second, Sumew didn't have much reaction time at all. Moreover, Flare Blitz is too fast. Fortunately, there is still a long distance from the bottom of the magma to Charizard, which gives Charizard a chance to counterattack. Charizard, Hurricane. Except for Hurricane, Sumew can't think of any other skills that can stop the duck-billed fire dragon. Charizard also realized the urgency of the situation. It did not dare to neglect and used all its strength to flap the dual wing beat in an attempt to summon Hurricane. Under the fanning of dual wing beat, a storm appeared in an instant. The winds in the eye of the storm became stronger and stronger, and winds capable of blowing them away appeared. Along with the wind came thunder and heavy rain, and the whole volcano mouth suddenly changed. The heavy rain, thunder, and strong wind tried their best to stop the duck-billed fire dragon from moving forward, but the duck-billed fire dragon was like a useless warrior, not affected at all, and it only had Charizard in its eyes. Although the flames on its body have weakened under the interference of heavy rain, thunder, and strong winds, the flames in its heart have become even hotter. It's close, it's finally here. The brave and fearless Charizard slammed into Charizard's body. The powerful impact, coupled with the scorching temperature of the Charizard's body surface, made Charizard scream in pain the moment it came into contact with the Charizard. You don't need to look at Charizard's contest condition, you can feel its current pain just from Charizard's growl. Mew stared at the battlefield without blinking. As a trainer, he had done everything he could. Now all he needed was to believe in his Pokémon and Charizard. After the initial pain, Charizard slowly adapted. It slowly adjusted its posture while being knocked away by the duck-billed fire dragon. The flames on its tail had burned to the extreme, which also meant that Charizard's contest condition had been reached its highest peak. After sustaining the most explosive tackle of Flare Blitz, the rest is not so unbearable. Although the temperature of the duck-billed salamander's body is very high, it does make Charizard a little uncomfortable being stuck against it, but it is not unbearable. Although the heat resistance of Charizard, which is also a fire-type Pokémon, is not as terrifying as Charizard, it is still much stronger than the normal Pokémon. As it slowly adapted to the high temperature, the duck-billed fire dragon in front of it became no longer so scary. It mobilized the power of its wings and forced it to stop during the collision. The duck-billed fire dragon has finished swinging its 3 axes, and now it's its turn. Charizard smiled ferociously and used both hands to firmly protect the duck-billed fire dragon that was close to it. Boom! Have you tried fly? Pfft! What? The duck-billed fire dragon looked at Charizard doubtfully, not quite understanding what Charizard meant. Charizard didn't explain, it flew high into the sky with the duck-billed fire dragon. The frequency of Charizard's wings flapping has reached its limit, and Charizard's speed has also reached its limit. The sound of the air being torn came from soaring in the sky. Looking at the duck-billed fire dragon being driven around in circles by Charizard on soaring in the sky, Blaine shook his head and smiled bitterly. Hey, the situation is not good. Young people nowadays are getting stronger and stronger. Old men like us, you should really retire. The duck-billed fire dragon couldn't stand the continuous rotation. Now it was dizzy and just wanted to come down from the sky. The duck-billed fire dragon wants to come down from the sky, how can Charizard not satisfy it? It smiled slightly, held the duck-billed fire dragon in its arms and rushed down to the ground. When it was about to reach the stone pillar, it knocked down the duck-billed fire dragon and wolf in its arms. The powerful impact directly cut the stone pillar in half, and the duck-billed fire dragon was directly smashed into the stone pillar. The stone pillar fell into the magma and was slowly swallowed by the magma. As for the duck-billed fire dragon in the stone pillar, it was already unconscious and lost its ability to fight. Come back, Charmander! A flash of red light flashed, and Blaine took the Charmander back into the Pokeball. After taking back the duck-billed fire dragon, Blaine came to Sumew's side, took out a dark red badge from his pocket and handed it to Sumew's hand. Accept this volcano badge, it is a symbol of your strength. 2.6. Taking the badge, he inserted it into the badge box. Looking at the badge box full of badges, Sumew smiled. He finally collected 8 badges and his gym challenge journey finally came to an end. Ding! Main mission, the last gym, get Blaine's approval, and get the volcano badge to complete. The mission is being evaluated. Defeat the duck-billed Charmander, approved by Blaine, rated at $5 level. Start distributing mission rewards now. The mission reward, Spirit Essence, please pay attention to check it. Spiritual Essence? It's a prop I've never heard of before, but if I'm not mistaken, it should be something related to spiritual power. Speaking of mental power, I don't know if this item can be absorbed by Deoxys core. Chapter 135. In the hotel, Sumu was leaning on the balcony, holding the spirit essence rewarded by the system in her hand. It was an exquisite emerald green gemstone that was ice cold. When you hold it in your hand, you can clearly feel the powerful spiritual power contained in the gemstone. Sumu had a feeling that if he turned this gem into jewelry and wore it every day, he would be able to learn Psychic in less than a month. Psychic. However, Sumu thought about it and gave up. Psychic is not a great ability in the Pokémon world. As long as you have some talent and work hard, many people can learn Psychic. The only function of most people's Psychic is to bend spoons. Psychics with extraordinary talents like Sabrina are a minority among the minority. Rather than learning Psychic, Sumu still feels that it is more appropriate to use the essence of spirit elsewhere. Deoxys's core couldn't wait any longer, and kept flashing purple light, urging Sumu crazily. Okay, I understand, don't rush me. Sumu shook his head helplessly. After confirming that the spiritual essence had no great effect on him, Sumu decided to give it to Deoxys for absorption. 24. He came to Deoxys with the essence of spirit and placed the gem next to Deoxys' core. Sumu could feel Deoxys cheering in the core. The moment the core of Deoxys came into contact with the spiritual essence, the energy in the emerald green gem began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the originally sparkling gem became dim almost in the blink of an eye. On the contrary, the core of Deoxys becomes colorful. The energy in the spirit essence has reached its limit and is on the verge of collapse at any time. Just when Sumu thought Deoxys would absorb all the energy of the spirit essence, it stopped. Stopped? Sumu didn't quite understand why Deoxys stopped, because he could feel that Deoxys had not fully recovered. Every 10 strands should be very important to it now. Deoxys returned the spiritual essence with only a little energy left to Sumu, seeming a little embarrassed. Sumu smiled. Although he had always nurtured the core of Deoxys, Sumu had been thinking about whether it was appropriate for him to do this. Is this an investment with high investment and high returns, or is it just dancing with wolves? When the wolf really wakes up, what awaits him is not a rich report, but a fatal blow to the neck. But now he can finally make up his mind. Just like he thought before, Deoxys is a very kind Pokémon. Even if Sumu cannot conquer Deoxys after its resurrection, Sumu believes that he will definitely be able to gain Deoxys's gratitude. Gently throwing up the dim emerald green gem in his hand, Sumu smiled slightly. Inside the Pokémon Center, Gengar, who had just been teleported, was very excited after seeing Sumu. Kauja, mouth G. The mouth is full of laughter. Seeing Gengar again, Sumu felt very good. Long time no see, Gengar. It has been more than half a month since Gengar trained alone at Professor Oak. During this half-month, Gengar's changes have been obvious. Compared with before, Gengar's momentum is obviously much more restrained. If you don't concentrate, it will be difficult to notice Gengar, especially at night. Gengar now really turns into an invisible figure and kills in the dark night. Pokémon, Gengar, Flash. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Ability, Curse Body. When attacked, rivals' moves sometimes become disable. Contest condition. Strength, Elite High Level. Potential Champion. Gengar, who has absorbed all the Ghost-type energy in the Mega Evolution Stone, has reached the high level of Elite and is only one step away from the championship. What's more critical is that Gengar has understood all the secrets of the Mega Evolution Stone, and with the Evolution Keystone in Sumu's hand, all the conditions for Mega Evolution have been met. Gengar from Mega Evolution, to be honest, Sumu is full of expectations. Deoxys is getting closer and closer to waking up, Gengar's strength has also been greatly improved, and everything is developing for the better. Outside the beach ice cream shop, Cynthia seemed to be debating which ice cream to buy. If Sumu remembered correctly, Cynthia had been debating for almost 10 minutes. Vanilla, no, strawberry. Cynthia bit her finger lightly. Seeing that Cynthia finally made her choice, the ice cream shop owner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Worried that Cynthia would regret it, he made 2 ice creams for her as quickly as possible. Cynthia took the ice cream and showed a sweet smile from the bottom of her heart. She gently licked the ice cream in her hand, and her smile became even brighter. Boom! 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 Shellos at Cynthia's feet shouted loudly, not satisfied with Cynthia's exclusive use of ice cream. Okay, I get it. Cynthia raised her eyebrows a little helplessly. She slowly bent down and put the strawberry ice cream in her hand to Shello's mouth. 840 bang! Shellos swallowed the whole ice cream into his stomach in one bite. The cold feeling made Shellos excited and began to twist his body. Boom! 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 Shellos was not satisfied after eating an ice cream, so he turned his attention to Cynthia's ice cream. He stared at the ice cream in Cynthia's hand and kept drooling. No. Cynthia took a hard bite. Forget about other things, only the delicious ice cream cannot be shared, not even her own Pokémon. Seeing Shellos and Cynthia arguing like children, Sumew was speechless. He did not expect that the famous Sinnoh champion also had such a childish side. But it doesn't seem bad. The Cynthia in front of me makes people feel better. Putting the last bite of ice cream into her mouth, Cynthia showed a satisfied and happy expression. Ah, being able to eat delicious ice cream every day is the most perfect life, right? Is it enough to eat ice cream every day? Cynthia, you are too easily satisfied. Sumew said with a smile, I have almost eaten the dessert before the meal, now I should get down to business. Sumew's expression became serious. Come on, let's duel. Chapter 136. Battles with championship-level Pokémon are no longer something that the normal battle arena can withstand. In order not to cause a commotion, the two, led by Miss Juncha from Cinnabar Island, came to a secluded place far away from the center of the town, which was used as a battlefield for the two to fight. Because it is far away from the town and there is no human habitation, the environment here is very beautiful and the air exudes a fresh smell. What a pity! Looking at the beautiful environment in front of her, Sumew couldn't help but sigh. What's a pity? Miss Juncha didn't quite understand what Sumew meant. Smiling at Juncha, Sumew said, it's a pity that everything here will soon be in vain. Juncha obviously didn't understand what Sumew meant, but Sumew had no intention of explaining any more, because Juncha would soon understand what Sumew meant. Sumew came to the opposite side of the battlefield and began to stretch her muscles, waiting for the start of the game. Jun Shat, who served as the referee in the center of the field, began to announce the rules of this battle. The battle adopts a one-on-one mode. Both players use one Pokémon. The one who defeats rivals' Pokémon wins. Juncha briefly explained the rules of the competition and immediately announced the start of the competition. Then let's start the competition. Please let both sides release their Pokémon together. The moment Miss Juncha announced the start of the game, the two of them threw the Pokeball they had prepared. Go ahead, Gengar. Go ahead, Lucario. A red light suddenly appeared, and two Pokémon appeared on both sides of the battlefield. Lucario is really a cherished Pokémon. Sumew exhaled heavily. It was not just as simple as cherishing it, this Lucario was also very powerful. Pokémon, Lucario. Attribute, Fighting plus Steel. Strength, Champion beginner level. Potential Champion. If it had been before, Sumew would have made Gengar surrender when facing Lucario, who was in the early stages of the championship, but it is different now. After hard training, Gengar's strength has been greatly improved, and with the presence of Mega Evolution, even when faced with championship-level Pokémon, Sumew doesn't think her Gengar is incapable of fighting. Gengar. Sumew and Gengar looked at each other and started Mega Evolution directly. Light emitted from Sumew's bracelet and the evolution stone on Gengar's chest, and the two lights complemented each other and merged together. An indescribable power began to emanate from Gengar. Jun Shat, who served as the referee, was obviously dumbfounded. Looking at the light of evolution radiating from Gengar, her outlook was fatally affected. Can Gengar evolve again? Juncha's brain now turned into a ball of mush. Mega Evolution. Compared with Juncha, Cynthia was obviously much calmer and calmer. She was no stranger to Mega Evolution, but she didn't expect Sumew and his Gengar to be able to complete Mega Evolution. This was a bit beyond her expectations. Unexpected. The white light gradually dissipated, and a brand new Pokémon appeared in front of everyone. Mega Gengar and Gengar have undergone huge changes, and the biggest change is the color change. After Flash Gengar completed Mega Evolution, his whole body color changed to white, which was obviously different from before Mega Evolution. The second is the change in appearance. The lower body of Gengar after Mega Evolution is said to be hidden in another dimension, so the lower body of Mega Gengar cannot be seen in the Pokédex. After the Mega Evolution, Gengar has become larger, with spikes on all parts of his body, and the lower part of his body is purple-red. The originally pointed tail grew spikes. There is a mysterious yellow gold coin-like object in the middle of his forehead, shining brightly in the sunlight. The changes in color and appearance are secondary. The biggest change is the change in temperament. Compared with Gengar after Mega Evolution, Gengar looks more evil and terrifying, especially the smile at the corner of his mouth, which is so shuddering. Kouji Kouji! The ghostly smile and evil laughter make Mega Gengar look like a devil from hell. Seeing Gengar who had completed the Mega Evolution, Cynthia was not surprised but overjoyed. She originally thought that this duel was just a formality to agree to Sumew's request, but she didn't expect that Sumew really surprised her. Gengar, who has completed Mega Evolution, already has the strength to compete with Lucario. Right? Is this right? It can never be a one-sided fight. Only when there is back and forth can it be called a duel. After going through all kinds of difficulties and dangers to defeat rival and win the hard-won victory, this is the most gratifying thing. Lucario, Bone Rush! The excited Cynthia directly commanded Lucario to attack. Cynthia's excitement infected Lucario. As a Pokémon that can sense wave guides, Lucario can understand Cynthia's excitement at this time. Under the influence of Trainer, Lucario's swing speed of Bone Club became faster, and the Bone Club formed by the condensed energy of the ground system exuded a compelling chill. It hurts, it must hurt a lot if it was hit. This was Mega Gengar's first impression when he saw Bone Club. We can't let Lucario get close, we have to find a way to stop its advancement speed. Shadow Ball, Mega Gengar! Sumew calmly gave the order to attack. After the Mega Evolution, Gengar is more familiar with the Ghost System's energy, and the Shadow Ball skill that he was already very proficient in is now even more at his fingertips. It waved its hand, and a row of Shadow Balls appeared in front of it. Under Mega Gengar's command, 10 rows of Shadow Balls shot towards Lucario in an instant. Gle Zhao! Looking at the dense Shadow Balls, Lucario didn't panic at all. He saw it waving a giant stick and smashing the Shadow Balls hard. Under the beating of Bone Club, the Shadow Ball that was hit disappeared instantly without a trace. Although the Shadow Ball did not cause much damage to Lucario, Mega Gengar's purpose was still achieved. The Shadow Ball successfully slowed down Lucario's advancement, allowing Mega Gengar to widen the distance from Lucario again. The mouth is full of laughter. By keeping a distance and using long-range attacks to slowly consume Lucario, this is the most suitable battle strategy for Mega Gengar. Haha, if you want to distance yourself, this won't work. Lucario uses Aura Sphere. Sumew's plan was detected by Cynthia at a glance. Facing Gengar who was agile and difficult to hit, she directly chose to let Lucario use Aura Sphere. Chapter 137. Aura Sphere generates wave guide power from the body and sends it out to rival. The attack is guaranteed to hit. Aura Sphere is a really troublesome skill. The biggest ghost advantage of ghost-type Pokémon disappears in front of Aura Sphere. If you want to stop Aura Sphere, you can only rely on powerful skills to attack. Without Mega Evolution, Sumew actually wouldn't have a very good solution. But after Mega Evolution, Gengar's special attack has risen to a formidable level. Even if it is higher than Lucario in terms of level, in terms of pure skill power, Mega Gengar is not inferior in the slightest. Gengar Mega Shadow Ball. Sumew is ready for a head-on confrontation. The pitch-black ball of light slowly grew larger in front of Gengar. It was a shocking black. The light ball began to absorb the surrounding energy, and the entire battlefield instantly became dark. The shadow ball sucked in all the light from the sun. Jun Shat, who served as the referee, had already realized that the situation was not good. After summoning Arcanine, he rode Arcanine and fled the center of the battle. The energy of the Mega Shadow Ball and Aura Sphere was so powerful that Junsha felt terrified. Her intuition told her that if she stayed where she was, she would die miserably. Both the Black Mega Shadow Sphere and the Sea Blue Aura Sphere have reached the limit of their energy endurance. Now it's time for a head-to-head confrontation. The two spheres collided head-on in the center of the opposing battlefield. At the moment of the collision, the space was torn open, and the space in the center of the battlefield was like glass, filled with dense spider webs. The deafening sound made Sumew instantly feel deaf, and there was only tinnitus in her ears. A scene comparable to a bomb explosion occurred in the center of the field. Shock waves radiated outward from the center of the battlefield, and the strong fluctuations seemed to destroy everything they encountered. Sensing something bad, Sumew quickly summoned Banjira in front of her, and with Bangila's help, she successfully resisted the energy invasion. Sumew, who recovered from the aftermath of the explosion, turned her attention to the battlefield again, and at some point, the trace of Cynthia's Lucario disappeared without a trace. Sumew was suddenly shocked. Losing rival's vision during the battle was a taboo. She had to find Lucario's location as soon as possible. Where exactly? Lucario. The sunlight after the energy collision became particularly dazzling, making Sumew unable to open his eyes. He looked up with half-closed eyes. The Lucario he had been looking for so long was above, soaring in the sky. Lucario assisted in hiding his traces in the dazzling sunlight. Lucario in the air looked fierce and made a final gambit pose. It seemed that he had been preparing for a long time. Mega Gengar finally discovered Lucario's location at this time. It wanted to hide in the spirit world with a panic look on its face, but it was too late. How could Lucario give Mega Gengar this opportunity? It hugged Mega Gengar, and energy violently spurted out from its body, forming a stream of energy. This airflow does not distinguish between friend and foe, attacking all creatures within the range. Both Mega Gengar and Lucario are being violently output by the airflow. At this time, the advantage of being thick-skinned and thick-bodied comes to light. Lucario, who is a Steel Plus fighting type, is far from being comparable to Mega Gengar in terms of resistance. The same attack is only a slight injury to Lucario, but to Mega Gengar's his body was fatally wounded. Although Gengar struggled to support himself, physical fitness cannot be compensated for by perseverance alone. The mouth is full of laughter. Reluctant but unable to do anything, Gengar loses the ability to fight and Lucario wins. A champion is a champion, and when fighting a rival of Cynthia's level, you really can't be careless at all. Sumew shook her head, feeling a little helpless. She originally thought that even if Mega Gengar couldn't beat Lucario, it would be able to severely injure him. She didn't expect that Lucario would only defeat Mega Gengar at the cost of minor injuries. Come back, Gengar! Gengar, who lost his ability to fight, also exited the contest condition of Mega Evolution and became an ordinary Gengar. Withdrawing Gengar, Sumew took a deep breath, patted Bangira next to her with her hand, and said softly, "Go, Bangira, please." Bangira nodded, with a solemn expression entering the battlefield with big steps. Gengar, Banjira! Cynthia murmured to herself. Sumew gave her one surprise after another. The Gengar just now was the Pokémon that was only one step away from reaching the championship level, and this Banjira was obviously stronger than the Gengar just now. Cynthia is also a little curious about what exactly Sumew breeder produced such a powerful Pokémon. You must know that even she spent many years of travel experience before finally reaching the top, and Sumew is just a rookie trainer who has traveled for less than a year. Is there really such a genius in this world? Sumew didn't give Cynthia much time to think. After Bangira entered the battlefield, he launched an attack. Banjira Salon Volume. Sumew doesn't want to waste too much time on Lucario. Lucario is not Bangira's real rival. How to defeat Lucario with the least effort is what Bangira needs to consider. The small twister was thrown out of Banjira's hand, and the moment it reached the ground, Salon became manic. The Salon roll began to move towards Lucario. The salon roll with the wind cutting attribute is different from the normal sandstorm skill. If Lucario and Cynthia treat it as a simple sandstorm, they will suffer a big loss. Cynthia didn't pay too much attention when the salon roll appeared for the first time. Lucario, who has steel type, is not affected by the sandstorm weather. However, when Lucario entered the salon roll, Nylana discovered that things were not at all what she imagined. Same. Unlike the sandstorm skill, which consumes Pokémon's physical strength through grains of sand, Salon's main attack method is cutting. It is an energy similar to the flying attribute. The fighting type Lucario consumes a lot of energy under this kind of energy. At the same time, whether the air cutter appears in the salon volume is something Lucario needs to be aware of at all times. Less than 10 seconds after entering the salon, Lucario's body was cut with dozens of large and small scars. Chapter 138. As the tornado rotates faster and faster, the destructive power of the air blade generated in the tornado becomes more and more terrifying. Lucario's resistance is indeed very strong, but he finally couldn't withstand the endless air blade attacks. The power of blue waveguides emanated from Lucario's body, creating an exquisite armor made of waveguides for him. The power of the assist waveguide Lucario finally broke out of the range of the salon volume. At this time, Lucario's body was covered with scars and most of his physical strength was exhausted. When Lucario rushed out of the salon and was about to take a breath, Banjira's second round of attacks came. Banjira's body emitted a roaring growl, and with the roars of dragons, Banjira's momentum increased rapidly, reaching its peak in an instant. Normal energy was instantly emitted from Bangira's mouth, and the golden light waves were so dazzling under the radiance of the sun. Destroy the death ray. Lucario originally thought that what was waiting for him outside the tornado would be the sky, but he didn't expect that Banjira's destructive death light had already been waiting for him for a long time. Even Lucario could not survive being hit head-on by the destruction death ray under the contest condition without any embankment. After being knocked back hundreds of meters by the destruction and death light, Lucario stopped. Black smoke was rising from its body, and it no longer had the strength to fight anymore. Cynthia took out the Pokeball and put the injured Lucario back into the ball, with an excited smile on her face. Cynthia can't remember how long it has been since she was so excited. Since she became the champion of Sinnoh, few battles have made her so excited. Sumew's strength is not what Cynthia values. Although Sumew is strong, Cynthia has encountered many rivals who are stronger than Sumew. What Cynthia values is the endless potential contained in Sumew. It is lonely to stand on the top of the mountain. How could Cynthia not be excited when she finally met a trainer who was qualified to climb to the top of the mountain and fight alongside her? Sumew, I must admit that you are a truly respectable rival. In order to express my sincerity, I will use my strongest power to fight you. Come out, Garchomp! Cynthia shouted. In Cynthia's growl, a Pokémon that looks like a shark and has a blue background appears on the battlefield. Garchomp finally appeared. Sumew looked at Duimin with a stern expression. Sumew knows the horror of Garchomp all too well. Whether it is in games, TV, or special episodes, Garchomp is Cynthia's well-deserved trump card Pokémon. Its performance is also worthy of the word trump card, and it is almost always crushed. Stance defeats rival. Pokémon, Garchomp. Attribute Dragon plus Ground. Strength, Peak of Champion. Potential : Evaluation, this Garchomp has achieved everything to the extreme. It is the king of the tribe. There has never been a Garchomp as good as it. As long as it takes that step, it can become a legend. The system praises Sumew so highly. The last time he saw Sumew was in the body of a giant Dragonite. In other words, is Cynthia's Garchomp already that strong? Before seeing the systematic evaluation, Sumew still had some thoughts of trying to win, but after seeing the systematic evaluation, Sumew's thoughts have dissipated. However, Sumew did not choose to admit defeat. He and Bangira did not choose to admit defeat when facing the huge Dragonite, and the same was true when facing Garchomp. This is an unreachable peak now, but it doesn't matter. Next time, and the next time, as long as they don't give up their pursuit of power, one day they will successfully cross the peak in front of them, and then they will see a more splendid scenery. But that is for the future. What they are doing now is to show their style in the battle. Banjira, go all out. Shukaku's power is activated. Banjira trampled the ground heavily with both feet, and Shukaku's power flowed into the ground from its body. The originally rock-solid battlefield began to turn into sand, and the sand increased one by one. It didn't take long for more than half of it to the site turned into yellow sand. These yellow sands transformed by the power of Banjira are different from the normal sand. The yellow sands are endowed with the power of Banjira. They seem to have life as normal, dancing around Banjira. A huge sand tail appeared behind Banjira, the civet cat celebrated in the sea of sand, and the purple demonic patterns were dazzling. Cynthia was not in a hurry for Garchomp to launch an attack, but looked at Banjira in front of her curiously. After all, being able to summon the fanciful Banjira as a tanuki is so surprising. The patterns on Shukaku's body were transmitted to Banjira's body at some point, and the bewitching patterns made Banjira's power surge. It's now Banjira Giga Impact. As Godzilla, you can't hide behind atomic breath forever. Close hand-to-hand combat is the romance of Godzilla. Oh, are you ready? Cynthia smiled, her smile was so dazzling and bright, Sumew believed that this must be her smile from the bottom of her heart. Then let's go, Garchomp Giga Impact. With the blessing of various powers, Banjira's strength has indeed reached a frightening level, but Cynthia has no worries, she has enough faith in her Garchomp. Because her Garchomp never let her down. Compared with Banjira, who is so powerful and eager to vomit, Garchomp's movement is much smaller. Its face was calm and it seemed that it didn't take this battle too seriously. It was just like normal training, gathering strength and using skills, nothing special. But this mediocre force had the last laugh in its collision with Bangira. Garchomp told everyone with his actions that no matter how flashy the skills are, they are just decorations in the face of absolute power. Banjira was knocked away and immediately lost his ability to fight without any suspense thanks to Garchomp's saving hand at the critical moment, otherwise Banjira's fate would not have been as simple as just passing through the stage. Cynthia, is this the strength of the top champion? It's really exciting. Sumew, who lost, was not too disappointed. He stretched his waist, stretched his body, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your advice, Cynthia." Chapter 139. Sitting on the plane that was about to leave for Sinnoh, Cynthia looked out the window at Cinnabar Island and smiled. She lowered her head and said softly to Shellos in her arms, "Sumew, a very interesting person, are you right?" Shellos. Shellos also had a very good impression of Sumew. After hearing Sumew's name, Shellos's eyes narrowed into thin slits. Boom! 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 Dancing and shouting. The plane took off. See you next time, Sumew. After obtaining the Volcano Badge, the 8 badge Sumew needed to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference have been collected, which means that he has obtained the qualification to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. With badge in hand, Sumew no longer plans to stay on Cinnabar Island, he is ready to go home. Chi-Er-san has not been back home until now, so it's time to go home and have a look. In a single-family villa outside the suburbs of Jaban City, Sumew took out the key, opened the door, and entered the villa. Familiar taste, everything is not much different from when I left. Sumew took out the Pokeball and summoned the Pokémon at home. Come out, Bandera, Gengar, Dratini, Lapras, Clefable, Charizard. Except for Banjira, it was the first time for the other Pokémon to come to Sumew's home, and they looked around curiously. Don't be restrained, this is your home too. Sumew said with a smile. After hearing Sumew's words, the Pokémon also relaxed and began to visit the house. After returning home, Sumew also relaxed physically and mentally. No matter how soft the bed in the hotel outside is, it is not home after all, and it does not feel like home. Looking at the Pokémon visiting various places in the villa, Sumew shook her head and returned to the study alone. It has been 7 months since she came to this world. It only took Sushu 7 months to go from being confused to integrating into this world. From the beginning, he had no companion except Banjira, and now his house can hardly contain the Pokémon he has conquered. He now has 10 Pokémon in his hand, including Bangira, mid-level champion, Gengar, high-level elite, Scyther, mid-level elite, Venusaur, high-level gym level, Charizard, mid-level gym level. Level, Clefable, intermediate gym level, Aerodactyl, intermediate gym level, Gyarados, elite elementary level, Lapras, elite intermediate level, Dratini, normal high level. The opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference is getting closer and closer. According to the situation of the previous Indigo Plateau Conference, most of the contestants are at the elite level, and a few can reach the gym level, so Sumew participates in the Indigo Plateau Conference. The main ones should be Pokémon such as Dratini, Lapras, Aerodactyl, Clefable, Charizard, and Venusaur. The rest of the Pokémon don't have to play unless there are special circumstances. After all, using elite and championship level Pokémon at the Indigo Plateau Conference is a bit too bullying. It's no longer killing chickens with a bullseye, but killing ants with a bullseye. Then the list of special training has come out. Sumew is going to take Venusaur and other 6 Pokémon to Viridian Forest for special training. The main special training targets are Dratini and Lapras. The 2 Pokémon are now in a period of rapid growth in strength. As long as they train with the right approach, they can definitely increase their strength to another level before the start of the Indigo Plateau Conference. After getting all the Pokémon from Professor Oak's laboratory, Sumew didn't stay at home for long before heading to Viridian Forest to start special devil training. This is the second time Sumew has entered the Viridian Forest. Unlike the first time when he was a little panicked about the largest forest in Kanto, he felt much more relaxed when he returned to his old place. By the familiar stream, the familiar fishing uncle. The middle-aged uncle held the fishing rod in his hand and half squinted his eyes, enjoying his leisure time. Xiao Huang was playing rough with an omenet at the stream. The omenet didn't look very old, and it was probably just born. Pokémon, omenet. Attribute water plus rock. Strength, ordinary high level. Potential champion. Sumew was also surprised when he saw the news from the detection eye. He didn't expect that this insect omenet's untalented Tangran was so outstanding. Omenet, who was playing with Xiao Huang in the stream, was not subdued. Sumew was a little moved, but he gave up after thinking about it. He was really embarrassed to grab Pokémon from little Stephanie, and besides, he already had a lot of talented Pokémon in his hands. There are countless Pokémon with championship potential. The breeder and training of the Pokémon in his hands have already given Sumew a headache. Now he does not need to conquer the Pokémon. He needs to breed the Pokémon in his hands as soon as possible to realize their potential. What Sumew needs to do most? Brother Sumew. Xiao Huang saw Sumew on the bank. She picked up omenet and ran quickly towards Sumew on the stream. Because the movement was too big and disturbed the Pokémon in the water, the middle-aged man who was fishing couldn't help but said, "Slow down, Xiao Huang, slow down, my fish are even scared by you." Xiao Huang stuck out his tongue, smiled cutely and then speeded up. Ha 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 ha. The silver bell-like laughter really affects the people around you. Both Sumew and the fishing uncle smiled. Because she ran too fast, her trousers were soaked, but Xiao Huang couldn't care about that now. She asked excitedly, "Brother Sumew, have you brought Xiao Yuan back?" Midori is the Scyther that Sumew conquered. Seeing the eager and caring look in Xiao Wang's eyes, Sumew smiled. How could he forget that bringing Scyther to visit Xiao Huang and the fishing uncle was one of the purposes of his coming to Viridian Forest? "Come out, Scyther." It is far larger than the 3.1 meter large body of its kind, with arms as sharp as knives, and its body is a healthy turquoise color. Looking at Scyther in front of him, Xiao Huang smiled. It was a smile from the heart. Although Scyther's appearance and temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes, Xiao Dong still recognized it at a glance. In Xiao Wang's eyes, he will always be the Midori who trains day and night in the Viridian Forest to become stronger. "That's great. Midori, you finally realized your dream." Thousands of words came to my mouth and turned into only 4 words. "Long time no see." Cha. Long time no see. It was as plain as water, with no excited shouting. Scyther and Xiao Wang's meeting again was so dull, but Sumyu could see that 10 people and 1 Pokémon were cheering and excited from the bottom of their hearts. So good! Chapter 140. Dratini uses Dragon Rage. Omenet quickly retracted into its shell. Sumyu, who arrived at Viridian Forest, did not waste time and started special training immediately. He arranged for the rest of the Pokémon to go to the Viridian Forest to find a suitable rival, and only Dratini stayed with him. Omenet is perfect as Dratini's rival. Xiao Huang originally had no idea of capturing Omenet, but under Sumyu's persuasion, Xiao Huang finally decided to capture Omenet as her first Pokémon. Talent is really a wonderful thing. It must be Xiao Huang's first time fighting Pokémon, but her performance in the battle can only be described as perfect from Rookie's perspective. Is this the power of the Son of Viridian? It's really enviable. Dragon Rage turned into a yellow ball of light and hit Omenet. However, Omenet retracted into his mouth as soon as he received Xiao Huang's order, so he did not suffer much damage. Xiao Huang's talent is indeed good, but Xiao Huang also has her biggest shortcoming, that is, her personality is too kind. The manifestation of this in battle is that Xiao Huang rarely launches attacks in battle but will try his best to gain an advantage through defensive counterattacks, which is in sharp contrast to a certain reckless man in Pallet Town. Sumyu must teach Xiao Huang a lesson today. Defense is naturally very important, but only a fierce offense can achieve the final victory. Dratini Twister. As his strength improves, Dratini's mastery of Twister is no longer the same as before. Dratini's eyes widened, his eyes shone with light, and he suddenly appeared around Omenet with a violent twister. The powerful storm caught Omenet by surprise, and he was instantly blown to the top of soaring in the sky by Twister. Being kept spinning in the air by the strong wind, coupled with the invasion of energy, Omenet couldn't stand it anymore. Give it one final blow, Dragon Rage! The golden ball of light hit Omenet at the center of the storm. Without any accident, Omenet immediately lost his ability to fight. Omenet. After seeing that Omenet had lost his fighting ability, Xiao Huang was a little anxious and hurried to Omenet's side. Xiao Huang was relieved after checking Omenet's whole body carefully and found that Omenet was just out of strength. Her hands emitted an emerald green light, and energy was slowly input into Omenet's body. Under the healing power of Viridian Forest, Omenet recovered almost instantly. Is this the legendary power of Virgil? It's really a terrifying power. Sumyu couldn't help but sigh. You must know that even Sumyu's Clefairy cannot restore Omenet to health so quickly without leaving any sequelae. Xiao Huang's power is more terrifying than the medical Pokémon. Xiao Huang, don't use such power casually in front of others. You must know that your power can easily arouse the prying eyes of others. Sumyu said to Xiao Huang with a serious look. Xiao Huang smiled brightly and said, I know, but brother Sumyu is not a normal person. Sumyu shook her head and didn't know what to say. What a lovely little Stephanie. It is rumored that there are powerful Pokémon living in the Viridian Forest. They normally live in the deepest part of the deep forest. The place they are in is the forbidden area of the Viridian Forest. If Salation breaks in, his life will be in danger at any time. As early as when Sumyu entered the Viridian Forest for the first time, he heard the ranger tell him about the totem legend of the Viridian Forest. He was quite curious at that time, but because he was not strong enough at that time. No matter how curious Sumyu was, she had no intention of joking with her life. It's different now. Banjira's strength is enough to deal with most enemies. Sumyu believes that even in this mysterious ancient forest, there won't be too many Pokémon stronger than Banjira. Besides, if Pokémon at the level of Banjira want to become stronger, they can only fight against powerful Pokémon. They can sense the energy between heaven and earth in battle. It is already difficult for them to quickly improve their strength through training alone. In order to enhance Banjira's strength and satisfy her curiosity, Sumyu said goodbye to Xiao Huang and Uncle Fishing, and walked to the deepest part of Viridian Forest alone. There are mysterious Pokémon there and unknown adventures are waiting for him. You may still be able to see sunlight through the dense gaps in the trees on the outside of the Viridian Forest, but once you enter the depths of the Viridian Forest, you won't see any sunlight at all. It's dark all year round here, and you can barely see the road under your feet only by relying on the surrounding fluorescent plants. Not long after entering the depths of Viridian Forest, Sumew heard the hiss, 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 hiss sound of a snake coming from the darkness. Sumew didn't dare to be careless at all, knowing that snakes are a feared existence no matter in which world they are. Can Banjira find the Pokémon hidden in the dark? Sumew asked softly. Bangira nodded and opened his hands, with yellow sand balled up in his palms. It pressed lightly and the yellow sand was crushed by it, and the sand began to scatter in all directions, drifting towards various parts of the forest. The sand containing Banjira's energy became Banjira's eyes, and 057 began to help it find rival hidden in the dark. Shasha quickly searched around and soon sent out a strong signal in a dark corner. Found it! Without any hesitation, Bangira waved his hand and a sand blade struck towards the corner. The flowers, plants, and trees along the way were instantly cut in half under the blade of sand. If rival continued to lurk in the corner, the fate of the flowers, plants, and trees would be its fate. Finally, secretly rival couldn't bear it anymore. I saw it ejecting from the corner and rushing towards Bangira. Sumew finally saw the true face of this Pokémon at this time. Arbok. Arbok in the air showed the pattern on its neck to Sumew and Bangira, trying to scare Bangira with mysterious and terrifying patterns, but this time it was obviously looking for the wrong rival. Faced with the Arbok speeding towards it, Bangira did not panic. It calmly stretched out its hand and grabbed the 7 inches of Arbok. Having been caught, Arbok suddenly panicked and began to struggle violently in Bangira's hands. With a cold look on his face, Bangira hit the Arbok in his hand hard on the ground. The powerful impact almost knocked Arbok unconscious. Chapter 141. Before Arbok could recover from being smashed to the ground, Bangira's next round of attacks arrived again. The golden light condensed in the mouth, and the energy quickly gathered. Arbok, which was smashed to the ground, was really panicked. If this frightening energy hit it, it would be half disabled even if it didn't die. It struggled to escape. Sumew on the side looked coldly at Arbok in front of him. When Bangira and Arbok were fighting, he looked around and saw a lot of human bones. If he guessed correctly, this should be the masterpiece of Arbok in front of him. Normal Pokémon will not actively attack humans, and at most they will drive humans out of their territory. However, the Arbok in front of you has a killing move every time it strikes. It is obvious that this Arbok is a habitual criminal among habitual criminals. Man-eating evil beasts no longer deserve to be called Pokémon, and everyone should punish such evil beings. Bangira, who felt the rage in Sumew's heart, had no intention of holding back, and the light of destruction instantly penetrated Arbok's heart. Let's go! Arbok, who was hit by the hyper beam, died tragically. Sumew was not in the mood to take another look, and headed deeper with Bangira. Killing the Arbo monster just now was just an appetizer for Bangira. It didn't even warm up its body. It can only hope that the next rival will be stronger, so don't let it be too disappointed. Rathicate. A Rathicate that was more than 1 meter high blocked the way of Sumew and Bangira. Unlike Alola's totem Pokémon, although this Rathicate is huge, several times larger than ordinary Pokémon, it is not a totem Pokémon. I can only lament the wonder of the creator. Detective I. Pokémon, Rathicate. Attribute, Normal. Strength, Elite High Level. Potential Champion. Evaluation, there are only weak trainers, and there are no weak Pokémon. Strictly speaking, this sentence is not wrong, and this Rathicate confirms this. This Rathicate should be coming towards Banjira. It should have felt Banjira's strong Hideki field in the forest and challenged Banjira. The attitude towards different rival Sumew and Bangira will naturally be different. Faced with Arbok, Sumew and Bangira who wanted to kill them, they took away its life without any hesitation. Rathicate is just a challenge, so there is no need for Sumew and Bangira to kill. Then we will attack. Sumew said to Rathicate not far away. After getting Raticate's consent, Sumew issued the command to attack. Banjira uses sand trap. Bangira kicked bulldoze and the ground where Rathicate was standing immediately turned into quicksand and wanted to swallow Rathicate. Fortunately, Raticate's response was quick enough and his attention was focused enough. It exerted all its limbs and exploded in an instant, narrowly escaping the sweep of the quicksand. Sumew was a little surprised. Raticate's agility was not proportional to its fat body at all. Sumew originally thought that as Raticate's size increased, its speed would also slow down. It seemed that he was a bit too naive. Seeing that Raticate had escaped the invasion of quicksand, Sumew did not immediately let Bangira launch a second round of attacks. He stretched out his hand to signal Raticate to take action. He has already seen that this Raticate has reached the critical stage of advancement, which is also the main reason why it came to challenge Bangira. The most ordinary Raticate wants to embark on the journey to become a champion. No one knows how much effort it has put in and wants to help it. Raticate understood what Sumew meant, and a look of surprise appeared on its face. Since Sumew and Bangira are willing to help it advance, it can release the power in its body without reservation. The energy enveloped all of Raticate's limbs, and Raticate was about to get serious. Collapse. The hind limb stepped back hard, and the powerful explosive force turned Raticate into a yellow flash. In agility, Raticate's power and momentum reached the limit, and the two front teeth were exposed, emitting a lavender light under the reflection of the fluorescent grass, and the cold light was sharp. Banjira did not expect that the Raticate in front of him could burst out with such powerful energy. It smiled so happily. This experience in Viridian Forest has finally opened Veilstone. Boom! Flames wrapped around Bangira's right fist, and the fire dragon flew on its arm instead of making a horrifying cry. Raticate was getting closer and closer. Bangira found the target and punched hard. Who is the final winner between Hyper Fang and Fire Punch? The answer is Banjira. Raticate is indeed strong, but its rival is even stronger. Bangira punched Raticate with all his strength and directly blasted Raticate out. No matter how fast Raticate came, it would only go faster when it was smashed away. The blasted Raticate broke several towering trees before finally stopping. Raticate should be lucky that Bangira kept his hand at the critical moment, otherwise, this punch alone would have made Raticate lie on the ground for several days. Raticate woke up from a coma and immediately began to feel the power in its body. It was a little surprised that the remnants of Banjira in its body could be absorbed by it. As long as it absorbed this energy, it would not be long before it could step on it. On to the championship level. It got up hard and wanted to thank Sumew and Bangira, but at this time Bangira had left without a trace. In the eyes of Raticate, it is an important matter that determines its life. In the eyes of Sumew and Bangira, it is just a trivial matter, and they do not take it too seriously. After defeating Raticate, the two continued walking deeper into the forest. This trial had just begun. Is the money good? Ho 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 ho. Banjira roared loudly, and Banjira finally completely crushed Radon in the wrestling match. Banjira held Radon in his arms, lifted him high, and then threw him down hard. The powerful impact made Radon almost pass out. After a simple recovery, Radon struggled to get up. He seemed unwilling to give in, but how could Banjira give it such a chance? Bangira raised his right fist and hit Radon's corner hard, and the pain completely defeated Radon. It didn't dare to have any thoughts of resistance anymore, and made a whining sound from its mouth, surrendering and admitting defeat. After completely subduing Radon beneath him, Banjira slowly stood up and let out a roar of victory. The roar resounded throughout the Viridian Forest, and Banjira was issuing a challenge to the totems in the Viridian Forest. Chapter 142. The whole of Tokiwa suddenly became lively, and roars one after another resounded throughout the Tokiwa Forest. This is Totem's declaration of sovereignty. The weak Pokémon were hiding in place and shivering at this moment, fearing that they would be killed if they were not careful. The Viridian Forest is too big, and trying to defeat all the rivals in the Viridian Forest is tantamount to wishful thinking. After discussion, they decided to choose a powerful rival to pull the Veilstone for this trial. Ursaring, this is the rival they chose. The roar of the violent bear growl was near them. Sumew and Bangira continued to move deeper into the forest following the roar of the bear. After crossing the dense jungle, Sumew and Bangira found their rival, Ursaring, in an open area. It was an Ursaring with only one eye, claw marks all over its face, and an evil aura all over its body. It smiled. It smiled when it saw Sumew and Bangira arriving. Unfortunately, Ursaring's smile was a bit scary, ferocious, and scary. Detective I. Pokémon, Ursaring. Attribute, Normal. Strength, Champion Intermediate. Potential Champion. Evaluation, this Ursaring has had a life of ups and downs since it can remember. Victory filled its life. It left its tribe, abandoned everything, and just wanted to be the king of Viridian Forest. It originally thought it was already there, until that rainy night came. No one knows what it met, but its right eye has disappeared since that day. It has changed, no longer eager to fight, and is quietly waiting for something in this forest. Wait? Sumew didn't quite understand what the evaluation given by the system meant, but he didn't delve into it because the battle was about to begin. Banjira and Ursaring are doing warm-up exercises before the battle. It can be seen that both Pokémon take this battle seriously. A few minutes later, the warm-up was completed, and Benji pulled Sumew to ask his opinion softly. Do you want to face this battle by yourself? Bangira. Sumew understood what Bangira meant and nodded in agreement. He slowly withdrew from the fighting site and handed over the battlefield to Bangira and Ursaring. Ursaring stretched out his hand to indicate that Bangira should attack first, and Bangira was not polite and launched the first attack. From the beginning, Bangira went all out. The Shukaku pattern was engraved on Bandira's body. The purple stripes and the dark environment gave Bangira an indescribable beauty. Ursaring did not activate Sucker Punch when Banjira strengthened, but quietly waited for Banjira to complete the enhancement. Sumew could feel that Ursaring wanted to enjoy this duel more than winning. This should be its last duel. Although the system does not give the specific age of Ursaring, it can be felt that this Ursaring is almost reaching its limit. Its power is still at its peak, but its life is about to reach its end. If it gives up its powerful power, Ursaring may be able to continue to support it for a while, but Sumew believes that Ursaring will never do that. It seems to have regarded this battle as the end of its life. Living in the battle, dying in the battle, this is its own romance, but I don't know if it will get what it wants. Shukaku's power has been fully released, but the class has no intention of stopping. Waves of dragon roars are heard from its body, and the dragon power contained in the ancient bloodline begins to boil. Dragon Dance. The golden five-clawed dragon and the cheerful desert civet cat gave all their energy to Banjira. At this time, Banjira had reached its peak. It's going to start moving. As quiet as a virgin and as active as a rabbit in flight, Banjira raised its fist and rushed towards Ursaring. It did not use any skills. It wanted to use its most primal power to defeat the rival in front of it. Respectable rival. Sia. Well done. The blood in Ursaring's body began to cheer for joy, and his whole body became boiling. How long has it been? How long has it been since it has not wanted to fight so happily? Since the rainy night, it has almost forgotten the feeling of fighting. The real totem of Viridian Forest completely defeated Ursaring on that rainy night, making it never dare to challenge the position of totem again, until its blood boiled again at the end of its life. Just right. Looking at Bangira in front of him, Ursaring smiled. Young man, come on, step over me, cross me, surpass me, and attack the strongest. Facing Banjira's heavy punch, Ursaring refused to dodge and resisted with an angry look. The skull was hit by Banjira's heavy punch, and blood spurted out instantly, but there was no pain on Ursaring's face, only excitement and excitement. It was its turn to fight back. The target is Banjira's most tender belly. The bear's claws flashed with light and instantly broke through the green armor on Banjira's body, and blood spurted down. Banjira's expression did not change at all after being hit in a vital point, as if it was not the one who was injured, and he punched Ursaring in the chest again. This was a duel between men. The scene was extremely bloody and the two Pokémon could only grit their teeth to bear the blows. There was no sound in the claustrophobic forest, only the collision of fists and flesh. After half an hour of hand-to-hand fighting, Ursaring finally couldn't hold on any longer. Ursaring was about to fall. He looked at Bangira in front of him and smiled brightly. The blood had already dyed the hair on Ursaring's body red. Ursaring managed to hold on and did not fall down. Bangira stopped. It was a little reluctant to continue fighting. It didn't want to kill rival in front of it. Scare. After seeing Bangira stop, Ursaring let out a roar of rage, and then it started to attack Bangira again. Ursaring has been waiting for this day for a long time. It does not want to die like a coward in fear. It just wants to die in the battle. The rainy night destroyed everything about it. It wants it to die to recover everything it has lost. Scared? Come on, challenge it, defeat it, and let it die in your hands like me. Bangira understood what Ursaring meant, and it no longer hesitated. It was too cruel to let a warrior die like a coward. Bangira turned his fist into a claw and pierced Ursaring's heart. The moment before death, Ursaring forgot all fear, it found everything it had lost, and its smile was so beautiful. Chapter 143. Banjira Flamethrower. The flames ignited the forest trees, and the Ursaring on the forest trees slowly turned into ashes under the burning of the flames. Gust, the wind blew Ursaring's ashes far away. That may be Ursaring's hometown. On the outskirts of Viridian Forest, a newly born Teddy Ursa is training non-stop. Unlike other playful Teddy Ursa, it seemed to be only interested in becoming stronger. It punched the trees with one punch after another, and blood stained its palms, but it had not stopped yet. It wasn't until its mother appeared that Teddy Ursa stopped and looked at her mother with some embarrassment. Ursaring looked at her child angrily, shook her head helplessly, grabbed a handful of herbs on the ground and started to apply Teddy Ursa's wounds. Lying in her mother's arms, Teddy Ursa pricked up her ears and listened to the stories of her ancestors. This was Teddy Ursa's rare free time in the day. In my mother's story, the ancestor is an invincible Ursaring, which has defeated all powerful enemies. This forest has no opponents left. So it left and embarked on a new journey. Maybe in the not-too-distant future it will be able to fight side by side with its ancestors. Thinking of this, Teddy Ursa laughed loudly. The fire burned Ursaring's body, but there was no way to burn its will. Its consciousness will be passed down from generation to generation in this forest. Banjira, who defeated Ursaring, did not choose to leave directly, but stood there and looked into the depths of the forest. It had a feeling that there was a powerful Pokémon waiting for it to go. It goes back, but not now. It will return to Viridian Forest on a rainy night, enter the depths of Viridian Forest, and defeat rival again. Let's go, Bangira. Sumew said softly. This trial in Viridian Forest has sublimated Banjira's strength and confidence. Although its level has not been raised yet, it won't be long. When Bangira absorbs all the gains this time, its strength will definitely rise to another level. Next time, I will never lose, Ilana. After leaving Jobin Forest, Sumew was going to visit Jobin City. When he passed by Jobin Gym, he happened to see Gary walking out of the gym. At this time, Gary no longer looked like his former self. He was stumbling when he walked, with a look of despair on his face. It seemed that he had suffered a major setback. Gary! 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 Sumew raised her voice to bring Gary back from his lost contest condition. It's you, Sumew. What's wrong, Gary? What happened to you at the Viridian Gym? I actually scared you into looking like this. Sumew Salation asked, and he had probably already guessed what happened. Gary took several deep breaths, but still didn't calm down. He said in a rather frightened voice, I encountered a mysterious Pokémon that I had never seen before in the Viridian Gym. He was wearing a mechanical armor and his strength was simply unfathomable. None of my Pokémon can defeat it in one hit. It's scarier than Sabrina. Gary almost yelled this sentence. Gary was almost turned into a doll by Sabrina. Gary should have a special fear of Sabrina, which can make him say that it is even more terrifying than Sabrina. It is a pity to imagine how desperate he was when facing Mewtwo. Mewtwo. Do you know this Pokémon too? Gary said with some fear. It seems that he has a bit of Mewtwo phobia, and he starts to be afraid when he hears Mewtwo's name. Hearing Mewtwo's son, Deoxys in Sumew's backpack also began to get excited, and the purple light illuminated the entire backpack. Quiet, calm down. Deoxys calmed down after Sumew's comfort. I'm leaving Sumew, I need to take a rest. It seems that Gary's setback this time was indeed severe enough. If it were a normal Gary, he would have noticed the unusual purple light in Sumyu's backpack with his keen insight. Mewtwo! Sumyu said to herself. He shook his head and prepared to stay away from Viridian Gym. He was not ready to contact Mewtwo yet. Just as Sumyu was about to leave, a violent explosion came from the Viridian Gym. A humanoid Pokémon crashed through the roof of Viridian Gym and flew into the sky. Please give me flowers. If Sumyu's feeling was correct, that Pokémon even looked at him deeply when escaping from Viridian Gym. Sumyu didn't dare to stay here any longer. Mewtwo had escaped from Giovanni's clutches. Giovanni was probably going crazy. He was not yet ready to face Giovanni head-on. Looking at Mewtwo's retreating figure, Sumyu had a feeling that he and Mewtwo would meet each other soon. The core of Deoxys obviously felt Mewtwo's existence, but it didn't react much at this time. It just absorbed energy silently, waiting for the moment when it would break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. It won't be long, just wait for me, Mewtwo. 0. Deoxys has a good temper, but it is not temperless. When it came to this planet, it was first severely injured by Rayquaza's sneak attack. It finally escaped from Rayquaza's clutches and was beaten to the core by Mewtwo. If it weren't for Sumyu, it might have been dormant for decades before it could recover. How could Deoxys forget such humiliation? Mewtwo is waiting for me. Deoxys's heart was roaring. Sumyu's guess was correct. The moment Mewtwo escaped from the Viridian Gym, the entire Viridian Gym began to fall into chaos. Giovanni obviously didn't expect that Mewtwo would betray him so simply. If the city hadn't been deep enough, Giovanni would have started roaring. At this time, Giovanni's face was gloomy, he gritted his teeth, and pulled out the phones from the Viridian Gym one by one, ordering all Team Rocket members to stop what they were doing, look for traces of Mewtwo, and capture Mewtwo. This was Team Rocket's most important and only mission at the moment. Mewtwo, don't try to escape my grasp. Giovanni's heart roared. Sometimes you have to admire the protagonist. Some people are born with luck. Ash could not have gotten the Earth Badge of Jobin Gym if he had been a step early or a few steps late. When he happened to come at the right time for Mewtwo to escape, arrive at Viridian Gym. Facing his old rival Rocket Trio, Ash also successfully defeated rival, obtained the last badge from them, and qualified for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Chapter 144. That night, everyone in Jobin City had sleepless nights. Important items were lost in Jobin Gym, and a thorough search was conducted throughout Jobin City. The whole city was in a state of uproar. If the prestige of Giovanni, the master of the Jobin Gym, was not high enough, the residents of Jobin City would have exploded. Did you find it? Giovanni had given up hope. The entire search was just routine. He didn't think Mewtwo would be stupid enough to stay in Viridian City. I'm sorry, sir, there is still no news about Mewtwo. The subordinates did not dare to look up at Giovanni, and lowered their heads and said in a slightly gloomy voice. Go down. Giovanni said solemnly. Although his inner rage has reached the extreme, Giovanni has not yet reached the point of venting his anger on his subordinates. Yes. When he heard the word hot, his subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. 68, they didn't dare to stay in the room any longer, and hurriedly fled the room normally. After his men left, Giovanni no longer concealed his inner rage. He smashed all the items on the table to the ground, and for a while, the whole office could hear the sound of ringing bells. After venting his anger, Cheng asked himself to calm down as quickly as possible. Mewtwo's escape was a huge blow to him and to the entire Rocket team. It was precisely because of the existence of Mewtwo that Team Rocket dared to attack Alliance. Now everything has changed. Without the Mewtwo rockets, Team Rocket is no longer qualified to compete head-on with Alliance. All original plans have been disrupted, and the situation has become extremely bad. More importantly, Giovanni's identity is about to be exposed. What an eventful year! The sunlight shone into the edge of the bed from the window, and the dazzling sunlight made it impossible for Sumyu to continue sleeping. Sumyu took a nap and Yan got up from the bed. The alarm clock on the bedside table had already pointed to 11, and it was already 11:40 in the morning. Sumyu couldn't remember how long it had been since she slept so soundly. Sure enough, the bed at home had the magic power to fly to normal. Seeing that it was already noon, Sumu didn't dare to waste any more time and hurriedly washed up. Salation had something to eat and then went out. Today Professor Oak asked him to meet at 1:30 in the afternoon. Sumu didn't want to be late. After leaving home and riding the bicycle she just bought yesterday, Sumu started heading towards Pallet Town. Everything feels so familiar when I revisit my old place, the blue soaring in the sky, the paths filled with birdsong and flowers, and the wild Pokémon that shuttle by the roadside from time to time. Everything is so beautiful. Sumu stopped by a stream in Pallet Town, and looked at the familiar stream. Sumu smiled. A mosquito-repellent frog was enjoying the cool and the shade of a willow tree by the stream. Its body was quite strong, and it could be seen that it exercised a lot. Surrounded by a group of Poliwag, they should be the children of its tribe, chattering around it. The mosquito-repellent frog must have been annoyed by these brats, but he had no choice but to roll his eyes to show his inner dissatisfaction. However, the Poliwags were too young and didn't understand how to read people's faces, so they happily sang and danced around the mosquito-repellent frogs. "Come out, Venusaur!" Sumu took out Venusaur's Pokeball and summoned Venusaur. Venusaur, who came out of the Pokeball, obviously recognized the mosquito-repellent frog under the willow tree. The corners of her mouth raised slightly and she smiled. "Go ahead and say hello to your old friends." "Bana! Bana!" After hearing Sumu's words, Venusaur walked towards the mosquito-repellent frog in the shade with heavy steps. Poliwag also noticed Venusaur walking towards them. Perhaps because newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, Poliwag were not frightened by Venusaur, but instead rushed towards Venusaur one by one out of curiosity. Everyone stared curiously at the flowers on Venusaur's back. Venusaur smiled knowingly, and the buds on her back began to flow out fresh and sweet juice. Venusaur wrapped it in green leaves and shared the juice with the little kids in front of her. As the sweet drinks entered their mouths, the Poliwags all showed happy smiles. The crowd around Venusaur shouted cheerfully, "Kiji! Kiji!" At this time, the mosquito-repellent frog in the shade also noticed Venusaur not far away, and it also smiled. Although Venusaur's appearance and temperament have undergone earth-shaking changes, it doesn't recognize him at a glance. It didn't speak, but assumed a fighting stance. Reunited again, Mosquito Incense Frog wants to see how far rival, who once defeated him, has grown. Pokémon, Mosquito Frog. Attribute Water. Strength, Elite Entry Level. Potential, Elite. It can be seen that the mosquito-repellent frog is indeed training itself well, and its efforts can be seen from the ring of tendons on its body and the strength of its panel. But it's still far behind compared to Venusaur. Venusaur's potential was originally much higher than that of mosquito-repellent frogs. Coupled with Sumu's careful training, it has now reached the high-level strength of the gym, and is only one step away from elite. The result of the battle was without any surprises. Mosquito-repellent frog was defeated with just one move. If Venusaur hold back hadn't been used, this move alone would have been enough for mosquito-repellent frog to lose its ability to fight. Mosquito-repellent frog was a little surprised. Originally, he could even out the gap between him and Venusaur by training so hard, but he didn't expect that the gap between the two would become wider and wider. The mosquito-repellent frog was a little disappointed, but also a little relieved. It was disappointed because he and Venusaur were no longer Pokémon at the same level. He was happy because he could see the Pokémon he knew become so strong. As a friend, he felt happy for Venusaur from the bottom of his heart. Bean. 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 The mosquito-repellent frog seems to have entrusted its dream to Venusaur. It once thought of finding a suitable trainer to embark on a journey together, slowly becoming stronger during the journey, and finally reaching the top. Thinking about this 2.7 life makes people feel relaxed and happy. But the mosquito-repellent frog finally gave up. Talent is really important, especially for Pokémon. Mosquito is not a genius like Venusaur, it is just an ordinary Pokémon. It has worked hard, but sometimes the hard work does not get enough reward. Although there have been disappointments, the mosquito-repellent frog is also very satisfied with its current life. Now it just hopes that Venusaur can work hard with its dream to go to the highest peak in the world and see the scenery there. It would be even better if you could come back and tell it what it's like there. Chapter 145. By the time Sumew arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory, Gary, Ash, Misty, and Xiaogang had already arrived. At this time, Ash was showing off his Earth badge to Gary crazily, but he heard that Gary was almost beaten to autism when he challenged the Viridian Gym. Ash looked at Gary proudly, shaking the Earth badge in his hand. Ha ha ha, Gary's challenge at the Jobin Gym is not that difficult. Look, I got the Earth badge easily. Looking at Ash in front of him, Gary ignored him at all and just sneered. He had already heard from Misty and Xiaogang that what Ash faced in the gym challenge was not Giovanni, the gym leader of Viridian Gym, let alone the terrifying Pokémon called Mewtwo. He could win. Getting to Earth badge was just bad luck. Gary's disdainful attitude irritated Ash. Ash yelled at Gary, "Gary, don't be too proud. I am not the same person I was before 24 years old. Come on, let's fight and let you see how powerful I am." Being defeated by Mewtwo was a serious pain in Gary's heart. Ash kept rubbing salt into Gary's wounds, which made Gary quite dissatisfied and a little angry. Whoever is afraid of whom, come on, let's fight. The two people were so angry that no one could get away from each other. Finally, Professor Oak came forward and stopped the two from continuing to quarrel. Okay, stop arguing, the Indigo Plateau Conference will start soon. If you want to compete, let's show off at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Snort. Snort. Looking at the childish Gary and Ash, Professor Oak shook his head helplessly. At this time, Sumew finally arrived at the laboratory. Long time no see, Sumew. After meeting Sumew, Professor Oak's worried face finally showed a smile. Compared to Gary and Ash, Sumew made him much less worried. Long time no see, Professor Oak. Sumew replied with a smile. Grandpa, I'm going to special training. After seeing Sumew, Gary's sense of urgency had reached its peak. However, Gary knew that Sumew had obtained the Earth badge at the beginning of her journey. Unlike Ash, who relied on luck to get the badge, Sumew relied on her own strength to defeat Giovanni to get the Earth badge. The more he gets to know Sumew, the more Gary feels how powerful Sumew is. In order not to be left far behind by Sumew, he must work hard and work harder. After saying that, Gary left Professor Oak's laboratory without waiting for anyone's reaction. Special training, special training, special training, I can't be surpassed by Gary, Pikachu, let's go to the special training as soon as possible. Pikachu. After Gary left, Ash couldn't stay any longer and left Professor Oak's laboratory in a hurry. Xiaogang and Misty looked at each other helplessly and could only follow Ash and leave. Now only Sumew and Professor Oak are left in the entire laboratory. Gary and Ash finally left, and the laboratory became quiet again. Professor Oak also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really had a headache from the noise between these two people. Sit down. Professor Oak took a sip from the teacup and asked Sumew to sit down. Sumew was not polite, found a seat and sat down, looked at Professor Oak and said, "Professor Oak, what do you want from me?" Sumew originally thought that Professor Oak was looking for Ash, Gary, and the three of them, but looking at the situation now, Professor Oak probably called him here because he had something to say to him alone. Professor Oak did not answer Sumew's question immediately, but was silent for a while. Sumew was not in a hurry and waited quietly. After a long time, Professor Oak finally spoke. His first words made Sumew a little scared. "Sumew, do you think you can defeat Giovanni?" Defeat Giovanni? If it had been before, Sumew probably wouldn't have wanted to say no directly. However, after experiencing battles with two champions, Steven and Cynthia, and after Banjira completed her experience in Viridian Forest, her strength has been greatly improved. Sumew no longer panics when facing a rival like Giovanni. He did not answer Professor Oak directly, but thought carefully. Giovanni's strength is not shown much in the animation, but in the special episode, Giovanni's strength is considered to be the ceiling of the Pokémon world. A Beedrill directly defeated Wataru's Dragonite, which shows how powerful Giovanni is. Sumu sighed. Although he was very confident in Bangira's current strength, he still didn't think he could defeat Giovanni. Banjira is indeed strong enough, but the top combat power in Sumu's hand is far from that of Giovanni. When Sumu fights against Giovanni, the only ones Sumu can field are Gengar and Banjira, who can Mega Evolution, but Giovanni has there won't be just two Pokémon. Sumu shook her head and said, Professor Oak, you should understand that there is still a gap between me and a strong man like Giovanni. I need time. Time. Professor Oak smiled. He felt Sumu's confidence. Sumu didn't think he was worse than Giovanni. He just traveled for too short a time. If he had enough time, he would definitely be better than Giovanni. Professor Oak, what happened to Viridian Gym? Sumu asked in a serious tone. Professor Oak will definitely not mention Giovanni for no reason. The most likely reason is that the identity of the boss behind Giovanni's Rockets team has been exposed. Sumu's guess was indeed correct. Giovanni is the mastermind behind the Rockets organization. Professor Oak was quite shocked when he heard the news. Pallet Town is still very close to Jobin City, so Professor Oak is no stranger to Giovanni. Professor Oak's impression of Giovanni is actually not bad. Giovanni is very capable, and he is not like those old and conservative families who hide the knowledge of Pokémon breeder. He compiled his lifelong experience of breeder ground-type Pokémon into a breeder manual and distributed it to all trainers for free. This is something only a character like Giovanni can do. Unfortunately, Professor Oak originally thought that Giovanni would become the cornerstone of Alliance. Sumu rubbed her temples and pretended to digest the news. In fact, Sumu was thinking about Professor Oak's true intention of telling him the news. Professor Oak couldn't have called him to the laboratory for a private interview just to share secrets with him. Chapter 146. Sumu quickly turned her mind and thought. If Sumu guessed correctly, Professor Oak came to him because he wanted his help in capturing Giovanni. Capture Giovanni? To be honest, Sumu doesn't have high hopes for it. Alliance has been kept in the dark by Giovanni for so many years and has been fooled around. If there is no internal support from Giovanni in Alliance, Sumu will definitely not believe it. Team Rocket must have penetrated Alliance's top management very deeply. With the help of a traitor, Giovanni was able to conceal the identity of Team Rocket's leader for so long. Besides, arresting someone like Giovanni is not that simple. Even if Sumu is stronger than Giovanni, it does not mean that Sumu can catch Giovanni. After all, if a trainer of Giovanni's level wants to retreat, no one will be able to stop him. Alliance hopes that you can help capture Giovanni. Professor Oak took a sip of tea and said calmly, I suggest you agree. This will be a good resume for you. Sumu asked carefully, what will be the consequences if the mission fails? Capturing Giovanni is basically an impossible mission. If there will be serious consequences if the mission fails, Sumu does not want to go into this muddy water. Don't worry, there won't be any consequences. Does anyone really think that they can capture the city? Professor Tien said coldly. Professor Oak seemed to know very well that Alliance was just showing off and had no real intention to capture Giovanni. Otherwise, why would they not send Elite 4-level experts instead to invite Sumu? Sumu was completely relieved when Professor Oak said this. He didn't believe the other people in Alliance, but he still trusted Professor Oak. I understand, Professor Oak, when will the action begin? Sumu quickly entered the contest condition. Don't worry, it shouldn't start until the end of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Professor Oak said somewhat helplessly. Sumu was also speechless. It will be more than 2 months before the Indigo Plateau Conference ends. By then, all the cucumbers and vegetables will be cold. No wonder Professor Oak is not optimistic about this operation at all, it is just a show. But this is good news for Sumu. There is no risk and he can still get credit. If it weren't for Professor Oak, he probably wouldn't have been given such a task. Thank you, Professor Oak. Sumu solemnly thanked the old man in front of her. Come on Sumu, Alliance's future is yours. The older generation has lost their energy, and they are expected to make Kanto better and better. Professor Oak does not have any hope. Only when there are more and more outstanding young people with justice in mind like Sumyu can Sendong truly destroy Team Rocket. Wei, have you heard? Bruno Elite seems to be training in Myacha Mountain. Really? This can't be a joke, Bruno Elite is actually training in the mountains near us? No, I have to go and take a look. Hey, wait for me. Sumyu on the street didn't expect to hear such exciting information just by walking around. Elite 4 Bruno, he also wanted to try fighting with him. Then, it was decided, the target was Mia Shashin. Bruno is the only true civilian trainer among the Elite 4. He should be the idol of all civilian trainers. With his own efforts, he has gradually stepped into the elite position. Bruno's experience is also extremely inspiring, so after learning that Bruno appeared in Myacha Mountain, countless trainers rushed to Myacha Mountain hoping to meet Bruno. Mount Myacha is the highest mountain range near Pallet Town, with an altitude of 1,845 meters. The mountain road is steep and the climb is extremely difficult. Normally, few people can reach the top of Mount Myacha. Most of the trainers who came for Bruno were repulsed as soon as they saw the towering Myacha Mountain. In order to meet Bruno, risking your life to climb Mount Mya is really not something that normal people can do. Except for a few people, most trainers chose to wait at the bottom of the mountain. Looking at Mia Shashin in front of him, Sumyu also had a headache. He originally thought that the rumors about Mia Shashin were exaggerated. After meeting Mia Shashin, he realized that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. Only a fighting maniac like Bruno can easily climb such a mountain range. After coming, she couldn't give up. After Sumyu took a deep breath, she started to try climbing. The 1,845-meter peak and steep rock walls make Sumyu's mountaineering journey extremely difficult. Fortunately, Sumyu also has the help of Pokémon, otherwise it would be impossible to climb Mia Snow Mountain. After much effort, Sumyu finally climbed to the top of Myacha Mountain. After arriving at Sumyu at the top of Myacha Mountain for a brief rest, we began to look for traces of Bruno. Hey yo! Hey yo! Hey yo! Hitmonchan, your fists are too slow, this won't work. In the open space, a shirtless muscular man wearing only shorts was doing fighting training with an Abby. Hitmonchan's fist was clearly almost invisible, but the muscular man still didn't look satisfied. I saw that I directly assisted Hitmonchan's fist with my hand. With a roar, I lifted Hitmonchan up with my right hand and threw Hitmonchan directly to the ground with a heavy shoulder throw. The powerful force directly created a deep pit in the ground. The scene in front of her made Sumyu really dumbfounded. The money was good, she could fight Pokémon with her body alone and still gain the upper hand. Is this the Elite 4 Bruno? Is this really a human? Oh, someone is coming. Bruno also noticed someone coming around the training ground. He pulled Hitmonchan up from the pit and led Hitmonchan towards Sumyu. The impact of Bruno's explosive body was too great. Sumyu endured the retreat and stood there gritting her teeth. Bruno was also a little curious. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could persist in front of him. Bruno, come and have a Pokémon duel with me. Sumyu overcame the initial discomfort of facing Bruno's terrifying aura and immediately regained her composure. Sumyu challenged Bruno as soon as she regained her composure. Bruno smiled, he had not seen such an interesting young man like Sumyu for a long time. Chapter 147. Come on, young man, it's not an easy task to climb this mountain. The challenge I accept is your reward for climbing Mt Myacha. Bruno laughed. Reward? Sumyu shook her head and disagreed with Bruno's point of view. Oh? Is there any problem? Sumyu took out the Pokeball from her waist, licked her lips and said, defeating you is my reward. Bruno was also surprised by Sumyu's words. He did not expect that the young man in front of him would say such words. However, as a civilian representative among the Elite 4, Bruno has always been an approachable person. He did not pay too much attention to it. He smiled and replied, it is a good thing for young people to have confidence, but they must have matching strength. You'll see that soon. I'll wait and see. In his free time after training, Bruno became excited to encounter such interesting things. Bruno actually doesn't attach much importance to the Elite Four position. The main reason why he joined the Elite Four is to challenge the powerful rival. Bruno is full of expectations for Sumew's challenge 743. Then the first Pokémon I play is Hitmonchan. Bruno pointed at the Hitmonchan next to him and said loudly. Pokémon, Hitmonchan. Attribute, Fighting. Strength, Elite beginner level. Potential, Elite. Hitmonchan. Sumew thought for a while and definitely let the Gyarados taken from Hunter K come on stage. After Professor Oak's training, Gyarados' strength is also increasing day by day. It should be able to deal with the Hitmonchan in front of it. It should be possible. Come out, Gyarados. Following Sumew's shout, a blue and white Pokémon with a dragon-like appearance and a fierce appearance appeared on the battlefield. This was the first time Gyarados played for Sumew. Knowing that Sumew was ruthless, it did not dare to show any signs of neglect. As soon as it came on the field, it put on a serious attitude to fight. Gyarados, breeders is pretty good. Bruno Salation said. Although the Gyarados in front of him has reached the elite level, from Bruno's perspective, this Pokémon's ceiling power has been fully tapped. It was a pity for him that this Gyarados could have reached a higher level, but the inferior breeder method prevented Gyarados from reaching a higher level. Come on! Bruno waved to taunt, signaling Sumew to attack first. Sumew was not polite. Facing Bruno's taunt, she directly chose to attack. Gyarados uses Twister. Hitmonchan's attribute is Fighting type. The most effective skill when dealing with Fighting type is Flying skills, and Flying skills are Gyarados' own skills. Gyarados can use the skills of this series more easily. As soon as Sumew finished speaking, Gyarados did not dare to show any slightness and looked at Hitmonchan in front of him with an angry look. Under its fierce eyes, the world began to change color. The clouds began to gather, and the darkness gathered together, giving people great oppressive force. Spark flashes in the dark clouds, and bursts of thunder have sounded. Because we are at an altitude of more than 1,800 meters, the clouds summoned by Gyarados are directly above the two Pokémon and within reach, which adds a bit of pressure to rival Abby. Gyarados' move made Bruno nod his head. It's a very good idea. Rain Dance and Twister are indeed a perfect combination of skills at the top of the mountain. Bruno's evaluation of Sumew has increased in his heart. Although Gyarados' breeder is not very good, as trainer Sumew's commanding ability, at least the creativity can still make people shine. Boom! Along with the thunder came raindrops as big as beans and shocking thunder. Lightning strikes from the dark clouds, and the target is Hitmonchan under the law. The dark cloud is only a few meters away from Hitmonchan. It stands to reason that there is no way for normal Pokémon to avoid the lightning fired at such a distance, but what Sumew and Gyarados are facing is obviously not a normal rival. Under Thunder's offensive, Hitmonchan didn't feel any nervousness. At the first moment when thunder descended from the clouds, it easily dodged the thunder with a simple small step. How to describe Hitmonchan's posture of avoiding thunder? Dancing on the tip of a knife is the best way to describe it. The storm began to gather, slowly gathering towards Hitmonchan. The dark clouds soaring in the sky were struck by golden thunder, and Hitmonchan seemed to be inevitable. However, just when Twister was about to hit Hitmonchan, Hitmonchan kicked his legs hard on the ground, and energy exploded. With the powerful explosive power, Hitmonchan successfully broke through the encirclement of reconstruction and storm. Gyarados obviously did not expect that under such circumstances, Hitmonchan could still escape the prison it had carefully prepared for it. It widened its eyes and was a little at a loss. Ha 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 ha, very good skill coordination. It's a pity that my Hitmonchan is still not trapped, so it will be my Hitmonchan's turn next time. After seeing Hitmonchan successfully break out, Bruno was also very excited. He roared loudly, Hitmonchan, Thunder Punch! The dark cloud summoned by Gyarados himself became its curse at this time. The energy of the dark cloud began to be absorbed by Hitmonchan's fists, and the thunder enveloped Hitmonchan's fists. Thunder and lightning danced on its fists. In an instant, sparks shot out, saffron-colored lightning illuminated the entire soaring in the sky, and Hitmonchan swung his deadly fist at Gyarados. Thunder Punch! The powerful fist created a violent explosion the moment it hit Gyarados, and the flying and water-type Gyarados instantly turned into charcoal under the thunder punch. Gyarados fell to the ground. Black smoke kept rising from its body and its eyes turned white. It was obvious that it was about to lose its ability to fight. After seeing the tragic situation of Gyarados on the ground, Hitmonchan slowly retreated, waiting for trainer to announce the victory. I originally thought that Gyarados could fight Hitmonchan a few times, but it seemed that he thought too much. Yunmu took out the Pokeball to take Gyarados back. At this moment, the seriously injured Gyarados moved. It struggled to get up. Through the power of spirit, Sumew felt that the fear in Gyarados' heart was not for Hitmonchan, but for him. It was afraid that if it failed, it would fall to the Hunter K. The same fate as Agron. Chapter 148. Bruno also felt Gyarados' fear. He looked at Sumew with a somewhat unkind expression. What he hated most was trainers who abused Pokémon. Sumew came to Gyarados' side and gently put her hand on Gyarados' head. Sumew could feel Gyarados shaking more and more violently. Sumew tried her best to keep her voice gentle and said softly, "Have a good rest, you'll be fine." Gyarados used his last strength to open his eyes and glanced at Sumew. He felt the sincerity in Sumew's eyes, which was a sincerity he had never felt before. He relaxed and slowly closed his eyes. After taking Gyarados back into the Pokeball, Sumew briefly explained the origin of Gyarados. Only then did she understand why Gyarados was so afraid of Sumew. He thought for a moment and asked, "Do you consider Gyarados your own Pokémon?" Sumew thought carefully for a few minutes and shook her head. "People are biased, and relationships are developed through getting along slowly. At least now I don't hate Gyarados." "That's a good answer. You're right. No relationship is established overnight. I hope that one day you two can become close partners. It's getting late, and it's time for me to go down the mountain." Bruno stretched his waist. Sumew laughed when she heard the news that Bruno wanted to go down the mountain. "Mr. Bruno, what are you talking about? I just finished warming up, and the main race is about to start now. Come out, Scyther." The rain on the battlefield did not stop, and the soil on the top of the mountain became muddy under the water of the rain. The rain hit the soil, splashing mud spots, and Scyther's emerald green body soon became covered with mud spots of different sizes. The rain ran down Scyther's cheeks and soon soaked its entire body. The bug type and flying Scyther didn't like the rain. The rain would wet its wings. In the rain it's hard to play at a lazy pace in the fight to survive. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Scyther looked at Hitmonchan calmly. At this moment, it only had Hitmonchan in its eyes. The moment Scyther appeared on the battlefield, Bruno stopped and was about to leave. Looking at Scyther in front of him, Bruno's eyes were full of excitement and joy. Unlike the Gyarados that just appeared, this Scyther breeder is so perfect that even the pickiest breeders can't find any flaws in Scyther. Powerful double blades, perfect body shape, and most importantly, tenacious will. That is the will of a warrior only. It's hard for Bruno to imagine that such a perfect Scyther exists in this world. "You underestimated you, I admit that I underestimated you, tell me your name." Bruno no longer treats Sumew as a junior, but treats him as an evenly matched rival. "Sumew, my name is Sumew." Sumew was not too excited. He was not a fan of Bruno. Being remembered by Bruno was not his pride, but Bruno's pride. "Sumew. Sumew." Bruno recited it several times silently, keeping the name in his mind. "Come on then, Sumew, as you said, the official battle has just begun. Hitmonchan, Thunder Punch." Bruno thrust his fist forward with force, and the air was instantly torn. Sumew took a breath. Compared with Bruno's Pokémon, Bruno was more terrifying, but fortunately, his current rival was not Bruno, but the Hitmonchan on the field. The heavy rain and muddy land not only affected Scyther, but also Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan's nimble footsteps were a bit unable to perform under the heavy rain, and Sumew could feel that its speed had slowed down. This is great news for Scyther. Scyther uses aerial ace. Sumew has no intention of fighting a protracted war with Hitmonchan. The longer she stays in the rain, the worse it will be for Scyther. When Scyther's wings are completely soaked by the rain, it will be more difficult for Scyther to win. It is better to take advantage of the beginning. Just give it a try. After receiving Sumyu's instructions, Scyther instantly opened the dual wing beat behind his back and began to flap rapidly. Chongming did not bring much to Scyther, and the ability to fly was the most important one. With the blessing of Chongming's power, Scyther opened the dual wing beat and began to soar in the heavy rain. It flew to the soaring in the sky dozens of meters high, and then fell from the soaring in the sky in an instant. Please give me flowers. The wind surrounded Scyther, and its energy had reached its limit. Sumyu could no longer see Scyther clearly, and could only see after images appearing in soaring in the sky. Bruno now has no time to think about why Scyther is soaring in the sky. The most important thing now is how to deal with Scyther's full return. Avoid or defend? No. Bruno chooses to attack. Hitmonchan targets Sky, Thunder Punch. Under Bruno's shout, Hitmonchan swung Thunder Punch upwards with all his strength. Did it hit? Not at all. What Hitmonchan hit was just the after-image left by Scyther. At the critical moment, Scyther made a U-turn in an instant. It appeared not in Hitmonchan's sky, but directly in front of Hitmonchan. Knowing that it had missed its target, Hitmonchan felt a chill in its heart. Before it could retract its fist, Scyther Karen's torrential attack had already arrived. Scyther's double blades kept cutting at Hitmonchan's body. The problem was that Hitmonchan had become very strong in resisting blows under Bruno's training, but under Scyther's continuous attacks, it was a little bit unable to withstand it. The chopping speed of Scyther's double blades is getting faster and faster, the attack power is getting stronger and stronger, and the energy is concentrated between the double blades. It's over. The last X-scissor. Scyther clasped his hands together and slashed quickly. A huge cross scar appeared on Hitmonchan's chest, and blood spurted out. Hitmonchan loses the ability to fight and Scyther wins. Seeing that Hitmonchan was injured, Bruno was not angry, but laughed happily, ha 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 ha, it was really a wonderful battle. I think Hitmonchan will never forget this battle. The scar on the chest will encourage it to move forward bravely. Thank you for your advice, Da. After Bruno smiled heartily, he walked to Hitmonchan's side and began to treat the wound on Hitmonchan's chest. Chapter 149. Today's battle made Bruno very happy, and he had no intention of continuing to fight. He carried Hitmonchan on his back and started down the mountain. Before going down the mountain, he turned to look at Sumyu and said with a smile, "I'll be waiting for you at Indigo Plateau. Let's have a real battle then." Indigo Plateau? What a nice place! Defeating elites one by one and ascending to the king's seat should be a very exciting thing. Indigo Plateau will definitely go back, but not now, but after he is confident enough to defeat Wattery. The rainstorm was getting heavier and heavier, and the clouds began to gather on the top of Miacha Mountain. When I looked up at the dark clouds, it was so heavy that I couldn't breathe. Sumyu is also ready to leave. Just as he was about to leave Miacha Mountain, a dragon-type Pokémon with an orange 573 yellow color passed through the clouds and slowly flew towards it. Dragonite. Sumyu was a little confused. This Dragonite was coming towards him at first sight, but he had no impression of this Dragonite at all. Scyther flew to Sumyu's side the moment Dragonite appeared, guarding him, its sharp blade ready to strike at any time. Coax. Puff. Dragonite looked quite excited after seeing Sumyu. It waved its cute little wings and landed in front of Lu Sumyu. Familiar taste. Sumyu was sure that he had never seen this Dragonite before, but he felt a familiar smell from this Dragonite. That's the smell of Mewtwo. Not only Sumyu felt it, but Deoxys also felt it. It flew out of Sumyu's backpack, and the dazzling purple light shone on the top of Miacha Mountain. It is excited, so excited that it cannot control itself. Ding, side mission, Mewtwo's counterattack. Mewtwo has sent invitations to all trainers recognized by him, and you are one of them. This is an opportunity and a challenge. It is your choice whether to go to the new island. Mission difficulty level is. After taking the invitation from Dragonite and confirming that Sumyu accepted the invitation, Dragonite no longer stopped at the top of Miacha Mountain. It had to rush to other regions to deliver invitations. Its task was very heavy. Sumyu had no intention of opening the invitation letter in his hand. He was lost in thought. He was a little undecided whether to go to the new island or not. I want to go, I want to go. What sound? The male voice in his mind made Sumyu frown, and he looked around to find the source of the voice. Want to go, I want to go, Mewtwo. Is that you? Deoxys. There were no Pokémon around, only Deoxys' core still shining in the air. Well, I'm going to the new island. There was firmness in his calm tone, and it seemed that Deoxys had already made up his mind. Sumyu smiled softly, walked to Amethyst, held it in her hand, and said, I know, Deoxys. An unknown desert island, this is the hometown of Chi, it was born here. After escaping from Giovanni's clutches, Mewtwo returned to its hometown and established a new base. It sent out invitations to all the trainers he selected in the name of the strongest trainer. He would swear an oath to all on the new island. He, Mewtwo, is the world's mightiest trainer. Mewtwo in the castle stretched out its right hand, and endless psychic spewed out from its body. It waved its hand. The originally calm sea suddenly began to become violent, and clouds began to gather in the sky of the new island at Mewtwo's call. The weather with clear skies suddenly changed. Soaring in the sky began to roar, the sea began to roar, and heavy rain began to fall within dozens of kilometers around the new island. Mewtwo stood at the highest point of the castle, looking far across the sea at the old coast pier. It is looking forward to the arrival of powerful challengers. A bolt of lightning struck in front of Mewtwo's eyes. Through the thunder and lightning, Mewtwo saw a familiar face. Holding the purple gem in his hand and his face full of determination, the mysterious Pokémon resurrected in the thunder and will start a fierce competition with it. Deoxys, Sumyu, I'm waiting for your arrival. When Sumyu arrived at the waiting area of the old coast pier, she found that the waiting area was already full of trainers. Trainers from all over Kanto came to harbor with their Pokémon at the invitation of the mysterious man. Mewtwo is still very understanding of people's hearts. It chooses some young trainers. No young trainer can resist the title of the strongest trainer, so almost everyone who received Mewtwo's invitation rushed to the old coast pier. Looking at the rough sea through the transparent glass in the waiting area, Sumyu sighed and said to herself, it seems that there is no way to take a boat to the new island. The wind and waves were so great that no boatman would brave such heavy rain to set sail to a new island. This was no longer challenging the sea, but seeking death. Sumyu was not in a hurry to go to the new island. It was still early anyway, so she might as well wait for Ash and the others here. If Sumyu guessed correctly, Ash, Misty, and Xiaogang should also have received invitations. Not long after, a familiar figure rushed into the waiting area of the old coast pier. At this time, the contest condition of Ash, Xiaogang, and Misty did not look very good. Because they did not bring rain gear, all three of them were soaked. After entering the waiting area, Pikachu also began to shake his body, trying to dry the hair on his body. Long time no see, Ash, Xiaogang, Misty. After meeting the three of them, Sumyu took the initiative to say hello to them. Seeing Sumyu here, Ash was also quite excited. He said, Sumyu, have you also received the invitation letter from the strongest trainer in New Island? Sumyu 2.4 opened her mouth, but before she could answer, Misty spoke, haha, even a trainer like Ash can receive an invitation, so it's not surprising that Sumyu would receive an invitation. Misty's words made Ash very dissatisfied. He glanced at Misty sideways and said, Misty, I am a trainer who has won 8 badges. I have also undergone arduous special training recently. I am no longer the same as before. Even Sumyu don't even think about defeating me easily now. Ash looked at Sumyu confidently. Pikachu. Sumyu shook her head helplessly. Ash was always so confident, but this was a good thing. If he didn't have a strong heart, Ash would have collapsed due to his experience of being beaten to death. Being open-minded is also a good advantage. Chapter 150. Sumyu did not argue with Ash about whether he had the idea of becoming stronger. He pointed to the roaring sea outside the house and said calmly, if we want to go to the new island, we probably have to find a way on our own. There should be no ship with such big waves. Let's set off. After hearing what Sumyu said, Ash immediately became anxious. The only flying Pokémon he has is Pidgeotto. It is too difficult to fly across the sea with Pidgeotto's size, and Charizard is not designed to fly people on heavy rainy days. Not to mention the water-type Squirtle. Squirtle is not like a water-type Pokémon that can carry people across the sea. Not to mention Ash, Xiaogang and Misty also had a headache. Xiaogang, who mostly had rock-type Pokémon in his hands, was really helpless in this situation. Misty, who specializes in water, has a lot of water Pokémon in her hands, but unfortunately their situation is similar to that of Squirtle. They are all small Pokémon and are not suitable for crossing the sea. Xiaogang and Misty had no choice. Ash could only look at Sumyu with pleading eyes, hoping that Sumyu could help, but he remembered that Sumyu had many Pokémon that could cross the sea. Sumyu shook her head and said helplessly, "The only Pokémon I have that can cross the sea is Lapras, so I can't help you, Ash." This trip to the new island was extremely dangerous. Sumyu had already brought the 3 necessary Pokémon, Banjira, Gengar, and Lapras, but he did not bring the rest of the Pokémon. "Can I send Pokémon here through the Pokémon Center?" Xiaogang's proposal gave Ash hope again. "Haven't you heard? Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center at Old Coast Pier is missing." Sumyu looked at the 3 of them and said, "How could this happen?" Ash was almost desperate. He finally got here. If he couldn't go to the new island and participate in this feast for Pokémon trainers, Ash might not even be able to rest tonight. Sumyu was about to leave. Before leaving, he turned around and looked at the 3 Ashes and said, "Maybe it's a good thing not to go to the new island." "Okay, I'll leave first." Sumyu has no intention of continuing to persuade. She has known Ash for a long time. Sumyu knows that Ash is not someone who can be easily persuaded. Even if the new island is full of swords and mountains of fire, Ash will never give up the idea of going to the new island. When Sumyu came to the coast, she took out Lapras' Pokeball and activated the switch to summon Lapras. Eat! 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 The rough sea not only did not frighten Lapras, but made it excited. It had not been swimming in the sea for a long time. Seeing the happy Lapras in front of him, Sumyu also had a smile on his face. He lowered his body and gently stroked Lapras' head and said, "Do you like it? Eat! Eat!" Lapras smiled happily and nodded. "Okay, ready to go, Lapras." Sumyu sat in Lapras and was ready to set off. The trainers in the waiting area of the pier have also learned that there will be no ships going to the new island. They all rushed out of the waiting area and prepared to go to the new island on their own. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Sumyu decided to set off as soon as possible. Riding on Lapras, the waves kept surging, but Sumyu felt unusually stable. Lapras is known as the most rideable water-type Pokémon. After swimming for a while, Lapras suddenly closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. Sumyu didn't mean to rush, and waited patiently on Lapras' back. I don't know how long it took before waves of energy began to be transmitted from the sea into Lapras' body. Sumyu could feel that Lapras' power continued to rise. 3 tails transformed from water energy appeared behind Lapras. Sumyu could feel that Lapras absorbed energy faster after the appearance of these 3 tails. Elite High Level, Elite Peak Level, Gymnasium Entry Level. In just a few minutes, Lapras' strength has been upgraded to the elementary level of the gym. If Lapras' body is not strong enough to withstand more energy, his strength may still be able to continue. Prosperous. Is this the power of Sanbai Isobutsu? If Lapras is in the sea, his combat effectiveness can be improved several levels. After absorbing almost all the energy, Lapras slowly opened his eyes. The surging energy in his body made Lapras roar with excitement. Roar's milky voice is a bit funny. Although Roar's momentum is insufficient, the effect is still very good. Under Lapras' growl, the surrounding sea began to calm down. Then a strange scene appeared. The sea would calm down instantly as Lapras moved forward, but once it moved away, the sea would return to the furious contest condition. With the help of Lapras, Sumyu arrived at the new island without any trouble. After landing on the new island, Sumyu took Lapras back into the Pokeball. The moment he landed on the island, Deoxys began to get excited, and the purple core began to flash. Even without communicating with it, Sumew could see Deoxys' excitement at this moment. Be quiet, Deoxys, it's not time yet. Sumew 420 comforted softly. It is indeed not yet time, and Deoxys is still a little short of the energy to be resurrected. Another reason why Sumew went to the new island is to hope that the energy to successfully resurrect Deoxys can be found on the new island. Coming. Mewtwo in front of the monitor did not see Sumew and Deoxys, but it felt their aura. A smile appeared on Mewtwo's face, and he said to Nurse Joy beside him, "Go and greet our guests." "Yes, master." Nurse Joy, controlled by Mewtwo using Psychic, is like a robot, obeying Mewtwo's orders unconditionally. When Sumew walked to the gate of the castle, the gate opened automatically. Crunch! Sumew took a deep breath. It seemed that the owner of the castle already knew that they were coming. Entering the gate of the castle, Nurse Joy has been waiting for a long time. Sumew had no intention of talking to Nurse Joy. He knew that the current Nurse Joy was just Mewtwo's puppet. Even if he wanted to ask questions, he couldn't ask anything. He followed Nurse Joy and walked step by step deeper into the castle. The heavy rain in New Island is getting heavier and heavier. Chapter 151. The castle on the new island was deserted, and the dark and damp atmosphere was Sumew's only impression of the castle. This castle is just like a medieval castle in the Sumew world. There is not even a single light, and it relies on candles for lighting. The weak candlelight adds a darker atmosphere to the castle. Sumew can guarantee that if there were no Mewtwo in this castle, it would not be long before it became the habitat of ghost Pokémon. This environment is the most loved by ghost Pokémon. Gengar in Sumew Pokeball also became a habitat. Extremely excited. If he hadn't known that there was a terrifying existence like Mewtwo in the castle, Gengar would have been prepared to stay outside the castle to scare the next batch of trainers who were about to enter the castle. Sumew followed Nurse Joy in silence. Only the sound of dripping water and the footsteps of the two of them echoed in the castle. I don't know how far I have walked, but I finally arrived at my destination. After passing through the center of the castle, led by Nurse Joy, Sumew finally arrived at the banquet hall. Sumew was honestly a little disappointed when she entered the hall. She originally thought that the facilities at Mewtwo's banquet for the strongest trainer could match its name. It's a pity that Sumew thinks too much. Mewtwo looks minimalist. There is a simple small stone table in the banquet hall, paired with a few small stone chairs. This is all the decoration in the banquet hall. How can this be called a party without wine, music, and the lovely Stephanie in contest costume? Sumew was quite speechless. He found a seat and sat down. He picked up the apple on the table and took a bite of it, waiting for the other trainers to arrive. The three ashes at the dock frowned as they looked at the new island on the other side of the sea. All the trainers had already begun to try to cross the sea. If they didn't take action, they would be left behind. But, as Sumew said, they do not have Pokémon that can cross the sea. Hateful. After finally arriving here, he had to retreat in front of the sea. Ash couldn't accept it at all. Just when the three of them didn't know what to do, a wooden boat came to them. "You look very troubled, do you need help?" A woman wearing a golden helmet and simple clothes asked. "Would you like us to take you to the new island opposite for free?" "Great." For the desperate Ash, the small wooden boat in front of him was his last hope, and he jumped onto the boat without thinking. Misty and Xiaogang looked at each other sadly. To be honest, they had no confidence at all whether the wooden boat in front of them could cross the sea, but it would be hard for them to rest assured if they just let Ash go to the new island alone. The two gritted their teeth and had no choice but to follow Ash and board the wooden boat. The seagulls at the pier were screaming, the hurricane was roaring, and the sea was roaring. Countless trainers entered the sea and began to try to cross the sea to reach the new island on the other side of the sea. There is their pursuit. The strongest Pokémon trainer is waiting for them there. Sumew couldn't remember how many apples he had eaten, and his stomach was a little full. Looking at the fruit plate in front of him, he thought for a while and finally decided not to eat any more. His stomach was already full of food and could no longer hold it, and now his nervousness had subsided. There was no need to keep chewing food to calm down his mind. He looked up at his watch. More than half an hour had passed since he arrived at the new island. If his guess was correct, other trainers should arrive at the new island soon. Nurse Joy, who had been standing motionless like a robot in the middle of the hall with her eyes closed, suddenly started to move. She bent her waist and picked up the lantern at her feet, and walked out of the hall with mechanical steps. Looking at Nurse Joy's retreating back, Sumyu smiled slightly. It seemed like a new trainer should have landed on the new island. After a while, 3 trainers, led by Nurse Joy, came to the banquet hall, 2 men and 1 woman, and they looked to be about the same grade as Sushu. What? I thought there would be a huge banquet waiting for us on the new island. I'm so disappointed. The only woman among the 3 said in despair. The burly man replied nonchalantly, I came here just to meet the so-called strongest trainer. I don't care about the banquet or anything like that. Let's go, find a place to sit down first. The 3 of them each found a seat on the stone table and sat down. The 3 of them had no intention of saying hello to Sumyu. Sumyu, who was concentrating in their eyes, exuded an aura that was not easy to get close to, so I was too lazy to say hello to Sumyu. Everyone did not talk too much, but sat in their respective seats, patiently waiting for the banquet to begin. After an unknown amount of time, Sumyu, who was resting with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. Her sharp temperament made the 3 people around her frown. Sumyu also realized that he had failed to control his emotions. He smiled and nodded towards the others as an apology to them. Sumyu, who sat down again, was still savoring the breath just now. Familiar and strange. Very similar to Mutuo but very different. If Mutuo's power is fierce and domineering, this breath is warm and gentle. Don't think too much, this should be Mu's breath. It seems that Mu has also landed on the new island, and the party will start soon. After a lot of hard work, they finally arrived at the new island. Ash didn't care about the soaked clothes all over his body and shouted excitedly, "Oh! We finally arrived at the new island. We are the strongest trainers. Here comes Zero. I hope there are clean clothes in the castle. I feel so wet all over." Misty said dissatisfiedly as she wrung her hair dry. Let's talk about it first in the castle. If the banquet has already started, then all our efforts to get to the new island will be in vain. Xiao Gang said calmly. That's right, that's right. Xiaogong's words reminded Ash. Ash didn't dare to neglect any more and hurriedly ran towards the castle not far away, calling Misty and Xiao Gang to follow him quickly. I hope this banquet can satisfy me, otherwise, risking my life to come to the new island will not be worth it. After Misty finished speaking, she hugged Tijipai and walked towards the castle. Chapter 152. The sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. When Sumyu heard the footsteps, she twisted her neck, stretched her waist, and started to move her body. Ash, Misty, and Xiao Gang had arrived, which meant that Mutuo was about to appear, so she had to be prepared. It's finally here. It's great. The party hasn't started yet. Ash finally arrived at the castle hall and shouted excitedly. Misty looked around and her face almost dropped. This place was far from the banquet in her mind. Sumyu, here. Ash entered the hall and saw Sumyu who was warming up, waving hello. Sumyu stopped her warm-up and slowly walked towards the group of people. Looking at Ash and the 3 people who were all wet, Sumyu said with a smile, "It looks like your trip is not going well." "Yeah, it's not too smooth." Recalling the experience of riding a small boat, Xiao Gang couldn't help but feel a little scared. He didn't feel it when he was on the small boat, but when he thought about it afterwards, it was really frightening. If they weren't lucky enough, they would probably end up in the sea. "Sumyu, have you met the owner of the castle, the strongest trainer?" Ash interjected. Xiao Gang and Misty also pricked up their ears. They are also trainers and are very concerned about 037. Sumyu shook her head and said, "It hasn't appeared yet, but it should be soon." As soon as Sumyu finished speaking, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and a dark blue light came from the main seat of the hall. "It seems that the strongest Pokémon trainer is about to appear," Sumyu said with a smile. Everyone in the banquet hall fell silent, concentrating on the dim light in front of them, not even daring to breathe loudly. Nurse Joy, wearing a black gothic outfit, came to the dim light, looked at the trainer in the hall with an expressionless face, and then introduced everyone. Everyone has kept you waiting for a long time. Now let me introduce to you the owner of this castle, the strongest Pokémon trainer. An oppressive aura came from the dim light, and the Pokémon present noticed something and were ready to fight. Tijipai, who was timid, had already buried his head in Misty's chest, not daring to look at her again. From top to bottom, following the dim light, under the dark blue light, everyone finally saw clearly the strongest Pokémon trainer in front of them, Mewtwo. Yes, this one is Master Mewtwo, the strongest Pokémon trainer and the strongest Pokémon. Nurse Joy said every word with an expressionless face. The lights in the hall turned on again. Looking at Mewtwo in front of them, everyone had different thoughts. Sumew could feel that Deoxys in her arms had reached a critical moment, and Deoxys would be resurrected soon. The amethyst slowly became cold, and it was looking forward to it. Mewtwo also noticed Sumew in the crowd. It glanced at Sumew coldly without saying a word. Pokémon as Pokémon trainer? What a joke! The burly man couldn't stand it anymore. He crossed the sea and came to the new island with great expectations. He didn't expect that the so-called strongest Pokémon trainer was actually a Pokémon. How could he accept this? He slapped the table and roared at Mewtwo. No way! The man's actions made Mewtwo angry, and Mewtwo's voice became even colder and colder. It's up to me. While Mewtwo was speaking, Nurse Joy, who was standing in front of Mewtwo, also said the same thing. By this time the others had realized what was happening. The gothic-dressed woman in front of her was actually controlled by Mewtwo. She could control humans. What a powerful ability this was! Mewtwo stretched out his right hand, and the powerful psychic instantly grabbed the strong man, Seth, who dared to oppose it. Under the control of the blue psychic, the man let out a painful cry. Snort! After a slight snort, Mewtwo Salation waved his hand and threw the man into the pool. Seeing Mewtwo's actions, Sumew understood Mewtwo better. Sumew could feel that Mewtwo was confused now and seemed to be looking for something. There was endless anger in its heart that could not be vented. Even under such contest conditions, Mewtwo did not choose to kill the trainer who angered it. Mewtwo is not as ruthless as he appears. Trainer, who was let go by Mewtwo, did not accept Mewtwo's kindness. He jumped out of the pool and said angrily, "Get on Gyarados, get on me, let him see how powerful we are." Although he knew that the Mewtwo in front of him was not easy to mess with, after receiving the instructions from trainer, Gyarados rushed towards Mewtwo without hesitation. It burst out of the pool and rushed towards Mewtwo with its claws and teeth bared. Gyarados, use the destruction death ray. Saffron-colored energy gathered in Gyarados' bloody mouth, and the golden energy instantly made the entire hall become violent. It took more than 10 seconds for the destruction and death light to finally condense. The destructive death light turned into a beam of destruction and went straight towards Mewtwo. Facing the powerful light containing explosive energy, Mewtwo didn't even blink. It stretched out its right hand. The super energy system's Nengbai directly turned into 10 powerful shields to block all energy. The seemingly powerful hyper beam, capable of defeating everything, has no effect at all with an energy shield. The energy used to destroy the death ray was completely consumed in a short time. How can it be? The unscientific scene in front of him almost made the strong man's eyes pop out. Your attack is over? Now it's my turn. In Mewtwo's cold voice, the destructive death light that had disappeared appeared on the psychic shield again, but this time its target was no longer Mewtwo, but Gyarados. After Mewtwo's psychic shield absorbed the energy of the destructive death ray, it created a stronger destructive death ray. Gyarados is not Mewtwo. Faced with a destructive death light that is much stronger than his own, Gyarados has no choice but to watch the light hit him. It was directly thrown away by the broken death light, flying a full dozen meters before stopping. Mewtwo? Mewtwo? That's right. Ash finally remembered where he heard Mewtwo's name. The Pokémon that defeated Gary seemed to be called Mewtwo. Chapter 153. Looking at the powerful Pokémon in front of him, Ash finally understood how Gary felt. It's really hard to fight against a Pokémon like this, because you can't find any way to defeat it. As Mewtwo said himself, it is the strongest Pokémon. Stand back, Ash, Misty, Xiaogang. Sumew took several people and took a few steps back silently. If Sumew guessed correctly, Mewtwo's attack was not over yet. After Mewtwo showed his strength, another male trainer didn't realize the gap between himself and Mewtwo, and he actually tried to conquer Mewtwo. Rhyhorn uses horn attack. Useless. Mewtwo waved his hand gently, and the powerful psychic directly lifted Rhyhorn up and slammed it to the ground. The two Pokémon are no longer on the same level. Hateful. Looking at Mewtwo in front of them, just when everyone didn't know what to do, Sumew spoke. There's no need for boring tests. Mewtwo, what did you want to do by calling us here? Sumew became bold after understanding that Mewtwo didn't mean to kill anyone. After hearing Sumew's words, Mewtwo smiled coldly and said, "This is what smart people should do. Okay, then let me tell you my great ideal. I once wanted to cooperate with humans, but I was disappointed. Humans are much worse beings than Pokémon. Are you talking about Giovanni? Giovanni is indeed a much worse food than Pokémon." Sumew still agrees with this. Experiment with Pokémon, plunder other people's Pokémon, and wreak havoc in various cities. Giovanni is indeed a very charming person, but he is also an ambitious and out careerist. Mewtwo did not answer Sumew's words and continued, "If it is ruled by weak and bad creatures like humans, this planet will end sooner or later. Then what do you want to do? Do you want Pokémon like you to control this planet?" Xiaogang asked angrily. "Pokémon can't do it either, so I plan to create a new life form to rule the world. Come on, let me show you the power of cloned Pokémon. Come out, Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise." At Mewtwo's call, 3 clone Pokémon with tattoos on their bodies rose from the underground elevator to the banquet hall and appeared in front of everyone. Children who want to become Pokémon trainers want to get the most Pokémon Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Charizard from the beginning. These are the clone Pokémon I created. They are stronger than the original Pokémon. Mewtwo said with some pride. Stronger. No trainer will admit that his Pokémon is worse than other people's Pokémon. Coincidentally, Ash and several other trainers also happen to have Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise. Looking at the cloned Pokémon in front of him, Ash said with high spirits, "No way, my Charizard is the strongest, it will never lose to the cloned Pokémon you created." "That's right. That's right." Trainers from Blastoise and Venusaur also nodded in agreement. "Haha." Mewtwo smiled contemptuously, "Then let's try to see whose Pokémon is stronger." Mewtwo clenched his fist, and the entire banquet hall began to shake violently. The rightmost wall of the banquet hall slowly disappeared, and a huge battlefield appeared in front of everyone. "Come with me." Mewtwo took the lead in entering the battlefield with 3 cloned Pokémon, followed closely by Ash and others. "Nurse Joy! Nurse Joy!" Sumew stopped Joy, who wanted to follow everyone into the battlefield. After hearing Sumew's cry, Nurse Joy stopped, turned around and looked at Sumew doubtfully, and said, "What can I do for you?" "Nurse Joy, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a Pokémon teleportation device here. Can you take me there?" Sumew said excitedly, "I also have Venusaur, but now I'm among the researchers at Professor Oak, and I'm with the strong one. I can't miss the opportunity to fight." "That's it." Nurse Joy suddenly realized. She waved to Sumew and said, "Come with me." 0. While Sumo and Nurse Joy were going to teleport Pokémon, the battle on the battlefield had already begun. Rhyhorn's trainer sent his Charizard on the field and explained, "I was careless just now. This time it's not that simple." Looking at the tough-talking young man in front of him, Mewtwo didn't even want to respond. It used its eyes to signal the clone Venusaur to come and fight. 2 Venusaur came on stage at the same time, and after the signal to start the battle was given, they all used their Vine Whip skills. To clone Venusaur, Mewtwo carefully selected the cloned Pokémon that came out of the breeder with the strongest genes. It is not something that the normal Venusaur can deal with. Although they all have Vine Whip skills, the cloned Venusaur immediately gained the upper hand. The strong physical fitness allowed the clone Venusaur to lift rival high in an instant. How can it be? Everyone on the sidelines, including Venusaur trainer, frowned and their hearts sank to the bottom. They did not expect that the gap between the two Pokémon would be so big. The lifted Venusaur was cloned. Venusaur smashed the ground with Vine Whip continuously, and soon lost her fighting ability. It's my turn. Blastoise's trainer stepped onto the battlefield with a solemn expression. The clone Venusaur's strength gave her too much impact, and she was a little worried about her Blastoise. Quick, quick, Nurse Joy! I hope the battle is not over yet. Sumew, who had obtained Venusaur, did not dare to waste any time and hurried towards the battle site, hoping to arrive before the battle ended. Whirring. Sumew's luck is good, the battle is not over yet. What is happening now is the battle between Ash's Charizard and the clone Charizard. Venusaur and Blastoise have all lost to rival. Now everyone's hope is on Charizard. Everyone is cheering for Charizard. The arrival of Suemo and Nurse Joy did not attract their attention. No, someone else noticed it. The moment Sumew entered the battlefield, Mewtwo set his sights on him. Chapter 154. The battle on the field is almost over. Ash's Charizard has used up all its energy, but the gap between Ming and rival cannot be bridged by so-called fighting spirit. The flames on Charizard's tail are getting weaker and weaker, and it has reached its limit. Clone Charizard punched Charizard hard in the chest. The powerful impact directly knocked Charizard from the air to the ground. Seeing Charizard lose the ability to fight, the field was silent for an instant. Mewtwo smiled contemptuously and said, "See? This is the power of cloned Pokémon." Everyone opened their mouths to refute, but after losing all 3 battles, they really couldn't find a point to refute. Everyone lowered their heads and their morale was extremely low. "Would you like to fight Mewtwo with my Venusaur?" Sumew's words 2-1-3 broke the calm on the field. Ash, Misty, and Xiaogang also became excited after seeing Sumew come back. "That's right, Sumew, you also have Venusaur, come on, Sumew, let this guy see how powerful we are." The 3 of them couldn't stand being constantly belittled by Mewtwo, and they placed all their hopes on Sumew. Amid everyone's expectations, Sumew stepped onto the stage. "Finally a rival that can make me excited. Long time no see. Your name is Sumew, right?" Mewtwo said coldly. Mewtwo's words also aroused the curiosity of others present. According to Mewtwo, it and Sumew have known each other for a long time. "Yeah, it's been a long time. Apart from me, there's someone who's always wanted to see you," Sumew said with a hint. "Haha." Mewtwo raised the corner of his mouth with a cruel smile, "The result will be the same a few more times. It is not my rival, and your Venusaur cannot be my Venusaur's rival." He is full of confidence in his own strength and the cloned Pokémon he created, Mewtwo. However, Sumew doesn't think so. He also has confidence in his Venusaur and Deoxys. Everyone can tell lies. Let's meet Zhenjiang. Go, Venusaur. It is very different from the previous Venusaur. Even people who don't know much about Pokémon can clearly feel the difference between Sumew's Venusaur and the previous Venusaur. Its powerful limbs, bright and eye-catching flowers on its back, and calm temperament all demonstrate its power. After looking at it carefully several times, Xiaogang couldn't help but admired, Sumew's Venusaur breeder is really perfect. That's right. Nurse Joy also agreed with Xiaogang's words, there are few trainers who can breeder to produce such a perfect Venusaur. Pokémon, Venusaur, clone. Attribute grass plus poison. Strength, high level gym level. Potential, gym level. The clones created by Mewtwo are indeed powerful. They have gained many powers at birth that many Pokémon cannot obtain after a lifetime of hard work. However, the clones also have huge flaws, and they have no room for improvement. Their strength is already fixed the moment they are born. No matter how hard they try, they cannot feel the growth of strength. This is such a sad thing. But these are not things Sumew should consider. The only thing he needs to consider now is to defeat rival cloning Venusaur. Venusaur uses Vine Whip. Then we use Vine Whip, too. As Sumyu guessed, in order to prove that clones are stronger than normal Pokémon, Mewtwo is more inclined to use the same skills to fight. However, this time Dangmeng was disappointed. Sumyu's Venusaur was not the Venusaur before. She had absolute confidence in the power of her Pokémon. Both Venusaur's vine whips hit each other, and the wrestling began. Both Pokémon channeled all their power into Vine Whip, trying to overwhelm rival through the simplest strength confrontation. Because she was confident in her Pokémon, Sumyu did not issue any other instructions and quietly waited for the result of the wrestling match. After 5 minutes of wrestling, the cloned Venusaur finally couldn't hold on any longer, and it began to be pulled away by Venusaur uncontrollably. After noticing that Sumyu's Venusaur had the upper hand on the field, the others shouted excitedly and rushed to cheer for Sumyu and his Venusaur. It seemed that they were defeated 3 times in a row by the clones created by Mewtwo. It's really a big blow. The situation went beyond Mewtwo's plan, but Mewtwo had no intention of stopping the game from continuing. Its pride did not allow it to make such a move. There was no suspense about the outcome. The cloned Venusaur's physical strength had reached its limit. After being lifted up by Sumyu's Venusaur with Vine Whip, it was thrown hard towards the wall. After the cloned Venusaur was about to hit a wall, Mewtwo took action. It used confusion to wrap the clone Venusaur and slowly moved it to its side. Looking at Sumyu and Venusaur on the field, Mewtwo spoke. "You won, but this doesn't prove anything. As long as I have enough genes, I can create stronger Pokémon, so it is obvious that cloning Pokémon is the future of this world," Mewtwo said coldly. The others did not expect Mewtwo to say such words after the failure. They wanted to go forward and argue with Mewtwo, but Sumo stopped them. Sumyu didn't care much about what Mewtwo said. She looked at Mewtwo in front of her and Sumyu smiled. "Is it really what you want, Mewtwo, to rule the world? Or do you just want to prove that the clone is more powerful than the original body? You are a cloned Pokémon after all." "Sumyu, what did you say?" 1.8 Mewtwo is a cloned Pokémon. Ash said in surprise. He obviously didn't expect that such a powerful Mewtwo was also a clone Pokémon. Sumyu's words touched Mewtwo's pain, and Mewtwo became angry. The battle site began to swell with thunder and lightning, dark clouds, strong winds, and heavy rain instantly sweeping across the entire site. Mewtwo was floating in the air, exuding terrifying energy. It looked at Sumyu furiously and said, "Do you know what you are talking about? Human." Sumyu took out the amethyst, looked at Mewtwo in front of her with a smile, and said, "Am I wrong? Don't you just want to prove that you are stronger than Mew? But in my opinion, this is just a meaningless comparison. The moment you were born, you were a completely different life from Mew, and you didn't need to worry about whether you were a clone or your original body." Chapter 155. Mewtwo, who was extremely angry, didn't listen to Sumyu's words at all. It looked at Sumyu with a dead look in its eyes, and said coldly, "Are you done? Are these your last words?" Under Mewtwo's powerful aura, everyone had the idea of escape from this place. They had already understood Mewtwo's strength, but now they realized that they were wrong. Can humans really fight against such Pokémon? Sumyu had to admit that under the pressure of Mewtwo's aura, he was inevitably a little panicked, but he had no intention of retreating. The purpose of his coming to the new island was for Mewtwo. To bring Deoxys and Mewtwo to a close. Now is the time. Under the heavy rain, Sumyu raised the amethyst in her hand high above her head and roared loudly, "Show up, Deoxys!" The purple crystal began to rise from Sumyu's hand, and soon it came to Mewtwo. Deoxys' rage, who felt Mewtwo's aura, suddenly burst into light, illuminating the entire battlefield. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning summoned by Mewtwo slowly receded under the purple light. The clouds in the new island sky dispersed, and the sun shone into the castle. Crack! The purple crystal began to shatter, and the purple light slowly dissipated. At this time, everyone discovered a mysterious red Pokémon standing side by side with Mewtwo in the air. Deoxys looked at Mewtwo expressionlessly, but everyone present saw its rage. Even just standing there, everyone could feel the raging anger hidden under Deoxys's calm face. Laughed. Looking at Deoxys Mewtwo in front of him, he smiled. If you can beat you once, you can beat you a second time. Mewtwo was still so confident. Even though he knew that the Deoxys in front of him had a power equal to his own, Mewtwo still showed full confidence. He believed that he would win in the end. Deoxys is not a talkative Pokémon, it prefers to express its attitude through actions. The form began to switch, and Deoxys' power became violent. It was no longer as restrained as before, and it entered an attack form. What Pokémon is this? Ash looked up curiously at Deoxys in front of Mewtwo, and took out the Pokédex hoping to detect Deoxys' information. Unfortunately, everything is in vain. As a Pokémon as rare as the mythical beast, there is no information about Deoxys in the Pokédex. Ash could only look at Xiaogang for help, hoping that Xiaogang could answer his doubts. Xiaogang had a headache. He was a Pokémon trainer and not a god. It was impossible for him to know all the information about Pokémon. He had never heard of the Deoxys in front of him, not to mention he had seen it. Like Ash, he also turned a blind eye to the Pokémon in front of him. After shaking his head helplessly, he said, "This is also the first time I have seen this Pokémon. I can only wait and ask Sue." In addition to Ash and others who are curious about Deoxys, there is also Mew. Mew, who followed the 3 cloned Pokémon into the banquet hall, also came to the battle site at this time. Looking at Deoxys and Mewtwo who were facing each other, Mew also showed a curious expression. "Where's the rice?" Mewtwo is no stranger to Mew. It felt energy similar to Mewtwo's from Mewtwo's body. If it guessed correctly, Mewtwo should be a Pokémon cloned using its genes. But the Deoxys in front of Mewtwo is a Pokémon Mew has never seen before. Read Bao's Huang novels, Philo Novel Network. You must know that it has the genes of all Pokémon, and it can learn almost all Pokémon's moves, but Deoxys obviously does not have the genes it has. This is a brand new Pokémon. Mew. Seeing the sudden appearance of Mew, Mew was also a little surprised. He did not expect to meet Mew under such circumstances. At this time, others also noticed the pink kitten-like Pokémon appearing around them. They heard Mew's words clearly just now. Mewtwo was cloned using Mew's genes. The kitten in front of them is Mew? Everyone who saw the legendary Pokémon Mew did not dare to act rashly. They had already suffered a lot at the hands of Mewtwo, and they did not dare to offend the Mew in front of them again with salation. "Where's the rice? Where's the rice? Meowth, what are Mew talking about?" Jessie, who was hiding in the corner, curiously asked Meowth beside her. Mew is asking Mew, what kind of Pokémon is that red Pokémon, and why does it have no impression of this Pokémon at all? Meow. I see. As expected, it was a curious Pokémon, and Mew quickly asked Mew his doubts. "Oh, you are talking about Deoxys. It's simple, because Deoxys is not a Pokémon from this planet, it is a Pokémon from a planet in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter." Mew did not hide it. "Pokémon from the universe, this is so cool!" Ash shouted excitedly, "It would be great if I could conquer a Deoxys." "Ash, stop dreaming! Haven't you realized how powerful Deoxys is? This is no longer a Pokémon that a normal trainer can conquer," Misty said calmly. "That's right, Ash, don't have unrealistic illusions." Xiaogang also agreed with Misty's point of view. Ash was a little unwilling. He pointed at Mew and said, "Then how can Mew conquer Deoxys?" Misty looked at Ash speechlessly and said, "Ash, do you think Mew is a normal Pokémon trainer? How can an ordinary Pokémon trainer be so powerful after just 1 year of travel? He is a monster. It is better for normal people not to compare themselves with monsters." Misty is still very smelling salts. If Mew is used as a benchmark, Ash may be hit and lose his confidence. Misty didn't know much about what kind of things Mew encountered during her 6-month trip, but just the few things she knew showed how powerful Mew was. Fighting against the giant Dragonite, defeating the giant Tentacruel, killing Hunter K, etc., Mew's travels in less than a year are more legendary than many trainers' lifetimes. Although Ash is a trainer with great potential, he is far behind compared to Mew. Candlelight can never compete with the bright moon. Chapter 156. Ash, Misty, Xiaogang and others, please leave the new island. The confrontation between Deoxys and Mewtwo has reached its climax, and the battle is about to break out. What about you? Sumew. Ash was a little hesitant, he was a little worried about Sumew. Sumew smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Ash was still about to say something, but Misty and Xiaogang stopped him. "Let's go, Ash, leaving here will be the greatest help to Sumew. The battle here is no longer something they can join. Staying away from this battlefield is the biggest help to Sumew." After most people left the battlefield, Deoxys and Mewtwo finally made a move. The two energies are very different, but equally powerful psychic erupts from their respective bodies. The energy collided violently in the center of the site. At the moment of the collision, the tyrannical energy directly destroyed the surrounding buildings. The surrounding walls were razed to the ground. "Come here quickly." Sumew greeted the three clone Pokémon and walked to Mew's side. With Mew's protection, the battle between Mewtwo and Deoxys would be much safer. Looking at Sumew and the clone Pokémon getting closer and closer to him, Mew didn't pay too much attention. It opened its energy shield and wrapped them in it. Just how powerful the mythical beasts in this world are is what Sumew has been thinking about since she came to this world. This was not the first time he had seen the duel between Deoxys and Mewtwo, but the two Pokémon were not in the best contest condition last time, so the last battle did not allow Sumew to experience the power of the mythical beasts. Today he can experience it. After the continuous energy collision failed to achieve very good results, Deoxys couldn't help it anymore. It directly switches to speed form, trying to defeat rival in close combat by approaching Mewtwo. "Humph, you want to defeat me with melee combat? Don't be too naive, even in melee combat you are not my rival." Detected rival's thoughts, but Mewtwo had no intention of stopping Deoxys. It allowed Deoxys to appear in front of it. The bursting energy is concentrated on Mewtwo's right fist, pinpointing the target and attacking with full force. The moment Mewtwo's fist was about to hit Deoxys, Deoxys, who was still in front of Mewtwo, disappeared. Mewtwo's expression changed. Behind. Although Mewtwo tried its best to turn around, it was still too late. The attack of Deoxys behind it had already arrived. "Dance and fight wildly." Evil energy wrapped around his arms and legs, and Deoxys used his fists and legs together to hit Mewtwo's body continuously. Although Mewtwo immediately raised an energy shield to defend himself, the hastily formed psychic shield was instantly broken through as if it was made of paper when the evil-type skills danced wildly. Punching to the flesh, evil energy was continuously injected into Mewtwo's body through Deoxys's fists and feet, causing great damage to Mewtwo. Each punch was harder than the last, and each kick was harder than the last. Sumew on the ground could feel the violent power in Deoxys's fists and kicks. Final blow. The evil energy was like a flame. Normal enveloped Deoxys's right fist, and the darkness that penetrated his heart appeared on Deoxys's right fist. Boom! The hit Mewtwo was directly smacked down by Deoxys from the air. The moment Mewtwo fell into the ground, the entire new island began to shake. The three clone Pokémon looked worriedly at the pit not far away. They seemed to be preparing to help Mewtwo. "Do not come." If Mewtwo only regarded Deoxys as a relatively strong rival before, now Deoxys has risen several levels in its mind. Protected by the sea blue Mewtwo power, Mewtwo slowly flew out of the giant pit. Blue blood was flowing in its air. It seemed that it had paid the price for its pride. "I admit you are a rival worthy of respect, Deoxys. I remember that. You are strong, but it will only be me who wins, because I am Mewtwo." With Mewtwo going all out, Sumew finally understood why it was considered the strongest Pokémon by previous players and Pokémon enthusiasts. Sumew could no longer see Mewtwo's movements clearly. After Mewtwo used all its strength, its speed was no longer visible to the naked eye. It only took a few milliseconds for Mewtwo to disappear and reappear. Fortunately, Deoxys had been alert enough and immediately changed his defensive form when Mewtwo launched his attack. Otherwise, Mewtwo's punch would have been enough to severely damage Deoxys. Puff puff puff. Blood spurted out from Deoxys' mouth. Deoxys pulled away, wiped the blood from his mouth with his tentacle-like right hand, and looked at Mewtwo in front of him expressionlessly. Neither Pokémon took action, but chose to recover slowly while looking for the best opportunity. After understanding rival's power, Mewtwo no longer hid it. It stretched out its right hand and closed its eyes tightly, as if looking for something. Found it! A huge spoon rushed out of the underground laboratory and came into Mewtwo's hands. The silver spoon shines with a mysterious light. The moment you hold the spoon, Mewtwo's energy begins to surge, and it becomes more powerful. With the weapon in hand, Mewtwo no longer hesitated. It waved the spoon and started to attack. Psychic was blessed by Tang. Even terrifying is not enough to describe its power. The castle began to shake, and Mewtwo waved his spoon, uprooting the entire castle from the ground. Go for it! How does it feel to be hit by a castle covering tens of thousands square meters? Superficial. This is Deoxys' answer. In its defensive form, it was like a speeding missile scurrying around the castle. After a while, countless holes were knocked out of the castle. The castle was destroyed by Mewtwo and Deoxys one after another and finally could no longer hold on. It turned into ruins and fell from soaring in the sky. Boom! Looking at the ruins of the castle in front of him, Mew also took a breath. He should be lucky that the duel between Mewtwo and Deoxys started on the new island. If it happened in the city, the entire city would be destroyed. Chapter 157. My name is Mewtwo and I am the strongest Pokémon in the world. Mewtwo's roar directly caused a fishy storm. A blue ball of light appeared on Mewtwo's spoon. Mewtwo waved the spoon and slammed the ball of light towards Deoxys, who was rushing towards it. Aura Sphere. Deoxys switched back to attack mode again. The best way to face the unavoidable Aura Sphere is to fight attack with attack. The pink Psychic turned into lasers and fired towards Mewtwo and Aura Sphere. Psycho Boost, this is Deoxys' strongest skill. Emit all the energy in the body, and the special attack will be greatly reduced after use. Pink lasers all over the sky were fired towards Mewtwo, and Mewtwo did not dare to neglect. Blue light balls appeared on the spoon one after another, and were launched one by Mewtwo. Who is the final winner in the confrontation between Aura Sphere and Psycho Boost? The moment Psycho Boost and Aura Sphere collided, the space began to distort. Even soaring in the sky can no longer withstand these two powerful energies. Mewtwo and Deoxys disappeared in place, and they entered the twisted space. They kept tackle, roared, and slashed until 153, and soaring in the sky began to scream. The originally calm sea began to roar again, the waves were bigger than before. Mew landed on the island, and countless vortexes appeared in the ocean. The seagulls at the old coast pier began to scream tragically, and each one scurried around like headless flies in the soaring in the sky. The person in charge of the pier, Bangira and Miss Junsha, came to the pier and looked at the new island in the distance. At this time, the new island is like Inferno on Earth, with four thunders and dark and claustrophobic energy covering the entire island. The new island is at risk of being destroyed at any time. Bangira, do you know what happened? Miss Junsha asked with shock on her face. To be able to pass the test of the police academy and become a Miss Junsha, her mental quality is actually not bad, but the scene in front of her was beyond her ability to bear. The annihilating scene of the new island sky makes Junsha not sure what to do. Bangira shook her head, she looked up at the seagulls soaring in the sky, silent. Boom! Boom! The violent energy collision made space unbearable. A black hole appeared in the sky of the new island, Seft, and began to absorb everything around it. The ruins of the castle, the flowers and trees of the new island, and slowly the entire new island will be sucked into the black hole. If the battle continues, the black hole will become larger and larger, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Mewtwo and Deoxys can't continue fighting, they realize this. He began to use his spiritual power to search for traces of Deoxys in the broken space. Not here, not here, not here. The energy was too violent, and it was really difficult for Mew to find traces of Deoxys, and Mew's face became increasingly ugly. Where's the rice? Where's the rice? Where's the rice? The consequences of the battle between Mewtwo and Deoxys are getting more and more serious, and Mew can no longer sit idly by. It started communicating with Mew with a serious expression. You want to stop the two of them from continuing to fight, but do you need my help? Where's the rice? Mew nodded vigorously. I see. Mew simply agreed. He was the one who brought Deoxys to the new island. If the battle between the two Pokémon had an indelible impact on the surrounding life and environment, then his sin would be great. After getting the same from Mew, Mew didn't waste time anymore. Wrap Mew with energy and take him flying towards the broken space. After entering the broken space and passing through many obstacles, Mew finally met Mewtwo and Deoxys after an unknown amount of time. The two Pokémon had lost their minds. They no longer even used their skills, but started to collide with each other with their bodies. Every time they collide, their injuries will be a little more serious, and the fragmentation of the surrounding space will be a little more serious. But Mewtwo and Deoxys lost their minds and couldn't care about anything. Injuries and space fragmentation have nothing to do with them. Defeating the rival in front of them is their only concern now. The two Pokémon are already obsessed with killing each other, and they can no longer be stopped by persuasion. Mew has a headache, and now he doesn't know what to do. You can't let him rush into the energy of the two of them like Ash. You have to know that he is not the protagonist. If he dies, he will really die. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Mew no longer had any reservations, and a green energy emitted from its body. Such sweet energy! Under this energy, Mew's heart became calmer, and her anxiety and uneasiness disappeared. Is this the power from the World Tree? The energy of the World Tree is still very effective. The two Pokémon, whose faces were red and their eyes were blood red, slowly recovered. Mewtwo and Deoxys looked around at the broken space around them, and all fell silent. Mewtwo and Deoxys were originally kind-hearted Pokémon. After regaining their sanity, they also realized the negative consequences their rage had brought to the world. Come back, Deoxys. Mew said gently to Deoxys, who was floating in the space. After Deoxys clicked on it, the energy began to slowly dissipate, and it turned back into a purple core and returned to Mew's hand. This battle consumed too much of its strength, and it needs to sleep well for a while. Where's the rice? Mew next to Mew sighed helplessly. Mewtwo and Deoxys were so happy that they had to clean up the mess left behind. Mewtwo and Deoxys are both Pokémon designed specifically for battle. Their combat capabilities are indeed first-rate, but they can't help much with small tasks like repairing space. Mew blocked his mouth and seemed to be in a bad mood. He was just a spectator, so why should he clean up the mess? Looking at the cute Mew in front of her, Mew smiled and said, "You need to buy a ticket to watch a movie. Now is the time for you to spend money to buy a ticket, Mew. Where's the rice? Where's the rice? Where's the rice?" Ash, Misty, and Xiaogang, who crossed the sea again and returned to the old coast pier, did not leave. Instead, they waited anxiously at the pier for Mew's return. They can clearly see everything that happens on the new island here, and they can only pray silently in their hearts that Mew will be safe. Chapter 158. The wind and waves calmed down, and the seagulls scurrying around the pier gradually became quiet. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone through the white clouds on the earth. A blurry figure on the distant coastline was slowly approaching the pier, and sweet singing reached the ears of the three Ashes. But Lapra's singing. Looking at the figure getting closer and closer, the three of them finally smiled. "I'm already in the car, don't worry, my parents will be fine, I'm not the same person I used to be. Just wait for my good news." Mew hung up the phone and called Yan. After coming to this world, he tried his best to avoid contact with the parents of the original owner because he was worried that they would see something. However, hiding away was not an option, so after leaving the new island, Mew went back to his hometown to meet the original owner. Parents are also his current parents. Fortunately, his parents didn't have any doubts and just attributed all his changes to his growing up. This was also an unexpected surprise for Solin. After staying in her hometown for a few days, Mew said goodbye to her parents and boarded the tram to Indigo Plateau. The Indigo Plateau conference is finally about to begin. Mew, who had just come to this world, was still very interested in the region conference, but after traveling for so long and understanding the true meaning of the region conference, his expectations for the Indigo Plateau Conference were not as strong as before. There is a big difference between the Indigo Plateau Conference champion and the region champion. The Indigo Plateau Conference is essentially a region event organized by Alliance to select outstanding young blood, so normally the gold content of the Indigo Plateau Conference is not very high. The only role of the Indigo Plateau Conference for many long-established trainers is to qualify for the Masters. Every year, the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference or the trainer who performs well in the conference may receive an invitation to the Masters competition, thereby joining the true elite trainer industry. If the Indigo Plateau Conference is a region event prepared for young trainers, then the Masters tournament is the highest level event in the region. Only trainers who have achieved results in the Masters tournament are eligible to compete for the title of Elite Four. Today's Indigo Plateau Conference is even more star-studded than previous Indigo Plateau conferences. There is news that the Elite Four will be replaced soon. Lorelei and Agatha have announced that they will no longer serve as the Elite Four. There are new seats available for Elite Four, which is really great news for ambitious and motivated trainers. Lorelei, Agatha, Wattery, and Bruno have held the position of Elite Four for too long. In the past few years, there will be many powerful trainers trying to defeat them, but in consecutive years, the top players in the Masters have been beaten. After the abuse, no one would dare to challenge me. But as soon as Lorelei and Agatha retired, their opportunity came again. Not only the trainers who had qualified for the Masters were excited, but many trainers who had not qualified were also excited. Many trainers who have been famous for a long time but have not yet qualified for the Masters have gathered at this Indigo Plateau Conference to compete for the championship. This Indigo Plateau Conference can be regarded as a battle between dragons and tigers. However, Sumew did not take these external factors into consideration. As someone who was committed to becoming the champion of Kanto, these were just minor tests and not worthy of his attention at all. If he can't even handle the small Indigo Plateau Conference, then what else can he talk about? The train has arrived. Indigo Plateau North Station. Sumew got off the bus in this city revered as a holy place by Kanto trainers. This is where the Indigo Plateau Conference is held. In fire, in water, in grass, in forest. In the clouds, in the soil, in the skirt of Stephanie. Humming the theme song of the anime aiming to be the Pokémon master, Sumew stepped into this strange city. I'll see where Quartz Stadium is. Sumew had a headache when she opened the map and looked at the complicated route. Forget it, let's go find a hotel and put our luggage away first. Sumew arrived at the Indigo Plateau Conference not too early, and now it is simply a dream to find a Pokémon Center with free rooms. The only option was to find a suitable hotel. Since the Indigo Plateau Conference lasted for nearly half a month, Sumew did not choose a hotel that was too cheap. Mental contest condition is still very important for the battle. If the mental contest condition is not good and affects the battle, then the gain is not worth the loss. 20. After careful consideration, Sumew chose a luxury hotel not far or near Quartz Stadium. The surrounding environment and accommodation of this hotel are also among the best among the hotels in Indigo Plateau. The only drawback is that the price is really expensive. With the already expensive accommodation price and the annual Indigo Plateau Conference, the hotel would be sorry if it didn't rip off its customers. After being led to the room by the customer service staff, Sumew did not put down her luggage and go straight to the Quartz Stadium to register for the game. Instead, she turned on the hotel's computer and began to check information about the Indigo Plateau Conference. Netizens with cerebral palsy have a lot of fun, and no world can be without netizens who are idiots. 0. Sumew clicked on the official forum of Indigo Plateau Conference and started browsing the forum. There are really all kinds of posts on the forum. There are posts about Pokémon, showing off wealth, bragging, gossip, and all kinds of topics. Sumew took a few glances and lost interest in these useless posts. He logged into the official website of Buying Conference and started to check the rules of this Indigo Plateau Conference. The rules of this Indigo Plateau Conference are still very simple and clear, divided into 2 rounds, qualifying and main rounds. Every participating player must go through the 4 major battle arenas of water, rock, grass, and ice. Only after defeating rival in the 4 major battle arenas can they advance to the main competition. The battle rules of the Indigo Plateau Conference are 1v1, and the number of Pokémon used is 3. This is no different from what Sumyu heard before. After reading the rules, Sumyu sat on her seat and started thinking about the Pokémon she wanted to use in this competition. Dratini, Elite Beginner; Lapras, Gym Beginner; Charizard, Gym Intermediate; Clefable, Gym Intermediate; Venusaur, Gym Advanced; Aerodactyl, Gym Intermediate. This one only the Pokémon is the San Miguel Pokémon that Sumyu plans to use at the Indigo Plateau Conference. If we look at past championship standards, there won't be much of a problem winning the championship with this lineup. However, this year is a little different, so we can't be careless. When we encounter the powerful rival, we have to choose the rest. Pokémon, guaranteed to successfully win the championship 5. Chapter 159. Indigo Plateau Stadium, Player Registration Office. Sumyu spent more than half an hour walking here, and then queued for more than an hour. Finally, it was his turn to register. Please show me your ID. The registrar lady controlling the computer behind the stage extended her hand. Sumyu took out the Pokémon Pokédex from his pocket and handed it to the other party. As a result, the registration lady with the red Pokédex looked at Sumyu in surprise. There were many players participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference, but not many trainers had Pokédex like Sumyu. Sumyu, a resident of Jobin City, received the Earl Dervish Pokémon Bulbasaur from Professor Oak Laboratory. After briefly verifying the identity information, the lady in charge of registration nodded and said, "This is your information for participating in the 177 competition. Your battle time and location can be checked through the official website of the Indigo Plateau Conference." Okay. After walking out of the registration office, Sumyu was going to find a place to eat first. He was a little hungry after working all day. When Sumyu was about to leave, a strange yet familiar figure attracted Sumyu's attention. She has waist-length silver hair and sapphire-like eyes. One more point means more, one less point means less tall and perfect figure. Combined with her milky white skin, she is enough to become the dream lover of countless teenagers. The reason why Sumyu kept staring at her was not because she was attracted by the woman's beauty, but because she was a little surprised to meet her opponent here. Karen. According to the plot, after Lorelei and Agatha resign from the Elite Four, Karen will become the new Elite Four, the Elite of Evil. Little brother, it's not polite to keep staring at others. Karen also noticed Sumyu, who had been staring at her, walked up to Sumyu, and said with a smile on her face. If Sumyu had just come to this world, he might have blushed after being teased by Karen like that, but now he has already compared it to this analysis, and his face is already 10,000 times thicker. Sumyu smiled slightly at Karen's ambiguous teasing. "I'm just a little surprised to see the famous Miss Karen here." Karen didn't expect to be recognized by anyone in Kanto. Logically speaking, she wasn't very famous. "You know me?" Karen's stupid question, Sumyu didn't want to answer at all. Before he left, he smiled and said, "Did Miss Karen also come here for the spot in the Masters?" Sure enough, the Elite Four seats are still very attractive. "Who are you?" Karen's expression turned cold. She didn't expect that the person in front of her knew so much. Sumyu had no intention of continuing. He smiled slightly, turned and left. Looking at Sumyu's leaving figure, Karen smiled. This Indigo Plateau Conference is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. It's interesting. Karen originally came to the Indigo Plateau Conference just as a formality, but it seemed that the water at this Indigo Plateau Conference was much deeper than he imagined. The interior of a hotel, a certain room. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning, and the alarm clock starts ringing non-stop. Sumyu, who was leaning back with her eyes closed to relax, opened her eyes, pressed the alarm button, and the room became peaceful again. "It's time to get ready to go," Sumyu said to herself. The opening ceremony of the Indigo Plateau Conference was yesterday. Although the rockets made trouble during the ceremony, the opening ceremony almost turned into a farce. Fortunately, it still successfully ignited Moltres. Destroy. Sumyu is really curious about James' identity now. The trio was so mischievous at the opening ceremony of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Alliance actually turned a blind eye and confused the matter. It seems that James the family's water is deeper than Sumyu imagined. This is probably the hidden family that netizens ridiculed in previous lives. It's time to wake up, Dratini. Sumyu woke up the sleeping Dratini, who was the protagonist of the game today. Fan. Probably because he and Lapras watched TV too late last night, Dratini was still a little sleepy. Fortunately, he slowly got up from the bed under Sumyu's urging. Sumyu opened the curtains, and dazzling sunlight shone into the guest room. The gems on Dratini's chest sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight. This is Dragon Gem. After completing Mewtwo's counter-attack mission, the system rewards this Dragon Gem. There are many Pokémon with dragon blood in Sumyu's hands. Charizard, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and even Banjira all contain a small amount of dragon blood in their bodies. However, Sumyu gave this gem to Mini Yuan after careful consideration. The cultivation of quasi-gods is really a laborious matter. It took Sumyu a long time to conquer Dratini, and the resources invested during this period were not small, but it was still far away from Dratini evolving into Dragonair. Without the help of Dragon Gem, Sumyu estimates that she would have to wait at least 3 to 5 years for Dratini to evolve into Dragonite. 3 to 5 years, how could Sumyu have 3 to 5 years to wait for Dratini to evolve into Dragonite? After 3 to 5 years, the cucumbers and vegetables will be cold. Therefore, in order to allow Dratini to evolve as quickly as possible and form combat power, Sumyu decided to hand over this precious gem to it after much thought. For Dragon Gem, Dratini's growth rate will be greatly accelerated. If you are lucky, maybe Dratini will be able to evolve into Dragonair at the Bray conference here. It's getting late, Sumyu's game starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the first game will be played at the water venue. The water ground can be considered as half of Dratini's home field, 1.6. I hope Dratini can get off to a good start. We're finally here, there are too many people here. The Indigo Plateau Conference is nothing less than the Indigo Plateau Conference, even if all the spectators in the preliminaries are already full. The entire stadium was noisy and lively. It was Sumyu's first time to participate in such a competition, and he was a little uncomfortable. After passing through the crowds and entering the player waiting room, the noise slowed down a lot. Sumyu exhaled heavily, finally surviving. There is not only one player lounge in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Sumyu did not see anyone familiar in his lounge. It seemed that Ash, Gary, and Karen were all in other lounges. Sumyu casually found a seat and sat down, closing his eyes to relax, waiting for his first battle to begin. Chapter 160. Time passed by, and finally it was Sumyu's turn. The PA in the players' lounge began to broadcast Sumyu's name in a loop. Player Sumyu, please go to the water venue immediately. Player Sumyu, please go to the water venue immediately. Player Sumyu, please go to the water venue immediately. He stood up, stretched, and walked towards the water battlefield. Listening to the audience's talk along the way, Sumyu didn't feel nervous at all and felt very calm inside. With his ability, he would be nervous to participate in the preliminaries of the Indigo Plateau Conference, so it would be better for him to see a psychiatrist after the game. Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Isn't this just random killing? He can't be considered a loser in a one-on-one battle. After arriving at the water battle arena, Sumyu went directly to the isolated battle arena without hesitation. Why hasn't the Dawu player come yet? Yes, I'm here specifically for the Dawu players this time. 24. The magicians in the battle, it is simply a pleasure to watch the battle between Dawu players. How powerful! The discussion in the audience also reached Sumyu's ears, and he smiled so brightly. He also did not expect that his rival would be one of the most CJB players in the Indigo Plateau Conference, Dawu. He was trumpeting so loudly before the game. Those who didn't know it thought he was the top trainer. However, in the end, Krabby, who had not even been trained after being conquered by Ash, had a 1-on-3 challenge. This must have a lot of talent. Today Sumyu can experience for herself how many dishes Duo has to offer. Time passed minute by minute, and Duo still didn't appear. Sumyu's brows were furrowed and his expression was not very good. He did not expect that someone would be late for the Indigo Plateau conference game. Sumyu couldn't stand it anymore. He stopped the referee in the middle of the fighting stage and said, "Referee, should I be awarded a loss because I am late? Just award me a win." Sumyu's words directly angered Duo's fans in the audience, and they cursed Sumyu vigorously. "Ahole, aren't you just afraid that our talented warriors will come up with such despicable means? I actually wanted to win through crooked ways. I didn't expect this player named Sumyu to be so incompetent. If you're afraid, just admit defeat, admit defeat. Admit defeat." Sumyu didn't care at all about the abuse from the audience and looked at the referee with a calm expression. The referee was also under increased pressure. Logically speaking, if Duo was late, he would be awarded a loss according to the rules. He looked at his watch and said, "If the player Duo does not come on stage within 1 minute, then the game will be awarded a loss directly." As soon as the referee finished speaking, a line of white smoke rose up on Duo's battlefield. After a while, the white smoke dissipated, and Duo appeared on the battlefield holding a red rose. With a smile and confidence on his face, he bowed to the audience in a gentlemanly manner, looked at Sumyu and said, "Sorry, the protagonist always appears at the last moment." Looking at Duo on the opposite side, Sumyu didn't know what to say. He just hoped that after the game was over, Duo could still maintain his current smile. Trainers from both sides have arrived, and the solution begins to introduce the two sides. Finally, player Duo came to the battle stage. I have to say that he was very handsome on stage, but he should be careful. He angered player Sumyu. This is not good news. The flag in the referee's hand has been waved and the game has officially begun. Let me see who will draw the first strike. The Dao player will draw the first strike. Dao, who got the first strike, shook his right hand, and a Pokeball instantly appeared in his hand. "Come out, Executor." Detective I. Pokémon, Executor. Attribute Grass plus Psychic. Strength, Ordinary High Level. Potential, Elite. Meeting Duo Sumyu gained some experience today. This was the first time he saw someone's Executor training so badly. Many of the green leaves on the head of this Executor were withered, and some of its heads had dull eyes and a listless appearance. Fighting against rival like this makes Sumyu lose all energy. Sumyu listlessly took out the Pokeball from her waist and summoned Dratini. "Come out, Dratini." It's actually Dratini. Player Sumyu gave everyone a big surprise right away. The legendary and mysterious Pokémon Dratini appeared for the first time at this Indigo Plateau conference. With beautiful eyes and slender figure, this Dratini has been trained very well. Duo players will be in danger. The commentator who was invited to the Indigo Plateau conference had a very good eye. He could tell the difference between the two Pokémon at a glance. If he hadn't been worried about Davyu's fans, he might have declared Davyu's death sentence directly. Dao may be more suitable as a magician than a trainer. He didn't seem to feel the gap between his Executor and Sumyu's Dratini, and confidently launched the first attack. Executor uses Psybeam. Coconut eggs. Coconut eggs. Coconut eggs. The three heads of Executor began to concentrate, preparing to release the powerful psychic trick. Deal it, Dratini, Dragon Rage. Sumyu couldn't stand it anymore. Executor had to gather 763 energy for so long using a Psybeam. Why should a Pokémon debut of this caliber be allowed to play? The second after Sumyu finished speaking, Executor, who was still concentrating on preparing his skills, suddenly felt a powerful energy appearing on the opposite side. The Golden Dragon Rage disappeared beside Dratini, and came to the front of Executor the next second. Dratini's Dragon Rage was about to hit Executor, but Executor's Psybeam was still condensing, and host didn't know how to explain it. Seeing the Dragon Rage Executor in front of them, they were a little overwhelmed. The three heads began to yell. Before they could debate how to deal with it, Dragon Rage had already hit it. Not surprisingly, Executor, who was hit by Dragon Rage, immediately fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight. Oh, you are very lucky to be able to defeat my executor, but good luck will not always be with you. Facing my unique second Pokémon, what methods do you have to fight against it? Go, Cedra. Sumyu has been traveling for such a long time and has seen a lot of people, but this is the first time he has seen someone like Duo who can be so blindly confident. Hehe. Apart from smiling, Sumyu no longer knew how to respond. Chapter 161. Pokémon, Cedra. Attribute Water. Strength, Ordinary High Level. Potential, Elite. Sumyu no longer has to doubt that it is God's blessing that Flint is able to attend the Indigo Plateau Conference. Otherwise, the badges in his hands were all obtained from weak gyms such as Nibi Gym and Cerulean Gym. Either the gym leader released the water, or it should have been released into the sea. Allowing a trainer like him to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference simply lowers the standard of the entire conference. Yes, Cedra, it's a very rare Pokémon. Mr. Dotake is serious. That guy named Sumyu won't be proud for long, kill him, Dao player. Come on, Cedra takes down rival in one go. There are idiot fans everywhere. Seeing that they are all idiots, Sumyu forgives them. The fans' praises made Duo feel proud. After making love gestures to the fans, he said to Sumyu, I'm sorry I won't keep my hand anymore in order to satisfy my beloved fans. Sprint fast. Cedra began to move quickly in the water field, splashing waves of water as it moved. Duo was very satisfied with Cedra's performance and proudly said to Sumyu, it's not too late to admit defeat now. My Cedra is invincible. Shut up. Sumyu really couldn't stand Duo, who was so inferior in strength and kept chattering like a fly. He said with a cold face, I'm not in the mood to play children's house games with you anymore. To be honest, your strength is too weak for me to be interested at all. Sumyu snapped her fingers and said, solve it, Dratini, Twister. To be honest, the so-called agility of Cedra, who is very martial, is not taken seriously by Sumyu at all. It is too slow. Sumyu gave a simple Twister command, and the water in the field immediately stirred up wind and waves. Cedra, which was moving randomly in the field like a headless fly, was directly swept up into the sky by Dratini's Twister and thrown out of the field. Bang! This was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and Cedra, who was swept away by Twister, immediately lost its ability to fight. After being ridiculed by Sumyu, the confidence on Duo's face finally disappeared. He looked at Sumyu coldly and said, Humph, you are still the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Come back, Cedra. I have decided that I will defeat you with my strongest Pokémon. Come out, Golbat. Pokémon, Golbat. Attribute Poison plus Flying. Strength, Elite Entry Level. Potential, Elite. The strongest Pokémon, that's it? Sumyu is still too young, and he really shouldn't have any expectations for the guy in front of him. Ha 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 ha, are you afraid? My Golbat will absorb all Dratini's blood. Dao laughed proudly. The 2B boy is so happy. This is the first time Sumyu has seen such a 2B boy. He glanced at Dratini, made a gesture of cutting his throat, and was ready to leave. Same Dragon Rage, same recipe, same results, nothing changed. After taking Dratini back into the Pokémon Ball, Sumyu left the battlefield directly. This matchup seemed a bit too easy for Sumyu. Player Duo did not put any pressure on Sumyu. To put it bluntly, the strength of the two is not at the same level. Congratulations to Sumyu for successfully advancing to the next level wheel. It's really boring, am I right? Dratini. Fan. Dratini hit yawn and nodded in agreement with Sumyu. It had just started to warm up and the game was over. Rival was too weak. Sumyu, Sumyu. Ash ran towards Sumyu excitedly and said happily, is your game over? Sumyu. It's over. It seems like you should have made a good start. Sumyu said with a smile. He was really lucky. He almost lost. Misty, holding Tijipai in her arms, shook her head. Ash was very dissatisfied with Misty's statement, hey, Misty, what does it mean to be lucky? I won rival with my own strength. Hee. Ash was too lazy to argue with Misty. He looked back at Sumew and said seriously, Sumew, I hope to play against you at the Indigo Plateau Conference. As long as you keep winning, I can fight. Come on, Ash. Sumew patted Ash on the shoulder and left with a smile. Keep winning. Ash didn't quite understand what Sumew meant. Misty couldn't help it anymore, idiot. What Sumew means is that he will keep winning until the finals. As long as you can keep winning, you can always meet him. So that's it. Ash suddenly realized, well Pikachu, let's work hard, we must keep winning. Pikachu. Pikachu responded vigorously. Misty glanced at Xiaogang with a headache and said, Xiaogang, do you think Ash can't understand the current situation? This is the Indigo Plateau Conference. The strongest trainers are gathered here. Isn't he a little unclear about the situation? Ha ha ha, don't worry too much, Misty, it's always a good thing to have confidence. Besides, Ash's strength has improved a lot, so there shouldn't be any big problems. The next afternoon, Sumew ushered in his second battle at the Rock Battle Arena. Unlike Rival in the Water Battle Arena, Rival's strength in this game is still very good. Makin Zhao, after Sumew's Dratini defeated Rival Graveler and Dodrio in succession, they finally lost when facing Rival's last Hot Monkey. You did a great job, come back, Dratini. Sumew calmly took back Dratini, go, Lapras. Lapras. Logically speaking, the Rock Battle Arena is not suitable for Lapras to battle, but the Fiery Monkey trainer does not dare to be careless at all. He must admit that Sumew's hard power is superior to him. Lapras. The second Pokémon chosen by player Sumew is Lapras. It seems that player Sumew is very confident in his Lapras, otherwise he would not use Lapras in the rock battlefield. The game has begun, let's take a good look at how Sumew's Lapras will perform on the rock battlefield. Chapter 162. Lapras Freezing Ray. The opponent's Fiery Monkey is pretty good, but it's far behind Sumew's Lapras. The explosive monkey has concentrated enough, but there is still no way to avoid Lapras' attack. The freezing light was so fast and accurate that it directly froze the Fiery Monkey into an ice sculpture. Beautiful ice sculptures appeared on the battlefield, and Lapras' freezing light was not only powerful, but also full of beauty. The Fiery Monkey lost his ability to fight, Lapras won, and the winner was the Sumew player from Jobin City. After simply defeating Rival in 2 consecutive rounds, Sumew also attracted the attention of TV station. As soon as the game was over, reporter brought a photographer to Sumew for an interview. Hello, Sumew player, you have successfully won 2 rounds. Are you confident in the remaining 2 rounds of the qualifiers? The reporter interviewing is a mature woman in her 30s. Confidence? I didn't come to the Indigo Plateau Conference to participate in the main draw. My goal is to win the championship. So the next 2 rounds should go as smoothly as these 2 rounds. The reporter who was interviewing did not expect that Sumew's answer would be so explosive. She suddenly became excited and hurriedly put the microphone to Sumew's mouth respectfully. He continued to ask, player Sumew looks confident. Can you tell the audience the source of her confidence? It's simple, because I have absolute confidence in my own strength. Sumew's mouth was filled with a confident smile. Misty in front of the TV looked at Sumew on TV and was a little confused. Sumew's interview is a bit unlike Sumew's style. He is not someone who likes to be in the limelight. Based on Misty's understanding of Sumew, such a post-match interview should not happen with Sumew. Xiaogang touched his chin and thought carefully, I think Sumew must have her own reasons for doing this. Misty and Xiaogang guessed right. There was indeed a reason why Sumew changed his usual style during the interview. It started with the phone call he received from Professor Oak yesterday. Sumew, this Indigo Plateau Conference is a big stage, you must seize this opportunity and do your best to promote yourself. Professor Oak's voice came from the microphone. Try your best to promote yourself. Sumew didn't understand why Professor Oak asked him to do this, but Sumew decided to do what Professor Oak said. After all, Professor Oak would not harm him. This is also the real reason why Sumew changed her past style in interviews. After the interview, Sumyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. To be honest, it was a bit uncomfortable for him to be so pretentious in front of the camera. But one thing to say, the feeling of pretending to be B is really memorable. In the water venue, rock venue, and grass venue, Sumyu did not encounter much trouble in the first 3 qualifiers, but in the final ice venue, Sumyu finally encountered a difficult rival. Sumyu player is in trouble. Sumyu player, who never used the 3rd Pokémon in the first 3 qualifiers, was finally forced to use the 3rd Pokémon in the ice arena. To be honest, I'm looking forward to Sumyu's 3rd Pokémon. Dratini and Lapras are both extremely cherished Pokémon. I don't know what Pokémon Sumyu's 3rd Pokémon will be. Pokémon Swimming Frog. Attribute Water. Strength, intermediate level in the gym. Potential, Gym. Sumyu's rival this time, Ashen, should be the strongest rival he encountered at the Indigo Plateau Conference. The strength of the 3 Pokémon all reached the gym level. Sumyu's Dratini, who played first, was defeated by rivals Cloyster without much resistance. After Lapras defeated Cloyster and Dugong in succession, and had a battle with the fast-swimming frog, he was finally defeated, Siege, by exhaustion. Looking at Ashen, who was facing a formidable enemy, Sumyu smiled and said, "Axon, you are very strong. If you hadn't met me, I believe you would have achieved good results in this Indigo Plateau Conference. It's a pity that after you met me, your conference was also declared over. Stop talking nonsense and take out your 3rd Pokémon. My swimming frog will never lose to your Pokémon." Ashen shouted. Enlightenment. After hearing trainer's words, the fast-swimming frog also echoed loudly. "You're very energetic, but the outcome won't change in any way." Sumyu snapped her fingers and said, "Come out, Venusaur. It has appeared. Sumyu's 3rd Pokémon has appeared, Venusaur. This should be Sumyu's Earl Dervish Pokémon." The commentator began to explain at the right time. Ashen's face is not very good looking, and his luck is really not very good. All the Ice-type Cloyster and Dugong have lost their combat capabilities, leaving only the Water-type Pokémon Frogger. It really is. If Sumyu knew what Ashen was thinking now, he would definitely tell Ashen with a smile that there is no need to consider what is and is not. Even if his Cloyster and Dugong have not lost their fighting ability, the ending will not be any different. Change. In front of Venusaur, these Pokémon are completely inadequate. Razor Leaf, Venusaur. A sky full of green scimitars appeared all around Venusaur. The densely packed scimitars made people feel scared when they saw them. Seeing Venusaur surrounded by scimitars, Ashen even forgot to give instructions. The scene in front of me was really shocking. The commentator swallowed the saliva in his mouth and took a long time to react. His voice was still trembling. "What did I see? Is this Razor Leaf? I have never seen a grass-type Pokémon that can control such a number. The huge Razor Leaf, the fast-swimming frog, is in danger. It happens, Venusaur." As soon as Sumyu finished speaking, green scimitars all over the sky were instantly launched towards the fast-swimming frog. The fast-swimming frog spit out freezing rays from its mouth in an attempt to stop the Razor Leaf from approaching, but there was no way. There were too many Razor Leafs on the field, and there was no way it could completely block it. The first scimitar crossed the defense line and hit it, then the second, the third, the fourth, and before long all the scimitars broke through the defense line. It was such a shocking scene. The audience opened their eyes wide one by one, for fear of missing a shot. The fast-swimming frog screamed in pain under the baptism of the scimitar, and the result was already determined. The swimming frog loses the ability to fight and the winner is Venusaur. Chapter 163. Cheers! Ash shouted excitedly while holding a glass at the dinner table. It's rare that Misty didn't quarrel with Ash. Ash was able to successfully pass the qualifiers and advance to the main competition. This is indeed good news worthy of celebrate. Seeing the excited Ash in front of her, Sumyu shook her head, clinked her glasses and drank the drink in one gulp. Everyone present is underage, and since the main game starts tomorrow, it is naturally impossible for them to drink. Unlike Sumyu, who successfully advanced to the main draw with almost no pressure, Ash played thrillingly in every qualifying match. He would have been eliminated in several games if it weren't for Pikachu's incredible performance. The top 16 should be Ash's limit. The list of all trainers who have entered the top 16 has been released. In terms of hard power, Ash is at the bottom. If there are no surprises, the top 16 will be Ash's final result in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Brother Sumyu, congratulations, you have entered the top 16. A mature female voice interrupted the celebrate of 4 people, and a woman with a graceful figure wearing a gold short-sleeved shirt and hot pants came to the dining table of 4 people. Okay. What a beautiful lady. Xiao Gang couldn't control himself when he saw the mature elder sister, and wanted to rush forward to express his love. Misty wanted to stop Xiao Gang, but Xiao Gang was not as fast as Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang rushed out almost in an instant. Just when Xiao Gang was about to touch Karen's hand, Xiao Gang suddenly stopped and obediently turned around and returned to his position. Ash and Misty were a little curious. Xiao Gang, why don't you continue? Continue? Cold sweat broke out on Xiaogang's forehead. He had a feeling that if it really dared to touch Karen's hand, he might not be able to save his hand. The closer he gets to Karen, the more he can feel the evil power hidden under Karen's bright smile. Hey, brother, why are you looking back? I'm looking forward to it. Karen raised her eyebrows and said to Xiao Gang with a smile on her face. Xiao Gang was so frightened that he quickly stood up from his seat without any hesitation, bowed solemnly and apologized. I'm really sorry, I was reckless. Don't scare him, Miss Karen, Su couldn't help but said. Humph, for your sake I'll let him go. See you in the finals. Sumyu, I'm really looking forward to the showdown with you. After saying that, Karen stopped lingering and turned to leave. After seeing Karen walking away, Xiao Gang breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, after Karen showed her anger, the pressure he suffered was really the most terrifying pressure he had ever encountered in his life. Haha, Xiao Gang, you really need to change your bad habits. You must know that not everyone is as kind and gentle as Miss Juncha and Nurse Joy. When Xiao Gang was taught a lesson by Karen, Misty not only had no sympathy for Xiao Gang, but also felt that he was asking for it. As a Stephanie, Misty naturally knows how annoying it is to be shaken by a strange man. Sumyu, is the trainer named Karen strong? Unlike Xiao Gang, Ash is always concerned about rivals' strength. Ash didn't care whether Karen was pretty or not. What he cared about was Karen's strength. Very strong. If my guess is correct, she should have Elite 4 level strength. Sumyu decided to reveal Karen's strength to Ash so that Ash could be prepared when meeting Karen. Elite 4. Xiao Gang was also a little scared. If an Elite 4 trainer left a bad impression on him, he might really be beaten to death by her. Yes, you must have heard the news. Lorelei Elite and Agatha Elite are preparing to resign from the Elite 4. Elite Wataru will be promoted to the champion, so 4 seats in the Kanto Elite 4 will be vacant at once. Karen should be the one. I came here for this seat. Sumyu took a sip of her drink and said calmly. Misty and Xiao Gang looked solemn. They obviously did not expect that all this would come back so quickly. They are thinking about what impact the new Elite 4 will have on their gym. Looking at the sad faces of Misty and Xiao Gang, Sumyu decided to tell them a piece of bad news. After the new Elite 4 take office, all gyms will undergo a new qualification review, and any gym that does not meet the standards will be disqualified. Please give me flowers. Xiaogang's Nibi gym is not a big problem. After Flint's return, there is no big problem with Flint's ability to cope with the gym review. But the Cerulean gym is in big trouble. Neither the 3 Cerulean sisters nor Misty have the strength to carry a gym. Misty does have great potential, but there is not much time left for her. Don't worry too much, Misty. With your strength, as long as you work hard, I believe it is not difficult to save the Cerulean gym. Looking at Misty with a sad face, Sumyu comforted her. I hope so. Misty sighed. After being disrupted by Karen and the inside story revealed by Sumyu, no one was in the mood to continue celebrate. After simply eating a few bites of food, they went to their respective accommodations to rest. 0. Back at the hotel, Sumew turned on her computer and logged into the official forum of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The qualifiers for the Indigo Plateau Conference have all ended, and the strength of most of the top 16 contestants has been exposed. Some netizens have already listed the strength rankings of the top 16 players. Sumew clicked in and saw that he was ranked 6th. Because he did not reveal too much strength in the qualifiers, this ranking is indeed in line with his demonstrated strength. Gary was in 7th place, Ash and Sumew guessed well and were listed in the last place. The name of the first place was Sumew, who was no stranger to her. It was Karen who was the biggest rival in this Indigo Plateau Conference. Karen only used one Pokémon, Makura, in the qualifiers. After 4 rounds of qualifiers, no one was able to force her to use her second Pokémon. This shows how scary Karen is. Flash kill, flash kill, flash kill, this is the tone of Karen's battle. Almost no rival can survive a single move in Karen's hands. Strong, tall, and beautiful, Karen has now become the biggest celebrity in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Almost everyone thinks that it is only a matter of time before Karen becomes the champion. Turn off the computer, hit yawn, and go to bed to rest. Chapter 164. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and the alarm woke up Sumew from her sleep. After washing up quickly, Sumew went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then Sumew rushed to Indigo Plateau Stadium with his Pokémon. After entering the top 16, the Indigo Plateau Conference has attracted more and more attention. Walking on the way to the Indigo Plateau Conference, there are spectators coming from all over the place to watch the game. Sumew's game today was scheduled for the afternoon, so he could enjoy other people's battles in the morning. The player who competed in the first round of the top 16 was Ash, and his rival was his new friend Richie, a trainer who also owned Pikachu. The Pokémon in Richie's hand are very similar to the Pokémon in Ash's hand. This battle can be considered a close battle. As the 200 players boarded the battle hall, the commentator began to introduce to everyone, "Now let us introduce the players on both sides. The blue player on the left is Richie, and on the right is his rival, who is from Ash player from Pallet Town. I don't know if you have noticed, but the Pokémon used by player Richie and player Ash in the qualifiers are very similar. The most special thing is that the trump card Pokémon of both players is Pikachu." The audience, who were not looking forward to this game at first, became curious after hearing host's introduction. You must know that Pikachu is not a powerful Pokémon. It can rely on Pikachu to reach the top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference. This is enough to arouse the curiosity of the audience. Ash and Richie on the court looked serious, and they seemed to take this game very seriously. "Go ahead, Bobby." Richie, who drew first strike, summoned his first Pokémon, a Butterfree named Bobby. Butterfree. Looking at Richie's Butterfree, Ash couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic, wondering if his Butterfree was doing well. "Then the Pokémon I chose is Squirtle, go ahead, Squirtle." Netizens' predictions of strength were quite accurate. Ash and Richie were indeed about equal in strength. Squirtle and Butterfree had a fierce battle. In the end, Richie relied on Butterfree's sleeping powder trick to finally defeat Squirtle and win Ash's. The first Pokémon. "Thank you for your hard work, Squirtle." Ash's face looked a little solemn. Having lost a Pokémon first, he was already at a disadvantage in this battle. He had to find a way to turn the situation around. "Please, Pikachu." In this critical battle, Ash's most trusted partner was Pikachu. Without any hesitation, Ash chose to let Pikachu play. Pikachu appears, Pikachu, Ash's Pikachu appears. Pikachu has always been a very popular Pokémon. After Pikachu stepped onto the battle stage, there were loud cheers and cheers from the audience. Facing Richie's Bobby, Pikachu didn't hold back at all. He won rival 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, helping Ash move back to the first round. "Great, well done Pikachu!" Ash shouted excitedly. After taking down Richie's Butterfree, Ash and Richie were back on the same starting line, with 2 Pokémon left. Ash looks like he's going to lose. If Sumew's prediction was correct in this game, Ash should lose. The trump card Pokémon in Ash's hand has always been Pikachu, but judging from Pikachu's performance today, it doesn't seem to be very excited. To put it in familiar words, Pai Shen is acting again. Perhaps because the rival Richie faced was Ash's friend, Pikachu did not reach its full potential. Sumew's prediction was correct. After neatly solving Richie's Butterfree, Pikachu was defeated neatly when faced with Richie's Charmander. Seeing Richie's Pokémon, Sumew also guessed why Richie and Ash became friends. Both of them are trainers who don't like forcing Pokémon to evolve. According to the level, Richie's Charmander is more than enough to evolve into Charizard, but it still remains taking the form of Charmander. After seeing that Pikachu lost the ability to fight, Misty and Xiao Gang on the coaching bench also looked at each other, quite helpless. They have also become accustomed to Pikachu's extremely low upper and lower limits, but they didn't expect that Pikachu would perform at the lowest level at the critical moment. Now they can only rely on Ash's last Pokémon. Ash had been pushed to the edge of the cliff. Thank you for your hard work, Pikachu. Defeated by Charmander, Ash did not blame Pikachu. He carefully put Pikachu aside, took a deep breath, and prepared to continue the next game. Go, Charizard! Charizard! Player Ash took out his Charizard. Although we didn't get to see the battle between the two trainer Pikachu in this game, it was nice to see the battle between Charmander and Charizard. The level of Richie's Charmander is indeed similar to that of Ash's Charizard. They are both at the beginning level of the gym. However, after all, he is facing his own evolved type. In addition, he has the disadvantage of not being able to fly. After a long period of resistance, Charmander finally still defeated by Charizard. Ash, your Charizard is really strong, but I won't give in. Let's go Ren. According to the original plot, Ash's Charizard was defeated because he disdained the Pikachu battle and lost his fighting consciousness. However, this time Ash's Charizard was not the original Charizard, so the plot changed. Charizard, who had a battle with Charmander in 1.3, started a fierce duel with Richie's Pikachu, who started to fight hard. Sumew never expected that Ash Pikachu would not break out in this game, but Charizard would break out instead. At the critical moment when he was about to lose his ability to fight, Charizard activated his fire ability. With the fierce ability, Charizard successfully counterkilled Ren and helped Ash successfully advance to the next round. What a surprise! Seeing Ash jumping up and down happily on the field, Sumew was also a little surprised. He originally thought that Ash would stop at the top 16 like in the original work, but he didn't expect that Ash would successfully enter the top 8. Now that the plot has changed, will Ash successfully win a championship in future competitions? Sumew was looking forward to it. Chapter 165. Ash's luck is really good. He can turn things around like this. At some point Gary came to Sumew's side. Isn't your game about to start? Why don't you prepare? Sumew looked at Gary beside her curiously. What are you prepared for? Don't worry, I will definitely win it. Gary said confidently. Yeah. Sumew said noncommittally. If he remembered correctly, Gary in the original work didn't make it to the top 16, and the Silver Conference was also defeated by Ash, but it shouldn't happen this time. With Sumew's continuous pressure, Gary has grown a lot compared to the original work. If he is lucky, Gary may be able to enter the top 8 this time. As the games came to an end, it was finally Sumew's turn to play. At this time, Sumew has arrived at the passage leading to the battlefield, waiting to play. The commentator outside started introducing the players. The next game is the 5th game today. The first thing I want to introduce to you is the 24-hand player coming from the left, Sumew. Sumew is from Jobin City. He also won the qualifier very easily. To win the competition, our strength cannot be underestimated. The player on the right is Lily. She is not from Guangdong, but from New Bark Town, Chengdu region. Next, let's see what exciting battles they can bring us. After watching so many battles in the guest seats, the guests who were a little bored at first perked up after seeing Sumew on the court. Would you like to guess who can win this game? Based on the performance of the two trainers in the qualifiers, it should be between the two. Feng Hong, the gym trainer of Maple Leaf Gym, suggested. I guess Sumew wins. I also guess Sumew wins. Erica from Rainbow Gym and Sabrina from Saffron Gym had no hesitation that Sumew would win. There is not much suspense in this match against Feng Hong. The only interesting thing is that Sumew will show some strength in this match. Blaine said with a smile. Oh! Blaine's words aroused Feng Hong's curiosity. Mr. Blaine, what do you mean? This player named Sumew is very strong. Blaine didn't give in, nodded and said, I think all the gym trainers present who have played against Sumew will not think that Sumew will lose. The winner of this Indigo Plateau Conference is either Sumew or Karen. Humph. Ma Zishi was angry when he heard the name Sumew, but he had to admit that Sumew's strength was indeed only matched by Karen. Blaine's words instantly caused a commotion in the calm guest seats. They did not expect that Blaine would have such a high opinion of Sumew. You must know that Karen is basically designated as the next Elite Four figure. Mr. Blaine is not joking. Several gym leaders were a little unsure of Blaine's judgment. I also think Mr. Blaine's words are not that accurate. Erica also disagreed with Blaine's point of view. Oh, Erica, you think Sumew is not Karen's rival? No. I think everything has been doomed since Sumew entered the Indigo Plateau Conference. The final champion will definitely be him. Let's wait and see. After speaking, Erica turned her gaze back to the battlefield and looked at Sumew in the field without blinking. Unhappy, very unhappy. Listening to Erica's praise of Sumew, Sabrina always felt very unhappy for some reason. She snorted softly, closed her eyes, and began to gather herself. While the guests were discussing, the battle in the audience had also begun. Houndoom is a Pokémon from Chengdu. Probably because she is a trainer from Chengdu, most of the Pokémon in Lily's hands are Pokémon from Chengdu. The first strike Pokémon she uses is Houndoom. Pokémon, Houndoom. Attribute Fire plus Evil. Strength, intermediate level in the gym. Potential, Gym. Like Arcanine from the Kanto region, Houndoom is also a rare and powerful canine Pokémon. However, unlike Arcanine, who is worshipped as a totem, people used to think that Houndoom was a messenger from hell and were afraid of it. As for the mid-level Houndoom in the gym, Lapras is a good choice in terms of attribute restraint, but the venue for this battle is not a water battle venue, nor an ice battle venue, so it is not very beneficial to Lapras. In addition, Lapras's strength is slightly lower than Houndoom. For safety reasons, Sumew is going to send Clefable on the field. Just when Sumew was about to take out Pixie's Pokeball, Lapra's Pokeball began to shake. Through the power of her mind, Sumew felt Lapra's strong desire to play. Although she didn't quite understand why Lapras wanted to play so much, Sumew decided to comply with its wishes. Please, Lapras. Lapras? Sumew player chose Lapras. In terms of attribute restraint, Lapras is indeed a good choice, but Lapras' movement will be a big trouble. I don't know how Sumew player will solve it. Lapras, who appeared on the battlefield, did not directly enter the battle contest condition, but excitedly let out an excited growl somewhere in the auditorium. Eat! 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 Following Lapra's gaze, everyone saw a mature lady with wonderful intellectual abilities. She wore glasses and showed her intellectual charm. Miss Lorelei! That's Miss Lorelei! The entire auditorium instantly became excited. If there were no security personnel maintaining security, the audience might have rushed directly to Lorelei to ask for autographs. Sumew finally understood why Lapras wanted to play. Do you want to show yourself well in front of Lorelei and your parents? You have to work hard, Lapras, it will be too embarrassing if you lose. Sumew said with a smile. It took a long time for the audience to finally regain their composure and return their attention to the battle on the field. They also guessed that Sumew's Lapras and Lorelei should be inextricably linked, so they also wanted to see how this Lapras would perform in the battle. Are the trainers on both sides ready? I'm ready. Me too. Why? After receiving confirmation from the two trainers, the referee waved the flag in his hand vigorously and announced the start of the competition. Start! Chapter 166. Houndoom uses Flamethrower. Players who can make it all the way to the main match are worthy of recognition for their strength and mental quality. Lily was not affected by the audience or the sudden appearance of Lorelei, and chose the most suitable offensive skills from the beginning. A pillar of fire spurted out from Houndoom's mouth. The legendary flames from hell were indeed well deserved. Different from the normal flames, Houndoom's flames were darker in color and had a strong smell of sulfuric acid. There is no choice for Lapras to dodge. Lapras' mobility on the ground is almost zero, so Sumew can only choose to fight with skills. Lapras Surf, or the art of water escaping from the waterfall is more appropriate. The water element in the air began to condense behind Lapras, and a looming waterfall appeared behind Lapras. Looking at the waterfall behind Lapras, the audience rubbed their eyes and suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. But the sound of water flowing in their ears told them that everything was true. The eyes can deceive people, but the ears cannot. No way. It's too scary. Lily was also a little overwhelmed, and Lapras' terrifying skills were a little too much for her to bear. Waterfall? I read that right. Lapras actually summoned a huge waterfall. Houndoom is in danger, the commentator said excitedly. The commentator was right. Houndoom was indeed dangerous. The waterfall began to move. Houndoom's flamethrower was instantly extinguished by the waterfall. Lapras rode the waterfall and rushed towards Houndoom. Water dragons emerged from the waterfall and guarded Lapras, like loyal soldiers. The entire battlefield was flooded, and Houndoom had no choice but to stay there and wait to die. Water dragons flew towards Houndoom under the control of Lapras, and the water dragons carrying powerful destructive power directly hit Houndoom. 1-2 Project. Houndoom had no means of resistance and lost its ability to fight under the continuous attacks of the water dragon. The entire audience was silent. Looking at Lapras on the court, I didn't know what was going on in my mind. Lorelei in the audience also let out a heavy breath. She didn't expect that Sumew and Lapras would give her such a big surprise. She was a little curious about how Lapras could control so much water energy. This shouldn't be what it is now. Only those whose strength can control it. The water flow slowly disappeared and the entire site returned to calm. After using several water-type ultimate moves in a row, Lapras was also a little tired. It walked to Sumew's side and called softly. It wants to rest. Sumew smiled and took Lapras back into the Pokeball, and said gently, "Have a good rest, Lapras." Lily's face is not very pretty. She considered Sumew to be strong enough in the simulated battle, but it is obvious that Sumew is stronger than she thought. She must fight hard, otherwise, she will not have any chance. Odds. Come out, Typhlosion. If Charmander is the Earl Dervish Pokémon that every novice trainer in Kanto wants to get the most, then Cyndaquil is the Earl Dervish Pokémon that every 10-year-old trainer in Chengdu wants to get the most. Typhlosion is the evolved form of Cyndaquil. As you can tell from the name, Typhlosion has an extremely hot temper, but having a hot temper is not a bad thing for fire-type Pokémon. Rage will give Typhlosion unparalleled power. When angry, the flames on its back will burn horribly and even explode. Detective Eye. Pokémon, Typhlosion. Attribute Fire. Strength, high level in the gym. Potential, elite. It seems that this Lily is not a simple person. She should be a person with a big background in Chengdu. The Pokémon she has is not bad at all. The Earl Dervish Pokémon and Typhlosion have elite potential. Typhlosion. What Pokémon is better suited to its rival than Charizard? This will definitely be a pretty exciting game. Come out, Charizard. Sumew threw the Pokeball high into the sky, and with a bang, Charizard appeared in front of everyone. Charizard. It's Charizard, the audience shouted excitedly. The evolved type of the Earl Dervish Fire Pokémon from the Chengdu region versus the final evolved type of the Earl Dervish Fire Pokémon from the Kanto region. This is no longer a simple battle, it is a matter of the honor of the region. Most of the people who come to watch the Indigo Plateau Conference are from Kanto. As a Kanto audience, there is no reason not to support Charizard but to support Typhlosion. The entire battlefield was filled with cheers and cheers for Charizard. I feel unhappy, I feel unhappy, I feel quite unhappy. Typhlosion, who originally had an extremely hot temper, was treated so differently by the audience. How could he be in a good mood? Crack! Crack! Typhlosion let out a chilling roar of rage, and the flames on its back began to burn violently, and those who were close could even hear crackling explosions. Rage brings strength to Typhlosion. At this moment, Typhlosion has reached its peak contest condition. Well done, Typhlosion! A smile finally appeared on Lily's face. She believed that her Typhlosion would definitely help her win. Seeing the arrogant Typhlosion, Sumew touched her head and felt a headache. It's a bit difficult to handle. Originally, Charizard, who was at the mid-level in the gym, was weaker than Typhlosion. In addition, Typhlosion is now gaining momentum. If you want to win, it's really not that simple. Well, Zhao. You have to work hard. Charizard. Fierce. There is nothing to hesitate. Facing the strong rival, you have to show all your cards from the beginning. Otherwise, you may not even have the chance to use your cards in the end. After hearing Sumew's instructions, Charizard roared in response. The flames at the tail burned fiercely, and Charizard's momentum began to climb rapidly. Fierce? Active use of Fierce ability? I have to say that player Sumew gave us another surprise. Let's enjoy this game. I have a hunch that this will definitely be the most exciting game today, no? Seeing the two Pokémon facing each other on the field, the audience's shouts became louder. Amid the shouts of the audience, the battle between the two fire-type Pokémon began. Flamethrower. We use Flamethrower too. Chapter 167. Hot flames spurted out from the mouths of Typhlosion and Charizard, and the two pillars of fire collided in the center of the battlefield. The flames were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other, and no one was willing to give in. The moisture in the air began to evaporate. The crackling sound spread from the battlefield to everyone's ears. The two Pokémon refused to give in to each other, neither of them willing to admit defeat, and each strengthened the intensity of the flames. Coax! The roar of flames resounded throughout the battlefield. Under the conflict between the two energies, an explosion occurred. After the violent explosion, a puff of black smoke directly enveloped the entire battlefield. No one could see clearly what was happening in the venue. Charizard uses Hurricane. It was difficult to find traces of rival in the black smoke, but this did not trouble Sumew, who directly chose to let Charizard use Hurricane. He doesn't need to find traces of Typhlosion, he just needs to target the entire battlefield. After receiving Sumew's command, Charizard rushed out of smokescreen, waving the dual wing beat and began to summon the power of the storm. Fanned by the Charizard dual wing beat, the wind came to the venue. The storm began to rage throughout the venue. Although there was a cover of black smoke, Sumew believed that Charizard's Hurricane would definitely cause enough damage to Typhlosion. Seeing the storm sweeping across the field, Lily was a little panicked, and Typhlosion quickly used Dig to hide underground. Panic always makes people make wrong decisions, and Lily gave a wrong order. It would be a good idea to let Typhlosion use Dig when Charizard first uses the Hurricane skill, but it would be a bit naive to want to use Dig after the storm is already raging throughout and has already caused damage to Typhlosion. More importantly, the smoke has been dispersed by the storm. Typhlosion's attempt to use Dig was caught by Charizard. I caught you, you can't escape. Sumew raised the corner of her mouth and smiled softly. Charizard Giga Impact. As soon as Sumew finished speaking, Charizard, who was already ready, used all his strength and began to charge forward. Typhlosion also exposed his back to Charizard during the Dig process. In a battle of this level, she actually exposed her back to rival, which shows how big of a mistake Lily made. Charizard's Giga Impact knocked Typhlosion directly into the hole it was still digging. Charizard looks a bit ugly, and the after effects of Giga Impact make it not too uncomfortable right now, but its rival Typhlosion should be more uncomfortable than it is. Typhlosion has lost its ability to fight. After confirming that Typhlosion had lost the ability to fight, the referee urged Lily to summon the last Pokémon. Lily's face is not very pretty. Being defeated so easily by the Earl Dervish Pokémon Typhlosion gave her a huge blow. The most important thing is that the main reason why Typhlosion was defeated was not because she was not as powerful as Charizard, but because she lost to trainer rival. She was completely defeated by Sumyu in the art of conducting. Lily took several deep breaths to calm herself down. She controlled herself not to listen to the audience's voice. After Tiflosian was defeated, almost the entire Quartz Stadium audience was cheering for Sumyu and Charizard, which really put a lot of pressure on her. After taking many deep breaths, Lily finally controlled her emotions and returned her attention to the battle. "You are very strong, Sumyu," Lily said sincerely. "If I am not wrong, this is not your real strength. Can you let me see your real strength and let me understand the gap between you and me?" Sumyu didn't expect Lily to make such a request. He scratched his head and said, "I don't care, but I'm a little worried about whether you can withstand the blow." "Don't worry, I'm ready." Lily looked at Sumyu in front of her seriously. "Come out, Camerupt." Camerupt, this must be the first time for many viewers to see this Pokémon. This is not a Pokémon from Kanto or Chengdu. Camerupt is a Pokémon unique to the Hone region. Unexpectedly, player Lily would have Pokémon from Hone in her hands. Sumyu's Charizard has not lost much physical strength in the previous battle. Let us wait and see whether he is ready to continue to let Charizard fight, or whether he will meet Lily's request and show his own strength. The commentator has some expectations. In fact, he also wants to know Sumyu's true strength. After all, Sumyu has always been easy from the qualifiers. No one can force out Sumyu's full strength. The commentator is also a little curious. How strong is Sumyu? The commentators, the audience, and the guests in the guest seats all held their breath, waiting for Sumyu's decision. As the protagonist, how can he live up to everyone's expectations? Sumyu smiled and said, "Then I will grant your wish, but don't be too shocked." "Don't worry, I won't." Lily looked at Sumyu firmly. Sumyu shrugged her shoulders, hoping that after the game was over, Lily would still be so arrogant. "Come back, Charizard. This game is no longer a battle, it is already a show. Since it is a show, it would be a bit inappropriate to have Banjira appear on the stage. It is naturally the Pokémon Sumyu has that is most suitable for the show. Come out, Ghost." The mouth is full of laughter. Gengar also knows what he needs to do, and he gives everyone a blow as soon as he comes on the court. The terrifying sound appeared in the ears of everyone present, and the clear voice sounded like Gengar was behind them. After hearing Gengar's terrifying growl, many people couldn't help but look back. Soaring in the sky darkened, the ghost-type energy directly blocked the scorching sun, and the entire arena fell into darkness. Activate emergency lights. The staff of the Indigo Plateau Conference were worried about what would happen in the dark and immediately turned on the emergency lights in the arena. Through the emergency lights, everyone finally saw clearly what was happening on the field. Gengar floats in the air with a bored look on its face. At its feet is Camerupt, who has lost his ability to fight. In just a few seconds, no one saw what happened, and Camerupt was instantly killed. Although I didn't see Gengar take action, I think most viewers felt Gengar's terror with me. Let us congratulate Sumyu, he successfully advanced to the next round. At the same time, let's have a moment of silence for Sumyu in the next round of rival. His ending is already doomed. Chapter 168. As a qualified commentator, Normal rarely predicts the outcome of a game, but this time the commentator couldn't help it because Sumyu shocked him so much. The audience didn't think there was anything wrong with what the commentator said. It was obvious that Sumyu's strength was no longer something that normal players could compete with. Maybe only Karen can compete with him. At the guest table, Feng Hong didn't know what to say. After a long silence, he finally said, "Is this Gengar the Gengar of Grandma Agatha?" "I don't think so." Blaine analyzed calmly, "Agatha's Gengar is not that scary." Silence, only silence remained in the entire guest gallery. Lily withdrew the Camerupt, which had lost its fighting ability, with a wry smile, bowed to Sumyu, and turned around to leave. She is still far away from the truly powerful trainer. This duel will not defeat her, but will become a source of motivation for her. She believes that one day she will become this strong. "Ash, why don't you change your goal? It's too difficult to defeat Su." Misty advised kindly. "The longer I know Sumyu, the more I realize the gap. From the time I met Sumew to now, the gap between Ash and Sumew has not only not narrowed, but has widened day by day. It is really despairing to target such a person. Certainly. Sumew's strength is indeed strong enough, so strong that Ash doesn't even have a chance to challenge now, but Ash will not give up. His goal is to become a Pokémon Master. Only by defeating all rivals can he become a Pokémon Master. He will never give up. Own ideal. Grandpa, do you think I can really defeat Sumew? Gary looked at Professor Oak beside him in confusion. Professor Oak was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "This doesn't look like my grandson. Gary, don't you have great confidence in yourself?" "Grandpa," Gary said a little dissatisfied. He wanted to get encouragement from his grandpa, not to hear ridicule. Professor Oak doesn't feel Gary's current confusion. After all, when he was young, he always played the role of Sumew. Gary's role has always been role played by his friends. "Gary, Grandpa doesn't quite understand how you feel. After all, Grandpa has never encountered too many setbacks in his life." Listening to his grandfather's speech at Versailles, Gary felt even more depressed. But don't give up hope. As a man, you can't give up when encountering difficulties. Although I don't think you can surpass Sumew, but it's always right to work hard. Haha. Gary smiled coldly, "Thank you very much for your enlightenment, Grandpa." In the players' lounge, Karen, who watched Sumew's entire game through a live projector, looked heavy at this moment. She originally thought of Sumew as a fun toy at the Indigo Plateau Conference, but she didn't expect that the power of this toy was a bit beyond her expectation. She reached out and touched the neck of Weevil at her feet, and hummed softly, "Gengar is very strong, but it is such a pity, my Pokémon is the nemesis of Ghost Pokémon. I will give you a big surprise in the finals." Sumew and Karen are in two halves. If both of them win all the way, their battle will be staged on the last day of the Indigo Plateau Conference. After winning her own battle, Sumew did not stay at Quartz Stadium, but returned directly to the hotel where she stayed. I skillfully turned on my computer and logged into a familiar website. At this time, the official forum of the Indigo Plateau Conference had become a mess. After watching Sumew's battle, netizens online were divided into two camps. Some people firmly believe that Sumew's strength is indeed good, but there is still a gap compared with Karen. They believe that the final champion must be Karen. Another wave of netizens completely rebelled after seeing Sumew's wonderful performance today. They believed that Sumew was strong enough to win the championship. The Gengar used by Sumew today can no longer be checked and balanced by normal Pokémon. Whether it is the pressure in the battle or the display of strength in the battle, it is the number one in this competition, so they think that this competition the champion will definitely be Sumew. Please give me flowers. Of course, there are everyone on the internet, and there are always some people who like to show their unique opinions, and some even think Ash can win the championship. Without exception, these people were criticized by other netizens and had their posts deleted and ran away. Many netizens try to defeat rival through abuse and make the other party admit that their opinions are correct, but there are also many netizens who choose their own champion through analysis of real materials. Sumew saw a good post on the internet. This post listed the Pokémon used by Sumew and Karen in this competition, and the record of each Pokémon. Sumew players used a lot of Pokémon in this qualifier, but most of them were elite level and gym level Pokémon. As for Gengar, who played at the end, there is no doubt that he has reached the elite level. It can be seen that player Sumew does not care about the outcome of the small game during the game. Unlike Karen, player Sumew regards this Indigo Plateau Conference more as a training exercise, and improves the Pokémon in his hand through duels with various experts. Strength. This is probably because the player Sumew didn't travel for a long time, so the Pokémon he captured were of varying levels. As for Gengar, which is not within the scope of the discussion, I think it was not captured by the player Sumew while traveling. Karen player has only used one Pokémon in the Indigo Plateau Conference so far. I don't think Karen's Pokémon depth is worse than Sumew's. I checked online. Although Karen is not very famous in Kanto, she is still very famous in Chengdu. The most important thing about being famous is that most of the Pokémon in the hands of Karen players are Dark type. Based on what the two players have revealed now, I am more optimistic about Karen. Sumew's Gengar is indeed good, but I think it is unrealistic to defeat Karen just with Gengar. Unless Gengar is not the strongest Pokémon in the hand of Sumew player, otherwise I can't think of the possibility that Sumew player can win. By the way, I don't know if you have noticed that Sumew's Gengar is a little darker than the normal Pokémon. If I guessed correctly, this is a Flash Gengar. Chapter 169. The Masters are among the people. Sumew couldn't help but want to applaud the opponent. The opponent's analysis was almost all correct. Netizens are constantly commenting below the post. Forget it if it's elite level, or Flash. I'm a little bit annoyed. Haha, Sumew is just like that. The gap between me and him is just one Flash Gengar. When I conquer Flash Gengar, I will just kill him randomly. Waiting for you to conquer? I have already bought the ticket for the nearest train to Lavender Town. Flash Gengar is here. Buy a ticket? I've already set off on my bicycle. With the intervention of sand sculpture netizens and a good strength analysis post, the style of painting immediately changed. When Sumew returned to the hotel, she didn't think about the next day's battle and spent all her time browsing the forum. Boom! 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 The clock at midnight echoed melodiously in the room. Sumew did not expect that time passed so fast and it was already midnight. Sumew stretched and closed her laptop, ready to go to bed and rest. I hope tomorrow's rival will bring him more fun. Hope. Charizard has lost his ability to fight, and player Ash is really in danger now. After losing Charizard, player Ash only has one Pokémon left, and player Gary only has the Moon Pokémon and has lost its ability to fight. What should player Ash do now? On the 8-4 stage, Gary and Ash finally met. Two players from Pallet Town competed on the same stage for the first time. Ash's performance in the battle was already very good, but facing Gary who went all out and didn't give up at all, he still fell a little short. There is only one Pokémon left, Ash, and Skingod should be on the scene as well. Blastoise. It turns out that the Earl Dervish Pokémon that Gary received from Professor Oak was Squirtle. Xiaogang said thoughtfully. Facing the water-type Blastoise, Pikachu still has many advantages, and Ash still has a chance. Misty said nervously. Although I know that Ash's ability to reach this point is already extraordinary, but as Ash's friend, he naturally hopes for a miracle to happen. After taking back Charizard who had lost the ability to fight, Ash took a deep breath, glanced at Pikachu at his feet, and said, "Please, Pikachu. Pick up. Pick up." Pikachu's energetic contest condition today is good. Even when watching it on the projector in the lounge, Sumew can feel Pikachu's fiery contest condition today. Do you really want to create a miracle? Sumew was looking forward to it. Clatter. Tread. Footsteps suddenly appeared in the quiet player lounge, and Sumew was a little confused. After entering the quarterfinals, each player should have his or her own lounge. Is it a staff member? That's not right, it should be some time before Sumew's game starts, and the staff should not disturb him. Crunch! The door to the lounge was opened, and someone came, and a scent of fragrance filled the nostrils. Familiar taste. Miss Karen, if you don't prepare for the next battle in your own lounge, why do you come to my lounge? Sumew said lightly. Karen entered the lounge, found a seat and sat down, crossed her legs and lay half lying on the seat to enjoy herself. As rival, my biggest competition in this Indigo Plateau conference, it's only right that I come to inquire about your information. Karen had a sweet smile on her face. At this time, Sumew's attention was not on Karen's smile, but on Karen's long legs. Apart from other things, Karen's legs are the longest and fairest Sumew has ever seen, whiter than milk. It should be very slippery, Sumew thought wildly. Karen also noticed Sumew's gaze, but she didn't care. Instead, she gently shook her long legs, as if teasing Sumew. Sumew shook her head, throwing away all the messy thoughts, and returned her attention to the projector in the lounge. The battle between Ash's Pikachu and Gary's Blastoise was about to begin. Haha, little brother, does this level of competition look better than mine? Karen gently pushed her hair back with her little finger and said ambiguously. Well, it's useless no matter how beautiful the rose with thorns is, it will PK your hands. Besides, this competition should be exciting. Maybe it's better looking than Miss Karen. Sumu said lightly. Sumu's words aroused Karen's curiosity. Oh! Karen was a little surprised, then let me see what is better about this game than me. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt. I don't want to lose to Gary. The rival I don't want to lose to is Gary. Although the two people who grew up with Arnold have a friendship that is rare between ordinary people, they are more of competitors. Ash took out half of the Pokémon ball from his pocket and held it tightly in his hand. Ash, I have to admit that you have grown a lot, and the speed of your growth surprised me. In just over half a year, you have grown into a qualified trainer. I take back what I said before, you will become a powerful trainer. Gary looked at Ash seriously. But I won't lose. When you grow up, I won't stand still. In order to defeat Sumu, I will never allow myself to stop here. Blastoise retracts into shell. The golden thunder and lightning had already arrived in front of Blastoise. When the lightning was about to hit, Blastoise retracted his weak head and limbs into the turtle shell. The fastened turtle shell is like a strong armor that protects Blastoise from most damage caused by lightning. 0.9. Now Blastoise uses the Hydro Pump attack. Gary ordered loudly. At this time, when Pikachu's old strength has been exhausted and new strength has not yet emerged, Gary seizes this opportunity and prepares to give Pikachu a fatal blow. As soon as Gary finished speaking, Blastoise, who had retracted everything into his turtle shell, quickly stretched out his limbs and head, and aimed the cannon barrel behind him at Pikachu. The two high-pressure water bombs passed through the amplification of the Blastoise barrel, and their power reached the limit, heading straight for Pikachu. Pikachu, hurry, get out of the way! Ash shouted anxiously. However, magical skills do not work at all times. Pikachu's current physical strength cannot support it to perform difficult evasive movements. Hit! Blastoise's Hydro Pump hit Ash's Pikachu directly. Chapter 170. It seems that this game is not as exciting as you said. The game is about to end. Karen said with some boredom. Is it over? Sumu didn't think so, the show has just begun. Oh! The huge impact carried by the Hydro Pump directly knocked Pikachu away. Pikachu's thin and small body was a bit too small in front of the Hydro Pump. Is the game about to end? Pikachu has no ability to resist Blastoise's Hydro Pump offensive. We can only hope for a miracle. The commentator also thinks that the game is over, and Pikachu is a Pokémon that is not good at fighting after all. Even if a tribute has the advantage, it is still too reluctant to face a powerful water Pokémon like Blastoise. Pikachu, hold on, don't give in. Let them see our encouragement. Ash's ordinary words made the disadvantaged Pikachu explode. Spark emerged from Pikachu's body. Pikachu's speed increased several times in an instant, and he was instantly out of the Hydro Pump's attack range. What? No one understands the sudden changes in Pikachu 24 more clearly than Gary, who is rival. Besides, people who don't know Ash may look down on Ash's Pikachu and think that Pikachu is nothing more than a pet, but how could Gary make such a mistake? Blastoise, increase your intensity and don't give Pikachu a chance to make a comeback. Gary commanded with a serious look on his face. It's stuck. Blastoise began to adjust the steel cannon behind him, strengthening Hydro Pump's attack speed and power, and not giving Pikachu any chance to make a comeback. Pick up! Pick up! Pick up! Blastoise's attack is fast and fierce. Pikachu under normal contest condition would not be able to dodge it, but now it is no longer Pikachu, it is a skin god. Pai Shen turned into a golden flash on the field, flexibly avoiding Blastoise's Hydro Pump skill. The Hydro Pump's launch speed and attack range are already perfect, but Pikachu can always dodge the Hydro Pump 1 second before it hits him. The entire stage has turned into a show for Pikachu. No matter what kind of attack it is, it can dodge through difficult dodge movements. Continuous Hydro Pump skills could not hit rival. Blastoise was a little anxious, and the firing frequency of its skills began to be disrupted. It was no longer targeted firing like before, but became random firing. Calm down, Blastoise. Fortunately, Gary did not fall into the same panic as Blastoise. He remained calm. Blastoise, calm down and keep the pace. Pikachu's physical strength is limited, and such contest condition cannot be maintained for a long time. It's stuck. Blastoise nodded, cleared away the panic, became calm again, and continued to attack in an orderly manner. When Blastoise regained his composure, there was not much time left for Ash and Pikachu. Ash also realized this, and he was about to start working hard. Dodge is not his and Pikachu's fighting style. Even if they lose, they will lose on the way to charge. Pikachu, use thunder. Boom! Dark clouds began to gather rapidly, and thunder clouds appeared in the sky of the venue. It was so dark that people couldn't breathe. The sound of thunder came from the center of the stage, making every audience member feel a little scared. From the gathering thunder clouds and the terrifying thunder, everyone smelled the danger. The one with the greatest pressure is Blastoise on the field. At this time, it has been locked on by the thunder cloud. It does not dare to make the slightest move. Its feeling tells it that if it moves casually, it will die miserably. Now, Pikachu, fix it. Thunder and lightning fell in response, and thunder from the sky began to pour from the dark clouds. Saffron-colored lightning struck Blastoise in the center of the battlefield at Pikachu's summons. This is a visual feast for every audience. Watching thunder at such a close distance is also a rare experience for the audience. The venue was covered in golden thunder, and the intense lightning flashes made everyone unable to open their eyes. In the entire Quartz Stadium, only host's slightly trembling voice surrounded the stadium. What happened? Is this really Pikachu? I now suspect that this creature named Pikachu is hiding Zapdos beneath its cute exterior. A miracle really happened. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone into the battlefield again. The audience focused all their attention on the battlefield, wanting to see the result of the battle as soon as possible. Blastoise was electrocuted into charcoal under the thunder. His originally blue skin now smelled of burning, and he was completely incapable of fighting. Summoning a large amount of thunder was also a big test for Pikachu. After using the thunder skill, it ran out of energy and fell down. Applause began to ring out in the Quartz Stadium. Although Ash and Pikachu did not successfully advance to the next round, they were recognized by everyone. Everyone present remembered this boy from Pallet Town and this special Pikachu. Congratulations, Gary! Although he was a little disappointed, Ash still sent his blessing to Gary. Gary took several deep breaths before calming down. After taking Blastoise, who had lost the ability to fight, back to the Pokeball, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a little jealous of you. I don't know why Grandpa must give this Pikachu to you. Must you leave it to me?" Ash didn't understand what Gary meant. Gary didn't bother to explain. He left the battlefield directly. He had to take Blastoise to the Pokémon Center for a checkup quickly. Blastoise's injuries looked too scary. I hope the Blastoise will be fine. What does Miss Karen think of this battle? Sumew in the lounge smiled and said to Karen. Karen's eyes were full of surprise. Being surprised by her identity was enough to show how much Pikachu had shocked her. One in millions, maybe there is only one Pikachu like this among millions of Pikachus. This boy is really lucky. Karen was a little jealous. To be honest, Pikachu, who was so talented, would inevitably feel the shame of voyeurism even if she specialized in evil Pokémon. However, given her status, she still couldn't do it if she was asked to steal a boy's Pokémon. After all, she was also a respectable person and was still heading towards elite. She would not do such a dishonorable thing. Chapter 171. Okay, I won't say any more to you, Miss Karen, my competition is about to start, so we'll see you next time. Sumew smiled and waved to Karen before leaving the lounge. Looking at Sumew's back, Karen hummed, "Just wait, I hope you can still maintain your current arrogance after being defeated by me." Because the battlefield was damaged by the battle between Pikachu and Blastoise, Sumew's battle was postponed for more than an hour. At this time, groups of mock oaks came to the battlefield carrying various props and began to repair the venue. Sumyu also finally saw the speed of infrastructure construction in the Pokémon world. With the help of Pokémon, all infrastructure construction became simple, and the destroyed site was repaired instantly in less than half an hour. It's as good as ever, no difference can be seen at all. Time passed slowly, and Sumyu also started today's battle. His rival is also a veteran and well-known trainer. This is not his first time participating in the region competition. But it's a pity that his Indigo Plateau Conference has to come to an end after meeting Sumyu. Rival's trump card Floatzel is also a very flexible Pokémon, but there is nothing that can be done against Sushu's Clefable. Sumyu's Clefable transformation skills have been practiced to the point of perfection. No matter how fast Floatzel is, there is nothing he can do against Pixie's transformation skills. With the shrinking skills combined with Clefable's various treatment methods, Rival's Pokémon cannot cause typhoid fever to Clefable at all. After a while, Sumyu won the victory. Clefable was 1 against 3, directly helping Sumyu advance to the semi-finals. A very special Clefable. I don't know if you have noticed that Sumyu's Pikaxi almost never used offensive skills in the battle. Its only offensive method is to wave its fingers. It's hard to imagine that there are Pokémon that use finger waving as their only means of attack. But if every Pokémon can be as lucky as Sumyu's Clefable, then I think finger waving is the most perfect skill in the world. After all, you can get whatever you want. Waving your fingers like this is really scary. Let us cheer and applaud as much as we can. Today we enjoy a battle between the illegitimate daughter of the Goddess of Luck. Congratulations, Sumyu has entered the semi-finals. When Sumyu was about to leave Quartz Stadium, Erica stopped him. Long time no see, Sumyu. Erica did not hide the smile on her face, and Sumyu could feel her sincere joy. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How are you doing lately, Erica? Erica was also at Indigo Plateau, which Sumyu did not expect. He originally thought that Erica would not pay attention to the Indigo Plateau conference. You're living a good life, don't you notice any difference? Erica raised her eyebrows. Different? Sumyu carefully observed Erica in front of her, and then realized that Erica was not wearing a kimono, but chose a simple sportswear. Very beautiful sportswear, very suitable for a young man like you. Looking at Erica in sportswear in front of him, Sumyu thought thoughtfully. He seemed to remember that he said that Erica looked beautiful in sportswear. Isn't it the reason why Erica changed out of the kimono that she always kept and put on sportswear? Do you like it? Erica looked into the distance, her cheeks a little red. Sumyu, if you don't know what Erica means, then his years of studying love action movies will be in vain. Wrong. What's it got to do with romance action movies? Sumyu looked at Erica's blushing face. Erica seemed to be expecting something. The girls all hinted at it, and it would be too shameful for Sumyu to say nothing. As a man, you have to take the initiative at this time. Sumyu stretched out her right hand and was about to take action when a mocking hum came from her ears. Humph, what are you doing? Scary people can indeed scare people to death. Sumyu almost had a heart attack from being frightened. He was a little angry and followed the taunting sound to see who dared to interfere with his good deeds. Sabrina? Why are you here? Sumyu asked in surprise. Sumyu was a little surprised. What happened when Erica and Sabrina gathered at the Indigo Plateau conference? Haha, you don't care where I am, I can appear wherever I want. Sabrina said with a cold expression. Sumyu wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Erica. Erica came to Sabrina with a smile on her face and said with a slight smile, what a coincidence, Miss Sabrina happened to coincide with my date with Sumyu. Do you want to come together, Miss Sabrina? Date. Sabrina's voice became louder and colder. The corners of her mouth were trembling as if she was suppressing something. Yes, it's a date, don't you know? Sumyu is my boyfriend. The angrier Sabrina gets, the brighter Erica's smile becomes. Erica couldn't wait to see Sabrina's expression next. As a result, the situation she predicted did not happen. Sabrina instantly regained her composure and looked at her like she was a fool. Miss Sabrina isn't angry? Erica asked strangely. No, Sabrina should also have a crush on Sumyu. Wouldn't she explode when she heard me say that Sumyu is my boyfriend? Erika was full of doubts in her heart, but she still had a bright smile on her face. The two were silent for a long time, and Sabrina finally spoke, saying disdainfully, "Only a fool would try to deceive a psychic." "That's good." Erika's smile froze instantly. Miscalculation, she actually forgot that Sabrina is a psychic. "Haha, Miss Sabrina, we'll see you next time," Erika said to Joe with a non-smiling smile. After losing a round, she was not going to stay anymore. She wanted to go back and plan carefully. "Haha, I won't give it away." The two young beauties turned around at the same time and left in opposite directions without looking back, leaving only Sumyu alone. Sumyu has a headache. He is not a fool. He can naturally feel the tit-for-tat confrontation between Sabrina and Erika. However, this should be a good thing for him, probably. Forget it, now is not the time to think about the love between children. The most important thing is to go back and have a good sleep to prepare for tomorrow's game. The rival he faces should be Gary. Sumyu smiled slightly. Chapter 172. In the morning semi-finals, Karen easily defeated rival and successfully advanced to the finals. It is similar to what most people predicted before the game, and the gap in hard power is still obvious. If Karen's rival strength was in the previous Indigo Plateau Conference, it would not be difficult to win the championship, but this time he was not very lucky and met Karen, a big devil. Time passed quickly. In the afternoon, it was exactly 2 o'clock. The sun is scorching. The Indigo Plateau Stadium was packed with spectators waiting to watch the afternoon match. Sumyu vs Gary. The battle between two teenagers who set off from Pallet Town at the same time is quite interesting. Sumyu vs Gary. As the commentator read out the names of the two contestants, bursts of cheers instantly erupted from the audience. Sumyu and Gary, who have advanced all the way, have accumulated support from a group of viewers. Some people like the devil, and naturally some people expect a dark horse to stand up and upset the audience. Gary role play is the dark horse character in the eyes of the audience. Do you think Sumyu will bring out that Jengar in this game? If he brings out that Jengar, the game will be nothing to watch. It is impossible for Sumyu to use Jengar 980. Erika said with certainty. Oh why? Erika's determination aroused the curiosity of others. As a trainer who also started from Professor Oak Laboratory, Sumyu will definitely choose to defeat rival in an upright manner. Sabrina's cold words reached the ears of everyone present. Erika glared at Sabrina dissatisfied when Sabrina answered her. Humph. Sabrina didn't tolerate Erika's intention and hummed in response. The gym trainer who was invited to attend the Indigo Plateau Conference as a guest is not a human spirit. They have already smelled the smell of gunpowder between Sabrina and Erika. The game has begun, come and watch Bairang. Worried that Erika and Sabrina would get into a fight at the guest table, Blaine quickly distracted the two. I believe everyone is familiar with Sumyu and Gary, but there is one thing that everyone is not sure about. The commentator said with a smile. The two trainers started traveling at the same time. Although it is a bit unbelievable, Sumyu has indeed been a trainer for less than a year like Gary. The commentator's words immediately caused an uproar in the ears of the audience. How is that possible? Sumyu only traveled for a year, are you kidding me? Is this the difference between mortals and geniuses? Woohoo, as expected, I still give up trainer and go back to farming. Gary's trump card is Blastoise, and Sumyu also has a Venusaur. This should be their Earl Dervish Pokémon. Many smart viewers have already guessed the Earl Dervish Pokémon the two chose when they set off. Sumyu hopes it will be a wonderful game today. Gary no longer talked about defeating Sumyu, but buried it deep in his heart. He is not Sumyu's rival yet, but he will not give up the challenge to Sumyu. I'm also looking forward to this day. Sumyu is not joking. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. He wants to defeat Gary with his own strength. After confirming that both sides were ready, the referee announced the start of the battle. The stage light points to the blue team, and Gary takes the lead in this game. Come on out, Electabuzz. Gary summoned his first Pokémon without hesitation. Pokémon, Electabuzz. Attribute electricity. Strength, beginner level in the gym. Potential, mid-level gym. Electabuzz, the evolved form of Elecid, has a black electricity symbol on its abdomen. It also has some black skin on its entire body, just like a tiger. There are two conductive things on its head that can help it store electricity. Electabuzz? Seeb, seeing Electabuzz Sumew on the court, he was thoughtful. Come out, Aerodactyl. The ancient pterosaur with grey skin appeared on the battlefield at Sumew's summons. Sumew has conquered Aerodactyl for some time, and it's time to let Aerodactyl out for a breather. Aerodactyl? It's actually the legendary extinct ancient Pokémon Aerodactyl. Player Sumew is really jealous. Almost all of the Pokémon in his hand are precious and rare Pokémon. The commentator seemed to express what the audience was feeling. It was really easy to be shocked when watching the battle. Even if Pokémon are powerful, they are still extremely rare and rare Pokémon. I am so envious. Come on, Gary. Come on, Gary. In an instant, the cheers for Gary suddenly increased by several decibels. It seemed that many people were unhappy with Sumew. When the game started, Gary directly issued the attack order without any hesitation. Electabuzz Thunderbolt. There is no skill more effective against the Flying plus Rock Dual Series Aerodactyl than Thunderbolt. Unlike the Elecid period, after evolving into Electabuzz, there is no longer the need to gather energy before using electric skills like the Elecid period. Electabuzz's Thunderbolt fires fast and powerfully. Aerodactyl, come up quickly. Sumew's attention was focused enough, and as soon as the electric skill was fired from Electabuzz's body, Yin issued the command to dodge. Facing Electabuzz's lightning-fast lightning attacks, Aerodactyl narrowly avoided it. Aerodactyl agility. He is not in a hurry to defeat rival Sumew, but chooses to increase Aerodactyl's winning rate through strengthening. As a flying-type Pokémon, speed has always been an advantage when facing Pokémon that cannot fly. By strengthening your own advantages and defeating rival in one fell swoop, this is the perfect battle strategy. Aerodactyl wields the dual wing beat. Under the influence of psychic energy, Aerodactyl's whole body becomes lighter and his speed is greatly increased. It is difficult to see its silhouette clearly as it moves rapidly in the air, and after every movement, an after-image will appear. Electabuzz uses Thunder. Gary did not let Sumew's decision disrupt his planned plan, and calmly directed Electabuzz's next move. Wide-range Thunder is indeed a good way to deal with it, but you can ensure that the electricity can hit Aerodactyl. Susien smiled. There is still a gap between Electabuzz's Thunder and Pai Shen's Thunder. Pai Shen's Thunder attacks indiscriminately across the field and is almost impossible to dodge. However, Electabuzz obviously cannot reach the level of Pishen, and its Thunder still leaves a lot of room for Aerodactyl to dodge. Chapter 173. Aerodactyl shuttled through the thunder and lightning, waiting for opportunities to counterattack. It is impossible for Electabuzz's physical strength to sustain the long-term use of Thunder, Sumew, and Aerodactyl. All they need to do is wait for Electabuzz's physical strength to run out and launch a counterattack when a flaw is exposed. As time passed, it was getting closer and closer to Sumew and Aerodactyl's counterattack. It can be felt that Electabuzz's physical strength is being consumed rapidly, and the thunder covering the entire battlefield has declined to varying degrees regardless of its density, speed, or power. Sumew knew the opportunity had come. When Electabuzz wanted to adjust through breathing, he issued the attack order. Aerodactyl Giga Impact. If you seize the flaw, you must go all out and don't give rival any chance. The speed of Aerodactyl, which was blessed by agility, reached its limit, and all the strength of the body was put into this attack. Before Electabuzz blinked, Aerodactyl was still dozens of meters away from it, but after blinking, Aerodactyl was already in front of it. Aerodactyl's speed was so fast that even Gary, who had been paying attention to Aerodactyl's whereabouts, didn't notice it, let alone Electabuzz, whose physical strength was about to bottom out. The weakest abdomen was hit hard by Aerodactyl's hardest head. Electabuzz's eyes almost popped out of the pain. Without any accident, Electabuzz immediately lost the fighting team. Come back, Electabuzz. Gary took back Electabuzz calmly, as if he didn't care about Electabuzz's failure. Go, Blastoise! Blastoise? This was something Sumew didn't expect. Sumew originally thought Gary would bring out Blastoise at the end. Blastoise Water Gun! As soon as Blastoise came on the scene, Gary launched an attack directly, without giving Sumew and Aerodactyl any time to react. Gary's attack had a miraculous effect. The side effects of Giga Impact made it impossible for Aerodactyl to try to dodge, and could only watch the powerful water gun skill hit him. Blastoise Hydro Pump. After trapping rival with the water gun, Gary immediately asked Blastoise to use the more powerful Hydro Pump skill. It seemed that Gary was ready to deal with Aerodactyl directly. I see, by consuming Aerodactyl through Electabuzz, and then sending in Blastoise, Gary, you have really grown up. Sushu praised. Sumew did not try to make the side effects of Aerodactyl struggle, Giga Impact too great. Aerodactyl was doomed to fail when Water Gun caught up with it before the side effects were gone. Seeing that Aerodactyl had lost its combat ability, Gary finally showed a long-lost smile. Yes, this is my plan, but I didn't expect you to use Giga Impact, which made my plan go more smoothly. Ha ha ha, don't be too happy Gary, the game may be exciting, but the result will not change in any way. Sumew took back the Aerodactyl and began to put pressure on Gary with words. Gary didn't pay too much attention to Sumew's words. He smiled and replied, "Victory is not what I should pursue now. I am still a little self-aware. Although I say I want to defeat you, I don't know very well about the relationship between me now and you before. Disparity. I will defeat you, but not now. What I need to do now is enjoy this game and make my Pokémon stronger through this game. This is what I should consider." Sumew never thought that such depressing words would appear in the mouth of the conceited Gary. It seems that he has really grown up. Sumew stopped talking and put the lost Aerodactyl back into the Pokeball. Its next Pokémon couldn't wait to fight against its old friend. "Come out, Venusaur!" Venusaur, the Earl Dervish Pokémon that accompanied Sumew's call to it, took the supreme stage at Bly Stadium. Two old friends from the past finally met again. They started from Professor Oak's laboratory and followed their respective trainers to gain experience and reach this stage. Life in these 6 months has been really colorful. Charmeleon. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, maybe it would be you standing there. In a villa in Pallet Town, a young Stephanie said apologetically to Charmeleon who was watching the live broadcast of the game. Charmeleon shook his head and gently stroked little Stephanie's head and smiled. "Please give me flowers." Little Stephanie doesn't need to be sorry. Friends have their own pursuits, and they also have their own lives. They have people they like by their side, and they don't have to train exhaustingly every day. They can open their mouths with clothes and stretch out their hands with food. Such a life is also very nice. Every Pokémon has its own life, and its life is to accompany its owner. Venusaur, Venusaur, it's indeed Venusaur. Sumew chose Venusaur without hesitation when facing Gary's Blastoise. I think player Sumew is not considering attribute restraint. If player Sumew's Earl Dervish Pokémon is Charmander, I think he will not hesitate to use Charizard in this situation. No one can refuse Captivate, Venusaur and Blastoise who defeated their partners on the stage of the Indigo Plateau Conference. I believe they are the best partners in the Institute, but at the same time they are also the biggest competition. Let us appreciate this partnership. Let's fight between them. Blastoise, Freezing Light. Blastoise has been waiting for this day for a long time. The cold air in his mouth instantly condensed an arrow of ice and shot towards Venusaur. What about attribute restraint? So what if it is stronger than it? Blastoise would never lower her proud head in front of her former friends. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. Gary's idea of condensing freezing light into arrows is quite creative. It enhances the speed of the exciting light and enhances its penetration. It is indeed a good idea. But all this is in vain in the face of the gap in strength. No fancy tricks can make up for the gap in strength. Ice type restrains grass type? That must also be done under conditions of equal strength. The strength gap between Venusaur and Blastoise is far greater than Gary imagined. Pieces of green scimitars cut the sharp arrows made of ice into pieces shortly after the ice arrows shot by Blastoise were launched. When the freezing light reaches Venusaur, only ice slag is left. Apart from letting Venusaur feel a little cool in the hot weather, it has no effect. Chapter 174. Venusaur Plant Frenzy. Sumew said softly. The ground began to shake, and tree roots stretched out from the ground, slapping heavily towards Blastoise. Blastoise retreats into its shell, rapid spin. Gary didn't have time to think about why these huge tree roots appeared from the ground, so he could only order Blastoise to leave the attack range of the tree roots as soon as possible. Withdraws. Blastoise began to spin rapidly, using the powerful impact brought by rapid spin to break the roots and escape from Plant Frenzy's attack range. Before Gary and Blastoise had time to breathe a sigh of relief, sleepy laughter hit his ears. How naive, Gary! It's not that easy to escape. Along with Sumew's laughter, tree roots kept sprouting out of the entire battle hall, and Blastoise had no way to escape. 150. How can it be? Gary was a little desperate. The strength shown by Venusaur was beyond Gary's expectation. He was able to summon Plant Frenzy on the entire stage. Is the energy in Venusaur's body already so powerful? If Sumew could hear Gary's voice, he would tell Gary yes. Venusaur has been promoted to the high level of the gym for some time. Its energy has almost been accumulated, and it is only one chance away from being promoted to an elite level Pokémon. Sumew originally planned to see if Venusaur could break through the bottleneck in the battle with Blastoise and advance to the elite level, but Blastoise was a bit weak. Sumew could only take back this thought. At this time, Blastoise was surrounded by tree roots and had no way to retreat. The roots whipped towards Blastoise under the control of Venusaur. Blastoise, who has a huge turtle shell, should have the strongest defensive power among the first-generation Gozan, but no matter how strong the defensive power is, it is useless to just take a beating without fighting back. No matter how strong the defense is, there is a limit, and Blastoise has reached the limit. Under the violent bombardment of tree roots, Blastoise finally lost its ability to fight. The plants all over the place slowly retreated into the ground, as if nothing had happened. But the messy battlefield and the incapacitated Blastoise reminded everyone of what had just happened. You did a great job, come back, Blastoise. Gary didn't mean to blame Blastoise. If he wanted to blame it, he should blame himself. The two Pokémon started from the same starting point, but now they were widened. He was the one who should reflect on it. Taking continuous deep breaths, Gary threw away all the random thoughts in his head. The game was not over yet, he had to finish the game. Please, Dodrio. Pokémon, Dodrio. Attribute, normal plus flying. Strength, beginner level in the gym. Potential, gym. Dodrio. Sumew didn't expect that Gary's last Pokémon would be Dodrio. Dodrio is also a legendary Pokémon. Dodrio has 3 heads, representing happiness, rage and sadness respectively. Each head has independent emotions and thoughts, causing it to show 3 completely different or even opposing temperaments at the same time. To act normally, the 3 heads must be united and have the same opinion. However, they often quarrel with each other or even fight with each other. Trainers should pay special attention to coordinating their relationship. Dodrio, who has 3 heads, is not something that a normal trainer can control. Dodrio uses triangle attack. Gary didn't dare to let Dodrio stay in a daze on the field. If he stayed in a daze for a long time, Dodrio would easily fall into a quarrel, so he gave it a command and let all its heads act according to his command. This is how Gary tamed Dodrio. Dodrio's 3 heads refused to admit defeat to each other, but they still respected trainer Gary. As soon as Gary finished speaking, the 3 heads acted at the same time and began to prepare to activate skills. The prepared head begins to prepare the freeze beam, the one on the right prepares the flamethrower, and the one in the middle uses thunderbolt. 3 heads with 3 different energies is really surprising. What's even more surprising is that the 3 heads did not directly launch their skills on their own, but chose to start to converge the 3 energies into one energy before launching the attack. Triangular attack, a special skill that only a few Pokémon can master, including fire, ice, and thunder. Venusaur Plant Frenzy. Sumew has to admit that Dodrio's triangle attack is amazing. The use of energy, the cooperation between the heads, and the final fusion are indeed a kind of aesthetics, but as he said before, any bells and whistles are useless in the face of hard power. Paper Tiger. Venusaur simply summoned tree roots to defend against the triangle attack that Dodrio had worked so hard to create. The triangle attack hit the root of the tree summoned by Venusaur, punching a big hole in the root, but that was all. At this point, Dodrio's circus performance is almost over. It's time to exit. Venusaur uses Vine Whip. Venusaur's speeding Vine Whip gave Dodrio no time to react. Before the three heads could decide which way to escape, Vine Whip had already tied it up tightly. Venusaur used Vine Whip to lift Dodrio high into the air, and everyone else knew about it. A. The continuous slams made the audience in the auditorium tremble with fear. After confirming that Dodrio had lost the ability to fight, Venusaur released it. Dodrio lost the ability to fight, Venusaur won, and the winner was player Sumew. 0.4 Thanks to player Sumew and player Gary for the wonderful match they gave us. The game is over, although the result of the game is the same as most pre-game predictions, but this game is still a wonderful matchup. The semi-finals are now over, and tomorrow will be the exciting final. I believe that both the audience present and the audience in front of the TV can't wait. This final will be very different from the previous finals. No matter whether they win or lose, the two finalists will leave their mark on the Indigo Plateau Conference. Reputation. I am honored to introduce them like this. They should be the two strongest players among the previous participants in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Let us look forward to the finals tomorrow. Chapter 175. The strongest ever. There will always be trolls online. Soon there were attempts to refute host's argument. This host simply doesn't take Agatha Elite, Lorelei Elite, Bruno Elite, and Wattery Elite into consideration. I admit that Karen and Sumew are very strong, but they are still far from the strongest in history. Are you out of your mind upstairs? Have Agatha, Lorelei, Bruno, and Wattery attended the Indigo Plateau Conference? They are elites as soon as they appear in the public eye. Can you please go back and read some books and then come online to give me advice? Hey, that's the bad thing about society being developed. Every cat and dog is eligible to surf the internet. Can anyone analyze Karen's figure, and what is there to analyze about strength? Measurements? I'm not sleepy anymore. Let me tell you Karen's measurements downstairs. The good post went awry in an instant after ISB joined. No one cared about the strength of both sides in the finals anymore. All the attention was on Karen. Sure enough, ISB's power is infinite in every world. Boom. 24 dong. The wall clock in the hotel rang the bell representing midnight, urging Sumew to go to rest. Sumew was a little unfinished, but she still forced herself to turn off the computer. Tomorrow's battle will be very different from the previous battle. Rival is Karen, and if she doesn't recharge her batteries, she may overturn. It's time to rest. Final day. Whether it was the official website of the Indigo Plateau Conference, the official forum, the live broadcast platform, or in front of the TV, everything was bustling with activity. The Indigo Plateau Conference has come to an end and only the last game is left. For viewers watching the Indigo Plateau Conference, the Indigo Plateau Conference and the Masters are completely different experiences. Most of the contestants at the Indigo Plateau Conference are rookie trainers, and watching the battle between these rookie trainers is quite unique. Looking back in a few years, you may find that these trainers who fought hard in the Indigo Plateau Conference have grown into famous trainers. They will become gym leaders, Elite Four, and even champions. To be honest, this feeling is very strange. No, maybe in a few years, there will be an Elite Four among the participants of this Indigo Plateau Conference. Many well-known trainers have bluntly stated during interviews that the two of them already have the strength of the Elite Four. The game is scheduled for 8 p.m., which is the highest traffic time of the day. The time of the competition is slowly approaching, and the audience came to the audience seats early to wait for the start of the finals. On the other side, guests also arrived one after another, discussing what the final result would be as they walked. Sumyu, Karen, the outcome is as everyone predicted. Sure enough, these two players entered the finals. I just don't know who will win in this battle. What do you think, Ma Zishi? Ma Zishi's face doesn't look very good every time when everyone talks about Sumyu. Others probably guessed that Ma Zishi and Sumyu had a personal grudge before. Sumyu should win. Ma Zishi looked ugly, but he still firmly believed that the final champion would be Sumyu. Unexpected answer, it seems that this Sumyu must be hiding her strength, otherwise Ma Zishi, you wouldn't be so straightforward that Sumyu will win. I'm a little curious, and I also want to see what Sumyu's trump card is. Trump card? Ma Zishi thought of Bangira. Bangira always appeared in his sleep every night when he fell asleep. Now Bangira has almost become his nightmare. While the guests were talking about the two sides, everything was in place, and the referees and commentators were in their respective positions. As the game came, Sumyu and Karen walked out of the player channels on both sides amid the applause of the audience. Karen also attaches great importance to today's final. With the lighting of the assist stage, Sumyu can see the delicate makeup on Karen's face and even smell the rich perfume on Karen's body. Sumyu licked her lips with her tongue. It seemed that his rival was full of confidence. Judging from her dress, Karen was ready to win. Sumyu was a little unhappy. This was the first time that he was looked down upon so much. Ms. Karen, you are very confident. Have you thought about your speech after winning the championship? Sumyu said with a smile on her face. Karen took out her left hand to cover her mouth, and let out a giggle and said, "A championship speech? I had already thought about that before I came to participate in the city elite meeting. Don't worry, Sumyu, I will put your name on it when I give the speech. It's just thanks to Sumyu's efforts that my victory this time was not boring. What do you think of this?" Sumyu also didn't expect that Karen was also a master of words. He made a mistake. Sumyu touched her nose and stopped asking for trouble. However, he has memorized everything Karen said, and he will definitely return these words verbatim when he is interviewed after winning the championship. Thinking of this, Sumyu's smile became even brighter. 610 The verbal exchange between the two made the referee in the center of the battlefield tremble with fear. He just wants to announce the start of the game quickly so that he doesn't have to be caught between the two of them and listen to the two of them mocking each other. Soon, the referee's wish came true. Everything was ready and the staff backstage gave the referee an OK sign. The referee took a deep breath and couldn't wait to announce the start of the game. Start! With the words beginning, the entire Indigo Plateau Stadium instantly fell silent. The audience stopped whispering and discussed, and all their eyes were focused on the venue. On the big screen in the center of the stage, the indicator light began to rotate rapidly and stopped at the blue side. Sumyu's luck was not very good, he was chosen to attack first. Giggle. Karen raised her eyebrows at Sumyu and said with a smile, "Looks like Lady Luck is on my side." Sumyu snorted and then said back, "I don't care which side the goddess of luck is on, but I only know that the goddess of victory is on my side. Come out, Venusaur." Seeing Venusaur on the stage, Karen's smile became even brighter. She would definitely win this competition. Chapter 176. Sumyu's Venusaur is really good. If Karen's guess is correct, she should be entering Elite soon. But the good thing is that compared to other contestants, she is a bit obviously not good enough. If you can't even get 3 Elite level Pokémon in your hand, Gengar is your strongest trump card. Sorry, I'm going to win this final. Come out, Weevil. Weevil has an oval saffron-colored jade inlaid on his forehead, and he always looks fierce. It has a crown, collar, and tail composed of bright red broad feathers, and there is also a thin feather on each ear. The body is mainly pewter color, the eyes are red, the fangs are exposed at the mouth, and it has sharp claws. Its fangs and claws are its greatest weapons. It's Karen's Weevil, and Sumyu's is a bit dangerous. Judging from the previous games, Weevil's strength should be higher than Venusaur's. With Weevil's attribute, it still has an advantage. Venusaur's situation in this round is that's not good. The commentator was not optimistic about Venusaur. If the commentator hadn't tried to be as impartial as possible, he would have announced the result. Venor. Erica also showed a puzzled look at the guest table. Others didn't know, but she still knew very well that Sumew should have no less than 3 elite-level Pokémon in her hand. She has seen 3 of them alone. Scyther, elite mid-level, Gengar, elite high-level, Banjira, champion mid-level. It is not difficult for Sumew to take out 3 elite-level Pokémon, so there is only one reason for him to do so. Sumew wants to advance Venusaur to elite through the battle with Karen. Erica, who understood what Sumew wanted to do, took a breath. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. Sumew was so confident that she actually regarded Karen as Venusaur's touchstone. Pokémon, Weevil. Attribute Evil plus Ice. Strength, elite mid-level. Potential, elite. Sumew has seen the strength of Weevil in previous games, so it is not surprising to detect the strength of Elite's mid-level Sumew. I have to say that Karen still has a lot of skills to become an evil elite in the future. Are you scared by my Weevil? Don't worry, it won't hurt too much. My Venusaur will be taken care of soon. As soon as the game started, Karen began to try to put psychological pressure on Sumew through words. Sumew is too lazy to pay attention to Karen. He and Karen are not on the same level at all. Karen cares about the outcome, but now Sumew is most concerned about whether Venusaur can complete the transformation on this stage. This is the most important thing to him. A strong rival, the highest stage, there will never be a better opportunity than this. Come on, Venusaur. Grassy terrain, Venusaur. The calm Venusaur finally started to move, and the flowers behind it began to spray all kinds of pollen and seeds towards the earth. Following the breeze, pollen and seeds covered the entire battlefield. Energy began to flow from Venusaur's body into the earth. Under the influence of Venusaur's energy, the pollen and seeds all over the place began to bloom and grow. The grass stubbornly emerged from the ground. In a short time, the entire battlefield was covered with green grass, swaying in the wind under the illumination of the stage lights. Miracle, this can only be described as a miracle. Why don't you stop me? Sumew was a little curious. It is not easy to use grassy terrain. Sumew was already prepared for Venusaur to resist several Weevil attacks, but she did not expect Karen to let Venusaur finish the release of grassy terrain so easily. Why let it go? Karen licked her lips with her tongue. Her movements were so charming under the light of the night light. It's simple, because no matter how hard you struggle, the result will not change. When you are most excited, it's my favorite thing to do when I beat you. By the way, this is what Weevil likes to do the most. Let the hunt begin, Weevil. A Moquola that stood quietly finally started to move, with a cruel smile on its face and an excited roar in its mouth. It seemed that it couldn't wait to start its hunting. What a speed! Even though he was not fighting in a field where he was good at fighting, Moquola's speed was still frighteningly fast. He had covered half of the distance of tens of meters in an instant, and it wouldn't take long for him to rush in front of Venusaur. Venusaur plant frenzy! Sumew calmly ordered. On grassy terrain, Venusaur's abilities have been improved in all aspects, and the release speed and power intensity of skills have reached their peak. As soon as Sumew finished speaking, huge tree roots rushed out from the ground and appeared on Manula's path. Before it was over, tree roots began to come out of Weevil's back path and hit it heavily. With a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, Weevil looked like he was in trouble. Just when most of the audience thought Weevil was in dire straits, a cold voice reached everyone's ears. You want to defeat my Moquola through such a little trick? Sumew, you are a bit too naive. Weevil, stop playing and smash everything. Smiling, Sumew could see Weevil smiling widely. Evil power emerged from its body, and black energy filled its claws. The originally white claws were instantly dyed black by the evil energy, adding a bit of terror to Moquola. Just like Karen said, it's time for Weevil's performance. Facing the pound with the roots of the giant trees to its front, back, left and right, Weevil began to dance. With its light body, Weevil shuttles through plant frenzy, waving its sharp claws. The damage caused by Weevil's simple movements is not simple. The plants touched by its claws were cut into several pieces in an instant. The seemingly hard and thick roots of the giant tree were not much harder than tofu in Weevil's eyes. It didn't take long for all the trouble to be swept away by it. All the obstructions have been removed, Sumew. Be careful, my weevil will continue to hunt. Karen smiled. As soon as the words fell, Weevil disappeared from the spot, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Venusaur. Chapter 177. The breath of frost condensed on Weevil's right fist, and Venusaur felt the biting chill before the freezing fist hit. Venusaur waved the vine whip to stop Weevil, but it was too late. A powerful punch hit Venusaur's back hard, instantly freezing half of Venusaur's body. After one hit, Weevil was not greedy for success and retreated far away. The situation became increasingly unfavorable for Venusaur. Most of its body was frozen, which made it even worse for its originally unchanged actions. Weevil returned to the original place and gently licked the sharp claws in his hands, showing a teasing expression. It wanted to see the despair on Venusaur's face, and this person made it happy. But it was disappointed. Venusaur's expression had not changed from beginning to end. There was no trace of fear of rival on its face, only calmness and perseverance. Venusaur absorbs the energy of grassy terrain. Venusaur nodded, closed her eyes and began to feel the emotions of the entire pasture. Lend me your power. Okay, okay, okay. The grasses on the field chuckled like silver bells, and in their laughter they transmitted their power to Venusaur through the earth. The grass on the grassy terrain slowly began to wither, and the originally vibrant pasture suddenly became lifeless. 470. The silver bell-like chuckle was still lingering in his ears. Venusaur was a little sad, but he quickly adjusted and wanted to move forward with everyone's strength. The frost on the body began to dissipate, the flowers on the back became more and more bright, and a powerful energy slowly radiated from Venusaur's body. Venusaur's momentum began to climb steadily, and at this moment its energy star had surpassed that of gym-level Pokémon. A new elite is born. This is your purpose. Karen said through gritted teeth. She didn't expect that Sumew would be so bold and actually use its Weevil as a stepping stone to enter the elite level. It was really infuriating. She was angry, she was really angry. This boring hunt has to end. Weevil uses Icicle Spear. Karen said coldly. Weevil was not in a good mood either. It waved its hands heavily, and several icicle spears appeared in front of its eyes instantly. It roared and began to attack Venusaur. Isn't it too late for Miss Karen to get angry now? You could have easily won this battle. Unfortunately, everything has changed now. Venor Razor Leaf. After being beaten for a whole game, it was time for him and Venusaur to fight back. The emerald green scimitar that filled the sky appeared beside Venusaur, and under Venusaur's control, began to block the progress of Icicle Spear. But one scimitar is indeed not the rival of Icicle Spear, but 2, 3, 4, 5, or even more. Unlike Weevil, Venusaur's endurance is much stronger, and it has enough energy for it to squander. Icicle Spear was stopped by Razor Leaf, who came one after another, and soon lost the energy to move forward, and slowly turned into ice cubes and fell to the ground. It's not over yet. It's not Sumew's style to just take a beating without fighting back. The remaining Razor Leaf attacks Weevil desperately. Weevil faced the menacing Razor Leaf and dodged left and right instead of cutting it into pieces with his sharp claws. Weevil's speed and attack power are both top-notch. It is unrealistic to inflict too much damage to it through Razor Leaf. However, Sumew originally did not think that the flying leaf could cause enough damage to Weevil. He just wanted to use Razor Leaf to cause Weevil enough damage. The Razor Leaf is just here to drain Weevil's energy. As long as Weevil can consume enough energy in useless avoidance, this is a good deal for Susien. Karen is not an idle trainer. She can detect Sumew's little thoughts at a glance. She knows that she cannot delay it any longer. It is not a good idea to continue fighting with the grass-type Venusaur. Weevil ignore Razor Leaf and use Night Slash. Night Slash, seize the momentary gap to slash rival, easily hitting vital points. Weevil, who was still surrounded by Razor Leaf, instantly lost its trace. It turned into a black shadow and flashed towards Venusaur. Venusaur wanted to block Weevil's progress by controlling the Razor Leaf, but everything was in vain. Bana. With a groan, a blood-red scar appeared on the left side of Venusaur's face. Venusaur endured the pain of the wound and tried to find traces of Weevil, but it was too difficult. At this time, Weevil has transformed into the King of the Night. Black's figure is all over the stage. Wherever Weevil goes, there are its after images. It is really difficult to find its traces. Bana. It's about to end. Sumew rubbed his temples and felt a headache. He wanted to scold the organizer. Arranging the final to open at night was really not good news for Venusaur. Without the help of sunlight, many of Venusaur's skills cannot be used. The stage lights can illuminate, but they cannot be absorbed by Venusaur as energy. If there is sunlight, Sumew can still let Venusaur use the sun flame to fight hard, but there is really no way now. Fortunately, Sumew's goal was achieved, and Venusaur successfully advanced to the elite level. Collapse. Under the continuous attacks, Venusaur was finally exhausted and fell in the center of the stage. Although she won the competition, Karen's face didn't look very good. The game that was originally easily won went wrong. Although the result did not change much, this battle consumed Weevil's energy too much. Weevil, who had won the victory, was panting heavily at this moment, hoping that assist would take a short time to recover his strength. Come back, Venusaur. Sumew took out the Pokeball and put Venusaur back into the ball. Ah! Sumew stretched and smiled mysteriously at Karen. Miss Karen, the game has officially begun, are you ready? Game. Karen didn't quite understand what Sumew meant, frowning and staring at Sumew in front of her. Sumew responded with a smile without explaining. He took out his Pokémon and summoned his second Pokémon to the stage. Come out, Gengar, and enjoy your show. Gengar? It's actually Gengar? Player Sumew didn't save Gengar until the end, but took out Gengar in the second round. The commentator was a little confused about Sumew. Chapter 178. The commentator's confusion was also the confusion of everyone present. Whether it was the audience, Karen, or most of the guests, they thought Sumew would keep the trump card Gengar until the end, but they did not expect that Sumew actually took it out in the second round. Is Sumew planning to catch Karen off guard? Or does she have a deeper meaning? The audience, guests, and commentators were all lost in thought. Humph. Playing tricks and changing the order of appearance of Pokémon has no effect. The final champion will definitely be me. Karen was a little surprised when Sumew sent Gengar in the second round, but this did not scare Karen. Instead, it made Karen more determined that she could win this battle. Sumew has no last resort and can only put all her hopes in Gengar's hands. As long as she takes down Gengar in front of her, victory will be within easy reach. The corners of Karen's face turned up slightly, revealing a confident smile. She did not choose to take back Weevil, but prepared to use Weevil to find out Gengar's background, and then formulate her own strategy. Weevil Night Slash. Sumew was amused by Karen's behavior. He felt that Karen was joking with him. How could the saint be defeated by the same move twice? Besides, the ghostly moving Gengar was on the field now instead of the slow Venusaur. How could the same move be effective? Just like before, Weevil's figure disappeared from the battlefield, and the result was the same as before when he faced Venusaur. Found it. The mouth is full of laughter. The mouth is full of anger. Gengar found Weevil's trace almost instantly, and the next step was Gengar's performance. Purple sludge appeared in front of Gengar. Gengar didn't give Weevil a chance to react. The sludge directly grabbed Ricari's legs under Gengar's control. The venom in the sludge soaked into Makula's legs, and after a while, Weevil's entire body was dyed purple. Poison skills. Karen thought thoughtfully. Weevil, who was suffering from toxic, seemed unable to fight anymore, but Karen's expression did not change at all. Weevil help Karen has tested another of Gengar's trump cards, and her mission has been completed. Come back, Banjira. Karen took out the Pokeball and took Banjira back to the Pokeball King. She asked the referee to call the medical staff and handed Weevil to the medical staff for treatment. Player Karen handed Weevil to Nurse Joy, who was waiting on the scene for treatment. Then Weevil is equivalent to losing the ability to fight, and one Pokémon on both sides will lose the ability to fight. Let's see what Pokémon player Karen will use next to deal with Sumew's Gengar. Karen took out a Pokeball with a silver sticker from her pocket. It can be seen from the various patterns on the Pokeball that Karen loves this Pokémon. The Pokeball was held in Karen's right hand. Karen kissed the Pokeball gently and shouted, "Come out, Absol." Absol, Sumew was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Karen's second Pokémon to be Absol. Many in the audience were obviously seeing Absol for the first time, and they started a heated discussion in the audience. Absol is a Pokémon I have never heard of before. It looks so cool. It's probably not a Pokémon from Kanto, maybe it's from Chengdu. I am not from Chengdu, but I am from Chengdu. I have never heard of Absol appearing in Chengdu. To become a professional commentator, you still need to have 2 brushes. The commentator for this game can be dispatched to explain the game, and his professional knowledge is quite good. The moment he saw Absol, his mind immediately started explaining Absol's information to the audience. Absol is a Pokémon from the distant Hone region. It is normal for the audience not to recognize it. Even in the Hone region, Absol is a rare Pokémon. The most important thing for everyone to remember is that many ignorant people will call Absol a disaster beast. In the past, when superstition was prevalent, Absol was disliked because it was thought to bring disaster and was driven into the mountains. But the fact is that the horns on Absol's head can sensitively detect changes in the sky and the earth, giving it the ability to sensing the power of natural disasters. You only show up to people when you foresee danger. Please give me flowers. The commentator's explanation was quite timely, and many viewers had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Pokémon, Absol. Attribute Evil. Strength, Elite High Level. Potential Champion. Absol, is this where your confidence comes from? Sumew looked at Absol on the field and said calmly. Karen didn't hesitate at all, smiled and nodded, that's right. In terms of attribute, it is the evil system that restrains Ghost-type Gengar. In terms of strength, it is not inferior to Gengar. Karen can't think of any reason why her Absol would lose to Sumew. A confident smile filled her face, and she couldn't wait to gain the honor of being the champion. Too naive. Sumew said, shaking her head. What? Karen suspected that her ears were wrong. I said you are too naive. Not everything in the world is as simple as you think, Miss Karen. Open your eyes and take a good look. Even if my trump card is Gengar, you have no chance of winning. Come on Gengar, Mega Evolution. Sumew raised her right arm high on the stage, and the bracelet on her right arm emitted a dazzling flash. At the same time, the Mega Evolution stone on Gengar's chest also shines brightly, complementing the evolution keystone on Sumew's bracelet. Energy began to gather, and the dazzling light of evolution appeared on Gengar. What happened? Gengar is evolving? Am I dreaming? Mega Evolution, what is this? All the spectators in the auditorium were excited. The tickets for the final were so worth it. They stared at the center of the stage without blinking, wanting to see Gengar's evolved appearance for the first time. The guests in the guest gallery were no better than the audience. Evolution? Can Gengar evolve? Oh my god, my 3 views have been completely defeated. Mega Evolution? Has it finally appeared in front of the world? Blaine muttered to himself. Chapter 179. The evolved Gengar from Mega appeared in the center of the venue, and its distinctive white color made it the focus of the stage. No one is talking about Absol anymore, all attention is on Gengar. The commentator was also obviously confused, and he didn't know much about Mega Evolution. Karen, on the other hand, stared at the white Gengar in the field, her face looking extremely ugly. Trainers of her level have naturally heard about Mega Evolution, but this is actually the first time she has seen Mega Evolution. The legendary Mega Evolution suddenly appeared in front of her, and Karen was a little panicked. Sumew noticed Karen's inner panic from the slight change in expression on Karen's face, and he grinned. This makes me panic. You must know that his trump card does not have 420 on it. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Take advantage of her illness and kill her. Sumew did not choose to let Gengar use poison skills. Although Gengar has both Ghost type and Poison type, Sumew's research on Poison type is obviously not deep. The poison skills of the two knives have no problem dealing with the exhausted Weevil, but it is a bit unrealistic to defeat Absol. Evil-type Absol is indeed quite resistant to Ghost-type skills, but when the power of the skill is strong enough, no matter how strong the resistance is, there is no way to withstand it. A dark ball of light appeared in Mega Jengar's hand, and with Jengar's ghostly laughter, it began to throw towards Absol. Absol looked heavy. Even though it was still far away, it still felt the explosive energy of the star contained in the shadow ball. Even it couldn't bear it if it got hit. Absol exerted force on his hind limbs and relied on his powerful explosive power to quickly escape from the shadow ball's attack range. The ball of light hit the ground, a violent explosion occurred, and a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. Seeing the explosion scene in front of her, Karen was suddenly awakened. Absol, use brutal swing. Karen realized that Jengar Salation could not use his skills. The terrifying shadow ball would cause great harm to Absol. Absol's brutal swing skill is different from most Pokémon in that it is not a melee skill. As Absol's neck swings, the evil energy gathered on the blades on its head shoots towards Jengar like blades. Faced with Absol's counter-attack, Jengar did not panic or rush. He waved his right hand gently in front of him, and the smile on his face did not diminish. The magician Jengar was about to start performing magic. New light balls appeared in front of Jengar. The newborn light balls were only the size of a finger. Jengar began to input energy into the light balls. After a while, the light balls began to expand as if they were inflated. Continuous shadow ball attacks. Absol's evil blade and Jengar's shadow ball collided in the center of the stage, and a violent explosion swept the entire Indigo Plateau Stadium. Several spectators sitting nearby unconsciously covered their ears, and the violent explosion almost made their tinnitus ring out. The darkness rising from the explosion enveloped the entire site. Karen's expression was a bit ugly. The black smoke covered her and Absol's entire field of vision. She didn't know what to do. Black smoke is a hindrance to Karen and Absol, but it is the greatest help to Sumu and Jengar. Black smoke can block Jengar's eyes, but it cannot block his feeling of life. Jengar locked on Absol's position almost instantly. The mouth is full of laughter. Evil laughter resounded throughout the entire venue. Karen's expression became more and more serious. Absol, be careful, don't let Jengar get close. Absol nodded and concentrated all his attention on finding Jengar's location. Karen, where is Jengar now? Above Absol? Below? In front? Or behind? Sumu began to interfere with Karen through words. Karen frowned and tried to get Sumu's words out of her mind, but this was not easy. None of that is right. It's in Absol's shadow, Jengar Nightshade. A huge terrifying phantom emerges from Absol's shadow and secures Absol. Facing Jengar's sneak attack, Absol was also taken aback. It began to struggle violently, trying to escape Jengar's claws, but unfortunately everything was in vain. With the phantom immobilized by Absol, Jengar's true body can launch attacks without restraint. Black's shadow ball appeared in Jengar's hand, and then the energy ball began to rotate. The violent rotation gave the shadow ball a strong twist, and the shadow ball in Jengar's right hand began to absorb the surrounding energy crazily. Escape! Escape! This is the only thought in Absol's mind at the moment. It is scared, and its senses tell it that if it is hit by this attack, even it will not end well. The mouth is full of anger. The mouth is full of laughter. Escape? How is that possible? Jengar spent so much effort to catch Absol, how could he give it a chance to escape? Dallin, it's time to take medicine. The shadow ball in rapid spin was thrown towards Absol by Jengar. The moment the energy ball came into contact with Absol, a violent explosion occurred. Boom! Pain, severe pain. The energy of the ghost system began to corrode Absol's body. Although the evil energy in the body tried to block it, the two energies were not at the same level at all. The energy of the ghost system instantly broke through the protection of the evil energy in Absol's body. The body began to rage. Puff! 0.4 blood spat out from Absol's mouth, his limbs were already shaky, and Absol had no ability to continue fighting. Although he was still reluctant in his heart, the damage in his body no longer supported Absol in continuing to fight. Before falling down, Absol gritted his teeth and glanced at Jengar in front of him, as if he wanted to remember Jengar's appearance forever in his heart. Wait! I will retaliate! Boom! Absol loses the ability to fight, Jengar wins. Incredible, incredible, Jengar! No, Mega Jengar has Absol in his hands. Player Karen is in danger. Can Jengar really be able to deal with this? Chapter 180. Karen's mind is buzzing now. She never thought that Absol would lose to Jengar. She bit the tip of her tongue to calm herself down. As an excellent trainer, you must never lose your cool at any time. Karen cheered up due to her headache. Karen silently took back the incapacitated Absol and took out a new poke ball. Breathe deeply, breathe deeply, breathe deeply. Karen seized the opportunity to change Pokémon, adjust her contest condition, and think about countermeasures against Jengar. As time passed, Sumew did not mean to urge her, but looked at Karen with a smile. Even Sumew, Karen's rival, had no objection. Naturally, the referee would not look for presents. He stood quietly in the center of the battlefield like a wooden man, waiting for Karen's third Pokémon to appear. The thought was almost over and everything was ready. A confident smile appeared on Karen's face again. She had found a way to deal with Jengar. Come out 24, Sabai. Pokémon, Sabai. Attribute Evil plus Ghost. Strength, Elite High Level. Potential Champion. As expected, each of the Elite Four characters is easy to deal with. Although Karen is not an Elite Four now, her strength has obviously reached the Elite Four level. Sabai is simply the most perfect Pokémon to deal with Jengar. It has both Ghost type and Evil type attributes and is extremely resistant to Ghost type skills. In addition, Sabai is known for his durability. Jengar, who is fast and high attack, really has no good way to face Sabai. If Sumew really planned to use Jengar to fight Sabai, then he would really have a headache, but fortunately, he never planned to use Jengar for the final battle. Trump card, every Pokémon trainer has their own trump card. They may not be their Earl Dervish Pokémon, but they must be the Pokémon they trust the most and have the deepest feelings for. Dew's Dragonite, Lorelei's Lapras, Steven's Metagross, Cynthia's Garchomp. There is no doubt that Sumew's trump card is Banjira. He is Sumew's true Earl Dervish Pokémon and Sumew's most trustworthy partner. Come back, Jengar. Sumew said calmly. What? Karen couldn't hold herself any longer. Her eyes widened and she couldn't believe what she heard. Open your eyes and take a good look. Even if my trump card is Jengar, you have no chance of winning. Karen finally understood what Sumew's words meant. 2. How old is he? He is already a pervert with a Jengar with such terrifying strength. How could there be a stronger Pokémon? Although the fact was right in front of her eyes, Karen still couldn't believe it. Is it going to show up? Erica smiled at the guest table. It's coming, Sumew's Bandila is coming, and today I can finally see with my own eyes the strength of Sumew's Bandila. Ash said excitedly. Misty didn't blame Ash for yelling at this time. She was in the same mood as Ash. She also wanted to see with her own eyes how strong Sumew's Bandila was. Incredible, Sumew took back Jengar. Isn't Sumew's trump card Pokémon not Jengar? This really makes people don't know what to say. Is this the genius trainer? Hey, as a mortal, I now there is only deep envy in my heart. Genius trainer? No, it's a cheating trainer. Did you hear that? Bandila, everyone is looking forward to your appearance. Come out, Bandila. The giant beast in the desert finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes for the first time. Banjira? It's Bangala. The entire Indigo Plateau Stadium began to boil with exclamations and shouts. They obviously did not expect that Sumew's last Pokémon would be Banjira. The barrage on the live broadcast platform was completely invisible. The audience in front of the computer was posting barrages crazily. They swore that this year's Indigo Plateau conference was definitely the most exciting one they had ever seen. The moment Banjira appeared on the stage, the entire stage began to be covered by yellow sand, and the entire venue directly became a field of sand. "Hasn't the referee announced the start of the game yet?" Karen urged somewhat urgently. Banjira's sandstorm ability allows him to summon sandstorm without consuming any physical energy, so the longer Banjira stays on the field, the more detrimental it will be to Karen and Sabai, so Karen must fight quickly. "Oh!" The referee also came over from the shock at this time. He waved the flag in his hand and announced that the game would continue. Sabai uses the tile chop. Banjira's fighting skills are the most suitable when facing both evil and rock types. Karen is a little lucky now. Fortunately, her Sabai has enough skills, otherwise she would be blinded now. After receiving the order, Sabai took quick steps, made a knife-like shape with his right hand, and rushed towards Bangira. "Too naive, really too naive." Sumew chuckled and shook her head. 070. Karen still doesn't realize the gap between Sabai and Banjira. In this case, let Sumew tell Karen what kind of gap exists between the two Pokémon. Banjira Quicksand. As soon as Sumew finished speaking, Banjira stepped lightly on the ground, and energy was transmitted into the earth. In an instant, Sabai's path turned into quicksand, and the quicksand grabbed Sabai's feet, trying to drag her into the sea of sand. "I kind of suspect that there is something wrong with my eyes." The solid battleground turned into a sand field just by being lightly stepped on by Banjira. What a terrifying energy control ability this is. Player Karen and her Sabai are really in danger. The commentator was also completely conquered by the strength of Sumew's Banjira. He has rebelled, and now he is Sumew's staunchest supporter. Salon. The quicksand tightly grabbed Sabai's feet, preventing it from moving even half a step. The surrounding sand began to gather, and dragons formed from the sand began to roar on the field. The dragon in the yellow sand is lifelike and not angry. Even though you know it is fake, you can't help but be afraid of it. Ho 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 ho! With roars, the yellow sand dragons began their attack. Chapter 181. The rioting dragon is in motion. They rushed to Sabai's side and wrapped their bodies around Sabai tightly. Their fangs and sharp teeth became their means of attack. Sabai, who has experienced many battles, did not lose his cool because of this pile of dead things. Although its legs cannot move, its hands are still fine. It used its hands as a knife to kill the dragons of the yellow sand one by one. Although Sabai was struggling hard and trying to find an opportunity to turn defeat into victory, in Susien's heart Sabai had already lost. He even has random thoughts now. The heroic Sabai slays the yellow dragon. Next, with a wave of arms, will we be able to launch an uprising? Sumew even admires her divergent thinking. The yellow sand dragon looked terrifying but actually did not cause Sabai too much trouble. One by one, the yellow dragons were defeated by Sabai's sword. After killing the last yellow dragon, Sabai just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Benji pulled. Bangira waved his right hand, and a wind blade struck towards Sabai. The sound of squeaking through the air appeared around the wind blade. Sabai was no longer as calm as before. He concentrated all his energy on his feet and struggled to crawl out of the quicksand. The carp then rolled around trying to avoid the wind blade's attack. Sabai had done the best it could, but still could not completely dodge the wind blade's attack. A bloody scar appeared on Sabai's chest, and Sabai looked ugly. Blood began to flow from his chest. Regardless of the pain of the wound, Sabai jumped up, holding knives in both hands, and launched a final fierce attack on Bangira. Banjira San-si. Everything is in vain. Sabai is indeed strong enough, and his willpower is not weak, but he is still not enough in front of Bangira. This is the gap between levels. The sea of sand rises from behind Banjira. It turns out that at some point the land behind Banjira was turned into yellow sand by it. The sea of sand rushes towards Sabai across Banjira. How can manpower resist the power of nature? The powerful impact directly buried Sabai into the yellow sand. Burial in the desert. Before it was over, the yellow sand that buried Sabai began to squeeze crazily, threatening to bury Sabai in this sea of sand. Sabai tried to struggle, but apparently all was in vain. Soon its struggle became weaker and weaker, and eventually it was completely eroded by the yellow sand. Karen on the battle stage was unwilling to give in, but she didn't say a word. She did everything she could, and her Pokémon also gave its best. Come back, okay. Karen found the unconscious Sableye in the sea of sand and put it back into the Pokeball. Failed, Karen did not turn around and leave immediately, but stepped onto the yellow sand and walked towards Sumew step by step. When passing Bangira, Karen also experienced firsthand the power of Bangira. Sumew's Bangira carries an irresistible pressure, a pressure she has only felt from Dew's Dragonite. Although it is unbelievable, it is true. Rookie trainer, who has only been traveling for less than a year, has become one of the top trainers in the world. Envious. Karen never thought that she would be envious of other people's talents. She has been the envy of others since she was a child. Karen, who walked up to Sumew, stretched out her right hand and congratulated, "Congratulations, Mew." Sumew smiled slightly, shook hands with Karen, and said jokingly, "I have not forgotten what you said before. I will definitely say it word for word when I give the award. Congratulations." Karen's expression changed, she smiled softly and said, "Haha." Sumew also chuckled in response. Of course it was a joke. Having already won the championship, Sumew would naturally not do such a dishonest thing. Besides, he and Karen had no grudges in the past and have no grudges in recent times. There is no need to offend others to the death. It's over, it's finally over. The 15-day Indigo Plateau Conference finally pulled down Veilstone today. I think both the audience in person and those who have been following this Indigo Plateau Conference in front of the TV or on the internet will be extremely satisfied with this Indigo Plateau Conference. Fierce battles, cherished Pokémon, the rise of Rookie, and the end of the old man are all happening. Of course, the most important thing is the birth of the king. A new king has been born. Let us welcome the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference, Sumew, with the warmest applause. Applause and shouts resounded through the sky, and Sumew became a little excited when she heard the audience roaring her name. He raised his hands and smiled. Next is the award ceremony. As an official conference, the prizes of the Indigo Plateau Conference are naturally not that bad. There are 3 items in total for champions. The first and most practical thing is money. The organizers of Alliance really understand what is the most important and practical thing for Pokémon trainer, and that is money. A bonus of 5 million yuan is enough for Sumew to spend a period of time. The second one is Soothe Bell. Soothe Bell, a bell with a pleasant sound, the Pokémon carrying it can be soothed, calm. Many people on the internet have dubbed Soothe Bell as a sleep aid. Of course, the effect of Soothe Bell is not that simple. Its main effect is to increase the intimacy between Pokémon and trainer. Overall, this is a very versatile prop. The third one is the Quartz Lee's Conference Trophy. Its symbolic meaning is greater than its actual meaning. Although it is beautiful and meaningful, it has no practical effect. After accepting the interview and delivering a simple victory speech, Sumew's journey to this Indigo Plateau Conference finally came to an end. After returning to the hotel where he stayed in the evening, Sumew did not go to bed to rest, but was thinking about the next thing. Although the Indigo Plateau Conference is over, it does not mean that Sumew can relax. The time agreed with Professor Oak is getting closer and closer. An operation against Giovanni, the leader behind the rockets, is about to begin. Sumew has no time to rest. Giovanni. In animations, specials, games, and fan works, Giovanni is synonymous with power. Fighting with such a rival, Sumew was so excited that her hands were trembling. He couldn't wait for this day to come. Chapter 182. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door outside Sumew's hotel room. He woke up in a daze and looked at the alarm clock on the bedside. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning. Who could come to him so early? Sumew rubbed her eyes, saw Lation put on a pair of pajamas and walked towards the door. When she opened the door, Sumew was really surprised by the people outside. "Why are you here, Sabrina, Erica?" Sumew said, hitting the big yawn. "I'm here to see you. I don't know why some people insist on coming here," Erica said with a strong tone. The word admit defeat has never been in Sabrina's dictionary. She said coldly, I should be the one to say this, right? I'm here to discuss with Sumyu. Why are you following me here? You. Okay, stop arguing for now. You can just find a seat and sit down. I'll wash up first. Being too popular is not necessarily a good thing. Snort. After washing up, I came out and saw Erika and Sabrina Sumyu facing each other. I also had a headache. Erika, Sabrina, what's the matter with you two coming to me so early? Sumyu was a little curious. Sabrina came to him in the middle of the night. Sumyu was not surprised, but Erika was not such a person. It was not Erika's style to wake up Su-087 early in the morning. She must be looking for him for something. Oops. Erika was so angry with Sabrina that she almost forgot that she had serious reasons to come to Sumyu. Sumyu, Professor Oak wants you to return to Pallet Town as soon as possible. He has something important to ask you. Erika was also a little curious about what exactly Professor Oak wanted to do with Sumyu. He actually didn't contact Sumyu directly but wanted to tell her through her, which puzzled her. Sumyu quickly packed up the items in the room, looked at Sabrina and Erika and said apologetically, Sabrina, Erika, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry right now, so I'm leaving first, and I'll come back to you when I finish what I'm doing. After saying that, Sumyu packed her bag and left the room without looking back. You're not leaving yet? Erika raised her eyebrows and said to Sabrina. Whether I leave or not seems to be none of your business. Haha, you like Sumyu? Erika said coldly. Haha, who I like has nothing to do with you. Humph. Erika didn't want to mess with Sabrina anymore. I will definitely win. Will definitely win? I never know how to write lose. Sabrina likes Sumyu? It's a given that you have a good impression of me. It's natural for people to have a good impression of a young, handsome, and powerful trainer. Saying you like her is out of the question. But Sabrina hates the person in front of her, and Sabrina hates losing. After she glanced at Erika expressionlessly, she floated out of the room. After rushing to the nearest station and buying a ticket for the nearest bus, Sumyu boarded the maglev train and embarked on the road back to Jaban City. It was finally coming, and Sumyu didn't expect that this day would come back so quickly. Giovanni, let me see what the gap is between me and the best trainers in the world. By the time Sumyu arrived at the Pallet Town Professor Oak Laboratory, it was already past 8 p.m. After entering the researcher, I was suddenly shocked. The laboratory, which originally had no security personnel, was surrounded by a group of men wearing uniforms at some point. Sumyu hid her doubts in her heart and knocked on the door of the laboratory. Contrary to what Sumyu thought, Professor Oak was not the only one in the room. In addition to Professor Oak, there is a man Sumyu has never seen before. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, wearing a black trench coat. He looked no different from an ordinary middle-aged uncle. The two people in the room also smiled when they saw Sumyu's arrival. Professor Oak led Sumyu into the house and began to introduce him. Sadie. Sumyu, this is the representative sent by Interpol, Mr. Handsome. This time he will be responsible for the task of arresting Giovanni, the gym leader of Tokiwa. Interpol. Sumyu was suddenly shocked. He did not expect that this matter had been reported to Interpol, and Interpol actually sent people to perform the task. And Mr. Handsome? This is a shameless code name. There were a lot of thoughts in his heart, but there was no expression on Sumyu's face. He smiled and stretched out his right hand to shake hands with the handsome guy. Mr. Handsome Guy, please take care of me. Ha ha ha, you must be Sumyu. Professor Oak respects you very much. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth, so we need your help in this operation. We're there. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, we finally got down to business. To make a long story short, Sumyu, the reason I'm so anxious to call you back is because Giovanni has noticed something is wrong, so the event has to be moved forward. Professor Oak said seriously. Sumyu curled her lips, not knowing what to say. Even Interpol knew about this matter. If Giovanni didn't know it yet, then Giovanni would still be the leader of Team Rocket and retire and go home to sell tofu. According to Sumyu's prediction, Giovanni should have known about this matter when he first took the lead. From the fact that Giovanni was not in a hurry until now when he was preparing to evacuate Jobin City, we can see that Giovanni was confident. Sumu pretended to be serious on his face but actually didn't care about capturing Giovanni. He only cared about whether he had a chance to fight Giovanni. Playing against Giovanni is definitely a completely different experience from playing against Steven and Cynthia. Can you use your full strength when you need to be constantly vigilant about the danger of your life? Sumu is also very curious. Professor Oak and the handsome guy Rory talked a lot, but in the final analysis they can be summed up in one sentence. The operation has been moved forward and will be rescheduled to midnight today. So fast. No wonder Professor Oak is so anxious to get Sumu back. It turns out that the action will start today. Yes, there is news that Giovanni will evacuate early tomorrow morning, so we must take action before he evacuates. The handsome guy looked up at the clock and said, "It's almost time. If there is nothing else, it's time to leave." Sumu checked the Pokémon she was carrying, and after confirming that it was correct, she nodded and said, "No problem." Before leaving Professor Oak Laboratory, Professor Oak stopped Sumu, "Try not to have a fight at the Viridian Gym. You will have to spend your own money to build it." Chapter 183. Spend your own money? Sumu is a little confused about what Professor Oak means, but there is no time to ask in detail now, so she can only wait until she comes back. Under the leadership of the handsome guy, Sumu followed a group of Interpol officers and marched toward the Viridian Gym. On the rooftop of Jobin Gym, Giovanni put his hands in his pockets and looked in the direction of Pallet Town. Next to him was a graceful mature lady. Alliance is quite boring and always likes to play this kind of gimmick. City University said lightly. Everyone in Giovanni-sama's gym has left. Should we leave too? The lady asked, lowering her head. Ariana, don't worry. It's not too rude for someone to come all the way to have fun and then leave without compensating them. And I heard that there is a new Indigo Plateau Conference champion involved in the hunt for me. I am very interested in him. My lord knows him? Ariana asked with a smile. Giovanni nodded and replied calmly, "That's right. It's almost time, let's play with them." If Sumu knew that Giovanni was waiting for their arrival at the Viridian Gym and knew exactly who was involved in the operation, he would probably have cursed him. Fortunately, he still doesn't know anything about it now, and he is following the handsome guy, slowly approaching the Viridian Gym. Because it was night, they didn't encounter any pedestrians along the way, which saved them a lot of trouble. After 2 hours of rapid march, the action team finally arrived at the Viridian Gym before midnight. The police officers who can be sent by Interpol to perform secret missions are all powerful trainers. After arriving at the Tokiwa Gym, the team dispersed with a gesture from the handsome guy. Under the cover of darkness, everyone surrounded the Viridian Gym. "Mr. Handsome, isn't the action a little too smooth?" Sumu said softly. The handsome guy smiled slightly. To be able to achieve this position in the complicated Interpol situation, the handsome guy was not a fool. He knew exactly what Sumu meant. He patted Sumu on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I understand. This is just a show. I don't have high expectations." Hearing what the handsome guy said, Xian felt relieved. He was afraid that if the handsome guy came with great expectations, he would be disappointed by then. "Then let's go in. If I'm not wrong, the Tokiwa Gym should be an empty shell." With such a large team rushing to the Viridian Gym, Giovanni must have already escaped. Sumu was a little disappointed. She originally wanted to fight with Giovanni, but now she can only wait until next time. Pushing open the door of the Viridian Gym, Su and the handsome boy entered the Viridian Gym. One thing to say, as one of the most famous gymnasiums in Kanto, the decoration of Jobin Gymnasium is still very good. Although it is simple and unpretentious, the materials are first class. Many decoration materials were specially imported by Giovanni from other regions. Giovanni is still very thoughtful about his own gym. Sumu and the handsome guy walked around the Viridian Gym in a relaxed manner, as if they were on an outing in the wild, without any tension. Tap tap, tap tap. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of footsteps came from upstairs. Sumu and the handsome guy looked at each other, and both could see the surprise in the other's heart. Sumyu didn't dare to be careless. She held the Pokeball in her hand and was ready to release the Pokémon if something went wrong. The sound is coming from upstairs. Let's go up and have a look. The handsome guy said softly. Kindness. For some reason, Sumyu's originally calm heart began to beat. Sumyu had a feeling that Giovanni was upstairs. The two of them climbed upstairs carefully following the sound. After reaching the second floor, the sound became clearer and clearer. On the roof, let's go, Sumyu. The handsome guy took a deep breath and said. The sound of footsteps coming from the top of the building was clear and orderly, and the handsome boy immediately understood that it was the other party who made it deliberately to lure the two of them upstairs. What a rampant evil organization! The handsome guy has been joining Interpol for more than 10 years. He has encountered dozens if not hundreds of evil organizations, but this is the first time he has encountered an evil organization like Team Rocket. You can clearly evacuate, but you insist on staying. How conceited! Please give me flowers. They didn't put the Interpol in front of them at all. The Interpol seemed to be looked down upon. The handsome guy shook his head and smiled bitterly. Understanding what rival meant, Sumyu and the handsome guy no longer hid their steps and took big steps towards the top floor of the Viridian Gym. Pushing open the rooftop door, they finally saw the target of this operation. Finally here. Ariana stretched, and the crisp footsteps came from Ariana, who had been pacing back and forth on the top floor wearing high heels. Assist faint moonlight Sumyu. Although Ariana's face can't be clearly seen, her figure is clearly visible. Graceful and graceful, it makes people think about it under the moonlight. Little brother, hasn't anyone told you that staring at others is not a good habit? There was cold malice hidden under Ariana's smiling face. No, my eyes are on me, I can look wherever I want. Sumyu was not frightened. What's wrong? Look what's wrong. If you make me angry, it's not as simple as just looking. You're very ambitious. Ariana's voice became colder and colder, and Sumyu noticed that Ariana had a Pokeball in her hand. Just when Ariana was about to take action, she spoke. Back off, you should have come to find me immediately. Giovanni said. From Giovanni's tone and his expression, there was no hint of nervousness in Giovanni. He was indeed one of the most powerful villains in the Pokémon world. Long time no see, Sumyu, it must have been half a year since we last met. Giovanni's memory is still very good, I am deeply impressed by your Banjira. Yes, Master Giovanni, it has been more than 7 months. There was no tension between Sumyu and Giovanni, they just started to get along like two good friends. How about you, do you want to join Team Rocket? It won't be difficult for you and me to conquer the world together. Conquer the world? Sumyu also didn't expect that Giovanni would invite him to join Team Rocket. Chapter 184. Sumyu also didn't expect Giovanni to invite him to join the Rockets. Ha ha ha. Sumyu seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Master Giovanni, I have no interest in Team Rocket, nor the so-called world conquest. Oh? Isn't it every man's dream to conquer the world? Giovanni did not react much to Sumyu's rejection and continued. Sumyu spread her hands, that's just your dream, Gym Leader Giovanni. My dream is to become the strongest Pokémon trainer in the world. You don't need to call me the Gym Leader anymore, I'm not that anymore. The strongest Pokémon trainer. Giovanni smiled, I thought the same way when I was 8 years old. 8 years old? Mr. Giovanni, are you mocking me? Sumyu touched her lips, her face not very pretty. 087 rice, so be it. After all, only children talk about their dreams every day. Giovanni replied coldly. Hey, forget it, let's not talk about this. It's better to do it directly. Mr. Handsome, I'll leave that lady to you. With a serious look on her face, Sumyu released the Banjira from the Pokeball that she had held in her palm earlier. Banjira is no stranger to Giovanni. It stands in front of Sumyu as if facing a powerful enemy, ready for battle at any time. Banjira, you have grown up a lot compared to the last time we met. Giovanni couldn't help but praise. In the eyes of Giovanni, Banjira half a year ago was a Pokémon with no power and extremely lack of combat skills. If it were not for Giovanni's command, it would not be easy for Banjira to defeat his Rhyhorn. But today is different. The dense scars on his body and his fierce temperament all show the growth of Bangira. It's interesting, then I'll have some fun with you. Come out, Rhyperior. Giovanni threw a Pokeball solation on the ground, and the empty Pokeball bounced back to his hand. A strong Pokémon has appeared on the field. Pokémon, Rhyperior. Attribute, Ground plus Rock. Strength, Champion Intermediate. Potential Champion. Rhyperior is the final evolved form of Rhyhorn. Few people know that Rhyhorn can complete another evolution after evolving into Rhydon. But from a trainer's point of view, there is no doubt that Giovanni is an out-and-out genius. Just in terms of research on ground-type Pokémon, no one can surpass him. Giovanni should be the first trainer in the Pokémon world to discover that Rhydon can still evolve. He found a prop called Protector, which is very hard and heavy. Giovanni noticed that Rhydon had a unique fondness for Protector. Through observation and experimentation, coupled with keen insight, Giovanni successfully evolved Rhydon into Rhyperior. I have to admire Giovanni's courage. It's not without reason that he was able to develop Team Rocket into the #1 evil organization across Guangdong and Chengdu. Normal people would definitely hide such a secret secretly, but Giovanni was different. He recorded this in his published book The Secret of the Earth. From this point of view alone, Giovanni deserves the title of Giovanni of the Earth. Giovanni's calm voice interrupted Sumu's contemplation, and the battle began. Rhyperior Rock Crit. Rhyperior has a special habit of stuffing rocks into the holes in its palms and firing them out with muscle power. It can load 3 rocks in each hand. Of course, occasionally it will replace rock with Guedud or Roggenrola. However, Giovanni's Rhyperior did not use Guedud and Roggenrola, otherwise Sumu would have a headache. Faced with Rhyperior's continuous rock critical attacks, Banjira remained calm. A sand shield opened in front of it, and the rock launched by Rhyperior was assimilated into sand as soon as it hit the sand shield. A very unique attack method. Your Banjira is indeed very special. Giovanni didn't seem to pay attention to the battle in front of him, and was still busy chatting with Sumu during the battle. Unlike the normal Banjira, most Banjira are based on a strong striking surface, but your Banjira mainly uses sand control as the main method. Christoph's idea is unconventional, but it seems to work very well. Giovanni seems to be interested in cultivating a similar type of Banjira. Unlike Giovanni, Sumu now has a headache and he can't let go. Banjira's main means of attack are the daff and beat-up attack skills, which can easily cause damage to the Viridian Gym. Professor Oak's parting advice restricted Sumu's hands and feet, preventing him from focusing all his energy on the battle with Super Armor Crazy Star. Giovanni also saw Sumu's embarrassment. He shook his head and said, "You start caring about your gym so soon? There is no chance of defeating you with such a mentality." "My gym?" Sumu didn't understand what Giovanni meant. Giovanni smiled softly, showing his white teeth. "You don't know, Professor Oak strongly recommended you to be the successor of Viridian Gym, which is why you were sent to participate in this operation." "Wait, because Xian's head hurts a little. Did Giovanni know too much? More than his client knew. Is this the true level of alliance? He, the person involved, doesn't even know that he wants to be the successor of Tokiwa Gym. Giovanni already knows." Giovanni saw what Sumu was probably thinking, and he smiled contemptuously. "The rotten officials are Alliance's biggest hindrance. As long as they are here, Alliance will never be able to destroy Team Rocket. So, the reason why you stay here is because you want to see how strong I am." Sumu analyzed calmly. Giovanni nodded, "That's right. After all, the job in gym is also my hard work. I don't want to hand it over to a clown casually. If it were you, I think the job in gym will be able to flourish, and the secrets of Inchi will be resounded. All of Kanto." Giovanni has great expectations for Sumu. "I'm going to disappoint you, Giovanni." Sumu responded with a smile. Giovanni frowned. "You don't want to take over the job in gym?" "No, how is that possible? Who can refuse the Viridian Gym?" This is the best foundation stone for me to lead to the Elite Four. Sumyu made no secret of her ambition. What do you mean? Giovanni was a little curious. Dottie? I have no interest in this at all. I am planning to transform the Viridian Gym into a flying gym. Chapter 185. Flying Gym. Giovanni was obviously stunned. Banjira wind escape big explosion. Banjira has already been prepared. I saw it opening its huge mouth, and as it roared, wind blades began to spit out from its mouth. The invisible wind turned into a tangible wind blade under Bangira's control. The cyan wind blades began to roar, gathered together, and finally launched again. Facing the green wind blades that filled the sky, Rhyperior did not dare to be careless. It raised its thick armored arms to defend itself. The wind blade struck Rhyperior's hard armor, making a crisp sound. Although the cyan wind blade did not have slash Rhyperior's arms, the powerful impact also caused considerable damage to Rhyperior. Rhyperior kept swinging his thick arms, hoping to recover from the pain as soon as possible. Master Giovanni, the helicopter to pick us up will be here soon. Ariana, who was watching the battle, said respectfully. When Sumyu and Giovanni were fighting, the handsome guy and Ariana had no intention of fighting. Instead, they kept a vigilant eye on rival to prevent rival from interfering with the fight between Sumyu and Giovanni. 24. Giovanni assisted the faint light of the moon, looked at the watch in his hand, nodded and said, I understand. It seems like our battle can only continue next time. Next time? Sumyu was a little reluctant. He had just gotten excited and it was about to end. How could it be possible? Mr. Giovanni is no longer in your hands now. The leadership of the battle is now in my hands. He cannot leave without my permission. Banjira. When Sumyu was about to direct Banjira to continue the battle, Giovanni calmly threw another poke ball, and an ordinary beedrill appeared on the field. Giovanni's beedrill is an ordinary beedrill in every aspect, unremarkable and nothing special. But Sumyu didn't dare to be careless at all. All the nerves in his body were tense. His eyes might deceive him, but the system would not. Pokémon, beedrill. Attribute insect plus poison. Strength, champion high level. Potential champion. Evaluation, don't move, you will die. The red-marked comments came into view, which really made people shudder. Giovanni's beedrill put more pressure on Sumyu than any rival Sumyu had ever encountered. Neither Steven's Mega Metagross nor Cynthia's Garchomp gave Sumyu such a strong sense of crisis. Giovanni's beedrill may not be as powerful as Metagross and Garchomp, but its level of danger cannot be matched by the above two Pokémon. Just like the system reminds you, if you move, you are really likely to die. It might take some time for Beedrill to defeat Banjira, but it would be too easy to kill him. See you next time, Mr. Giovanni. Sumyu immediately stopped the order to attack. As the saying goes, a man who knows the current affairs is a hero. Compared with the exciting battle, life is more important. Giovanni smiled slightly, wise decision. As time passed, the whirring sound of helicopter wings came from soaring in the sky not far away. At the helicopter rooftop marked with a big R, Giovanni Ariana and his wife boarded the helicopter. After confirming Giovanni and Ariana, Sumyu and the handsome guy also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when facing Giovanni and Ariana, the pressure on the two of them was also very high. If they really fought, Sumyu would be frightened. After all, the Tokiwa gym now belongs to him. If his gym was destroyed, Sumyu would be frightened. If it's bad, then he really doesn't know where to cry. Now this ending can be considered a happy one. Why don't we go out for a drink together at Sumyu restaurant in the evening? The person who can reach the middle level in Interpol is indeed a human being, and the handsome guy's name for Sumyu has changed. Master. Haha, Mr. Handsome hasn't even changed his horoscope yet. It's a bit too early to congratulate him now. Although he said this, Sumyu's face almost burst into laughter. It was obvious that he called him the master of the museum. Not disgusted. If she inherited a pheasant gym, Sumyu might still hesitate, but this is a Tokiwa gym. No one can resist the captivate who lives in the Joban gym. Speaking of which, besides the Elite Four, who is recognized as the strongest trainer in Kanto. That must be Giovanni, so the status of Jobin Gym in Kanto is very different from normal, and it is already the strongest gym in Kanto. Take the 8 gyms that appear in the original work as an example. Nibi Gym and Cerulean Gym are not worth mentioning. Although the strength of Vermilion Gym and Rainbow Gym is good, they are still far from the first line. Needless to say, Saffron Gym, with Sabrina, the gym owner who can turn people into dolls at every turn, the reputation of Saffron Gym will be much better. Fuchsia Gym Koga's strength is good, but as a ninja, Koga has always kept a low profile, so Fuchsia Gym's hard power is good, but his reputation is not obvious. As for the Cinnabar Gym, it is no longer in name only. It is just a place where Blaine spends his free time. It can no longer be regarded as a real 350 gym. So who is the strongest gym is already revealed, and Hengdeo will immediately win the title of Tokiwa Gym. After taking over the Jobin Gym, Sumu is the number 1 person under the elite in name. Even Sushu cannot resist such a captivate. Food has to be eaten one bite at a time. Sumu has a grand goal and wants to become the Pokémon world's mightiest trainer. However, the road still has to be walked step by step. Taking over the job at Jobin Gym is a big step closer to his dream. Naturally, he will not reject. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, the largest night hotel in Jobin City welcomed a large number of guests. All of these guests were wearing black windbreakers and had evil looks on their faces. As soon as they entered the hotel, they scared the waitress at the front desk. If Sumu hadn't stepped forward to explain in time, the frightened and trembling front desk lady might have called the police. After learning everyone's identities, the waitress breathed a sigh of relief and led everyone to the largest box in the hotel. To celebrate the successful completion of today's mission, and Sumu's promotion to Viridian Gym leader, it's a double blessing for everyone to eat and drink as they please. The handsome guy entered the box and announced the good news. Long live, long live! After hearing what the handsome guy said, the entire box was in a state of excitement. Everyone except Sumu screamed with excitement. Chapter 186. Sumu walked quietly to the handsome guy, covered her mouth with her hand, and whispered, "Can I be reimbursed?" The handsome guy was stunned at first, but soon understood what Sumu meant. He smiled warmly at Sumu, of course. Sumu felt relieved when she heard that she could be reimbursed. He turned around and looked at the waiter, smiling evilly, "I've served all the best and most expensive signature dishes of your hotel. We won't be able to get home until we get drunk today." "Okay, no problem." After hearing Sumu's words, the waitress' face also burst into smiles. There is a commission for the waiter's job, and it looks like she is going to make a fortune today. Sumu was unusually calm about eating and drinking with everyone's public funds. Alliance's money was blown by the wind anyway, and it would be better to give them a good meal if it was left to those high-ranking officials for corruption. My head hurts. It was past 12 noon the next day when Sumu woke up leisurely in the hotel room. It's really uncomfortable to have a splitting headache. I can't drink like this again in the future. Sumu rubbed her temples hard to try to make herself feel better. After more than 10 minutes, the headache was better. Sumu came to the bathroom, took a shower with cold water, and finally smelling salts came over. After checking several times to make sure nothing was forgotten, Sumu left the hotel. In the afternoon, under the leadership of Professor Oak, he took office and successfully became the new gym leader of Tokiwa Gym. Because the previous Jobin Gym leader Giovanni defected to Alliance, Sumu's appointment was not made with much fanfare. At least a few people knew that the gym leader of Jobin Gym had been replaced. "Sumu, whether you can build up the reputation of Viridian Gym again is up to you." Professor Oak patted Sumu on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Don't worry, Professor Oak. I won't let you down." After sending Professor Oak off, he returned to the gym alone and was a little excited when he looked at the majestic building towering in the city. From today on, he will officially become the gym leader of the Viridian Gym, and the gym in front of him will become his private property from now on. By the way, if he sells the gymnasium land, he won't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. "BD, what are you thinking about? The gym is an heirloom that can be passed down from generation to generation. How do you have to be so unambitious to think of selling the gym? Just when Sumyu was thinking wildly, a cold voice appeared in Sumyu's ears. The mechanical beep that I hadn't heard for a long time finally came again. Good things come in pairs. Ding, it has been detected that the host has succeeded the gym leader of the Viridian Gym and has become the real gym leader. The gym mission is now released. Gym Mission 1, Apprentice. As a gym leader, how can you not have an apprentice? Please recruit an apprentice with the power of Wave Guide, Super Power, or Viridian Power within 3 days. The difficulty of the task is SSS level. Sumyu also didn't expect that if the system didn't release a task, it would be a hellishly difficult task once it was released. He wanted to curse his mother. Where can he find apprentices with the power of Wave Guidance, Super Kicks, and Viridian Power? There are only a handful of trainers with these 3 abilities in the entire Pokémon world. Besides, even if he found him, how could he, Sumyu, let such a big shot join the Viridian Gym? Hey, can we just give up? Sumyu is a little reluctant. She has owned the system for a long time, and Sumyu also roughly understands the urinary properties of the system. The more difficult the task is, the richer the reward you can get. If you can complete this task, the reward will definitely make Sumyu fly to the sky. Yes, I feel a little reluctant to just let it go. The side effects of the hangover are slowly fading, and Sumyu's mind is slowly becoming more flexible. The power of Wave Guide, the power of Overcoming, and the power of Changpan. By the way, the power of Viridian. Sumyu, the apprentice with the power of Wave Guide and Super Power, really doesn't know where to look, but the person with the power of Changpan is far away and right in front of him. Xiao Huang. As long as Xiao Huang is persuaded to join the Viridian Gym, this task can be completed. The mission was within 3 days. Sumyu no longer wasted time, took the Pokémon on hand, and headed towards Viridian Forest. Sumyu was already familiar with Changpan Forest, and it didn't take long to find Xiao Huang by the stream in front of Xiao Wang's house. In the middle of the stream is Omenet, which is constantly spitting bubbles. Xiao Huang is sitting on the edge of the stream holding his knees. Looking from Sumyu's side, Xiao Wang's pure eyes seem to have stars twinkling. Omenet, don't spit bubbles in my direction. Xiao Huang said gently to Omenet in the stream. There is nowhere better to go alone than to play with trainer. Omenet smiled evilly, got into the water and drank heavily from the stream, and then spat the stream water towards Xiao Huang. After a while, Xiao Wang's pants were stained by the stream water. Xiao Huang pretended to be angry and glared at Omenet, saying, I'm angry, Omenet, I'm going to fight back. Tap 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 tap. Xiao Huang walked through the stream to Omenet's side, picked up Omenet, and threw her forcefully into the depths of the stream. Plop. Omenet was thrown out and emerged from the stream, laughing happily. One person per Pokémon seems to be playing quite enthusiastically. Long time no see, Xiao Huang. Sumyu walked to the stream and released Lapras and Dratini to greet Xiao Huang. Li Zhao. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Huang quickly raised his head and looked along the sound. The moment he saw Sumyu, Xiao Huang suddenly became excited. Brother Sumyu, long time no see. And Lapras, Dratini, long time no see. Sumyu was also in a good mood to see Xiao Huang again. He also smiled and replied, long time no see, Xylee. Why? After a brief chat with Xiao Huang, Sumyu told her the reason why she came to Xiao Huang. Sumyu originally thought that Xiao Huang might want to consider such an important matter before replying to her, but she didn't expect that Xiao Huang nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Sumyu was also surprised by Xiao Wang's straightforwardness. He asked in surprise, Xiao Huang, are you not thinking about it anymore? No need. Xiao Huang smiled and shook his head, smiling sweetly at Sumyu, I believe brother Sumyu. Chapter 187. Believe me. What a simple answer. He scratched his hair and replied seriously, don't worry, Xiao Huang, I won't let you down. The task that I originally thought would be a lot of trouble was unexpectedly solved so easily. Sumyu couldn't believe it. Soon Xiao Huang told her uncle about this matter. Xiao Huang had no parents since she was a child, and her uncle was the closest person to her. The fishing uncle didn't say much about Xiao Wang's decision. Xiao Huang is already 13 years old and will be able to travel alone next year, so he is no longer a child. If it were anyone else, the uncle might still hesitate. After all, the power of Changpan in Xiao Wang's body can easily arouse the prying eyes of others. But it was Sumu who invited Xiao Huang to join the gym, so there is nothing to worry about. The uncle knows countless people and is very confident in his own eyesight. The uncle had no objection to Xiao Huang joining the Viridian gym. He was just a little curious about how Sumu became the gym leader of the Viridian gym. Giovanni of Viridian gym is the mastermind behind Team Rocket, which is not a good thing for Alliance. 353 So almost everyone who knows the details has been repeatedly ordered by Alliance not to tell the truth. Sumu's position as the gym leader's butt has not yet been heated up, so naturally he will not touch Alliance's bad luck. After thinking about it, he could only spit out 2 words. Have to. Since it was a secret, the uncle didn't ask any more questions. He invited Sumu to have dinner, and the uncle began to help Xiao Huang pack his luggage. That's right. Sumu remembered something important. He took out the brand new Pokémon Pokédex and Pokeball from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Wang's hands. This is a Pokémon Pokédex. Pokédex can not only briefly understand Pokémon's information, but also serves as a proof of identity. To trainer, Pokédex is very precious and should be taken good care of. Sumu said seriously. Xiao Huang took the Pokédex and looked around curiously. After roughly understanding how to use the Pokédex, she pointed the Pokédex at her omenet. After a crisp ding sound, the Pokédex began to be introduced. Omenet, one of the Pokémon that became extinct a long time ago but was resurrected from fossils, Seif, by human hands. It will hide in a hard shell when attacked by an enemy. Hey, that's not right, my Omenet was not resurrected through fossils. Xiao Huang said to Xian with some confusion. Sumu opened her mouth and explained, what Pokédex said is not entirely correct, so don't worry too much. Okay. Xiao Huang nodded. The Pokédex and Pokeball have been handed over to Xiao Huang. The task should be completed now. At this moment, Sumu suddenly remembered the system notification sound. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a gym apprentice with the power of Viridian apprentice who completed the SSS level difficulty gym mission. Start distributing rewards now. Qualification improvement liquid can increase the potential of Pokémon below the potential of a champion by 1 level. The reward has been distributed, please check it carefully. Qualification improvement solution? Being able to increase the potential of Pokémon below champion potential by 1 level is a bit scary. It is indeed an SSS level difficulty mission, and the mission rewards are indeed impressive. There are indeed gyms in the Pokémon world that can improve the qualifications of Pokémon, but such gyms are absolutely priceless, and the effects are not as simple and crude as the qualification improving fluids rewarded by missions. Those props need to be used for a long time and combined with corresponding exercises to slowly improve Pokémon's qualifications, but the qualification improvement fluid rewarded by the mission is much simpler and cruder. Just take it and directly upgrade it to a level, completely destroying those so-called precious props. If Sumu puts the qualification improvement liquid in her hand up for auction, it will definitely fetch a sky-high price. No one can resist the qualification improvement liquid. But Sumu naturally wouldn't do such stupid things. Money is not as important as Pokémon's potential. After all, potential is strength. And with great strength, isn't money something like this easily available? Tokiwa Gym is the best example. If Sumu hadn't been strong enough, such a good opportunity would not have been available to him. Although the rewards are good, Sumu also has difficulties. He has a lot of Pokémon on his hands, and there are also a few Pokémon that have not reached the potential of being a champion. It is also a big problem for whom to use them. Sumu saw that this qualification enhancement liquid could be consumed by up to 2 Pokémon. Banjira, Gengar, Lapras, Dratini, Scyther, and Charizard all have championship potential, and several of them can be eliminated directly. Pokémon that have not reached championship potential are Venusaur, Clefable, Aerodactyl, and Gyarados? In fact, the answer is already obvious. Human beings will definitely have emotional biases. Venusaur and Clefable have been with him the longest, and Sumew naturally has a fondness for them. He has no prejudice against Aerodactyl, whom he finally conquered, and Gyarados, who snagged from poachers, but emotions are what they are, and those who come early will definitely take advantage. So Gyarados and Aerodactyl will have to wait until next time. Come out, Venusaur, Clefable. Now that the decision had been made, Sumew did not waste time. He went outside the house and directly summoned Venusaur and Clefable. He took out the qualification improvement liquid rewarded by the system and divided it evenly into 2 parts, then handed them to Venusaur and Clefable. Drink. Good medicine tastes bitter and is good for diseases. The qualification improvement liquid meets the criteria of good medicine having a bitter taste. The dark liquid was bubbling constantly and had an unpleasant smell. If they didn't trust Sumew enough, Venusaur and Clefable would have taken action as soon as Sumew took out the qualification enhancement liquid. What kind of biology, chemistry, weapons? Venusaur and Clefable looked grim and didn't really want to drink this stuff. Sumew couldn't help it anymore and comforted her. Drink, Venusaur, Clefable, this is the fate of Pokémon. After saying this, Sumew always felt a little unlucky and was afraid that Venusaur and Clefable would take out 2 giant axes from behind and attack him. Fortunately, Sumew's worries did not come true. Venusaur is indeed Sumew's most trusted Pokémon. Although Yasunobu Ichibuki still raised the cup with Vine Whip and drank the liquid in the cup. If you drink this cup of Ganges water and do it again in the next life, you will be in the wrong place. Chapter 188. After entering the qualification enhancement liquid, Venusaur's originally not pretty face became even more ferocious and terrifying. It took more than 10 minutes for Venusaur to finally recover. Pokémon, Venusaur. Attribute Grass plus Poison. Strength, Elite Beginner Level. Potential Champion. It does not require the I Ching to cleanse the marrow like in the novel. Apart from being a bit unpleasant to drink, the qualification enhancement liquid does not have any side effects and the effect takes effect the moment it is taken into the mouth. After Clefable observed Venusaur for a long time to make sure there were no side effects, he closed his eyes and swallowed the qualification enhancement liquid in his hand with a look of disgust. Sumew swore that if he hadn't been staring at Clefable and not giving it any chance to make small moves, otherwise Clefable would probably find an opportunity to pour out the black liquid in his hand. After confirming that Clefable had swallowed the qualification improving liquid completely and the assist system also saw the improvement of Clefable's qualifications, Sumew took the 2 elves back into the Poke Ball. A perfect day. Not only did he accept a talented gym apprentice, but he also received generous mission rewards. Today's day couldn't be more perfect. Jobin City, Jobin Gym. Brother Sumew, is this your gym? It's so big. Looking at the gymnasium in front of him, Xiao Huang opened his mouth in surprise. The Jobin Gym in front of him should be the most magnificent building Xiao Huang has ever seen since he was born. Ha ha ha, it's just like normal. To be honest, I'm not very satisfied. Forefathers planted trees for future generations to enjoy the shade. Without Giovanni's careful construction, Sumew would not be what it is today. I still have to thank the good man Giovanni. Xiao Huang, come with me. Probably because he officially left Viridian Forest, Xiao Huang was full of curiosity about everything around him. Looking at the left side and touching the right side, I always feel that everything is so novel. By the way, Xiao Huang remembered something and asked excitedly, Brother Sumew, are all your Pokémon in the gym? Can you take me to see them? Sumew thought Xiao Huang wanted to do something, but it turned out that he just wanted to see his Pokémon. He nodded readily and said, no problem. After taking over the Jobin Gym, Sumew transferred all his Pokémon from Professor Oak's laboratory. Today's Jobin Gym is an empty shell, with no other personnel except Sumew and Xiao Huang. Transferring Pokémon here can also increase the popularity of Jobin Gym and make the gym look less deserted. Jobin Gym has a dedicated Pokémon breeder room, and I have to thank the great Mr. Giovanni again. As Giovanni, everything is done with the best. The Pokémon breeder room in Jobin Gym is definitely the best among all the gyms in Kanto, but it is now cheaper. Sumew. Aerodactyl, Charizard. Xiao Huang quickly took out the Pokédex and pointed it at the two Pokémon in soaring in the sky. Sumew can feel Xiao Huang's joy at this time. Sure enough, Xiao Huang really likes Pokémon. After taking Xiao Huang to visit, Sumew took her to the room that had been arranged for her. Have a good rest, Xiao Huang, you will be busy tomorrow. By the way, if anything happens, come to me, I'll be in the owner's lounge upstairs. I understand, brother Sumew. Xiao Huang nodded sensibly. After everything was arranged, Sumew returned to her room. He used the most expensive tea leaves to make a cup of tea and praised the great Mr. Giovanni. After the daily praise, he came to his desk, opened his laptop, and skillfully logged into the official forum of Jobin Gym. At this time, an eye-catching message was pinned to the top of the home page of the web page. Mr. Giovanni, the leader of Jobin Gym, resigned as the leader of Jobin Gym due to personal reasons. The new gym leader is Shinko Quartz Conference champion Sumew. I clicked on the post and saw that it had already received thousands of comments less than half a day after it was posted. Most of the comments were confused and regretful that Giovanni resigned from Jobin Gym. A small number of replies questioned Sumew's strength. Many people's words were extremely sharp. Can any cat or dog become a gym leader now? Quartz Conference champion is not qualified to be a Viridian gym leader. Some people oppose Sumew's succession to Tokiwa Gym, so naturally there are also supporters. Please give me flowers. Is the trash upstairs just connected to the internet in the village? But if you have watched the Indigo Plateau Conference finals, you will know how stupid your words are. Sumew is not qualified? Then there is no 6628i in Kanto. Support. I think Sumew is definitely qualified for the job of Viridian gym leader. Miss Erica upstairs, I'll go and Miss Erica will reply in person. It seems that Miss Erica has a very good relationship with the owner of Sumew. Another one has just come online. If you scroll up, besides Erica, Sabrina from the Saffron Gym, Xiao Gang, the former gym leader from the Nibi Gym, and Misty from the Cerulean Gym have all publicly commented in support. Sumew. Xiao Gang and Misty can understand, but what the hell is Sabrina? The owner of Sumew is so awesome, he actually took down the Devil Sabrina. Devil Sabrina? You are finished. At Sabrina, I am already at Miss Sabrina, you wait to be turned into a doll by the beautiful and intelligent Miss Sabrina. Die. Lee. No, I will delete the post immediately. It's too late, you're upstairs, just wait for death. Miss Sabrina liked the comment that she wants to turn you into a doll. The sand sculpture netizens were very happy. They clicked on the posts one after another and read the comments of the sand sculpture netizens. Sumew was also enjoying it. Huh? This is it? After browsing for a while, Sumew saw a post with a lot of headlines called "The Strongest Trainer of the Young Generation in Guangdong and Chengdu." The post analyzed Sumew's strength and called him the strongest trainer under the age of 20 in Guangdong and Chengdu. This post is full of praise for Sumew. To be honest, Sumew herself feels a little embarrassed. The most important thing is that the poster of this post is still an old acquaintance of Sumew, the former Kanto Elite Four Lorelei. It was also the first time that Sumew knew that Lorelei had such a high opinion of him. Miss Lorelei pays so much attention to herself, Sumew can't let Lorelei down. He quickly used his privileges as a forum moderator to pin this post to the front page. Enjoying a sip of green tea, Sumew patiently waited for the post to ferment and die. Chapter 189. The teenage generation and the youth generation are collectively referred to as the young generation. Taking the age of participation in the Alliance World Junior Championship as a criterion, the younger generation are all under the age of 20. Lorelei's evaluation has placed Sumew at the top of trainers under the age of 20 in the two regions of Guangdong and Chengdu. In this case, if normal people say it, everyone may laugh it off. But coming from the mouth of former Elite Four Lorelei, it was enough to ignite the entire internet. Since Sumew is regarded by Lorelei as the strongest of the young generation in Guangdong and Chengdu, challenging Sumu is what everyone wants to do most now. As long as he wins Sumu, his reputation will spread throughout Guangdong and Chengdu. 10 teenagers or young trainers can resist this kind of captivate who became famous in one battle. People may still have some scruples about challenging the Elite Four of the 667 generation, but they don't have so many scruples about challenging their peers. We all have 2 arms and 1 head, so who is afraid of whom? Seeing the already heated official forum, Sumu decided to add another dose of news. He issued a statement that he was willing to accept everyone's challenge. The time was just half a month later, and the location was the Viridian Gym. The moment he hit the enter key, Su let out a proud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Young trainers from Guangdong and Chengdu want to earn fame by following Sumu, but Sumu doesn't want to use them as stepping stones. Defeating this group of challengers who do not care about life or death can not only build one's reputation, but also tell everyone that although the leader of Joban Gym has changed, Joban Gym is still the #1 gym in Kanto. With Sumu and Lorelei's consecutive critical hits, trainers on the entire forum became excited. It was passed down to 10, and it didn't take long for almost everyone to know about Sushu's challenge to the younger generation in Guangdong and Chengdu. I didn't realize that Sumu is challenging young trainers from all over Guangdong and Chengdu. This is so domineering. I love it so much that I declare that I am Sumu's #1 fan. I'm going to go check out Sumu's challenge post. I'm really going crazy. Sabrina from Saffron Gym, Erica from Rainbow Gym, Janine, the daughter of Koga, the leader of Fuchsia Gym, and everyone from Chengdu region gym leaders of the right age have definitely confirmed that they will accept the challenge. I can't wait. I thought that after the Indigo Plateau Conference, we in the Kanto region would have to immerse ourselves in it for a while, but I didn't expect that such a big thing would come. Brothers, I am determined to eat this thing. Even Jesus can't stop it, I said so. Wait a minute, Mr. Lance also showed up. Mr. Lance said that his sister, Claire, the gym leader of Blackthorn Gym, is also looking forward to the day of the competition. Crazy, crazy, all crazy. The entire internet platform has now started talking, and the culprit, Sumu, is already lying on the bed. After a busy day, it's time to have a good sleep. Early the next morning, Sumu discovered that Xiao Huang looked at her differently. It was exactly like the way Lost Elle looked at her idol, with an expression of admiration on her face. What happened to Xiao Huang? To be honest, being stared at by Xiao Huang was still a bit uncomfortable. Although he was only 4 years older than Xiao Huang in terms of age, Xiao Huang looked exactly like a little Lolita. It was a bit too much for Sumu to be looked at by a little Lolita like that. Brother Sumu! Brother Sumu! I have seen all your posts. You are so domineering. I have decided that my idol will be Brother Sumu from now on. Xiao Huang said with a look of admiration. Post? Idol. After listening to Xiao Huang's words, Sumu finally understood what was going on. Because she thought Xiao Huang didn't know how to use a computer, Sumu didn't think about it at first. He looked at Xiao Huang curiously and said, Xiao Huang, do you know how to use a computer? Of course. Xiao Huang replied matter-of-factly, my uncle bought it for me. My uncle said that if you don't know how to use a computer, you will be eliminated by the times. I see. I have to say that Xiao Huang's uncle is still very far-sighted. As a young man, he still needs to be proficient in electronic products. After all, there is still a lot of fun in surfing the internet. Watching a group of troll netizens trolling each other online every day will make you feel better. You see, Sumu became in high spirits after a happy day of surfing online yesterday. Jingle bell! Jingle bell! Why? Phone, who will call early in the morning? Sumu is a little strange. He quickly walked to the phone and picked up the phone. Hello, this is Viridian Gym. Sumu, how was your day yesterday? A familiar voice came from the phone. It's Professor Oak. Yesterday, ha ha ha, I had a great time yesterday. I think so. Professor Oak joked, your name has spread throughout Alliance. Many Alliance executives have already called me to inquire about you. I won't cause you any trouble, Professor. Causing trouble? Of course not. Young people should be full of vigor and domineering. I like you Sumyu, so don't embarrass me when the time comes. Don't worry, Professor Oak, I will take good care of the challengers. Sumyu specially emphasized the word care. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Professor Oak's voice became more serious. Sumyu, have you ever heard of the gym review team? Gym review team? I haven't heard of it. This was indeed the first time Sumyu had heard of the gym review team. When every gym leader is replaced, the gym review team will send staff to test the gym leader's ability. Even some small gyms, official facades like Job and Gym, the review is still relatively strict. You'd better be prepared, but don't worry too much. Your strength should be more than enough to cope with the review. Professor Oak still knows Sumyu's strength very well, and the gym review team is just going through the motions. If Sumyu is not strong enough to be the gym leader, then no one in Kanto will be qualified. I got it, Professor Oak. After hanging up the phone, Sumyu also shook her head. It is indeed not that easy to inherit such a large gym, but fortunately Professor Oak has the support, otherwise, Tokiwa would never be able to get his turn. Chapter 190. Tokiwa Gym. Sumyu walked side by side with a young woman and introduced her to the Viridian Gym. Master Sumyu, you don't need to say too many nice words. I know more about the situation of the Viridian Gym than you should. Without further ado, when will the test start? Nurse Joy interrupted Sumyu's boasting and said straight to the point. Yes, Sumyu shook her head and smiled bitterly. It seems that this Nurse Joy is impatient. This is fine, it will save Sumyu a lot of time. As long as Nurse Joy has time, I'm available. Take me to see your Pokémon first. If there are no problems, you can start testing directly. Nurse Joy said expressionlessly. It was completely businesslike, but that was fine, as Sumyu took the trouble to receive her. The Pokémon breeder room at Jobin Gym. As Sumyu threw the Pokeball, 4 Pokémon appeared in front of Nurse Joy. Scyther, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Gyarados. The various attributes made Nurse Joy frown. 24. What attribute is Mr. Sumyu going to choose as the official attribute of Jobin Gym? She has a lot of thoughts about working as a gym inspector, and the number of gyms that Joy has inspected is no longer a small number, but this is the first time she has seen a gym trainer with such a variety of Pokémon attributes like Sumyu. Flying type. Sumyu said calmly. Flying type. Nurse Joy suspected that there was something wrong with her ears, so she transformed the Jobin Gym, which is famous for its ground type, into a flying type. It's really a shame that Sumyu thought of it. Scyther, Charizard, Aerodactyl, and Gyarados barely managed to gather 4 flying-type Pokémon. But Joy frowned and said, Mr. Sumyu, is the level of your Pokémon too high? You must know that gym trainers have to face all kinds of challengers. The Pokémon you have now is not suitable. Challenge the novice trainer. Newbie trainer. Sumyu seemed to have heard the funniest joke. He raised his eyebrows and said, I never knew that Jobin Gym would accept novice trainers. Joy's face became even more ugly. Mr. Sumyu, you need to understand that every gym leader needs to receive all challengers. Sumyu didn't mean to save face for Joy, he responded coldly, then why didn't the previous owner Giovanni need it? Sumyu finally noticed that the Nurse Joy in front of her seemed to have a lot of prejudice against him. What the hell? Joy stopped hiding it and sneered, what qualifications do you have to compare with the owner of the Giovanni Hall? The Joy in front of her really made Sumyu laugh. It turned out to be Giovanni's lost L girl. It seems that the upper management of Alliance has done a good job in maintaining confidentiality. It seems that the news that Heshu is the boss behind Team Rocket has not spread yet. Sumyu was a little curious, would the Joy in front of her collapse immediately if she knew that her idol was the mastermind behind the #1 evil organization in Kanto? To be honest, Sumyu was looking forward to that day. Humph, reflect on yourself. You relied on nepotism to steal Mr. Giovanni's Viridian Gym. What I hate the most is people like you. Joy said with some disgust. Do you hate people like me the most? Sumyu glanced at Joy in front of her with contempt, and said coldly, I also hate people like you the most. If I am not wrong, your status in the Joy family is not good. Come on, you must have been pampered since childhood. So what? Joy said quite proudly. Sure enough, I guessed right. After all, it's hard for a normal person to have a low IQ like you. Didn't your parents teach you not to offend others casually? Sumu said murderously. Joy took a step back unconsciously, seemingly astonished by Sumu's murderous intent. Looking at Joy in front of her, Sumu said coldly, "Come with me, and I will let you know why I became the new gym leader of Viridian Gym." Sumu's impression of the Joy in front of her has reached a freezing point. Sure enough, any family will have some weirdos, even the Joy family, which is famous for its gentleness and kindness, is no exception. The frightened Joy came back to her senses and became a little angry. Being frightened by someone who looked down on her was simply a shame for her. She had already made up her mind, Tengo will give Sumu some color. The battle venue of Jobin Gym. Before the battle even started, the two sides were already filled with the smell of gunpowder. The sensitive Xiao Huang noticed something, but she was sensible and said nothing. She obediently walked to the center of the battlefield, holding the flag in both hands, and began to perform her duties as a referee. After confirming that both players were ready, Xiao Huang directly announced the start of the competition. After hearing the command to start the game, Joy couldn't wait to summon her Pokémon. "I will let you know right away what is the difference between you and Mr. Giovanni. Come out, my baby." Following Joy's shout, a Pokémon with a streamlined body, the lower half of the body is blue, jet wing-like wings, fish fin-like feet, and a red triangular pattern on the chest appears in front of Sumu. Looking at the Pokémon in front of her, Sumu felt like scolding her. God is unfair. Even a hard-working and upright trainer like him failed to capture the fantasy beast. But the spoiled young lady in front of him turned out to be a legendary Pokémon like Latios. I really wanted to complain about him. God is so unfair. Pokémon, Latios. Attribute Dragon plus Psychic. Strength, Champion beginner level. Potential Champion. Latios has a great reputation and can be considered a legendary Pokémon, but it is still far from enough to scare Sumu. Sumu, who has seen Mewtwo's fighting ability and holds Deoxys in his hand, is not intimidated by Latios. Besides, Latios' reputation is indeed big enough, but both the panel strength given by the system and Sumu's own understanding of Latios tell Sumu that Latios is not invincible. Joy had broken her face and brought out a Pokémon of Latios's level in the assessment, so Sumu was no longer polite. He wanted Stephanie in front of him to know what the consequences would be if he offended him. Chapter 191. Come out, Banjira. If anyone can compare to the cool appearance of Bangira. Yellow sand swept across the sky, and the evil beast that had always been terrifying in the center of the yellow sand showed its true appearance. With terrifying momentum and ferocious face, the beast born in the desert appears. Banjira? Aren't you going to transform the Viridian Gym into a flying gym? Joy said coldly. Oh, yes, but does this have anything to do with me using Banjira in the exam room? I remember there is no rule that stipulates that Pokémon with other attributes cannot be used when considering. Su Yuan responded with a sneer. Humph, even if you choose to cheat, the result will not change at all. My Latios is invincible. Let you feel the power of Latios today. Latios uses the Hydro Pump skill. Unlike the arrogant trainer, Latios could feel the powerful energy contained in Banjira's body in front of him. It did not dare to be careless at all. As soon as it received the order, it went all out to use the Hydro Pump skill. As an infinite Pokémon, Latios is still very capable. It does not possess water type itself, and the battlefield is extremely dry, with almost no water energy. However, the power of the Hydro Pump skill used by Latios is still quite terrifying. The water energy is condensed into the shape of a cannonball, which is very fast and its power cannot be underestimated. Sumu was also a little surprised by the Hydro Pump skill in front of him. He thought that Latios would be an amateur at fighting like its trainer. It seemed that he underestimated rival. Banjira uses Wind Blade. Sumu commanded calmly. Unlike rival Joy, Sumew is a person who is used to going all out in battles. Although Lashios's board strength is lower than Banjira, Sumew will never have any success. As soon as Sumew finished speaking, Bangira waved her arms, and two sharp wind blades appeared in front of it. Bangira smiled coldly, opened his hands, and launched two wind blades instantly. No matter how fast the water travels, how can it catch up with the wind? Lashios's hydro pump skill was already overtaken by Banjira's wind blade just after half the game. Facing hydro pump, the wind blade began to exert its unique cutting attribute, cutting into pieces before hydro pump was about to hit Banjira. The chopped hydro pump skill turned into water and fell in the center of the field. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lashios' expression became even more ugly. "Hey, Lashios, stop playing, get rid of it immediately," Joy said a little dissatisfied. After hearing Joy's words, Lashios frowned. If it hadn't been in the middle of a battle, it would have exploded with its good temper. Didn't Joy see that it wasn't that it didn't want to defeat rival, but that rival was stronger than it? As a trainer, Joy can't help it by controlling the situation and commanding it in the battle. It's just that it is still making noises underneath to affect its judgment in the battle, which really makes it a little annoyed. Sumew also watched the interaction between Joy and Lashios. Seeing the anger on Lashios's face, he still didn't understand the relationship between the two. "Haha, let me tell you, how could a guy like you conquer Lashios? It seems that this Lashios should belong to your elders." Sumew, who detected the truth, taunted directly. Joy was a little annoyed when her secret was revealed. "It's none of your business, Lashios is my Pokémon now." A few simple words broke the room, and Xian's smile became even brighter. Trainers' fight is not just on the court, but also extends off the court. On the court, Banjira is suppressing Lashios, and off the court, Sumew also seizes the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Joy. "Haha, I just feel sorry for Lashios. It's not a pleasant thing to accept orders from a guy like you. Kill it! Kill it! Kill it!" Joy was completely overcome by Sumew's words and began to scream hysterically. Looking at Joy in front of her, Sumew showed a proud smile. Snort! Rival is too young, and it's 10,000 years too early to fight him. Now let him defeat Lashios with Banjira and completely defeat Joy in front of him. Banjira Salon Volume. Sumew did not ignore the battle on the court because of the quarrel with Joy. On the contrary, he was always paying attention to the battle on the court. Lashios has been upset by Joy's blind command, and now is the best time for Sumew and Bangira to take action. The yellow sand began to gather under the sweep of the wind, and a large amount of sand condensed into a twister under the control of Bangira. The wind and sand appeared so fast that Lashios was not given any time to react, and it was instantly enveloped. Grains of sand began to hit Lashios's entire body under the control of the storm. A few grains of sand actually didn't cause much harm to Lashios, but the constant hitting of sand grains on the cheek made Lashios's upset mood sink to the bottom. Surrounded by grains of mortal sand, and behind him the hysterical command voice of its titular trainer, Lashios almost collapsed. Who is not spoiled? Where has Lashios ever suffered such humiliation? Lashios' rage. The dragon's cry came from Lashios's mouth. It opened its mouth, and the dragon energy began to gather. Waves of shock waves came out of its mouth and shot towards, "Please promise, Bangira. Things go wrong while being busy, and things go wrong while being busy. The more rage you have, the more calm you have to be." When both trainer and Pokémon lose their cool, it is simply a fantasy to still want to win. Facing Lashios' all-out dragon pulse, Bangira stretched out his right hand to summon a sand shield and blocked Lashios' skill effortlessly. "Is it only to this extent?" Sumew smiled evilly. "If it is only to this extent, I will not be polite. Now it's my turn to perform." Joy is a little confused now. You must know that when she faced Rival before, Lashios was invincible. Rival was hardly a one-shot enemy of Lashios. Pokémon like Banjira could easily block Lashios' Dragon Pulse. Joy was still the first saw once. Looking at Bangira and Sumew in front of her, Joy had an ominous premonition in her heart. Chapter 192. Banjira sand coffin. The sand grains in the salon volume that were originally just for harassment suddenly became violent. The sands began to gather quickly in the storm. Almost in an instant, the sands merged into a giant hand. Latios obviously didn't expect that the tiny sand could do this. It widened its eyes and didn't know what to do. Seeing Latios's performance, Sumu shook her head. It seemed that the infinite Pokémon in front of her had been beaten too many times in the crushing round, and it was completely useless in the disadvantageous round. He was at a deep disadvantage in the battle and was still in a daze. He simply didn't know how to write the word death. Latios is in a daze, and Banjira will not accompany it to be stupid. Bangira seized this golden opportunity and controlled the sand hand to hold Latios firmly in his palm. By the time Latios reacted, it was too late. The sand hand has controlled Latios's whole body, not giving it any chance to struggle. Small hands were born in the huge sand hands, struggling to hold down Latios's wings. With his whole body unable to exert force and his wings being attacked again, Latios could no longer maintain the flying contest condition and fell directly from the air. 470. After a loud noise, Latios fell from the sky to the ground. Quicksand. It has ended. In soaring in the sky, Latios is not Banjira's rival, let alone when it falls to the ground. The ground beside Latios instantly turned into soft sand, and he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Latios directly. Latios, covered in yellow sand, makes its final struggle. Unfortunately, everything is in vain. The harder it struggles, the more excited the sand becomes. Time passed by, and finally there was no more movement in Latios in the yellow sand. Quiet. Quiet. Even the breathing of everyone on the battlefield at the Viridian Gym can be clearly heard. Joy is just a little domineering. She is not a real fool. She will also be afraid after Latios, the strongest combat power in her hand, is defeated by Sumu. Looking at Sumu who was slowly approaching her step by step, Joy began to lose control of herself and began to tremble violently. As she backed away, she begged in a low voice, "Don't come here, don't come here, don't come here." Joy's current appearance, coupled with her handsome appearance, really makes me pity her. Unfortunately, Sumu has no intention of letting her go. Judging from Joy's plan to come to Jobin Gym, and from the fact that she directly took out the legendary infinite Pokémon Latios during the gym review, we can know that she does not want Sumu to pass this review at all. Sumu was really furious. Cutting off a person's future was like killing his parents. Sumu knew how much effort Professor Oak had made behind the scenes to get him the qualification to inherit the Jobin Gym. As a result, Joy had to be deprived because of his personal feelings. His future, how could this not be Sumu rage? Seeing Joy's pitiful look, Xiao Huang originally wanted to say something, but after feeling Sumu's rage, she gave up the idea. There is a difference between closeness and distance. Although Xiao Huang is kind, she can still distinguish this clearly. Sumu was getting closer and closer to Joy. Behind Joy was already the wall of the gym, and she had no way to retreat. Joy, who was shrouded in fear, could no longer control herself. She collapsed to the ground and cried bitterly in fear. "Woo, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made the decision without authorization and made the review more difficult. Woo, I was wrong." Seeing Joy Sumu crying like a child in front of her, the rage in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. It's not that Sumu is soft-hearted, it's just that Sumu feels that with his status and normal experience with such a person, it is too cheap. Although the Joy in front of her possesses the legendary infinite Pokémon Latios, she is not even qualified, to gain Sumu's respect. Just like Sumu said before, he is just a spoiled brat, and having normal experience with such a person really lowers his own quality. Sumu snorted, stopped looking at Joy in front of her, called Xiao Huang, turned and left the battlefield. I don't know how long it took, but looking at the place where Sumu left, Joy showed a spite expression. She took out the Pokeball and took back Latios, who had lost the ability to fight, and left. Unqualified? Tell me your reasons, Joyce. No. The speaker looks very similar to Joy Shuet, but looks much more mature. She is Joy Shue's aunt and her boss, Joy Jing. Auntie, that guy named Sumu doesn't have the strength to inherit the Viridian gem. Joy Snow Spite said. Jing looked at Joy Snow in front of her, with a disappointed expression on her face. She was originally very optimistic about this niece. Her family background was outstanding. Although she had a bit of a girly temper, her talent as a trainer was still worthy of recognition. This was also the reason why she recommended her to become the gym inspector despite everyone's opposition. Unfortunately, her niece disappointed her so much. No strength? This is really a big joke. I already know exactly what happened. Professor Oak has already lodged a protest with Alliance. Your strong personal emotions in the gym review have aroused everyone's concern. Dissatisfied? You have discredited the entire gym review agency. Auntie, don't listen to other people's nonsense. I do everything according to the process. Joy Shui panicked a little and started to explain. Process? It's really a big joke. Joy slapped the table in front of her quietly. Who asked you to use Latios in the gym review? Who gave you this qualification? Joy Snow was frightened. She did not expect that her aunt, who usually loved her so much, would criticize her in such a harsh tone. She bit her lip tightly and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down. Looking at Joy Snow in front of her, Joy Jing sighed heavily and said, I gave Latios to you because I want you to develop a good relationship with it. Latios is the treasure of all gym inspectors. If you can get Latios, recognition means being able to gain recognition from others. Disappointment, apart from disappointment, there is no second emotion. Unfortunately, I seem to be a little bit swaying the seeds and encouraging them to grow. This is my fault. Joy Shui probably already understood what Joy Jing meant. Auntie, I know I was wrong, don't take Latios back, please. Shui, don't you understand yet? It's not that I want to take Latios away, but that Latios doesn't want to be with you anymore. You are hated by Latios. Chapter 193. Hated by Latios? Joy Snow was stunned for a moment. You should stay in the office and reflect on it. Joy shook her head quietly and left. She hoped that this setback would allow her niece to truly grow up and become a gym examiner who could convince everyone. Don't worry, everything is settled in Tim. Sorry, Professor Oak has caused you trouble again. No, it's my fault. It's because I didn't think it through. Ah. Oops, my ramen is going to be overcooked. If I don't tell you more, I want to give up. Sumu was in a good mood after hanging up the phone. Humph, there is a backstage, how amazing is it? It's as if someone has no background. The big snake did not die but was bitten by the snake. Sumu was not a soft-hearted person, he immediately killed the snake. I believe that we will never see that idiot Joy again. Sumu felt happy when she thought of the punishment that idiot Joy would receive. The more painful my enemy is, the happier I am. Sometimes happiness is so simple. Ding! The crisp mechanical prompt sounded again, another mission was coming. Gym Mission 2, sorry, this is the job in gym. After learning that the leader of the job in gym has been changed, many challengers are starting to get ready to fish in troubled waters to obtain the badge of the job in gym. Task requirement, defeat all challengers with the most powerful means, and tell everyone that the leader of Viridian Gym has changed, but the rules will not change. Mission difficulty level S, mission reward, unknown flying type Pokémon egg. Flying Pokémon eggs? Sumu can't breed her any of the Pokémon she has now, so she doesn't have time to breed her new Pokémon. But just because Sumu doesn't need it doesn't mean that others don't need it. As the only apprentice in the flying type gym, how could Xiao Huang not have a flying type Pokémon on his hands? Sumu had originally planned to take Xiao Huang to catch a flying Pokémon when she had free time, but now it was just in time, so she didn't have to go out for a trip. Sumu looked at the watch on her hand, and it was almost time. It was time to open the door to welcome guests. Jobin Gym Battle Venue. Hey, why haven't you summoned your Pokémon yet? Are you scared by my Pokémon? Ha 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 ha, if you are afraid, if you hand over the badge obediently, I can let you go. The challenger in front of him was estimated to be only about 12 years old. Sumyu now understood a little bit why Ma Zishi dealt so hard to the challenger. It's just that Pokémon are too stupid. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't even know how to write the word death. You dared to come up to him and talk nonsense while holding a Caterpie. What kind of brain circuit can you do this? Sumyu rubbed her temples frantically, trying to calm herself down. After taking a deep breath, and taking many deep breaths in a row, Sumyu's mood finally calmed down. Are you going to fight or not? I'm rushing to challenge the next gym. Seeing that Sumyu had no intention of summoning Pokémon, the challenger became a little angry and started to fight. Xiao Huang, come here. Sumyu waved and called Xiao Huang over. He thought about it for a long time but still didn't send Pokémon on the field. He knew his Pokémon well, and his moves were neither light nor heavy. If he accidentally killed Caterpie in front of him, then he would really have committed a crime, so he might as well let the little Pokémon go. Huang comes on to try his hand. Me? Xiao Huang pointed to himself and asked a little surprised. She did not expect that Sumyu would ask her to participate in the first gym challenge after becoming the gym leader of Joban Gym. Brother Sumyu. Xiao Huang looked a little worried. Don't worry, Xiao Huang. Sumyu gave Xiao Huang a reassuring look and encouraged, don't worry, Xiao Huang, rival, you won't lose even if you close your eyes and don't give orders. After listening to Sumyu's words and looking at the Caterpie on the battlefield, Xiao Huang was instantly confident. Well, I understand, brother Sumyu, leave it to me. Are you finished? Can you hurry up? I told you that I have to rush to the next gym, the challenger said impatiently. On to the next gym? Sumyu sneered in response. It's better to rush to die. Please give me flowers. This kind of brat who doesn't know the bounds of heaven and earth should be brutally beaten by society, otherwise he would really think that he is the son of destiny. Sumyu gestured to Xiao Huang, indicating that Xiao Huang would go all out. Everything is ready, the game is finally about to begin. Come out, Omenet. Xiao Huang summoned her Pokémon with a serious look on her face. Omenet? A Pokémon I've never seen before, but it doesn't seem to be a flying-type Pokémon. Isn't the current Viridian Gym a flying-type Pokémon? The challenger asked in confusion. Good guy, really good guy, Sumyu still underestimated the challenger in front of her. Even though he knew that the Tokiwa Gym had been changed to a flying gym, he still came to fight with Caterpie. This kind of courage is really admirable. Even Ash is not as brave as him. 0. Who stipulates that flying-type Pokémon must be used in flying-type gyms? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then give up. Sumyu said angrily. Although each gym has a main attribute, there is no rule that only Pokémon with that attribute can be used in gym challenges. Didn't you see that Giovanni used all Pokémon when facing gym challenges? Kingler, Persian, Mewtwo and other Pokémon appear on the scene, all depending on his mood. Giovanni can pick up Pokémon based on his mood, but he can't? There is no such rule. Caterpie uses the string shot skill. The challenger stopped pressing and started the gym challenge aggressively. If shouting loudly could win the battle, Ash would have won the conference champion long ago. It turns out that shouting loudly doesn't do much good. The Caterpie I picked up from nowhere is not suitable for combat at all. Its string shot skill is weak and has no lethality. Such Pokémon is not something Sumyu is bragging about, he can defeat a dozen of them with his bare hands. Those who dare to challenge Viridian Gym with Pokémon like this are really brave. Omenet uses water gun. Xiao Huang also started to attack. Xiao Huang's combat experience is not very rich, but he is more than enough to face the challenger in front of him. Without any effort, the water gun hit Caterpie's body and directly disabled Caterpie's combat ability. Chapter 194. He walked into the Viridian Gym with his head held high and left crying. Looking at the challenger with runny nose and tears, indescribable relief appeared in Sumyu's heart. For such a guy, this is the best ending for him. It was obviously the first time for Xiao Huang to encounter such a situation, and she was a little at a loss. Brother Sumyu, am I going a little too far? Too much? Sumyu shook her head, Xiao Huang, you are still too kind. I think you are still too soft-hearted. Ah! The more ruthless you are when facing such a guy, the more you can make him understand the cruelty of the world. Think about it, if you hold back and make him mistakenly think that he is strong, and then start traveling, and finally die on the journey, it will not be the opposite. Did it harm them? So if you act more harshly now, you are actually saving their lives. Do you understand? In order not to put too much burden on Xiao Huang, Sumu began to brainwash Xiao Huang. Sumu, a normal child, would naturally not do this, but Xiao Huang is too kind and always hesitates in battle, fearing to hurt others. This is a fatal flaw for a trainer. So Sumu must let Xiao Huang get rid of the bad habit of always trying to hold back in battle. It seems to make sense, but it doesn't seem to make sense. Now I don't know what to do. Sumu saw Xiao Wang's confusion, stepped forward and patted Xiao Wang's shoulder, saying, Xiao Huang, will brother Sumu lie to you? No. Xiao Huang replied loudly. It's good to know, so you're right to listen to brother Sumu. You can't hesitate in the battle, you know. I understand, brother Sumu. Well, very good, very impressive. The next challenger is coming soon, so be prepared. Only now did Sumu realize that it was a wise decision for the system to ask him to recruit an apprentice. If it weren't for Xiao Huang, I might have to play with a bunch of little kids all day today. Fortunately, with Xiao Huang here, Sumu felt much more relaxed. She could only eat melon seeds and watch the game for a day. At night, watching Xiao Huang defeat the last challenger, Sumu began to think about the future of job and gym. To be honest, it is unrealistic for Sumu to stay alone in the gym forever. Traveling is the true meaning of being a trainer. After finally arriving in the Pokémon world, Sumu didn't want to stay in one place forever. Traveling around the world, meeting various trainers, and fighting powerful Pokémon is what Sumu pursues. Besides, the Tokiwa Gym is just a springboard for Sumu. It is just a springboard to the elite and the championship. Sumu cannot always be the gym leader. So he must make proper arrangements. Xiao Huang is the best candidate to take over the job of Tokiwa Gym. Although Xiao Huang is still a little immature now, her talent has begun to show. Putting aside abnormal abilities such as the power of Changpan, from a trainer's point of view, Xiao Huang is also considered to have outstanding talents. In addition, Xiao Huang is kind-hearted and loves Pokémon, so Sumu couldn't be more relieved to hand over the Viridian Gym to her. It's just that Xiao Wang's current strength is not enough to carry the number 1 gym in Kanto. But there is no need to worry now. There is still a full year before the next Masters. Sumu will serve as the gym leader for at least 1 year. Xiao Huang still has enough time to grow slowly. Hello, is this the Viridian Gym? I want to do a gym challenge. This is a trainer who is around 20 years old. Unlike the previous challengers, this is a trainer with sufficient travel experience. After watching the battle for several days, Sumu had already felt a little itchy, and today she finally had a suitable rival. That's right, I am Sumu, the gym leader of Joban Gym. Do you want to challenge the gym? Isn't Mr. Giovanni the leader of the Viridian Gym? The challenger looked at Sumu in confusion. Giovanni, when did you become the old almanac? I am the current owner. Sumu curled her lips and said. The challenger realized that he was being a little unreasonable and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I'm a trainer from Sinnoh, and I don't know that there has been a change in the Viridian Gym. Sinnoh. Sumu looked at the trainer in front of him up and down. He always felt that the person in front of him was a bit familiar. Sign up, challenger. Reggie, I'm Reggie from Sinnoh, and I asked the owner Sumu for some advice. Reggie introduced. Reggie. So, no wonder Sumu felt familiar. The person in front of her was the brother of Paul, Ash's rival in Sinnoh. Let's do it one-on-one, keep it simple. Sukun suggested. No problem. Then the game begins, come out, Charizard. It's been a while since there was a battle, and Charizard has been holding back for a long time. As soon as he came out of the Pokeball, Charizard flew around the battlefield several times excitedly. Charizard. Charizard Reggie was no stranger, and after thinking for a while, he summoned his Pokémon. "Come out, Drapion!" At Reggie's shout, a huge scorpion with a dark and light purple body appeared on the field. "Drapion, breeders is very good," Sumew praised. If Sumew remembers correctly, Reggie finally gave up the trainer path and chose to become a breeder. Judging from Drapion's breeder, Reggie is indeed very talented in breeder. The purple armor of this Drapion is shiny, and it can be seen that it has been specially taken care of. Detective I. Pokémon, Drapion. Attribute Poison plus Evil. Strength, intermediate level in the gym. 0.2 potential, gym. The strength is also very good. The breeder family and the trainer family have both blossomed, and Reggie is really a talent. Looking at Reggie in front of him, Sue thought. Talent is a scarce resource in any world. It would be great if Reggie could be roped in to come to the Viridian Gym. A gym cannot be maintained by just a few people. Absorbing all kinds of talents is the foundation for the development and growth of a gym. Although she became voyeuristic towards Reggie, Sumew did not act rashly. Reggie is obviously still dreaming of being a trainer, so now is not the best time. Master Sumew, can the game begin?" Reggie interrupted Sumew's contemplation. "Sorry, I was a little distracted, let's start the battle." Chapter 195. Let's put all the messy things aside for now, the game is the most important thing at hand. Charizard could hardly suppress its fighting spirit. "Are you ready?" "Reggie, the battle is about to begin," Sumew said with a smile. Reggie took a deep breath, and he also felt the pressure on Sumew's Charizard. Drapion Pin Missile. Reggie issued his battle command. After receiving the order from trainer, Drapion began to move. It waved its powerful arms, and energy condensed around its mouth. After a while, an emerald green ball of light appeared in its mouth, and dense silver needles were launched from the ball of light towards Charizard. "It's a very old-fashioned tactic with nothing new." Sumew spread her hands and said, "It's a bit naive to want to defeat me with such a simple skill." Charizard Flamethrower, burn all the pin missile. Charizard couldn't wait any longer. As soon as Sumew finished speaking, blazing flames spurted out from Charizard's mouth, intercepting all the pin missile in the middle. Bug-type's pin missile was unable to withstand Charizard's flames, and was instantly burned clean by the flames, leaving no ashes behind. Seeing Charizard's attack, Reggie also took a breath. From Charizard's facial expression, it can be seen that Charizard did not use all his strength. The flames in front of him were just Salation's blow. Salation's flamethrower was so powerful, which put a lot of pressure on Reggie. "You have to show some real skills, otherwise this gym challenge will be dangerous." Reggie calmly issued new instructions. Drapion uses Hone Claws. Drapion stopped firing the pin missile. It adjusted its posture and rubbed its two claws against each other. The sharp sound spread throughout the battlefield. Under the friction of the two claws, Drapion's attack power and hit rate are increasing. Logically speaking, the Drapion Hone Claws process is Sumew's best opportunity to attack, but Sumew has no intention of attacking. Sumew wiped her trouser pockets with her hands and quietly watched Drapion's strengthening. Seeing that Sumew did not attack Drapion during the strengthening process, Reggie was relieved. He had already made plans to let Dragon Hand Scorpion recite 10 flamethrower shots. Although the strengthening was about to be completed, Reggie was not overly excited. He is no longer a rookie trainer. He clearly knows that Sumew did not launch an attack and could not seize this golden offensive opportunity. It was obvious that his rival was losing steam. It is also common for gym trainers to leak water during gym challenges. Although it is a little uncomfortable, Reggie also knows that there is still a gap between him and Sumew in terms of strength. If Sumew is not waterproof, Reggie has no chance of winning. Ilya, Kia, coffee. After completing the strengthening, Drapion let out an excited roar growl. It waved its pincers as if it were the god of war that no one could defeat at this moment. Its self-confidence began to rapidly expand as its strength increased. Facing Drapion shouting in front of him, Charizard became a little angry. "How dare you yell in front of it, it is simply unreasonable." The grumpy Charizard couldn't stand it any longer, and began to roar in response to Drapion's taunt. The roars of the two Pokémon filled the entire gym. The stage is almost set, and now it's time for the main show. Sumew did not intend to let Charizard assist flying slowly consume rival. It was not a duel for men. He was going to beat Reggie once and for all. Charizard Flare Blitz. A real man should have a head-on confrontation. So what if rival has been strengthened? He just needs to crush rival directly with superpower. After hearing the horn sound of Sumew launching a charge, Reggie also breathed a sigh of relief. A head-on confrontation is also what he wants. If it's a tug-of-war, the flying Charizard has too great an advantage against Drapion. However, Drapion's disadvantages in a head-to-head confrontation will be eliminated. In addition, Drapion has also been strengthened by Hone Claws. Reggie is very confident in this duel. Drapion, don't lose to it, Cross Poison! Reggie shouted loudly. Purple venom soaked into Drapion's claws, and the originally white hooks turned purple and black under the venom. Sumew could even smell the stench of the venom from a distance. Drapion's cross poison has a strong visual impact, but Sumew didn't take it to heart. Poison does not mean that the greater the smell and the darker the color, the more toxic it is. Reggie's Drapion's venom looks very impactful, but it's still far behind compared to a real poison master. At best, it's just an entry-level poison skill. Trying to break through Charizard's fire shield with such venom is simply a fantasy. Layers of flames covered Charizard's body, and a set of flame armor was draped over Charizard's body. The red and purple flames make people fearful just by looking at them. Flare Blitz gave Charizard not only armor, but also unparalleled explosive power. The moment the flames emerged from Charizard's body, Charizard began to move. 660 fast. The mechanism is fast. Drapion could no longer capture Charizard's figure with his naked eyes. It could only use its senses to use its whole body to slash cross poison towards the wolf in front of it. That's what it feels like to hit a target. Hit. A smile appeared on Drapion's lips. Before it could be happy for a second, Charizard broke through the defense of its arms and slammed it into the ground. The ground began to shake, and a burst of white smoke spread from the center of the battlefield. After an unknown amount of time, the white smoke began to dissipate. In the battlefield, only Charizard is still standing in the center of the stage, while Drapion is missing. Reggie ran to the center of the stage and looked down at the hole. Drapion, who was nailed to the bottom of the hole, his whole body was red with flames, motionless and unconscious. Drapion loses the ability to fight, Charizard wins, and the winner is Sumew, the gym leader of Viridian Gym. Xiao Huang waved the flag and announced Bai Yang's result. Reggie shook his head, took out the Pokeball and took back the incapacitated Drapion into the ball. He and his Pokémon had tried hard enough, but they still failed. A bit frustrating, but not that hard to accept. After all, rival defeated them head-on. He was convinced that he lost this game. Chapter 196. After the defeat, Reggie was ready to leave. He wanted to go back and summarize the battle, hoping to improve from this defeat. Mr. Reggie, please wait a moment. Sumew stopped Reggie, who was about to leave. Mr. Reggie, are you interested in joining the Viridian Gym? Sumew didn't delay and got straight to the point. Join the Viridian Gym. Reggie was a little surprised. After simple consideration, Reggie declined Sumew's invitation. Joining a strong gym can bring you a lot of benefits. Reggie knows it very well, but now he is no longer a rookie trainer. The benefits that a normal gym can provide are difficult to attract him. Besides, he is not from Kanto. I have no plans to stay in Kanto for a long time. I'm really sorry, Master Sumew, I haven't given up my plan to travel yet. Reggie politely declined Sumew's invitation. Sumew smiled slightly and didn't care too much. He expected Reggie to refuse. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. You should know that the importance of job and gym in Kanto is enough to help you advance to the next level as a trainer. Who would do anything without any benefit? Sumew directly set out his conditions. Take it to the next level. As a trainer, who can resist becoming stronger? After Sumew offered excellent conditions, Reggie was no longer so calm. He thought for a long time before refusing again with difficulty. Now Reggie has not been severely beaten by society. Like most trainers, he is still dreaming of a childlike dream and feels that he can become a powerful trainer on his own. So Reggie, I wish you smooth sailing on your journey as a trainer. Well, then goodbye, the king of Sleeping Hall. Looking at Reggie's leaving figure, Sumew shook her head helplessly. As expected, it was much harder to conquer a talent than a cherished Pokémon. When subduing Pokémon, you can use violence to beat them until they become subdued, but when recruiting talents, you can't be so rough. It's different from what's said in the novel. According to the plot of the third-rate novel, shouldn't Reggie be the first to bow to him and call him Lord as soon as he mentioned his interest in Reggie? Unscientific, really unscientific. Rathicate loses the ability to fight, the winner is Aerodactyl. Damn it! Damn it! The challenger's face looked extremely ugly at this time. He took back Rathicate, which had lost the ability to fight, and seemed to be hesitating about something. Oh, have you given up? You are indeed much stronger than the novice trainer, but you are still far from getting the Jobin badge. I suggest you travel for a while and then challenge the Jobin gym again. Sumew said with a smile. The strength of the boy in front of him is barely noticeable. If he challenges other gyms, there is a high chance that the gym leader will give him a badge. But unfortunately, what he challenged today was the Viridian gym. Sumew has no intention of giving up. In the past week, no trainer has been able to take away the badge from Jobin gym. Sumew treats challengers so harshly not only to complete the tasks issued by the system, but also to warn all challengers that the leader of Viridian gym has changed, but the rules have not changed. Not all cats and dogs are eligible to receive the Earth badge. Recently, many of the challengers Sumew has encountered were those who heard that the Viridian gym had changed its owner and tried to pick up the slack. How could Sumew hold back in the face of such a rival? Come out, Pidgeotto. The challenger had no intention of giving up. He overcame the fear in his heart and summoned his second Pokémon. Pokémon, Pidgeotto. Attribute, Flying. Strength, Elite entry level. Potential, Elite. Courage is commendable, but it's a pity that you still don't realize the gap between you and me. Sumew said coldly, Aerodactyl will solve it. Sumew doesn't want to waste time with rival anymore. Looking at Pidgeotto in front of him, Aerodactyl smiled ferociously. This smile frightened Pidgeotto directly. Before Aerodactyl could launch an attack, he turned around and ran away, escaping from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Aerodactyl is also a little confused. It originally wanted to have fun, but now. The depressed Aerodactyl roared in annoyance. Pidgeotto lost his will to fight, Aerodactyl won, and the victor was Sumew, the leader of Jobin gym. Coming with confidence and leaving frustrated, this has become the common denominator among challengers who challenge Jobin gym these days. It's getting late, and after dealing with the last challenger, it's time to close the museum. Xiao Huang, it's time to have dinner. Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang. Sumew's growl woke up Xiao Huang from his deep thoughts. When he came to his senses, Xiao Huang quickly apologized, I'm sorry, brother Sumew. Are you thinking about something? Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang scratched his head and seemed hesitant to speak. It's okay, just feel free to ask whatever you want. Sumew encouraged. Sumew said this, and Xiao Huang stopped hiding it. She looked at Sumew doubtfully and said, Brother Sumew, isn't the gym where the gang leader trainer grew up? Why? Why didn't Xiao Huang say anything later, but Sumew already knew what she was going to ask. Sumew smiled slightly, why don't I hold back at all when facing challengers, and why don't I teach them anything? Yes. Xiao Huang nodded vigorously. No. Sumew stretched out her right index finger and waved it gently in front of Xiao Huang, I taught them the most important thing. The most important thing. Xiao Huang became more and more confused as he listened. Sumew said seriously, yes, the most important thing, Ma Zhao, is self-knowledge. Who gave them the courage to challenge Viridian gym? Jivun gym is not a gym that serves novices. Do they want to come to Jobin gym to learn the knowledge of attribute restraint? What a big joke! Xiao Huang, Do you know how many badges the Viridian Gym has issued in the past 5 years? No, I don't know. Xiao Huang replied in a low voice, a little embarrassed. Less than 50, less than 10 a year on average. If they want to learn something in gym challenges, they are looking at the wrong place. That is the responsibility of gyms like Nibi Gym and Cerulean Gym that are geared toward novice trainers, and it has never been the responsibility of Jiban Gym. Jivan Gym is a symbol of strength. Only trainers who are good enough can obtain the Jiban badge. If Salation were to issue badges, it would be a humiliation to the trainers who had previously obtained badges based on their own strength. Chapter 197. Do you understand? Xiao Huang. Sumu looked at Xiao Huang in front of her seriously. Xiao Huang nodded vigorously and said excitedly, I understand, brother Sumu, I will work harder and I will never embarrass Tokiwa Gym. Well, very good, very energetic. Let's go eat first. Gym Mission 2, sorry, this is the Viridian Gym. The mission has been completed and system rewards are now being distributed. After the cold mechanical beep, a Pokémon egg covered with exquisite patterns appeared on Sumu's desk. Moonlight came into the room, and the lavender Pokémon eggs reflected a beautiful light under the moonlight, which was eye-catching. Detective Eye. This was the first time for Sumu to use the detection eye on Pokémon eggs, and he was not sure whether the detection eye could work on Pokémon eggs. The familiar system frame appeared in front of her, and Sumu nodded slightly. It seemed that Pokémon eggs could also be detected. Pokémon, Egg Contest Condition, Noibat. Attribute, Flying plus Dragon. Ability, Penetration, can penetrate the 610 rival barrier or substitute to attack. Strength : Potential, Elite. Noibat, Sumu didn't expect that the system would be so generous. A simple S-level difficulty task would bring out such a killer weapon as Noibat. Like Dragonite, Noibat also has Flying type and Dragon type. The only difference is that Noibat is the only Pokémon whose first attribute is Flying type and has Dragon type. Most Noibats live in the mountainous region of Kalos, and few Noibats can be seen in other regions. Like Dratini, Noibat is a rare and valuable Dragon-type Pokémon. To be honest, if there weren't too many Pokémon on hand to cultivate, Sumu would be a little reluctant to give this Noibat to Xiao Huang. Early the next morning, Sushu woke Xiao Huang up from her sleep early. Xiao Huang opened the door sleepily. Because it was too early, Xiao Huang obviously hadn't woken up yet. She was wearing pajamas, with her messy hair hanging on her shoulders, her eyes closed tightly, and she looked like she was about to fall asleep at any moment. Brother Sumu, are you okay? Seed, Xiao Huang gently patted his cheek and forced himself to smelling salts. Xiao Huang, I have a present for you. Sumu said with a smile. Present? Children's favorite is present. After hearing the word present, Xiao Huang immediately came over to smelling salts. Looking at Sumu, Xiao Huang asked excitedly, what is present? Dang 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 dang. Sumu didn't mean to show off, and handed the Pokémon egg that had been prepared to Xiao Huang's hand. It's this Pokémon egg. Pokémon egg. Xiao Huang was so excited that he almost jumped up. For Xiao Huang, who loves Pokémon, nothing is more precious than Pokémon eggs. Holding the Pokémon egg in his arms and feeling the life of the Pokémon in the egg, Xiao Huang had a smile on his face. Thank you, brother Sumu. She smiled sweetly at Sumu and thanked him. Sumu quickly waved her hand, you earned this. Recently, Xiao Huang has been asked to help deal with challengers every day, and sometimes Xiao Huang has been asked to help take care of his Pokémon. Even Sumu felt a little sorry for exploiting child labor in this way. After giving Xiao Huang a Pokémon egg as a reward, he would be able to exploit him with peace of mind in the future. Well, that's it. Xiao Huang didn't know what Sumu was thinking, but even if he knew what Sumu was thinking, Xiao Huang would probably laugh it off. Because she doesn't feel tired, she can compete with various trainers and play with Pokémon every day. This is the life Xiao Huang dreams of. The entire Jiban city has become lively in the past 2 days. Trainers from all regions rushed to Iwa City. The faces of the trainers who entered Joban City were all filled with excitement, as if they were expecting something. Early this morning, the entire Joban gym was surrounded by trainers. They were all young trainers who were invited to challenge Sushu. They have trainers from Kanto, Chengdu, and even Norman who came all the way from Hon and Sino region. The name of the strongest trainer of the younger generation in Guangdong and Chengdu is really attractive. As long as he defeats Sumyu, he will become famous all over the world. No young person can stop such a captivate. Let them in. Sumyu said calmly. Yes, Master Sumyu. A gym cannot only have one or two people. Sumyu knows this very well. He has not been idle these days and has recruited many staff members with experience working in the gym in the talent market. Referees, receptionists, cleaning staff, and chefs are all essential in every gym. Some gyms even recruit medical staff and breeders who specialize in helping breeder Pokémon. Sumyu also covets medical staff and experienced breeders, but unfortunately there are too few such talents on the market, and it is even more difficult to recruit them. This is why Sumyu has the idea of Reggie. The improvement a qualified breeder can make to a gym cannot be underestimated. The door of the gymnasium opened on time at 9 o'clock in the morning. Under the guidance of the staff, the challengers outside the house entered the Viridian gym in an orderly manner. In addition to the challengers, several of the most famous media in Joban City also came to the Joban gym early. These media were specially found by Sumyu. The challengers hope to defeat Sumyu and become famous, and Sumyu is also ready to step on them and reach the top step by step. How could Sumyu give up such a good publicity opportunity? As for whether he will be defeated by others, this situation is not considered by Sumyu at all, unless the person who comes today is the champion of each region. In this case, all the people coming here are bringing apples to Sumyu. Just so confident. After more than half an hour, all the challengers entered the Viridian gym. The staff brought the challengers to the battle venue, arranged for them to sit down in the auditorium, and began to distribute bamboo sticks with numbers on them. What is this bamboo stick for? Holding the bamboo stick in their hands, some challengers were a little confused. There were some smart people among the challengers, and they instantly guessed the purpose of the bamboo sticks. Pointing to the numbers on the bamboo stick, he said, obviously this is a number plate. It is impossible for Sumyu to fight against everyone at the same time, so the numbers on the bamboo stick are the order of the challenge. Chapter 198. After hearing the explanation, the person holding the bamboo stick also took a breath of air. Is Master Sumyu really prepared to defeat us all? Obviously, yes, but I don't think you need to beat everyone. Most people will abstain. Abstain. That's right, abstention. I think many people are here to join in the fun like me. Don't everyone really think they can beat Sumyu? That is the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, and it is also known as the strongest in the previous Indigo Plateau Conference. Champion man. After listening to what this so-called smart man said, most people fell silent. It's coming. It's coming. The owner of Sumyu is coming out. After Sumyu came to the center of the stage, the entire Viridian gym was instantly ignited. Sumyu entered the center of the stage and made a gesture towards Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang understood the idea and immediately came to Sumyu with the reporter he had prepared. The reporter is a mature lady with a graceful figure. It seems that the director of Joban TV station also understands very well and sent their station's most beautiful reporter to perform this task. Although she was excited, the reporter was a professional after all. She quickly calmed down, with a signature smile on her face, and started asking questions. Master Sumyu, today's Viridian gym is really lively. After a brief exchange of greetings, the beautiful reporter got to the point. Does Sumyu have confidence in today's challenge? It was time to show off. Sumyu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He showed his signature smile and said calmly, confidence, this should not be asked of me, but should be asked of the challengers present. Oh? Mr. Sumyu, what do you mean? Reporter had already sensed that big news was coming, and she quickly cooperated. The strong are always confident when facing the weak. It is the challengers of the weak who need to increase their confidence. Sumyu's simple words allowed many challengers to break through their defenses. If there were no staff members who had been maintaining order, some might have been unable to resist taking action. The challengers preparing to challenge Sumyu today do not like to hear such words, but as a media reporter, she loves to hear these disparaging words about rival before the game. She has a hunch that the ratings of their TV station will definitely explode today. So what does player Sumyu think of Lorelei Elite calling him the strongest trainer among the younger generation in Kanto and Chengdu? Reporter asked excitedly. It's just a false name, but it's true. Well, that's it for the interview. I think many people can't help but want to start the challenge. Having finished showing off, Su motioned to take reporter down. Although they only asked 2 questions, they were sufficiently exciting that the reporter stepped down with satisfaction. Quiet. After the reporter stepped down, Sumyu stretched out her right hand and made a downward gesture to signal the challengers in the audience to quiet down. It's a pity that the audience was not in front of Sumyu and kept chattering. Sumyu's face turned cold. He took out 2 pokeballs from his waist and used Wan's empty one. Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! After 2 crisp sounds, Charizard and Aerodactyl stood on both sides of Sumyu. Keep them quiet, Charizard, Aerodactyl. Sumyu said calmly. Boom! Roar! Roars filled the entire venue, echoing back and forth in the Viridian Gymnasium. Finally, everyone in the venue became quiet. They stopped whispering and focused their attention on the center of the venue. Okay, it's finally quiet. Sumyu in the center of the venue quickly scanned the entire venue and said, although I knew there would be a lot of trainers coming, the number really shocked me. Looking around at the trainers outside the field who were ready to play at any time, Sumyu felt a little excited in her heart. Sumyu snapped her fingers and said, let me tell you the rules now. Everyone should have received a numbered bamboo stick in their hand. Next, I will accept everyone's challenge in order. By the way, everyone only has 1 chance in the battle. I suggest you send out the strongest Pokémon, otherwise there will be no regret options. One more thing, the challenger attacks first. Most people don't have any interest in the rules set by Sumyu, but they are still very unhappy. Asterisk. Whether it was what Sumyu said just now in front of the reporter or what he said now when announcing the rules, he put himself in a position to win. Others seemed to have been included in the list of those who did not know what they could do. This made many how can the challenger endure it? They couldn't wait to go up and give Sumyu a slap in the face. Okay, now that the rules have been announced, the show begins. Who is number 1? Sumyu looked around with a smile. After hearing a loud noise, a boy stood up excitedly, holding a bamboo stick marked with the number 1 in his hand and shouted excitedly, I am the number 1, I am the number 1. Ha 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 ha, I am. Looking at the excited challenger Sumyu in front of her, she almost wanted to laugh. Are you so happy when you get the number 1? Being the first to take the stage may not be a good choice. The challenger came to the center of the stage with steps that he did not recognize, and everyone could feel his excitement at this moment. I'm Aku from Cerulean City, please give me your advice. I am Sumyu from Jobin City, the current gym leader of Jobin Gym. Please give me your advice. The audience in the auditorium who were not on stage also held their breath, preparing to watch the challenge before them. To be honest, all they know about Sumyu comes from the internet, and almost no one has witnessed Sumyu's battle with their own eyes. So although they are not the first to take the stage to challenge, it is not bad news for them. At least they can feel Sumyu's bottom first and see what Sumyu's strength is. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Huang, the referee of this game. The rules of the game are 1v1. The 2 parties are Sumyu from Jobin City and Aku from Cerulean City. Now please train the 2 players to summon Pokémon to play. Sumyu stretched out her hand to signal rival to invite first. He said before the game started that he would attack from behind. Aku took a deep breath and shouted excitedly, come out, Venomoth. Pokémon Murumoth. Attribute Insect plus Poison. Strength, Elite Mid-Level. Potential, Elite Dead Hero. Chapter 199. It is really difficult for Sumyu to be interested in the Elite Mid-Level Venomoth. Aerodactyl, come on. Sumew moved her body and prepared to smelling salts the group of challengers. Aerodactyl vs Venomoth. The trainers present were of varying levels, but at least they still had good eyesight. Aku's Venomoth is suppressed by Aerodactyl in terms of appearance and momentum. Difficult, difficult, difficult. If you want to defeat Aerodactyl with this Morumoth, it will be no easier than ascending to the sky. Because he was attacking from behind, Sumew stretched out his hand to signal rival to attack first. Venomoth Psybeam. Is this what rival relies on? Psychic skill Psybeam. I couldn't be more naive. The pink light was aimed at 393 from Venomoth's tentacles and then shot towards Aerodactyl. Sumew didn't even want to take command when he came to take charge. He waved his hand and signaled Aerodactyl to play freely. Looking at the tiny Morumoth in front of him, Fossil Hunter grinned. It started to move. It ignored Venomoth's Psybeam, and dark energy surrounded its mouth. It was a terrifying energy that was terrifying to look at. Evil skill, Crunch. The flying Aerodactyl was hit head-on by Psybeam, but unfortunately it had no effect at all. The power of Psybeam is not even enough to tickle the Aerodactyl tickle. The close-range Aerodactyl used the fangs in its mouth to penetrate the wings of the Morumoth, and the teacher's evil energy instantly defeated it. If Aerodactyl had retained his hand, Venomoth would have been in bed for several months. Venomoth cannot fight, the winner of this match is Sumew. After confirming that Venomoth had lost the ability to fight, Xiao Huang made a decisive decision on the game. The audience in the stands looked at each other and could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. They don't know much about Sumew's strength, but they have done a simple investigation. Aerodactyl's strength is not ranked high among Sumew's Pokémon, but even this low-ranking Aerodactyl has such strong oppressive power. Many trainers have already regretted joining in the fun. Sumew, who won the first victory, had no ups and downs in his heart. Defeating rival like this would not bring him the slightest pleasure. Sumew stood quietly in the center of the stage, waiting for the second challenger to come on. I'm number 2. After Aku left the stage in despair, a person in the audience quickly stood up and raised his bamboo stick. He is around 14 or 15 years old. It can even be said that more than 70% of the challengers present are of this age group, and the childishness on their faces has not faded. The second challenger is Amu from Saffron City, and the Pokémon he uses is Snorlax. Navy blue body, big white belly, eyes always narrowed and no one has ever seen it open. Pokémon, Snorlax. Attribute, normal. Strength, beginner level in the gym. Potential, gym level. Snorlax, it's Snorlax. The audience began to scream. Snorlax is not just a roadside item, it is a very rare Pokémon, and few people know how to breed Snorlax. First, it is not easy to catch Snorlax in the wild. The second and most important point is that according to legend, Snorlax eats 400 kilograms of food a day. If there is no mine at home, it is impossible to raise Snorlax. The appearance of Snorlax cheered up the audience. In their eyes, this must be a battle between dragons and tigers. Snorlax. Sumew was also a little surprised. He didn't expect anyone to use Snorlax to challenge. Come back, Aerodactyl. Sumew took out the Pokeball and took back Aerodactyl. It is not difficult for Aerodactyl to defeat Snorlax, but it is not so easy to defeat rival with a crushing attitude, so Sumew decided to change the Pokémon on the field. Come on, Charizard. Charizard, who had been watching for a long time, couldn't bear it anymore. After hearing Sumew's words, he quickly came to the center of the stage. Charizard? What do you think of Fujishu? A cute girl with a ponytail asked her companion beside her. Fujishu's eyes were always on the field, and he analyzed calmly, it is not a good idea to use the fire Charizard to deal with Snorlax. Snorlax's thick fat can withstand enough high temperatures, so I don't think it is a good idea to replace Aerodactyl with Charizard. Decision. Of course this is just my opinion. As the trainer of Aerodactyl and Charizard, Sumew should know his Pokémon better than we do. Just keep watching, Kanan. I think this trip to Kanto will definitely benefit us a lot. The game is about to begin. The first to attack was naturally AMU's Snorlax. Snorlax uses Thunder Punch. AMU's voice was trembling, and his nervousness could be felt in his voice. It must be the first time that he has fought under so many people's attention. After receiving the trainer's order, Snorlax began to move. His huge body brought slow movement. Not all Snorlax could possess the unconventional agility like Ash's. Logically speaking, Snorlax's slow attack has no chance of hitting the flying Charizard. Fortunately, Sumew has no intention of dodging. Today he will defeat all challengers with a crushing attitude. Dodge? What then? Sumew had never heard of it. Charizard, we are also Thunder Punch. He is so confident when fighting punch to punch. Thunder sounded from Charizard's right fist, and Huyang's Charizard Thunder Punch was countless times more powerful than Snorlax. Even if you don't understand Pokémon battles, as long as you have eyes, you can see the difference between two Pokémon. Pearls of Rice also emit 0.7 brilliance. With their fists facing each other, Snorlax, who was several times larger than Charizard, began to retreat uncontrollably under Charizard's powerful strength. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be difficult to imagine what would happen. It was like an ordinary person striking a palm with a sumo wrestler and sending the sumo wrestler flying away. Full of impact. Charizard didn't stop after knocking Snorlax away. Thunder and lightning were still roaring on its right fist, and its attack was not over yet. 1 punch, 2 circles, 3 punches. Snorlax's fat is thick enough to withstand the power of lightning, but Snorlax cannot defend against purely physical blunt blows. Under the continuous punches, Snorlax could no longer hold on and collapsed on the stage. Chapter 200. Snorlax. AMU looked incredulous. He thought that his Snorlax would lose, but losing in a duel of pure strength was something he never expected. Boom! Charizard was also very excited after defeating Snorlax, a heavyweight player. Flames spit up from its nostrils, and a loud roar came from its mouth to vent its excitement. The scene that was originally filled with various discussions suddenly became quiet the moment Snorlax fell, and the audience seemed to be digesting the shocking scene in front of them. After the second game of the battle, the atmosphere on the scene began to become a bit subtle. When it was the turn of the challenge, trainer no longer came on the stage with excitement, but became hesitant. Challenger number 3 slowly came to the field after many urgings from the staff. The third challenger is a little Stephanie. Her age seems to be not much different from Xiao Huang. If Sumew guessed correctly, this little Stephanie has not been in possession of the first 24 Pokémon for a long time. It was probably the first time she fought in public, and faced a rival of Sumew's level. Little Stephanie was a little nervous, and it took her a lot of time to successfully summon her Pokémon. Pokémon, Swablu. Attribute, Normal plus Flying. Strength, Ordinary mid-level. Potential, Elite level. Sumew frowned, he didn't know what to do. The Swablu in front of him looked like he was born not long ago. From the system panel, he could see that this Swablu had full potential, and Sumew couldn't bear to take action. At this moment, Sumew is in a dilemma. If she holds back during the battle, it is likely to cause misunderstandings to the other challengers. Even if she uses a weak Pokémon to challenge, she will not lose anything. In this case, today's challenge it may be endless. Sumew originally planned to use thunderous means to defeat several rivals, and put pressure on the challengers with a winning streak, so that the weak challengers would automatically give up. Only in this way can the challenge be completed in one day. There are only 2 wins now. Although the victory is beautiful, it has not broken down most people's defenses. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Sumew to hold back, otherwise the previous 2 consecutive victories will be in vain. But when it comes to Sumew being ruthless, Sumew is a bit reluctant to do so. The Swablu and the challengers in front of them are just children. They may have come to challenge Sumew just to gain experience. If Sumew destroyed their confidence by using too much force, then he would be guilty. After he sighed, he decided to try to persuade the challenger in front of him. "Are you really ready, or are you and your Swablu really ready?" Sumew said seriously. You have to understand that fighting an overly powerful rival can easily break Pokémon's confidence, especially since your Swablu is just born. Have you ever thought about the consequences of fighting me? The consequences? Can you tell me about it? Little Stephanie's ears stood up and she listened carefully. Of course. Sumew nodded and continued, it is very likely that your Swablu will never have the courage to fight again. Your reckless decision is very likely to destroy Swablu's life, so I ask again, do you really do it? Is it a good decision? I want to remind you, don't think that I will give up in the battle. As long as I enter the battle, I will definitely go all out. Sumew said in a cold tone. Stephanie came to participate in this challenge just to join in the fun. She didn't have much desire to challenge Sumew. When Sumew said this, Stephanie immediately gave up the idea of challenging. She hugged Swablu, who was chattering excitedly on the court, bowed deeply towards Sumew, and said, "Thank you, Master Sumew, I understand, I abstain." Wise choice. When Sumew heard that Stephanie abstained, she was relieved and said with a smile, "Wise choice." Flamethrower, Dragon Rage, Dragon Breath. Charizard unleashed a variety of skills on the next challenger. No matter who rival was, no Pokémon could survive Charizard's unique move unscathed. This Charizard seems to be stronger than at the Indigo Plateau Conference, are you right, Sabrina? I don't know when Erica and Sabrina also came to the Viridian Gym. Sabrina glanced at Erica contemptuously and hummed, "Humph." It seems that Sabrina doesn't even want to talk to Erica. Erica didn't care either. After meeting Sabrina several times, she also got to know Sabrina. She now especially likes to tease Sabrina. Seeing the disdain on the face of the girl in front of her, Erica wanted to laugh in her heart. Invite the 8th trainer to come on. Please come on to the 8th trainer. The staff looked at the crowd in the auditorium and frowned. Are the abstentions finally coming? Sumew's expression remained unchanged, but she had already guessed what was going to happen. Charizard's continuous instant kills finally defeated some challengers who wanted to fish in troubled waters. They finally gave up their unrealistic dreams and no longer challenge on stage. Although some people began to abstain, Sumew did not show much excitement. After Zayu abstained, the next game will be even more difficult to play. 007. It's almost time to change Pokémon, Sumew thought to herself. Charizard's level is not yet elite level, but it is just a high-level gym. It has defeated 5 challengers in a row. Although Charizard does not appear to have any changes on the surface, its physical strength is still very high. In addition, there will be a qualitative change in the strength of the next challenger. If Charizard is allowed to continue fighting, there is a high risk of overturning. Therefore, it is the best decision to take back Charizard and replace Pokémon for safety reasons. After several minutes with no one on the scene, the audience realized what was happening. After seeing Sumew overwhelming 6 challengers, some finally lost their will to fight and began to give up. Humph, coward! A male trainer stood up, looked at the field with fighting spirit, and said, "I am Ziohei from Fall Arbor City, I am number 9. Since number 8 abstains, then it's my turn." Aha had a strong aura as soon as he stood up, which was completely different from the previous challengers. It could be seen that he was a real strong man. Ahai! What a familiar name! Looking at the familiar faces in front of them, many people fell into deep thought. Chapter 201. I remember who he is. There were excited shouts from the crowd. He was Ahai, the 3rd runner-up in the last Silver Conference. Silver Conference 3rd runner-up, Ahai! Everyone present cheered up. Unlike the few unknowns before, Aha was already a somewhat famous trainer. Silver Conference. Sumew smiled slightly. The 3rd place in the last Silver Conference versus the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference is really a gimmick. The 3rd runner-up is the 3rd runner-up. Judging from the momentum of walking, it is several times stronger than the previous challenger. The way he walks is like the wind, which makes Sumew secretly laugh. After Xiao Huang asked Ahai to briefly introduce his identity, he announced the start of the game. "Come out, Feraligatr." Aha threw the Pokeball in his hand with a confident smile on his face. Water vs Fire, he is confident in his Feraligatr and will be able to defeat Sumew's Charizard. It's a pity that he was a little happy too early. Sumew was already ready to change Pokémon. After Feraligatr came on the scene, Sumew took Charizard back into the Pokeball. Seeing Sumew take back Charizard, Ahai's smile froze instantly. He had already thought of all the strategies to deal with Charizard, but now it seemed that his plan was ruined. Although the plan fell through, Ahai didn't mean to talk too much. Everything he did because of sleep was in line with the previous agreement. Now that this challenge has reached its climax, Sumew no longer hides and tucks away, it's time to show off her real skills. Come out, Gengar! Sumew threw the Pokeball in the center of the stage. After a crisp bang, a cloud of black smoke appeared in the center of the stage. A dark ghost-type Pokémon crawled out of the black smoke, with a chilling laughter in the air. The mouth is full of laughter. Appeared. Appeared. Sumew's Gengar appeared. The moment Gengar appeared, the audience erupted in excited shouts. This was the cry of growl from many trainers who had witnessed the battle between Sumew and Gengar. It's Gengar! Aha was relieved after seeing the Pokémon used by Sumew. His Feraligatr was capable of many evil-type tricks. When facing the ghost-type Gengar, his Feraligatr was not so disadvantaged. Looking at rival relaxing in front of him, he felt a little sleepy and didn't know what to say. It was obvious that rival had not watched his battle at the Silver Conference. You must know that none of Karen's evil Pokémon were Gengar's rival. How could a mere Feraligatr still want to cause trouble to Gengar with its evil skills? It's really too naive an idea. The outcome of this game was already doomed from the very beginning. The only highlight was how many seconds Feraligatr could last in Gengar's hands. Gengar vs Feraligatr? This duel should be exciting. A boy watching the match sighed with emotion. Pfft! What are you laughing at? The boy who was ridiculed had a good temper and was not angry, but asked nicely. Seeing that the other party had a good temper, the person who laughed did not continue to mock and asked, "You haven't seen this Indigo Plateau Conference, right?" The man admitted that he is from Chengdu, so he did not go to watch the Indigo Plateau Conference live. He planned to watch the replay in the next few days, but he was too busy and didn't have time to watch it. Chengdu? Then you should know Karen. Karen is from Chengdu. Are you talking about Ms. Karen? The boy suddenly became excited. She is my idol. Ms. Karen is beautiful, and the Pokémon she holds is also handsome and good at fighting. Many well-known trainers in Chengdu have said that Karen the lady's strength has reached Elite 4. Then I suggest you go back and watch the finals of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The rival Sumew defeated in the finals was Karen. What? The boy couldn't believe his ears, and he wanted to ask something else. However, the opponent has no time to give him more knowledge, because the battle on the field has already begun. Pokémon, Feraligatr. Attribute Water. Strength, high level in the gym. Potential, gym level. The high-level Feraligatr in the gym is also the strongest rival that Sumew has encountered so far. Fortunately, Sumew took Charizard back. Otherwise, Charizard, who had exhausted most of his physical strength, was pretty good at taking down this one. Feraligatr is really not easy. Feraligatr looks like a standing crocodile with huge fangs in its mouth, making Feraligatr look extremely ferocious and terrifying. The bite force of Feraligatr's teeth is so powerful that it can even kill rival with just one bite. It has a rather violent temper and will get out of control once it is angered, and bite will never let go. Before the game started, Gengar was floating around Feraligatr wantonly, which made Feraligatr very unhappy. If it weren't for the trainer watching it, it would have exploded long ago. So after hearing the referee's instruction to announce the start of the battle, Feraligatr could no longer bear it and immediately attacked Gengar. Seeing Feraligatr in action, Ahai had no intention of stopping him. Feraligatr's actions coincided with his thoughts. He was also prepared to give rival a hard blow at the beginning of the game, trying to win rival directly. Feraligatr, crunch. A qualified trainer must take advantage of Pokémon's greatest strengths. What are the advantages of Feraligatr? There is no doubt that those are its sharp, Qianwang's, fangs. As long as you are bitten by it, you will definitely be severely damaged. Although Feraligatr usually moves slowly, after entering the offensive contest condition, Feraligatr's speed is not slow. His crawling speed was extremely fast, and he was in front of Gengar in the blink of an eye. Looking at Gengar Feraligatr in front of him, he showed a ferocious smile. He opened his big mouth and bit down hard. He wanted Gengar to know Taunt's fate. At this time, Gengar seemed to have frightened Normal, and stood motionless on the spot. He only showed a panicked expression when Feraligatr took a big bite. Won the game! Aha clenched his fist celebrate. After the bang, Feraligatr let out a scream of pain. It turns out that the Gengar in front of it is just a shadow. The real Gengar is unharmed, but Feraligatr's upper and lower jaws are shaking due to excessive force. Chapter 202. The mouth is full of anger. The mouth is full of laughter. Seeing Feraligatr being played by him like a fool, Gengar couldn't bear it anymore. The man holding his stomach and laughing behind Feraligatr fell on his back. From time to time he still rolls on the ground. It is tolerable, but what is intolerable? Facing a taunt like Gengar, Feraligatr could not hold back. Ignoring the pain, it turned around very quickly, opened its huge mouth, and repeated its old trick. This time it was sure to bite Gengar to death. Another crunch attack. It's hard to imagine that Feraligatr's bulky body can make such agile movements. The evil energy has been condensed. Feraligatr's fangs are clearly defined, entwined with Black's evil power. Being able to get the third place in the Silver Conference, Ahai really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Judging from Feraligatr's combat awareness alone, he is worthy of his Silver Conference third place finish. It's a pity, I can only say it's a pity. If Gengar's strength is on par with Feraligatr's, it is very likely that Feraligatr will successfully attack him, but the strength gap between the two is really too big. In the eyes of Aha and Feraligatr, this was a perfect sneak attack, but in the eyes of Sumew and Gengar, it was just a poor performance. Gengar had guessed Feraligatr's intentions the moment Feraligatr took action. Facing Feraligatr's sneak attack, its smile did not diminish, and an energy ball magically appeared in its hand. Looking at Feraligatr's open bloody mouth, Gengar's smile became even brighter. With a swish, it threw the shadow ball in its hand into Feraligatr's mouth. After entering Feraligatr's mouth, the ghost energy began to compete with the evil energy. The evil energy was in a geographical advantage, but the energy was not as pure as the ghost energy in the shadow ball. As soon as it came into contact, the evil energy began to retreat steadily, and was completely wiped out in a short time. After getting rid of rival's shadow ball, it began to expand rapidly in Feraligatr's mouth, getting bigger and bigger, and finally exploded. Boom! Everyone who heard the explosion couldn't help but touch their mouths. Even if they didn't experience it personally, they could guess how painful it would be for an explosion to occur in the weak mouth. The people present swallowed their saliva and became quiet again. Feraligatr, are you okay? Feraligatr, are you okay? Looking at the miserable state of the Pokémon in front of him, Aha hurried forward to investigate. Don't worry, Gengar is well aware of it. It just looks like he's seriously injured. It's not that loud in fact. Sumew consoled her. After carefully checking several times to confirm that Feraligatr was fine, Ahai felt relieved. He took back Feraligatr and left the Viridian Gym without looking back. Being defeated by Gengar in a playful way was really hard for Ahai to accept. He no longer had the face to stay here. He came on the field confidently and left with a strong sense of disappointment. At the last moment, Ahai could not believe that he would lose so easily. Is the gap between Silver Conference's third place and Indigo Plateau Conference's championship really that big? Ahai has begun to doubt himself. Is there no one left? Is there no one playing? The staff started asking again. After Ahai's challenge failed, the venue fell into silence again, and the next challenger did not dare to play again. The strength shown by Gengar has exceeded the limits of most challenges. Ahai is not a mediocre player, and someone who can become the third runner-up in the Silver Conference is certainly not that bad. The performance of his Feraligatr in the battle was also remarkable. If it were someone on the field directing the game, he wouldn't think he could be any better. But such a combination appears to be so weak when facing Sumew's Gengar. Any trainer who comes with eyes can see that Gengar is not showing its full strength at all. It is just playing around. The Silver Conference's third-place finisher was solved in a fool's errand, leaving the challengers with no chance to take the field. Most of the challengers have almost lost their will to fight. Only now do they know that Sumew, who is so famous, can let Lorelei come out to stand in person, so how can Sumew be weak? Nowadays, not many people still think about avoiding Sumew's many good reputations in high spirits. Sumew can feel that there are less than 20 people on the field who really have a strong desire to fight. These people are either very confident in their own strength or have a personality. Even if they know that the only way forward is failure, they are not willing to take a half step back. Waiting like this is not an option. If everyone is willing to play, then I will. The speaker is about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a headband, and his hair color is sky blue, which is rare in Guangdong and Chengdu. He had a smile on his face and looked like a sunny boy. Although volunteering was a bit against the rules, no one else present felt there was anything wrong with it. As for Sumew, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference to him who has to fight first. Tengshu, are you confident? Stephanie, who was wearing a ponytail next to the boy, asked. The boy shook his head and said exaggeratedly, "Are you kidding, Kanan? We can no longer deal with Gengar like this." Miss Lorelei was not exaggerating when she said that she is the #1 young person in Guangdong and Chengdu. I would say that even if we add Hone, there won't be too many problems. After all, we haven't seen such a strong peer in Hone. Although I don't want to admit it, it's the fact. His strength is enough to compete in the Elite Four. It's hard to imagine that such a person has only traveled for a year. According to official data, it should be less than a year. I don't have the confidence to defeat such a person, but I don't want to just run away back to Hone in despair. This kind of rival is like a huge wave that is rare in 10 years. If I don't go up and fight for a while before giving up, then my life will be too boring. Fujishu said excitedly. After repeatedly confirming that there was no objection, Fujishu came to the stage under the leadership of the staff. You are a vine tree, right? Sumew said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's such an honor to be recognized by Sumew Hall Master. Tengshu responded with a smile. I heard Mr. Bruno talk about you, and you are not a nobody. If I can't recognize the gym leader of Duford Town Duford Gym in Hone region, I would be a bit too lonely. Chapter 203. The leader of Duford Gym. Hone region. The owner of Sumew seems to have said that this challenger named Fujishu knows Mr. Bruno. The audience in the auditorium began to chat quietly. The name of the challenger on stage is getting louder and louder, and it looks like the next game will be more and more exciting. Many viewers have lost their identity as challengers and placed themselves in the position of spectators. To be honest, this feels pretty good. You don't have to go on stage to experience the power of Sumew in person, but you can also watch the Masters duel at close range. It is simply the best choice. After a brief exchange of greetings, Tengshu put away his smile. He held his breath and calmed himself down. Only when he stepped down from the stage to face Sumew in person could he appreciate Sumew's aura. That is the breath of a winner. Continuous victories have brought Sumew's victory to its peak. It's not fun to be suppressed by such momentum. Fujishu doesn't want to delay it any longer. He wants to start the game as soon as possible, otherwise his self-confidence will become weaker and weaker. Come out, Hariyama. After summoning Pokémon to play, Fujiki finally showed a long-lost smile when he looked at Hariyama in front of him. Please, Hariyama. Pokémon, Hariyama. Attribute, fighting. Strength, high level in the gym. Potential, elite. Hariyama, as expected, showed off his signature Pokémon. Although it is also a high-level Pokémon in the gym like the previous Feraligatr, this Hariyama from Sumew is a bit stronger. If Sumew's feeling is correct, this Hariyama is almost reaching the elite level. This is the purpose of your challenge to me, hoping to make Diddley's breakthrough? Sumew asked. Fujishu did not deny it. Yes, only by challenging powerful enemies can Hariyama go further. But I don't think it's a good idea for you to challenge me. Hariyama from the fighting department can't do anything against Gengar. Is there any way? We can only find out if we try hard, right? Looking at Tang Shu's confident expression, Sumew also became a little curious. He wanted to know what kind of means Tang Shu used to deal with his Gengar. He stretched out his hand to indicate that the vines could attack. Fujiki knew that he only had one chance, so he no longer hesitated and directly commanded Hariyama to use his special move. Hariyama Force Palm. Hariyama knew the terror of the rival in front of him, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. He opened his huge mouth and started to thrust violently into the air. With Hariyama's unremitting efforts, something magical happened. Shock waves are emitted from Hariyama's palms, and its attack range is the entire battlefield. And unlike the normal force palm, Fujiki's Hariyama's force palm is much more special. The energy of the shock wave it emits is not fighting energy but evil energy. The evil force palm skill is interesting. This is the first time Sumew has seen it. No, it shouldn't be the force palm. It's just Kristoff's idea to turn the evil energy in the body into shock waves through force palm. If Gengar's strength was similar to Hariyama's, he might really be defeated by this special force palm skill. It's a pity that, again, the crushing strength makes any fancy means useless. Gengar, Shadow Ball. It's still Shadow Ball. Gengar has used Shadow Ball since his debut. This is not consistent with the unpredictable and weird ghost-type Pokémon in everyone's mind. But I have to say that Gengar's Shadow Ball is simple but easy to use. The evil shock waves had no way to stop Gengar's Shadow Ball, and were instantly shattered. The Shadow Ball smashed through countless shock waves and then hit Hariyama's body, with an outstanding effect. The impact of the Shadow Ball alone was already more than Hariyama could withstand. Coupled with the shock wave caused by the explosion of the ghost energy when it encountered the object, Hariyama had no chance to survive. Hariyama loses the ability to fight, Sumew wins. It's over. Even Fujishu is no match for Sumew. Almost all the trainers present have given up the challenge. Erika and Sabrina on the edge of the auditorium looked at each other and had no intention of going on stage again. Only those with similar abilities can be called a challenge. Now that they are on stage, they will be tortured by Sumew. Although the two of them didn't care much about failure, they didn't want to try it if they were meaninglessly tortured. After all, they were normal people. Please give me flowers, 0. The staff asked again and again, but no one dared to come on stage. Just when Sumew thought the challenge was finally over, a challenger suddenly stood up in the audience. The demeanor of a strong person, the demeanor of a strong person. Many people will ask what kind of talent is worthy of being called a strong person. The answer is here, the challenger in front of you is undoubtedly the strong one. He stood up from the audience and walked towards the battle hall step by step. People around him took the initiative to stand up and make way for him, and he came to the stage like a king. The visitor had blue curly hair, a faint smile on his lips, a red cloak, and a dignified appearance. No matter how demanding someone is when they see him, they probably won't be stingy with the word handsome guy. It looks so familiar. The person in front of him felt familiar to Sumew, both in appearance and temperament, but Sumew had probably never seen him before. The answer is already obvious. The person in front of me should also be a character who appears in animation or comics. Otherwise, Sumew would not have such a familiar feeling. The challenger took the stage and introduced himself. I come from a remote place in the Sinnoh region. My name is Dokdu. Dokdu said with a smile. Duo always has a smile on his face, and Sumew can detect the confidence and pride deep in his heart through his smile. Confidence and pride. That's right, it's confidence and pride. Yes, even after seeing the strength of Sumew's Gengar, Indo still firmly believed that he would be the winner. Interesting. Really interesting. Sumew also suppressed a smile. He couldn't wait to fight rival. He also wanted to know what kind of Pokémon could give Dokdu such confidence. Gengar is probably not your strongest Pokémon. I'm here today to challenge your strongest Pokémon. Challenge my strongest Pokémon. It's so interesting to be conscious. If other people said so, Sumew would never leave them, but the Dokdu in front of him has this qualification. Chapter 204. Because Sumu has already remembered who Dokdo is in front of her. Many people may not be familiar with the name Dokdo, but when it comes to the mythical beast man, they are familiar with it. The person in front of me is the winner of the Lily of the Valley conference in the anime. It is the character created by the screenwriter in the animation to prevent Ash from winning the championship, even losing his face, the mythical beast man. Sumu never dreamed that she would meet the beast man in this challenge. Sumu remembers that the beast man has at least 2 legendary Pokémon in his hands, one is the infinite Pokémon Latios, and the other is Mikali, known as the Nightmare God. Rather than fighting Latios, Sumu would rather fight Darkrai. After all, he had just fought against the former not long ago. Sumu didn't think Darkrai's Latios would be any stronger than Joy's 2, 3, 7, so Darkrai was the rival that Sumu wanted to meet more. Sumu agreed to Dokdo's request, but not without conditions. No problem, I can use my strongest Pokémon, but I hope you will also use your strongest Pokémon to fight. No problem. Dokdo agreed readily. The conversation between Sumu and Dokdo reached the audience's ears word for word. Although they completely understood what the two meant, they still understood the strongest versus the strongest. The audience in the auditorium held their breath, waiting for both sides to summon their strongest Pokémon to play. Sumu is going to send Banjira on the field. Erika is a little surprised. Others don't know that she doesn't know yet. If Sumu's Gengar evolves to Mega, its strength will probably reach the championship level. The championship level Gengar, Sumu actually changed Pokémon obediently under rival's persuasion, which means that Sumu herself believes that Gengar may not necessarily be rival's rival Pokémon. This is some kind of fight between gods. Even the champion Gengar might lose. Gyokui has no doubts about life. Both parties on the field were ready. Erika did not dare to think randomly. She stared at the stage with her eyes intently. She also wanted to see why the challenger named Dokdo attracted so much attention from Sumu. Sumu took back Gengar's Pokeball and took out Banjira's Pokeball. The two looked at each other and smiled, throwing the Pokémon in their hands into the air. Boom! Boom! After 2 bangs, the Pokémon on both sides were finally revealed in front of everyone. The Pokémon Sumu chose was expected by most people. Anyone who knows Sumu knows that Sumu's strongest Pokémon is Banjira. Banjira, the terrifying behemoth from the desert. In the finals of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Sumu defeated Karen's Sabai with Banjira and won the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship in one fell swoop. Most of the people present are from Guangdong and Chengdu and are no strangers to Bandila. The popularity of Bandila and Dragonite has always been very high among trainers in Guangdong and Chengdu. Anyone with a little common sense will know Bandila. As for the challenger Pokémon that made Sumu take it seriously, they couldn't recognize it. He was completely black, with a smog-like white hair-like part that was rolling around covering most of his face, leaving only a pair of bright blue eyes exposed. A red jagged object like a normal collar surrounds the neck, and a long black rag-like thing hangs on each shoulder. So cool! This is most people's first thought when seeing Darkrai. Although I don't know what the Pokémon in front of me is, it's really cool. The audience at the venue began to whisper among themselves again, trying to find out the identity of the Pokémon in front of them. Darkrai, its name is Darkrai. Sumu began to popularize science for the audience present. It's a legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. The legendary Pokémon. The whole scene began to boil. Even well-informed people like Sabrina and Erika can't sit still. They originally thought that Darkrai was a Pokémon that was as cherished as Banjira, but they never expected that it would turn out to be a legendary Pokémon. It was the first time for many people here to see the legendary Pokémon with their own eyes, and they couldn't be more excited. Remember its name, Nightmare God, Darkrai. Sumu stretched out her hand to signal the audience to scream. Darkrai looked at Sumu mobilizing the audience's enthusiasm and asked with a smile, "I'm curious, why do you specifically introduce the origin of Darkrai?" Sumu raised her eyebrows and said, "If we don't let the audience know how powerful Darkrai is, then wouldn't it be meaningless for me to defeat it?" Darkrai was silent, and after a long time he spoke, even if you clearly know Darkray's origin, are you still so confident that you can win this duel? Of course. Sumew said without hesitation, because my Banjira is stronger than your Darkray. Sumew is not just talking nonsense, but it is based on facts. The strength of Darkray has been clearly displayed in front of him systematically. Pokémon, Darkray. Attribute Evil. Strength, Champion Intermediate. Potential Champion. Evaluation, the legendary god of nightmares, it can cause endless nightmares to others. Unless a person carries a lunar wing, there is no way to resist the nightmares. However, some research shows that causing nightmares is actually just a defensive behavior of Darkray, rather than a deliberate malicious behavior. The legendary nightmare god only has the strength of a champion but does not reach the level of a god. Sumew is not surprised. It has not been long since I came to this 0.2 world, and I have seen a lot of so-called mythical beasts. Sumew will no longer be as simple and crude as when she first came here, thinking that all legendary Pokémon are god level. Strength. Based on what Sumew saw with his own eyes and speculation, he concluded that most legendary Pokémon do not have god level strength at all, and only a few are similar to Mewtwo, Deoxys, Phoenix, and Lugia. These are called first-level gods by gamers. Only Pokémon possess god-level strength. Very few of the legendary Pokémon such as the 3 sacred birds, Nightmare God, Dream God, and 3 God Pillars have reached god-level strength. Of course there are, but they are very few. Therefore, it is normal for Skin God to defeat Latios and Charizard to kill Articuno, because these gods have not actually reached the level of gods at all. Chapter 205. Darkray is not bad among the legendary Pokémon, and its strength has reached the mid-level of a champion. Get serious. Darkray seems to have considerable trust in his Darkray. Even after meeting Sumew's Bangira, he still thinks that he is the stronger party. He put his hands in his pockets and stood there, delaying in instructing Darkray to launch an attack. You attack first. Sumew smiled faintly and said coldly, it is not a good thing to be too confident. In this case, I will attack first. Banjira, Wind Escape Sand Shot. Sumew is not as confident as Dokdu. No matter how confident he is in his own strength, he must go all out in battle. This is Sumew. As soon as Sumew finished speaking, Bangira, who had already been prepared, started to move. Banjira took a heavy breath, and the wind energy bulged in his mouth. Then he clasped his hands together and summoned Gravel. In a short time, countless people had gathered in front of Banjira. Gravel. It's time. I saw Bangira opening his big mouth, 24 injecting the wind energy in his mouth into the gravel. After the injection of wind energy, the originally tiny gravel turned into sand bombs, and the sand bombs exuded a dangerous aura. If you dare to trust Bangira in the face of yourself, you will regret it. Looking at the condensed sand bombs in front of her, Sumew smiled coldly. Darkray could feel the power of the skills that Banjira was using. Under normal circumstances, he would have already directed Darkray to attack or start defense in advance. But the big words have already been spoken, how could Yin Beiduo slap him in the face? Now he can only watch Bangira activate his skills. The sand bombs all over the sky have been charged, and it's time to launch them. Bangira glared ahead, and the sand bombs began to move. After being charged by the wind attribute, the originally slow-moving sand bombs seemed to be equipped with a normal engine, and their speed suddenly jumped to the top. Facing the overwhelming sand bombs, Darkray frowned and forged a shield with evil energy in an attempt to block all sand bomb attacks. Naive, so naive. Banjira's sand bombs don't just attack in a straight line. After realizing that they couldn't break through the evil shield in front of Darkray, Banjira quickly changed his strategy. It raised its right hand slightly, and the sand bullets that had been aiming at the shield without hesitation in an attempt to break through the defense line instantly scattered in all directions. Darkray's evil shield could only block one direction, and once the sand bullets scattered, Darkray was caught off guard. When? Darkray waved the shield in his hand to block the advance of the sand projectiles. Darkray's hand speed is not bad, but there are too many sand bullets. Even if it has done it perfectly, there are still many sand bullets that pass over the shield and hit its body. Boom! Boom! Is there a BG sound coming from its body? It's the sound of a sand bomb hitting it. Although he was hit by many sand bombs, Darkrai didn't pay too much attention. Sand bombs look very powerful, but in fact the attack power is not strong. Even if Darkrai is hit by many sand bombs, Darkrai does not lose much physical strength. Seeing Darkrai on the field who was still alive and well after being hit by several bullets, Darkrai felt relieved. The thunder was loud but the rain was small. He originally thought that Darkrai would suffer a small loss because Banjira had done so well before attacking. It seemed that he overestimated rival. But it's normal when you think about it. The Pokémon he uses is the legendary Nightmare God. It makes sense that rival has no way to defeat the Nightmare God. Looking at the relaxed faces of Darkrai and Dr. Sumew, they didn't know what to say. The two brothers must have been too vigilant. So far, I haven't found anything wrong. Alas, rival is really disappointing. In addition to its strong strength, it has no fighting talent at all. Sumew shook his head and sighed. In this case, he would win this battle. Banjira uses Tailed Beast Jade. Tailed Beast Jade. Yes, it is Tailed Beast Jade. After Banjira advanced to the champion level, it had complete mastery of the Tailed Beast Jade. As for why Sumew mastered the Tailed Beast Jade in Banjira but failed to use it for so long, the reason is also very simple. The Tailed Beast Jade's attack power and destructive power can be described as abnormal, but the exaggerated preparation before activation, coupled with the Tailed Beast Jade's attack speed is not very fast, it is difficult to hit rival, so Sumew has never used it. However, although she has never used it, Sumew has not forgotten the meaning of the Tailed Beast Jade. You must know that the Tailed Beast Jade is the ultimate move of the Tailed Beast. It would be a pity to give up just because of some shortcomings. So recently, Sumew has been thinking about using other skills to cooperate with the Tailed Beast Jade. This is the reason why Wind Release, Sand Shot Bullet was born. Just like Darkrai and Darkrai feel, the attack power of Wind Release Sand Shot Bullet is not very strong. It is not much stronger than 703 tickle when it hits the body, but it is never wind release that causes damage to rival the true purpose of sand bombs. What it really does is slow down rival's movement. After the sand shot hits rival, the sand shot will bury sand into rival's body surface and body, thereby inhibiting rival's movement. If Darkrai's senses were sharper, he would find that his Darkrai's movement speed and reaction speed were a bit slower than usual. Unfortunately, his ability was not enough for him to observe these subtle changes. The battle is over. After Sumew called out the words Tailed Beast Jade, the energy in the entire Viridian Gym battle arena began to rage. They began to rush towards Bangila's mouth crazily, all kinds of energy gathered together, and a pitch-black sphere slowly condensed in Bangila's mouth. Black, the black that penetrates the heart. Just staring at it feels like being sucked into an energy ball. The Tailed Beast Jade summoned by Banjira is frightening just to look at it. Dokdu's expression finally changed, and even he had never heard of the terrifying energy in front of him. This is a power that even his Darkrai cannot master. We cannot continue like this and watch Banjira successfully release this energy zone. Chapter 206. Darkrai, Dark Pulse, stop Banjira. Doc was anxious, and you could tell from his urgent shouting of growl that he was really anxious. But it's obviously a little late. Darkrai also knows that it cannot let Banjira succeed, and it is ready to fly into the air and use Dark Pulse to prevent Banjira from continuing to condense energy. But just as it was preparing to take action, it found that its body seemed to be filled with lead, and its movements became unusually slow. The body seemed to be out of control, and the sudden physical situation made Darkrai lie. Darkrai ignored trainer's instructions and started shouting in panic. Looking at Darkrai in front of her, Sumew could only shake her head. Sora has strength, fighting will and fighting consciousness that people simply don't know how to complain about. The crisis is right in front of us, and we are thrown into confusion because of some physical problems. This should not happen in such a high-level battle. It's time to end. Darkrai! Darkrai! Calm down! Darkrai tried to calm down Darkrai by shouting loudly, but it was all in vain. In a panic, Darkrai could no longer listen to any instructions and could only run around like a headless fly, not even caring about the dangers that were close at hand. Banjira's tailed beast Jade has been condensed, so Darkrai under contest condition has no chance to avoid the tailed beast Jade. The pitch-black ball of light hit Darkrai directly head-on. A dazzling light shone from the center of the stage, blinding the rival audience present. When the light dissipated and they turned their attention to the center of the stage again, the battle was over. Darkrai lay on the ground unconscious like a defeated dog, while Bangira stood tall in the center of the stage. It's over, it's over. The audience in the auditorium couldn't accept it. It turned out to be a battle between dragons and tigers, and Bangira faced the Nightmare God. Thinking about it makes people excited. As a result, the legendary Nightmare God behaved like a little chicken in front of Sumyu's Banjira, and was completely crushed. In a normal game, there was no fight back, and Banjira was eliminated without causing any harm. To be honest, it was really difficult for the audience to accept it. At this time, the only thought in the audience's mind is, Nightmare God? That's it? If it weren't for the fact that you didn't need to spend money to buy tickets to watch the game, otherwise the audience would have gone berserk. I was excited to see a visual feast, and this is the result. They were really disappointed. Dakoto felt the contemptuous looks from the audience clearly. Darkrai clenched his right fist, withdrew Darkrai who had lost the ability to fight, and turned around and left without even saying hello. His face was full of anger, and he swore that he would never forget today's battle. Just wait, he would regain his place soon. Sumyu, I will not let you go. Sumyu didn't know that Dokta was hated just because he defeated rival, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Before this battle, if Sumyu knew that he was directly hated by the legendary beast man, he would probably feel a little troublesome. But after this battle, the mysterious beast man who had lifted the veil of mystery was nothing in front of Sumyu. In fact, when all is said and done, Beast Boy is just the winner of a competition, and the Lily of the Valley Conference is not much higher than the Indigo Plateau Conference. Does offending a competition champion count in Sumyu's eyes? What a joke! Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Challenge? No one is willing to go on stage anymore. Everyone has already seen that the only result of challenging on stage is to become a stepping stone for Sumyu. Most trainers don't have masochistic tendencies, so let's forget about it. It's over, it's finally over. It was unknown when the Viridian Gym became completely quiet. The challengers entered the Viridian Gym with confidence and left with shock. It is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are not many people in the gym anymore. Long time no see, Erica and Sabrina. Sumyu had already seen the arrival of Erica and Sabrina, but he never stepped forward to say hello because he had been busy with the challenge. I'm leaving first, Sumyu. If you have time, come to the Saffron Gym. Sabrina said hello to Sumyu and left in a hurry. After watching Sumyu's battle in full, Sabrina was also shocked. She did not allow herself to be left behind by Sumyu so much. She wanted to go back to training. Whoosh! Before Sumyu had time to react, Sabrina disappeared in front of her eyes. Teleport? It's really an enviable psychic. Erica said a little enviously. Sumyu smiled. Does the famous Miss Erica also envy others? The challengers have all left, and the staff have gone home from get off work. Even Xiao Huang sensibly went back to her room to take care of her Pokémon eggs. Now Sumyu and Erica are the only two people left in the gym. Erica rolled her eyes at Sumyu charmingly and said, "It's not easy to be a eldest lady. If I have a choice, I don't want to be a eldest lady." Erica walked to Sumyu's side, found a seat and sat down carelessly. Erica is no longer implying this, it should be considered explicit. An air of ambiguity filled the air between the two. Sumyu stretched out her hand and held Erica's little hand. Boom! 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 This was the first time Sumyu held a girl's hand after traveling to the world of Pokémon, and it felt like she was back to the time of her first love in her previous life. The two leaned together and chatted with salation. Time flies so fast, and it gets dark soon. Sumyu originally planned to invite Erica to live there, but Erica did not agree. It's not okay to live in a boy's house on the first day of dating. You have to know that I am an old lady. Erica joked. Sumyu is not a lustful ghost. Erica said so. Naturally, he no longer insisted, well, now that we have met, we must pay attention to safety. Don't worry, I'm the gym leader of the Rainbow Gym, and I'm not a child anymore. Nothing will happen. Goodbye then. At the dinner table, Sumyu kept humming and seemed to be in a good mood. Xiao Huang asked curiously, what happened to brother Sumyu? You are so happy. Sumyu smiled mysteriously and said, secret. Chapter 207. Because she was in a good mood, Sumyu also had a huge appetite and ate 3 large bowls of rice before she was satisfied. After eating a full meal, lying on the sofa to digest food, although it is not healthy, it is really good. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Sumyu was relaxing his mind and enjoying his free time, a message came from his communicator, BB machine. Sumyu was a little confused. Not many people knew his communicator number. Who could it be? After turning on the communicator, Sumyu's expression changed. She couldn't care about anything else anymore and jumped up from the sofa. Xiao Huang, I'll leave the gym to you. I'm going on a long trip. The person who sent the message, Steven, said when he received Sumyu's Metagross Mega Evolution Stone that he would help Sumyu find Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone. However, Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone is not common, and it wasn't until now that Steven found it. Traces of the Mega Evolution Stone. If it were other things, Sumyu wouldn't be so excited, but the Mega Evolution Stone is really something that can be used quickly or slowly. Most people now know about Mega Evolution since Sumyu demonstrated it using Jengar at the Indigo Plateau Conference. 543. It is now even more difficult to obtain Mega Evolution Stones by picking up leaks as before. The price of every Mega Evolution Stone on the market has been sky high. Sumyu shot himself in the foot. Steven also knew how important the Mega Evolution Stone was to Sumyu. He used 3 words of urgency in the text message, inviting Sumyu to go to Hone as soon as possible. Sumyu did not dare to waste time and immediately booked a flight to Hone. After giving Xiao Huang a few words, Sumyu set off. Sumyu was not worried about leaving Xiao Huang alone in the gym. Xiao Huang would have to be alone one day, but now it was just a matter of adapting to the job of the gym leader in advance. In addition, Sumyu only brought 4 Pokémon, Banjira, Charizard, Lapras, and Dratini with him on this trip to Hone, and he left most of the Pokémon in the gym. It is not difficult to guard the Viridian Gym by yourself with Sumyu's Pokémon Xiao Huang. Rustboro City. The largest city in the west of Hone, its status in Hone is similar to Saffron City's status in Kanto. Duan Manufacturing Company, the largest, said, company in the Hone region, is located in Rustboro City. Rustboro City is adjacent to Meteor Falls to the north, Petalburg Woods to the south, and Rusturf Tunnel to the east, extending in all directions. This is a city that pursues the integration of nature and science. After a full 8-hour flight, Sumyu finally arrived at Rustboro City in the Hone region from Kanto. It's really not a good experience to fly for a long time, and Sumyu's face looked quite tired because she hadn't slept all night. Unable to wait to find a place to rest, Sumyu hailed a taxi. After reporting the destination to the driver, Sumyu closed her eyes and began to recover. The airport is deep in a remote suburb and is still quite far away from the Duan Manufacturing Company in the city center. Coupled with the traffic jam, it took Sumyu another 3 hours to reach the Duan Manufacturing Company. What a majestic building! Standing in front of Duan Manufacturing Company, even the well-informed Sumyu couldn't help but sigh. You are a new visitor to Rustboro City. Kindness? Sumyu followed the laughter and turned to look. It was Stephanie. She must be young, with round and bulging cheeks. She looked quite cute. The most attractive thing was that she was holding a cute EV in her hand. Barely. Sumyu thought for a while and said. Would you like me to take you to Rustboro City for a visit? Little Stephanie asked excitedly when Sumyu did not deny it. Are you a tour guide? Sumyu asked with a smile. Little Stephanie nodded vigorously and said, well, it's summer vacation now, and because I have nothing to do, I'm working part-time. That's it. Sumyu suddenly realized. Although little Stephanie looks very cute, it's a pity that Sumyu doesn't have time to play. He has important things to do in home. He politely rejected little Stephanie. Sorry, my friend and I made an appointment to meet at the Devon Manufacturing Company. I don't think I have time to go and play today. It's okay, just come back to me when you have time next time. Goodbye then. Little Stephanie waved to Sumyu sensibly and left. After bidding farewell to little Stephanie, Sumyu entered the magnificent building in front of her. As soon as he entered the Duan Construction Company, security personnel blocked Sumyu's way. Sorry sir, our company does not allow visits. The security guard had a smile on his face, but his tone was very firm. Unable to enter the company, Sumyu had a headache. He tried to communicate with the security guard. My friend, Mr. Stephen, invited me to meet at Duan Company. Mr. Stephen, the security guard said in surprise, please wait a moment, sir. Hearing that the person Sumyu came to see was the young director of Duan Company, the security guard did not dare to neglect him. He called the front desk staff to lead Sumyu to the rest area, and then went up to report it. Duan Manufacturing Company is indeed a Grand Duke company, Sumyu said with emotion as she looked at the front desk lady in front of her. Even the ordinary front desk lady has first-class temperament and appearance, and her behavior is quite decent. After bringing Sumyu to the lounge, snacks and tea were served without Sumyu having to say anything. Sitting on the VIP sofa, enjoying high-end tea, the fatigue from a busy night seemed to be swept away. I don't know how long it took, but the security personnel finally came back. He looked at Sumyu on the sofa and asked, "Are you Mr. Sumyu?" "Yes, it's me." The security guard continued with some embarrassment, "Hello, can you show me your ID?" "No problem." Sumyu didn't mean to embarrass the security guard, so she took out the Pokédex and handed it to the security guard. The security personnel made in German should have received special training. The security guard took the Pokédex skillfully, opened the Pokédex and started checking to make sure it was correct before returning the Pokédex to Sumyu. "Mr. Sumyu, it's like this. Mr. Stephen is not in the company now, but he has a letter for you." After handing the letter into Sumyu's hands, the security guard left directly. No longer in the company, Sumyu has a headache. He opened the letter left by Stephen and wanted to know what happened. Chapter 208. After reading the letter left by Stephen, Sumyu finally knew what happened. Charizardite Stephen did find it, but it was not in his hands, but would appear at an auction half a month later. Stephen originally planned to stay in Devon Company to wait for Sumyu's arrival, and then go to the city where the auction was held, but the news came out from somewhere that there were precious stones in the granite cave in Dewford town. How could Stephen endure this? He hurriedly left a letter and rushed to Granite Cave. He asked Sumyu to play alone in Hone for a while, and the two of them were waiting for the auction to begin half a month later. Gather at the auction venue. Sumyu put the letter and the auction tickets contained in the letter into her backpack and shook her head helplessly. Norman came all the way, but Stephen actually let him go, which really made him don't know what to say. "Millie, do you know where the Rustboro Gym is?" After walking around with the little tour guide, Sumyu was actually not interested in the scenic spots. Compared with the attractions, the gym attracts him more. The girl holding Evie looked at Sumyu and asked in surprise, "Brother Sumyu, are you a trainer too?" "That's right." "Is he a very powerful trainer?" Meili asked with some anticipation. "So be it." "Great." Meili jumped up excitedly, took Sumyu's hand and said, "Brother Sumyu, come with me quickly." Sumyu didn't have time to ask any more questions, because Myra grabbed his hand and started running wildly. I don't know how long it took, Meili was already running with red face, and finally reached the destination. This is a pub-like building located on the edge of Rustboro City. As soon as he entered the tavern, noisy sounds, mixed with impetuous heat waves, rolled towards him. It's almost night now, the peak of the day's bar business. Various people and Pokémon roam the bar. Under the leadership of Meili, Sumyu came to a wine table. There were 4 people sitting at the wine table, 2 men and 1 woman, about the same age as Sumyu. Perhaps because he was under the legal drinking age, there were various drinks on the table instead of wine. Meili seemed to be quite familiar with these four people. She found a seat and sat down, picked up a bottle of iced drink and drank it. After drinking a large bottle of drink, Cai Li's face looked much better. Only then did she remember Sumyu behind her. She asked Sumyu to sit down and introduced him. The man with long hair is called Asu, the one with glasses is called Zayawai, and the beautiful sister is Sister Keiko. This is Sumyu. Although it was their first meeting, several of Meili's friends were quite friendly. After inviting Sumyu to sit down, they even opened drinks for him. Happy water, leisure's favorite. Sister Keiko, I have found a powerful trainer. Should you take me to the desert with you? Meili said excitedly. Keiko and the other companions looked at each other helplessly. They did not expect Meili to be so perseverant. We don't want to take you there, it's too dangerous. Yes, Meili, it's better for children to stay at home. Humph. Meili shook his head vigorously and shouted, I don't listen, I don't listen. Anyway, you said you would take me with you as soon as you find a powerful trainer. You can't lie to me. During the argument between Meili and Huizi, Sumyu finally understood what happened. Keiko and the others discovered an ancient ruins. They originally planned to form a team to go there in the next 2 days, but they didn't expect that someone leaked the news and Keiko's sister Meili found out. The next step was that Meili cried and rolled around and insisted on going together. Meili was so noisy that she had no choice but to make a condition. As long as Meili could find a powerful trainer to protect her, they would take him with her. Originally I was just looking for a random excuse to excuse Meili, but I didn't expect that Meili really took it to heart. This little guy works as a tour guide all over Rustboro City just to find a powerful trainer. Sumyu was also stunned when she heard it. She didn't expect that his wise life would be tricked by a little Stephanie. Meili probably had her eye on him early on. Please give me flowers. But he was a little curious about how Meili knew that he was a powerful trainer. She was a little embarrassed to be exposed. She pointed to Evie in her arms and said, Evie can feel it. Evie said that brother Sumyu is a very strong trainer. Being very strong is not something Evie has the final say on. You can only be successful after passing the test. Keiko stood up, follow me, Mew. As promised in advance, if Sumyu fails the test, I will not let you go with her. Keiko said seriously. Meili nodded hard, and then looked at Sumyu with pitiful eyes, please, brother Sumyu. 0. Sumyu is quite interested in the so-called ruins. Now he has nothing to do. Following Keiko and the others to explore the ruins is not a good way to pass the time. He gave Meili a reassuring look and followed him. The Pokémon battle arena is right behind the tavern, and it's only a short walk away. Keiko was already waiting for him on the battlefield. Watching the arrival of Sumyu, Asu and Xiao Hui started talking. Do you think Sumyu can win? Keiko is very strong. I have a headache. Although I don't want to take Meili with me, Sumyu still has a high probability of winning. Meili's EV's perception ability is quite terrifying, and its feeling is unmistakable. Does that mean Sumyu is better than Keiko? There are really people outside the world, and there are mountains outside the mountains. Keiko is the strongest and most talented trainer in our town. Stop talking nonsense and enjoy the game. Keiko looked at Sumyu in front of her with a serious expression. No one knew Meili's EV's special abilities better than her, and she gave this one to Meili. Although he knew that EV's feelings were correct, Meili had no intention of admitting defeat. As a trainer, he naturally has the pride of a trainer. What is a trainer if he loses without a fight? She wanted to see how much better the Sumyu in front of her was than her. Come out, Flygon beggar! Chapter 209. Flygon? A rare dragon-type Pokémon. Flygon's appearance is a bit like a western dragon, and its whole body is roughly green. It has big round red eyes with a hemispherical structure that can be used to prevent wind and sand from blowing into the eyes. Pokémon, Flygon. Attribute, Ground plus Dragon. Strength, high level in the gym. Potential, Elite. After a long period of observation, Sumyu has discovered that there is really a hurdle from high-level gyms to elite, and many Pokémon are stuck at this hurdle. It's not that Pokémon talents are not enough, but that there is not enough savings. It takes a lot of energy to break through the elite threshold. If the foundation is not solid, you may be stuck in the high-level gym. Flygon can obviously fly, but it's really puzzling that a dragonfly called Trinity is actually a ground type plus a dragon type. Sumyu decided that he would send Charizard, who clearly had a dragon in his name but was not actually a dragon at all, to punish rival. Come out, Charizard! The moment the Pokémon hit the ground, it bounced back into Sumyu's hand. A red light suddenly appeared, and Charizard appeared in the field. The two Pokémon on the field looked at each other and felt the pressure even before they started fighting. Boom! Charizard roared loudly, trying to overwhelm rival in terms of momentum. Facing Charizard's taunt, Flygon did not show any weakness, and roared growl and tit for tat. Shanna. In a cafe in Rustboro City, 3 men and 2 women were sitting together. Looking at Keiko and the others opposite, Sumyu said, "Can you tell me what the ruins are now?" Keiko's Flygon was pretty good, but it was still inferior to Sumyu's Charizard. After a fierce battle, Charizard finally won. Sumyu was actually a little curious as to what kind of ruins Keiko had found that would make Melee obsessed with it and desperately want to go with it. She was willing to admit defeat, and the trip to the ruins was inherently dangerous. With Sumyu's presence, everyone's safety could be improved a lot, so Keiko finally decided to take Melee and Sumyu to the ruins together. She took a sip of coffee, moistened her throat, and said, "I think you are familiar with the Hone Desert. This is the largest desert area in the entire Hone." "I know this." Sumyu nodded. Although it was his first time to come to Hone, he still knew the famous Hone Desert clearly. "We found a ruins in the Hone Desert." Keiko lowered her head and whispered, "It seems to contain traces of Regirock." "Regirock?" Sumyu said in surprise. "Keep your voice down." Keiko rolled her eyes at Sumyu and said, "Sorry, I'm really surprised." Sumyu really admires the courage of the few people in front of her. Their strength is not even that of elite, but they dare to fight Regirock. This is truly audacious. "Don't worry, we just want to observe Regirock up close and see if we can take a video. By the way, I forgot to tell you. The 3 of us are webcasters, specializing in live broadcasts of adventures in secret realms or it's a rare and special Pokémon," Keiko explained. It turns out that this is the real purpose of Keiko and others to explore the ruins. If they can capture the video of Regirock, they will definitely become popular all over the internet. Although Regirock is a legendary Pokémon, it may not be that strong. We have investigated that the strength of legendary Pokémon is only a small number, and most of the legendary Pokémon are not even as strong as the trump card in the hand of an excellent trainer. In order to make Sumyu relax, Keiko specially added. Sumyu didn't know what to say. Keiko and the others were a bit too brave. It is true that the strength of most legendary Pokémon is not even as strong as the trump card in the hands of excellent trainers, but the strength of the excellent trainers here is at least as good as after getting the Elite 4 level, the normal trainer faces the legendary Pokémon and just delivers food. But they were really lucky. They found an excellent trainer by mistake. Regardless of whether they could find Regirock or not, at least their safety was guaranteed. Ding! Gym mission, Guardian of the Gym. You have an apprentice, but your gym seems to still lack a few security personnel. Capture the 3 sacred pillars and become the security guards of the Viridian Gym. The difficulty of the task is SSSS level. After checking the tasks given by the system, Sumyu rubbed her temples and tried to calm down. His system really looked up to him and even asked him to capture the legendary Pokémon. As soon as the mission was released, there were only 3 of them. To be honest, whether Sumyu can defeat the 3 holy pillars aside, the most important thing is where to find them. Now he only has traces of Regirock. Whether it is true or not remains to be seen. It seems that completing this mission is far away. Fortunately, there is no time limit for completing the task. Except the only SSSS level task released by the system so far, Sumyu also wants to know what kind of rewards she can get if she completes it. After the conversation, Keiko immediately asked the others to go home and prepare their luggage to set off immediately. Half an hour later, Sumyu followed Keiko and the four of them carrying large and small bags to the train station in Rustboro City. Everyone prepares to take the tram to Movili City. Movili City is the closest to the Hone Desert, so they will head to the desert when the time comes. 5.5. Come out, Dratini. After finding his place on the tram, he summoned Dratini. Fan. Dratini was also a little bored after staying in the Pokeball for a long time, and finally got a chance to come out to breathe fresh air. Dratini was also a little excited. This is Dratini. Keiko looked at Dratini in Sumyu's arms and asked in surprise. Yes. Can you let me take a photo? Keiko said excitedly. Dratini is a very cherished Pokémon. In terms of the degree of cherishment, it is almost the same as Hone's Beldum and Bagon. If you can shoot a video of Dratini and publish it on an online platform, it will definitely attract a lot of fans. Chapter 210. Keiko called two companions and took photos of Dratini with their cameras for a long time before returning Dratini to Sumyu with satisfaction. Thank you, Sumyu. Keiko's face was filled with joy. When she thought about how she could gain a large number of fans by uploading the video in her hand to the internet, she couldn't hold back her smile. After finally escaping from Keiko's hands, Dratini breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Dratini couldn't help but feel Keiko's enthusiasm. After taking back Dratini from Keiko, Sumyu held Dratini in her arms and began to carefully examine the dragon tooth hanging in front of Dratini's neck. The dragon fang props rewarded by the system are smaller than before, and most of the energy in the dragon fang has been absorbed by Dratini. In recent times, Dratini has been shedding more and more frequently, which means that the time for Dratini to evolve into Dragonair is getting closer. It was important to evolve, and Sumyu was relieved. Hideki. 24. His investment in resources on Dratini should be the largest among all Pokémon in his hands. If Sumyu hadn't become the leader of the Viridian Gym, Sumyu's hands suddenly became looser, and it would not have been easy for him to feed the Dratini in his hands. A tailor-made recipe, Dratini's body is wiped with water soaked in water stone every day. Raising Dratini really tests a trainer's financial resources and energy. This may be the reason why many trainers are not obsessed with quasi-gods. It is really difficult to raise a quasi-god, and it is countless times more tiring than raising a child. Don't most trainers have the financial resources and energy to train a Usangia? The potential of Usangia is not much worse than that of quasi-god, but it is much easier to cultivate. The Hone Desert is not a good place to go. Although it is as scary as some restricted areas, the level of danger is also quite high. Every year, there are many confident trainers who go into the desert without any preparation. It is a trivial matter to endure all kinds of hardships. Most of them cannot even save their lives. With the experience and lessons of many predecessors, Sumyu and others will naturally not enter the Desert King without any preparation. Water, sun protection gear, sun protection goggles, tents, and various emergency items are all necessities for crossing the desert. Arriving at Movili City, Sumyu and others went straight to the department store in Movili City. Keiko and the other three seemed to have made a lot of preparations for this expedition, and they had already made a shopping list of all the necessary equipment. Seeing Keiko and others busy buying various adventure equipment, Sumyu also nodded with satisfaction. These three people must have been exploring in the wild a lot, and their preparations were very thorough. Eevee is finally entering the desert. Are you as excited as me? As leisurely as Sumyu is Mealy. We are about to enter the Hone Desert, and Mealy's heart is so excited that she almost bursts out of her chest. Bye. Unlike the excited Mealy, Eevee looked listless and spoke feebly. Looking at the loveless Eevee in front of her, she almost laughed out loud. If he guessed correctly, this Eevee's ability is danger prediction. Being able to clearly perceive the strength of each trainer shows that Mealy's Eevee's ability to predict danger is quite good. So the reason why Eevee has been depressed is very simple. It senses that there is a huge danger waiting for it in the desert, and it doesn't want to enter the desert at all. It's just a little Eevee. It just wants to lie on the sofa at home and watch TV. Why should it be allowed to endure such hardship? It's really blind to the sky. At a glance, the home desert is full of monotonous yellow. There is nothing in the entire desert except sand. The vast expanse of desert makes Sumyu and his party extremely tired, because they seem to never be able to get out of the desert in front of them. In fact, their team had not been in the desert for a long time, but the yellow color in the sky gave Sumyu the illusion that he had been in the desert for a long time. I hope I can find Regirock as soon as possible, Sumyu thought secretly. Except for Regirock, everything else in the desert in front of her made Sumyu unable to arouse any interest. How long will it take to arrive? I don't know how long it took, but Sumyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. The scorching sun above his head made Sumyu feel dizzy. Although Sumyu's physical fitness was not bad, entering such an extreme environment still made him feel uncomfortable. Yes, Sister Keiko, how long will it take to arrive? Meili asked in a hoarse voice. Unlike his brothers and sisters who have been exploring for a long time, Meili is just a child. It is incredible that he can persist until now. Keiko rolled her eyes at Meili and replied, "It's coming soon. I've told you many times not to come. This is not a child's play. Wilderness adventures are hard." Keiko and the other three have been exploring outdoors all year round, tracking down precious Pokémon. Their adaptability to the desert is obviously very high. Except for their slightly dry lips, they don't have any discomfort. Opening the map and studying it carefully several times, Keiko pointed to the northeast and said, "The destination is over there. Let's go. If you hold on for a while, we will arrive." In terms of strength alone, Keiko and the others tied up are not enough to defeat Sumyu alone, but when it comes to survival in the desert, they are much stronger than Sumyu. There are specialties in the industry, and professional matters are left to professionals. Sumyu had no doubts about Kiza's decision. He said no more, picked up the water glass, took a sip of water, and followed Kiza obediently. I don't know how long they walked, but Sumyu's eyes flashed, and a large amount of green suddenly appeared in the distance. Who is that? Wrong. How can a tree walk? The first person to react was Keiko, who said loudly, "That's Cacnea, it's not wrong, we are going in the right direction, and we will reach our destination in a short time." Yes, Desert Naya. Sumyu suddenly realized. It's a good thing to see Desert Naya in the desert. Feeding hordes of Desert Naya requires a lot of water, so this means there must be a large water source around. Chapter 211. Keiko was quite reliable, and after walking in the direction she pointed for more than half an hour, she arrived at her destination. Desert Ruins. Desert Ruins is very similar to Rock Cave. It is made entirely of stone and covered with moss. It is difficult to imagine how the moss survives in the desert. The ruins overall look dark and gloomy, giving people a cool feeling. "Let's go in and have a look," Keiko said excitedly. Looking at the dark cave entrance, Sumyu frowned and suggested, "Let's release a Pokémon first to protect ourselves. There may be many wild Pokémon living in the ruins. If we stay and enter, there may be some danger." "That makes sense." Keiko nodded and summoned her Flygon. The others followed suit and summoned their own Pokémon. Sumyu chose Charizard, Dratini, and Lapras, which are not suitable for use in ruins. As for Banjira, Sumyu reserved it to deal with Regirock, so the only one she could choose was Charizard. It was a completely different feeling as soon as he entered the ruins. Unlike the high temperature of 40 degrees in the desert, the temperature in the ruins was more than 20 degrees at most. Sumyu couldn't help but shudder as soon as she entered the ruins. Fortunately, everyone was already prepared for this and quickly took out their coats from their backpacks and put them on. As the nominal leader of the adventure group, Keiko takes the lead and leads the way for everyone. She held a flashlight in her hand, lighting up the way for everyone. With the light opening the way, everyone felt much calmer and followed Keiko steadily. Bye! Bye! As soon as they entered the ruins, Evie shivered with fear and did not dare to move in Meili's arms. Evie's abnormal behavior also made everyone happy. The more scared Evie appears, the more likely there is Regirock in the ruins. Along the way, everyone's actions were quite smooth. Sumyu had been observing Keiko's actions during the journey. As a girl who can become the core figure of the team, Keiko naturally relies on more than her pretty face. While walking for a while, Keiko would always stop and sprinkle the bright powder on the ground. It was a thoughtful idea to leave marks with the bright powder to avoid getting lost in the complicated environment. If Sumyu had been as meticulous as Keiko during his journey, he wouldn't have gotten lost in the jungle at every turn. Whoosh! Many dark shadows passed in front of everyone's eyes, almost giving them a heart attack. If Keiko hadn't raised her hand to stop them, everyone's Pokémon would have been unable to resist attacking. Quiet! Keiko rolled her eyes at a few people angrily. It's just Sandshrew, keep moving forward. Sandshrew! Sumyu patted his chest to calm his beating heart. Like everyone else, he was also shocked by Sandshrew. Sumyu missed her Clefable and Banjira a little at this time. Charizard is indeed a good player in battle and is Sumyu's absolutely trustworthy partner, but when it comes to protecting people, Charizard is far behind. If the Pokémon around her were Clefable or Banjira, Sumyu wouldn't have been frightened by a few small Sandshrews. Some minor difficulties could not stop everyone from exploring the ruins. After some simple repairs, everyone was back on the road. The dim environment, wild Pokémon popping out from time to time, and the ruins deep in the crowd are no better than the haunted house. After marching for more than half an hour, the leader Keiko stopped. Before Sumyu could ask why, Keiko spoke. She shined a flashlight on the road ahead and said with a headache, "What should I do?" Looking along the light, Sumyu also understood the reason for Keiko's headache. It was a group of Baltoy, and they lined up and completely blocked everyone's way forward. Baltoy is not uncommon in ruins. This clay-like Pokémon is a nightmare for ruin explorers. Baltoy has a hot temper, and his fighting power is amazing when he gets together. To be honest, most ruins explorers will give up exploring the ruins when they see a group of unscrupulous people. Keiko was also doing a fierce inner struggle at this time. She finally got here, and she couldn't accept retreating like this. But she is also clear about Baltoy's terror. It doesn't matter if they fight outside the ruins, but inside the ruins, this is Baltoy's home field. Once Baltoy tolerates his anger and lets them collectively activate the earthquake skill, then they will be really in danger. Why don't you give them to me? Looking at Keiko, who was trapped in struggle, Sumyu took the initiative to stand up. After finally finding the ruins, Regirock is very likely to be right in front of us. How could Sumyu give up in such a situation? Keiko originally wanted to say something, but after seeing the confidence on Sumyu's face, she swallowed what she wanted to say. There were only 2 words left in her mouth: be careful. Don't worry, Sumyu said easily. The Baltoy in front of her is a big trouble for Keiko, but it is just a small problem for Sumyu. Things that can be solved by force are not called things in front of Sumyu. Then please, Banjira. Sumyu gently threw the Pokémon in her hand forward, and the terrifying beast with a terrifying aura appearing on its body appeared in front of everyone. Banjira. Keiko was the first to react. She shouted, "Xiao Hui, shoot quickly, shoot quickly." As a professional, he, Qian Youhao, did not forget to ask his companions to take pictures of the scene in front of him at this critical moment. The moment Bangira appeared, the chattering Baltoys who had been blocking the way of Sumyu and others all fell silent. They looked at Banjira in front of them quietly and obediently made way for them. The Baltoys are indeed hot-tempered, but they are not short-sighted. The terrifying aura exuding from Banjira clearly told them that the enemy in front of them was not something they could deal with. As long as you obediently give up a way, you can avoid a beating or even life-threatening danger. This choice is not difficult. In this way, the huge problem in front of Kizi was solved by Sumyu in an instant. Hurry up and leave. Looking at the people who were staring blankly, Sumyu urged Gui angrily. Chapter 212. After passing through the Baltoy group, Keiko suddenly remembered something, and she asked, "Sumyu, don't you want to tame a Baltoy? You know, Baltoy is a very rare Pokémon." Sumyu shook his head. He had used the system to detect this group of Baltoy as soon as he saw Baltoy. This group of Baltoys are already quite old, their potential has been almost tapped out, and there is no value in cultivating them. But Sumew naturally wouldn't say that, after all, others don't have systems like him. Baltoy is indeed a rare Pokémon, but few people know Pokémon like Breeder. Instead of spending a lot of effort to find out how to use Breeder, Baltoy is better than Breeder with a few common Pokémon. That makes sense. Keiko nodded and retracted the idea of conquering Baltoy. The Flygon Breeder in her hand was enough to give her a headache. If she catches another Baltoy that is difficult to breed, she will really collapse. The few people continued to move forward. With Banjira leading the way, most of the wild Pokémon obediently gave way to the road, which made the next journey 717 extra easy. Banjira is so strong. Asu said a little enviously. He originally thought that Charizard was the strongest Pokémon in Sumew's hands, but he didn't expect that Sumew actually had a hidden secret. But this is good news for them. The stronger Sumew is, the more secure their trip to the ruins will be. Since Bangira appeared, Eevee has also regained its energy. The little guy seems to understand that there will be no danger as long as Bangira is around. It no longer cowers like a turtle in Meelee's arms like before, and its courage begins to grow. He stood up and began to look around in Meelee's arms. Stop, stop! Keiko stopped the advancing people. She held up her flashlight and shined it on the surrounding walls. They have now entered the depths of the ruins. Unlike before, the walls deep in the ruins are engraved with various ancient traces. Everyone also took out their flashlights and started shining them on the wall, trying to let Keiko see more clearly. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the patterns on the wall finally showed their dignity in front of everyone. The huge pattern resembles an ancient totem. The colors of the patterns are so messy that it can easily make you dizzy if you keep staring at them. Sumew simply read it a few times and didn't want to read it again. This should be an ultra-ancient text in the Pokémon world. Sumew spent more than 10 years in her previous life and could not understand English since elementary school, let alone these ultra-ancient texts. Sumew was completely blind. Fortunately, there are still capable people in their team. It is not easy to be an internet celebrity in the world of Pokémon. Not only must you look good, but you must also be able to fight, and you must even master super ancient writing. Yes, it was not difficult for Keiko to translate the ultra-ancient characters that looked like ghostly symbols to Sumew. She took out a pen and paper and began to slowly translate the words on the wall. Did you see anything? Sumew asked curiously. Not yet. Keiko kept turning the pen in her hand while translating and reading the documents. This was a small habit that made her more focused. Everyone stopped talking and waited quietly. They had no knowledge of super ancient texts and could only place all their hopes on Keiko. As time passed by, as Keiko exclaimed, several people immediately perked up and looked at her expectantly. Any clues? Sumew asked. Keiko didn't mean to answer Sumew. She took out a utility knife from her backpack and carefully cut a wound on her index finger. Sumew and the others looked at each other, completely unaware of what was happening. Keiko didn't mean to explain to anyone else. She pressed her chipped finger on the pattern on the wall. Blood flowed from Keiko's fingers and entered the wall. The moment the wall absorbed the blood, the colorful patterns on the wall seemed to gain life and began to move. Keiko retreated to the middle of the team, and everyone held their breath. Even Hideki didn't dare to come out, waiting for a miracle to happen. I don't know how long it took, but the entire ruins began to shake. The surrounding walls with super ancient characters engraved on them began to shatter, and 10 large electric doors appeared in front of everyone. The door in front of me was engraved with a variety of ultra-ancient characters like the previous wall, and there was a huge hole in the center. The door exudes an ancient atmosphere, which makes people feel fearful. What should we do now? Sumew focused on Keiko. After carefully checking the door in front of her several times, Keiko's face became ugly. She pointed to the hole in the center of the door and said, "We have to find a way to find the key, otherwise there will be no way to enter the door." Keiko has already observed that the door is made of a very rare building material in the Pokémon world. This material called Kinjian is extremely resistant to strikes. Even if her Flygon uses its full strength, it will not cause any damage to the door. Key. Sumyu shook her head and said, no need, just destroy it. No, that's Kinjian, no matter how strong your Banjira is, it can't destroy the stone gate in front of you. Keiko said with certainty. Sumyu smiled faintly, ignored Huiziai's obstruction, and brought Bangira to the stone gate. Keiko sighed, knowing that Sumyu would not give up unless she tried. Although she knew that Sumyu's Banjira was very strong, she still didn't have any hope. She had to know that it was Kinjian, and that was Kinjian. Kinjian was known as the strongest rock in the Pokémon world. Please, Banjira. Bangira, who had been silent, finally moved. He placed his hands on the stone door and began to transmit the energy in his body into the stone door. Kinjian may be able to withstand strong external impacts, but it absolutely cannot withstand internal corrosion. Under Banjira's energy transmission, the inside of Kinjian began to turn into sand. Slowly, Keiko, who had been staring closely at the shimon, discovered the movement of the shimon. The stone door that she thought was unbreakable started to shake. How can it be? Keiko couldn't believe her eyes. Chapter 213. The shocking things are yet to come. The shaking of the stone door became more and more severe, and yellow sand began to seep out of the surface of the door. Looking at the yellow sand in front of her, Sumyu smiled slightly. Successfully, the stone gate in front of me has been completely corroded and will turn into yellow sand soon. This is Banjira's ability. Even the strongest rock cannot resist Banjira's sand-turning ability. It has the ability to turn all rocks of time into sand. 10 minutes later, Sumyu woke up Keiko, who looked in disbelief, and said with a smile, aren't you going? The gate that originally blocked everyone's progress has disappeared without a trace, leaving only yellow sand on the ground. Keiko hadn't gotten over the shock before her eyes. She rubbed her temples vigorously, letting herself smelling salts over, and followed Sumyu step by step into the door. After entering the gate, after walking a few steps, everyone finally saw the target of their trip, Regirock. The Regirock in front of him was surrounded by chains, and its body was in dilapidated condition. The rock-like body had cracks one after another, making it look like it had experienced many vicissitudes of life. It looked like it had been trapped for an unknown number of years, and it had lost much energy. It was even difficult to operate various parts of its body, and its body was damaged. It did not have the majesty of the 10 legendary Pokémon at all. Crack! 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 The moment they saw Regirock, Keiko, Asu, and Xiao Hui could no longer suppress their excitement. They took out their already prepared cameras and video recorders and started filming crazily. The Regirock in front of her made the usually calm Keiko smile, ha 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 ha, I'm going to be popular, I'm going to be popular, Asu and Xiaowei are famous. Sumyu can also understand Keiko's excitement. Sumyu can imagine how big a sensation it will cause once Regirock's photos and impressions are uploaded to the internet platform. Bye! Just as everyone was venting their joy, Eevee suddenly shouted and pointed its little paw at Regirock ahead. The sharp voice suddenly woke everyone up from their joy. Looking in the direction Eevee pointed, everyone finally understood why Eevee was so excited. Regirock woke up. Regirock, who had been sleeping for countless years, was awakened from his slumber. Regirock woke up and stared blankly at the people in front of him. It had stayed in the ruins for too long, its energy had dissipated, its body had been corroded, and it was at a loss for everything in the outside world. It moved slightly, and the chain that blocked it was broken by it. It seemed that it was not only it but also its imprison that was corroded by time. So hungry, so hungry. Regirock, who had just woken up, had a blank mind, but its biological instinct urged it to look for food. It grabbed the stone next to it and devoured it in big mouthfuls. As Regirock was devoured, his body began to slowly repair, the cracks began to recover, and the stone turned into nutrients to allow Regirock to grow rapidly. Go quickly! Keiko, take Asu, Xiao Hui and Meili and leave here first. Sumyu said calmly. How about you? I, of course, stay here to conquer Regirock. Sumyu could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. The legendary Pokémon was right in front of her. Putting aside the mission, if you don't try such an opportunity, you will be struck by thunder of. Sure enough. Keiko finally understood why a powerful trainer like Sumyu would come with them to explore the ruins. It turned out that he came for Regirock early in the morning. Keiko didn't mind Sumyu's idea of conquering Regirock. Anyway, their team didn't have the strength to conquer Regirock. It was better to let Sumyu conquer it than to let others conquer it. By the way, if Sumyu wins, maybe they can make a special for Regirock like Dratini did before. Thinking of this, Keiko became excited again. Come on, Sumyu must conquer it. Sumyu didn't understand why Keiko became so excited, and now he had no time to think about it. The ruins began to shake violently, and the ruins were about to collapse as Regirock continued to swallow them. Hurry up! Sumyu urged. Please give me flowers, Zero. With Banjira by his side, he didn't have to worry about any harm the ruins would cause to him if it collapsed. Keiko also realized that the situation was urgent, and she didn't dare to say any more nonsense. She pulled her sister, called the members of the team and ran towards the outside of the ruins. It stands to reason that Sumyu would take advantage of Regirock's lowest strength to sneak attack on it, and conquering it would be the most labor-saving option, but Sumyu did not do that. Pokémon all have their own pride, and conquering Pokémon through indiscriminate means is rarely truly recognized by the Pokémon. If Sumyu wants to conquer Regirock and make him the guardian of the gym, she must get Regirock's approval. So how can you get recognized by Regirock? 0. Defeating it head-on is the best option. Sumyu and Bangira stood in front of Regirock, watching quietly as Regirock swallowed various stones. All the surrounding stones had been eaten away, so Regirock focused on the rock wall. It punched the wall, grabbed a large piece of gravel from the wall, put the stone in its hand into its mouth, and Regirock showed a satisfied smile. With Regirock's wanton destruction, the ruins could no longer withstand it. The top of the cave began to shake, and the entire ruins were about to collapse. Huge boulders kept falling from the top of the ruins. Sumyu's expression remained unchanged, and she came to Banjira. She saw Bangira waved her hand and turned the sand into a shield to protect the two people within the shield. After confirming that it was safe, Keiko and the others stopped outside the ruins and started observing the ruins with binoculars from their backpacks. Under their observation, the ruins began to shake. They could feel the desert beneath their feet shaking, and a crack appeared in the ruins. Boom! Along with the thunderous vibrations, the center of the ruins began to completely crack, as if it could lead straight from the ground to the underground abyss. At this time, a Pokémon made of brown stone pillars stretched out its long arms and tried to climb out of the ground. Its strong arms grabbed the earth and slowly crawled out of the cracks. Chapter 214. 785. Regirock climbed out of the ruins and recovered, finally remembering the past. Imprisoned for thousands of years, this is a time that reminds him of fiery wrath. He was imprisoned alone in the ruins, enduring the pain of hunger. Rage! Rage! With anger rising in his heart, Regirock spit out a huge beam of destructive death, directly knocking the ruins to the point of collapse. It rushed to the ruins and smashed the ruins in front of it with its fists. It wanted to demolish the entire ruins, and Regirock vented his anger wantonly. The faces of Keiko and others in the distance were ugly, because they only saw the figure of Regirock and not Sumyu and Bangira, which also meant that Sumyu and Bangira were still in the ruins. 747. He could no longer sit back and watch Regirock wantonly destroy the ruins. Although he had only spent a few days with Sumyu, Keiko had already regarded Sumyu as a friend. Keiko could never accept watching her friend die in front of her. She is the leader of this adventure group, and she has the obligation to bring every member back intact. She patted the Flygon beside her and was about to carry out rescue, when an accident happened. The ruins destroyed by Regirock began to collapse from the inside, huge clouds of sand and dust emerged, and a huge salon volume appeared in the center of the ruins along with terrifying energy. Flying sand and rocks, countless stones and sandstorm swept away. Even though they are several kilometers away from the center of sandstorm, Keiko and others can still feel the terror of sandstorm. Is that Banjira? The thermal vision in hand detected signs of life at the heart of the sandstorm. Banjira is really a difficult rival, don't you think so? Sumyu said with a serious face. Keiko and the others guessed correctly, the beings in Sandstorm were Sumyu and Banjira. In order to get out of the ruins as quickly as possible, Banjira directly summoned the Sharon Scroll and destroyed the entire ruins. The entire ruins collapsed, and Banjira finally saw Regirock again. Pokémon, Regirock. Attribute, Rock. Strength, Champion High Level. Potential, 1. Evaluate. Thousands of years ago, Regirock broke into human territory and began to wreak havoc. In order to protect his homeland, a brave man stepped forward and fought an arduous battle. The warriors finally defeated Regirock. The kind-hearted brave man did not kill Regirock, but imprisoned it. Time can erase everything. The brave man hoped to erase Regirock's rage on mankind through time, but he failed. Are you ready? Defeat Regirock, conquer Regirock, and fulfill the hero's wish. Sumyu and Bangira destroyed the ruins from the inside and made such a loud noise, how could Regirock not notice it? Humanity. The Regirock that came over from smelling salts has already remembered the past, and it wants to crush the humans in front of it into pieces. Another devastating death ray. Golden energy condensed in the air of Regirock, and a huge light wave was emitted almost instantly. Banjira defense. The light wave emitted by Regirock in front of Sumyu's expression did not change. After swallowing countless stones, Regirock's strength climbed to the high level of champion, which greatly exceeded Sumyu's expectations. He originally thought that this legendary Pokémon wouldn't be too powerful, but it seemed that he was mistaken. Although Regirock's strength exceeded Sumyu's expectations, Sumyu didn't have much fear. If it were elsewhere, it would not be easy for Bangira to defeat Regirock, and he might even be counter-killed by Regirock. But this is the Hone Desert, and this is Banjira's home ground. With countless sands in front of you, Banjira here is invincible. Sand Rashomon. A series of Samanas with teeth and claws like evil ghosts rose up in front of Banjira's eyes. The destructive power of Regirock's death ray is indeed astonishing, but it only shattered 4 Rashomon gates. It was 15 years too early to cause harm to Banjira. Regirock is indeed a legendary Pokémon. The side effects of destroying the death ray have almost no effect on it. The Regirock that just used the destroying death ray just paused for a short while and then became lively again. It took mechanical steps and rushed towards Sumyu and Bangira with its arms raised like hills. The failure of ranged attacks caused it to change tactics, and it defeated rival with melee combat. Banjira is not small among Pokémon, and can be called a giant, but compared to Regirock, Banjira is like an 8-year-old child. Regirock is over 10 meters tall, and its 10 arms alone are much larger than Banjira. This Regirock has a very bright mind. It knows very well how much advantage its size can have in melee combat, so it immediately chose melee combat after destroying the death light failed. Regirock's choice can't be wrong. If it weren't facing Sumyu and Bangira who has the Shukaku template, its choice would be considered a perfect choice. It's just that it was unlucky and met Sumyu. As early as in the ruins, Sumyu had already considered how to deal with the huge Regirock, so when faced with Regirock's sucker punch, Sumyu not only did not panic, but instead smiled. Banjira, let it see how powerful you are. Bangira smiled ferociously. It was her turn to perform. Sand, sand all over the sky, overwhelming sand. All the sand around Bangira rushed towards Bangira, and 5.1 wrapped Bangira in it. In just a few seconds, Bangira was completely covered by the sand, and then Bangira started to move. It manipulated the sand and gathered them into a civet cat. At first, the civet cat was not as big as Banjira, but as the sand poured in desperately, the civet cat's size instantly swelled. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. Regirock stopped. It stared blankly at the 50-meter-tall civet cat in front of it, its mind going blank. Keiko and the others in the distance did not stop taking pictures, and they were stunned when they saw Shukaku appear. The 4 of them, Keiko, looked at each other and were speechless for a long time. Chapter 215. Regirock stopped because of fear, but Bangira would not let it go. Banjira controlled Shukaku and rushed towards Regirock. Shukaku, made of sand, looks clumsy, but it actually moves very slowly. As Shukaku moved his steps, the whole earth began to shake. When he lifted his feet or dropped them, waves of yellow sand would be stirred up. Shukaku arrived in front of Regirock in the blink of an eye. Without giving Regirock any time to react, Shukaku raised his palm and aimed at Regirock and slapped it hard. Regirock raised his hands in the air, trying to withstand Shukaku's attack with his own strength, but he was a little too naive. The huge gap in stature also means that there is a chasm-like gap in strength between the two sides. Regirock can be regarded as an amazingly powerful Pokémon in the Pokémon world, but it is still far behind Shukaku, who is a full 50 meters tall. Without any surprise, Regirock was directly slapped into the desert by Shukaku. Regirock fell to the sand and did not get up after receiving a strong impact. Although Regirock suffered heavy losses, neither Sumyu nor Bangira had any intention of letting it go, and Shukaku continued to act. Shukaku used its giant palms to pick up Regirock from the sand like a chicken. I saw Shukaku throwing Regirock into the air, clasping his hands together, and giving Regirock a heavy blow. There was a crisp snap, and you could feel Regirock's pain just by listening to the sound. Before it was over, Shukaku squeezed Regirock hard and began to squeeze Regirock with overwhelming force. It's the limit, Regirock has reached the limit. Rock's body surface, which showed the body's contest condition, became tattered again, and from time to time, a little bit of gravel fell from Regirock's body. At the end, Regirock, who appeared like a god descending from the earth, had almost no resistance in front of Shukaku. At this time, Regirock closed his eyes tightly and completely lost his will to fight. Sumyu has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and the right hand holding the Pokeball is trembling. Exhale, 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 exhale. It took several deep breaths to calm down the excitement. In order to ensure that the Pokeball would not fly away due to shaking hands, Sumyu took a few steps closer to Regirock's position before throwing out the Pokeball. The Pokeball thrown by Sumyu is different from the normal red and white balls. This is the heavy ball specially prepared by Sumyu to catch Regirock. As the name suggests, the heavy ball is a Pokeball specially made to catch Pokémon with heavy bodies. It is perfect to use it to capture Regirock. With almost no shaking, Regirock was successfully conquered. Picking up the Pokeball under her feet, Sumyu felt that the ball was much heavier than before, whether it was an illusion or other reasons. Unlike Deoxys, who took the initiative to enter Sumyu's backpack, Regirock was the first legendary Pokémon that Sumyu came to this world to conquer. You can imagine the joy in Sumyu's heart at this time. Putting the heavy ball on her waist, Sumyu stretched her body. This trip to the Hone Desert finally ended perfectly. Sumyu gained a lot from this desert trip. Conquering Regirock was put aside for now. After the battle with Regirock, Banjira completely absorbed the energy brought by Shukaku's template, and her compatibility with Shukaku improved. When it reaches 100%, the strength has also jumped to the high level of championship. This is the biggest gain of Sumyu's desert trip. Oh, it's really going to be popular this time, Keiko said excitedly. Not only did they capture Regirock, they also captured the battle between Banjira and Regirock. As long as they return to the city and transfer the information they have to the live broadcast platform, they should be able to achieve financial freedom directly. Sumyu, can the video be uploaded? Keiko asked with some anxiety. After all, Sumyu and Bangira are the protagonists in the battle, and she cannot upload the video without their consent. Of course. Sumyu responded directly. If it weren't for Keiko and the others, Sumyu wouldn't have been able to capture Regirock. Besides, Keiko and the others' actions did no harm to him. Fame is very useful in any world. After returning to Movili City, Asu used his skillful editing skills to edit the process of discovering Regirock, Regirock awakening, Regirock destroying the ruins, and finally Sumyu's Banjira defeating Regirock in 3 cuts and 5 divisions. I have to say that Asu is really a talent, and his editing skills are really impeccable. Coupled with the appropriate BGM, this video clip looks explosive, and it is nothing compared to the Hollywood blockbusters Sumyu looked like in his previous life. Not inferior. Everything is ready, the next step is to upload it to the internet and detonate the whole audience. After the video was uploaded, the situation was still quiet for the time being. Several people decided to find a restaurant to fill their stomachs first. Even though it was unbearably hot in the desert, everyone felt as if they had been drained as soon as they left the desert. Hoot Hoot screamed with hunger. When the meal, 570, arrived, everyone at the table was like a starving ghost reincarnated. They didn't care about anything but food. The two ladies didn't care about being reserved and quickly finished the food in front of them. After eating 3 bowls of rice in a row, Sumyu felt better. Among the 5 of them, he consumed the most. In addition to exploring the ruins, he also had a fight with Regirock in the end. Although Bangira did it, Sumyu, as a cheerleader, also consumed a lot of money. You're full, you're full. After the meal, everyone lay down comfortably to eat and enjoy the benefits brought by the city. Hello, are you the shocking adventure group? This was a thick male voice coming from behind everyone. Following the sound, Sumyu saw a middle-aged man. The man was wearing a green camouflage uniform and had a serious expression. He looked to be around 40 years old. Mr. Brandon. After seeing this man, everyone was unanimously surprised. It's no wonder they made such a fuss because the person in front of them was so famous. He is the pioneer leader of Hone Region Battle Frontier Battle Pyramid, Brandon, who once conquered the legendary Pokémon 3 Divine Pillars and 3 Sacred Birds. Chapter 216. Brandon seemed to be coming for Sumyu. He came directly in front of Sumyu and asked curiously, "Young man, are you the one who conquered Regirock?" Sumyu did not deny it, but she was a little curious about where Brandon got the news. Brandon saw Sumyu's doubts and smiled, "Don't you know yet? The video you posted has now become popular on the entire internet. I think there is no one who is online who doesn't know this news." Sumyu suddenly realized. "Mr. Brandon, have you also seen the video we posted?" Keiko asked excitedly. "Wonderful adventure video." Brandon praised with a thumbs up. "Great." Being recognized by Brandon was their biggest gain. Keiko and the others were jumping up and down with joy. "Young man, would you like to challenge the Battle Pyramid? I'm very interested in you defeating Regirock's Banjira. It is no longer easy to find a suitable rival when he has reached Brandon's level. Almost all the people with the same strength as him are old faces." He suddenly found out that a rookie didn't make Brandon happy. This is why Brandon took the initiative to talk. Trainer is a profession that can only make faster progress by fighting against the powerful rival. Brandon wants to fight against the masters, and Sumyu is no exception. If there are not important things to do next, Sumyu will probably just take one breath. Agreed. I'm really sorry, Mr. Brandon. I still have some important things at hand that I haven't finished, so I can only apologize. Sumyu also felt a bit of a pity. If he could fight with rival like Brandon, he would definitely make his Banjira just go further. Brandon didn't expect that someone would refuse his request, but fortunately Brandon was very reasonable. Although it was a pity, he didn't care. Then next time, let's talk about it next time when you have time. Yeah, definitely, Mr. Brandon. Just like what Brandon said, the video uploaded by Keiko and the others has really gone viral, and water friends on the largest Explorer forum in the Hone region have been completely shocked. The Explorer forum is a gathering place for all lovers of adventure and exploration in wild places, ruins, and other places. Many well-known explorer teams exchange experiences on the site. After a short video of more than 10 minutes was uploaded today, it was pinned to the top of the forum in just a few dozen minutes. The title of the video is very eye-catching, "Conquer the Legendary Pokémon." Although almost everyone thinks it is a clickbait, there is still a lot of criticism. They only published it after clicking on the post. This post was actually not a headline-making post, but someone really conquered the legendary Pokémon Regirock. In the video, the power of the legendary Pokémon Regirock is fully demonstrated through shooting techniques, especially Regirock's terrifying recovery ability by eating rock when it wakes up, which instantly caught the attention of every viewer. The excited water friends continued to watch below. They knew that this was far from the climax of this video. You must know that the title of the video was Conquering the Legendary Pokémon. They were really curious as to who could defeat such an invincible Regirock and subdue it. The video finally reaches its climax in the last few minutes, when Gillett crawls out of the abyss and begins destroying desert ruins. At this time, the protagonist finally appeared on the stage, and the visual impact was an explosion of salon rolls. It was Sumew and Bangira who slowly walked out of the salon rolls. Every netizen who watched the video held their breath, looking forward to the arrival of a battle between dragons and tigers. The meaning is still not finished. The meaning is still not finished. This is the only feeling in the hearts of every netizen after watching the video. The video is full of comments below, and many of the commenters include experts from the Explorer forum. Floor 1, who can tell me who that trainer is? It's really incredible. If the beginning didn't show the terrifying destructive power of Regirock, just look at the process of conquering it. I really thought this Regirock was a good thing but not useful. The reply on the first floor expressed what everyone was thinking. They also wanted to know who this trainer was who effortlessly defeated Regirock and subdued it. The power of netizens is still very strong, and soon someone gave the answer. 12th floor, Sumew, he should be Sumew, the champion of this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Although he didn't take a clear picture of his appearance, there is definitely nothing wrong with that Banjira. I've only seen a Banjira with such a powerful ability to control sand. Once again, it was the finals of the Indigo Plateau Conference, and it was Sumew. It's popular, it's completely popular, Sumew is now out of the spotlight. Originally, he was only somewhat famous in the Guangdong and Chengdu regions, but through the promotion of this video, almost all netizens on the Hone Explorer forum knew his name. After gathering the power of netizens, Sumew's complete information was posted in the post in a short time. From Sumew's Earl Dervish Pokémon, the Pokémon used in the competition, and the strength analysis of each Pokémon, the professional couldn't be more professional. In addition to Sumew, Keiko and his shocking adventure group are also completely popular. They were originally unknown in the Adventurer Forum and have become the most popular adventure group in the Adventurer Forum. I believe it won't be long before various advertising sponsorships will be found. Got on them. The video uploaded by the Shocking Adventure Group suddenly ignited the fire in the hearts of many trainers. They were in Hone and immediately recognized the place where the Shocking Adventure Group met Regirock, the Hone Desert. Even if you can't capture the legendary Pokémon with your own hands like Sumew, it's still nice to meet them. The feeling of seeing it on video is completely different from seeing it face to face. Many adventure groups who think they are powerful have already made up their minds to explore the Hone Desert. Regirock's strength does seem powerful from the video, but this cannot stop the enthusiasm of the adventure group. If you think about it, you will know which trainer who joins the adventure group is not a person who pursues excitement and covet adventure. Powerful Pokémon cannot stop the enthusiastic father in their hearts. The Hone Desert has suddenly become the next stop for many adventure groups. Chapter 217. Sumew said goodbye to Keiko and others and prepared to go to Pseudo-Poly's city. Pseudo-Poly's city is also the meeting place agreed by Sumew and Steven, and the auction will be held in Pseudo-Poly's city. Pseudo-Poly's city is an important city in the eastern part of the Hone region, located inside the mouth of volcano. A long time ago, an underwater volcano erupted and rose up out of the sea. The volcano mouth in the center of the land forms a lake due to the accumulation of rainwater. Soon, people found that the climate here was very warm and suitable for living, so Pseudo-Poly's city was built in the mouth of the volcano. Looking towards soaring in the sky from Pseudo-Poly's city, you will see the edge of the volcano mouth, forming a unique scenery. At night, you will feel like the stars are surrounded by the volcano. Pseudo-Poly's city is surrounded by the sea. If you want to get to Pseudo-Poly's city, there is no other way than taking a plane or taking a ferry. After arriving in Pseudo-Poly's city, Sumew did not rush to the auction house, but found a hotel and had a good sleep. There were still a few days before the auction started, so he didn't need to be in such a hurry. After sleeping for a whole day, Sumew slowly woke up on the soft big bed of the hotel. After washing up and eating some light food, Sumew left the hotel and planned to take advantage of her free time to visit Pseudo-Poly's city. Pseudopolis City is an important city in the Pokémon world both in animation and games. The future Hone champion Jerry Lee was born in this city. Today, Jerry Lee has not yet taken over the championship position from his friend Steven. He is still serving as the gym leader of the Pseudopolis gym. By challenging the gym and competing against the championship-level rival, Sumew would not let go of such an opportunity. After leaving the hotel, he went straight to the Pseudopolis gym, hoping to have a duel with Jerry. Sumew had already inquired about it in the hotel. The Pseudopolis gymnasium was still far away from the hotel. In order to save time, Sumew took a taxi in front of the hotel. The car owner is a middle-aged man who was born and raised in Pseudopolis City and knows everything about Pseudopolis City. When he learned that Sumew was going to the Pseudopolis gym to challenge Jerry, the middle-aged uncle was a little surprised and said, "Brother, you just came to Pseudopolis City in the past 2 days, right?" Sumew, sec, is a little curious. It is not difficult for the car owner to tell that he is not a local, but it is still necessary to know that he has just arrived in Pseudopolis City. "That's right. How did you see that, uncle?" The uncle of the car owner laughed and said, "Because the entire Pseudopolis City knows that Mr. Jerry is no longer at the Pseudopolis gym these 2 days. The latest contest competition was held in Pseudopolis City. As the biggest signature figure of the contest competition, Mr. Jerry Lee was invited to be a judge." "I see." Sumew had a headache. She originally wanted to fight Jerry, but now it's all in vain. "You are also a trainer. Do you want to try to participate in the contest competition? I remember that the registration time for the contest competition has not closed yet." The middle-aged uncle saw Sumew's troubles and suggested. Sumew is not very interested in contests. In Sumew's view, most coordination trainers are a bit flashy, paying too much attention to coordination methods and ignoring the training of individual strength, so coordination trainers often suffer when facing real trainers. If it weren't for the terrifying talent of Jerry, who was coordinating the trainer, the coordinating trainer would not even be qualified to carry the shoes of the real trainer. However, although I am not very interested in the contest competition, I am still idle, and the contest competition can be regarded as a good place to kill time. "Okay, uncle, I'll ask you to drive me to the registration site for the contest." As Pseudopolis City is the city where Jerry is located, the contest cannot be taken lightly like other cities. The organizers of the contest used all their connections to build momentum for this contest. Promotional posters and brochures for this contest can be seen everywhere on the streets of Pseudopolis City, as well as many postcards of well-known coordinators. In order to promote the contest competition, the officials of the contest competition also went all out. They invited many top coordinators to participate in this contest competition. With Jerry's reputation and the contest officials' efforts to promote it, this contest is completely different from the normal contest. The level of this contest is already comparable to the contest celebration. After arriving at the registration point, Sumew also felt the popularity of this contest. Several registration windows were full of teams. Looking at the busy registration scene, Sumew sighed, randomly found a team and got up obediently. Fortunately, not all the people at the scene were queuing up. Many of them were the contestants' support team, and many were the contestants' relatives and partners. "Mom, there are so many people. I wonder if I can see Mr. Jerry Lee." The speaker is a little Stephanie who is about 12 or 13 years old. It seems that she has not yet reached the age to travel alone. She should have come to the registration site today as a support group for her mother. The lady whom Stephanie calls her mother looks quite young, and you can't tell that she is already the mother of a child. She has beautiful short hair and a smile on her face all the time. Just judging from her temperament, you can tell it turns out that she is an excellent coordinator. Sumew did not expect that she would meet acquaintances in just an ordinary contest. "I am not very familiar with Stephanie's mother Sumew, but I am extremely familiar with the Stephanie Sumew in front of me. She is Ash's travel companion in the Sinnoh region, Light." Looking at the mother and daughter in front of her, Sumew was thoughtful. It seemed that Jerry's reputation was really big enough. Johanna, who was chosen in the Sinnoh region, brought her daughter to participate in this contest. "Hey, isn't it rude to keep staring at others? Dawn said angrily to Sumyu. Sumyu also realized what was wrong with him, and he quickly apologized, "Sorry, I just didn't expect the famous Miss Johanna to come back to participate in this contest." Fortunately, Sumyu's mind moved quickly enough and she immediately came up with a reason. After hearing Sumyu's words, Dawn's original dissatisfaction was forgotten. Nothing would make Dawn happier than praising her mother in front of Dawn. "Do you know my mother?" Dawn asked excitedly. "Of course, I think anyone who knows about the contest should know Miss Johanna." Chapter 218. After Sumyu praised Johanna, Sumyu quickly became involved with Dawn. Unlike the simple Dawn, Johanna is not that easy to deceive. She has noticed that Sumyu's attention just now was on her daughter. However, Naoko didn't mean to expose Sumyu. She could see that the boy in front of her was not bad in nature and had no intention of deliberately touching her daughter, so she let it go. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally their turn to sign up, and Sumyu was finally able to escape from Dawn's clutches. After seeing Dawn follow her mother to sign up without any hesitation, Sumyu was also greatly relieved. He did not expect that Dawn would be so difficult to deal with. After hearing Sumyu say that she was her mother's fan, she started to follow Su non-stop. Mew discusses the most exciting matchup of her mother's coordinator career. This really stumps Sumyu. Johanna is not the protagonist in the animation. Even if Sumyu understands the content of the animation, it is the most exciting showdown in Johanna's career. So it was Dawn all the way. Sumyu, the responsible person, smiled and nodded in agreement. After successfully registering, he was afraid of being targeted by Dawn again and did not dare to stay there for long, so he quickly left the scene. After Dawn followed Johanna out of the registration point, she couldn't find Sumyu. "Hey, where did brother Sumyu go?" After hearing what her daughter said, Johanna smiled slightly and said, "I think he must have gone back. It's okay. He's here to participate in the contest. I'll see him tomorrow." Dawn thought about it, stopped worrying, and followed her mother to prepare to return to the hotel. The next day, the genius is bright, and the wing-ul are gliding all over the city on the breeze. Although the qualifiers will take a long time to end, most of the spectators have already arrived before the players arrive. Why? Very simple, opening ceremony. Many spectators, Norman, came all the way to Pseudopolis City just for the opening ceremony. Jerry, the top coordinator and the best coordinator in history, performed on stage in person, which was enough to make people come to the venue early in the morning to wait. The audience sat excitedly in their seats, waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. With a bang, everyone cheered, and the opening ceremony was about to begin. Inside the venue, after a brief cheer, the audience fell silent again, waiting for host Vivian's explanation. "Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to Pseudopolis City to watch this year's contest. Let me first introduce the rules of this contest to you. From the appearance of Pokémon to the use of special moves, and how to make the performance end perfectly, the tacit understanding between Pokémon and trainer will also be included in the selection. Only 16 of the 154 coordinators who signed up for the competition were able to advance to the main competition. I can't wait to see who will advance to the main draw. But before that, let us introduce the special guest of this celebration, Jerry Lixian. Now let him kick off the essential contest for us." As soon as Vivian finished speaking, all the audience began to cheer. In addition to the audience, many participating coordinators were also staring at the screen in the lounge, looking forward to Jerry Lee's performance. Sumyu is also looking forward to it. Although he was not able to play against Jerry in person, seeing Jerry's strength will be of great help to him. On the main stage, with a soft chant, K-he and melodic appeared in the center of the stage. So beautiful! This should be everyone's first impression when they see melodic. Melodic, described by Pokédex as the most beautiful Pokémon, is indeed well deserved. Even Sumyu, who was well prepared, lost her mind when she saw melodic for the first time. The show finally started at this time. A monstrous water column surged straight into the sky. After reaching the highest point of the venue, the water column underwent wonderful changes. Almost in an instant, the water column turned into countless small water droplets, slowly falling from the sky. The water drops hit Melodic's body, making Melodic look even more dazzling at this time. Like the sea snake normals Melodic, the cream-colored body slowly rises and floats in the air, exuding the beautiful Lucas under the reflection of countless water droplets. At this time, Melodic gently swept the 4 blue scales at the end of the tail. "Please give me flowers." The water droplets began to fall on the red dot in the center of Melodic's tail scales, and a magical scene happened. The water droplets falling on the red dot condensed into small vortexes, which looked very wonderful. There was another soft moan, and a small vortex composed of countless water droplets spread out from the tail of Medusa, covering the entire venue in a short while. When the audience cast their eyes on the venue, they already discovered that the entire venue was a whirlpool of water. Just when everyone thought the performance was about to end, Melodic started moving again. As its tail swung, all the vortexes on the stage began to condense again. With Melodic as the dividing line, the vortices on both sides condense into huge waves. The 2 waves collided in Melodic's sky and then dissipated. Silence fell. Sumew takes back his simple view on coordinating trainer, which is a profession that can keep pace with trainer. As long as Jerry exists, the career of coordinator trainer will never end. Looking at the center of the stage, Contest stands with his head held high and is wearing a white dress. His turquoise hair adds a bit of charm to him. Jerry Lee's title of Master of Contest is well deserved. If Jerry and Jerry were to have a real fight based on trainer's rules, Sumew would not panic at all. No matter how strong Jerry was, he would still be a trainer at the same level as Steven and Cynthia. Sumew was not afraid of Steven and Cynthia, so naturally she would not afraid of Jerry Lee. But if it were actually on the stage of the contest competition, Sumew would have no confidence at all. The best coordinated trainer of all time is not just a boast from Jerry Lee, it is just a fact. Anyone who has played against Jerry Lee, no one will question it. It's over. Jerry's performance was very short, and then came the preliminaries. Hundreds of contestants took turns on stage in a very short time. The judges scored and 16 contestants were selected to advance to the second round. Sumew, who was participating in the contest for the first time, was inevitably a little nervous. Although she didn't care much about whether she could win the ribbon in one fell swoop, it would be too embarrassing to lose in the first round. He must go all out. Come on! Chapter 219. Different from the normal contest competition, this time Jerry will serve as a special judge, so the judging panel has been increased from the usual 3 to 4. They are Jerry Lee, Nurse Joy of Pseudopolis City, Suzaki, and Raul Contesta. Under Vivian's introduction, the first contestant of this competition finally took the stage. Next, let's welcome the Ichiraku players from Hone Pseudopolis City, so let's see what kind of wonderful performance the Ichiraku players will give us. The first player to take the stage is a local player from Pseudopolis City. Being a local player still has a big advantage. Even before Ichiraku came on stage, there was already warm applause from the audience. Amidst the cheers and applause of the audience, a young man dressed in neutral clothes walked onto the stage. After bowing gracefully, he sent out his Pokémon Typhlosion. It's hard to imagine a Pseudopolis City player using a Pokémon like Typhlosion. According to common sense, Pseudopolis City is surrounded by the sea, so most trainers here will use water-type Pokémon. Although the audience was a little surprised, they immediately calmed down and began to watch Yul's performance. Lava Plume, this is Typhlosion's unique skill. Use the explosive power of fire-type Pokémon to create a fireworks-like effect with Lava Plume. It wasn't over yet, the fireworks in the sky fell on its back under the control of Typhlosion, making it sparkle. After absorbing the energy of fireworks, the flames on Typhlosion's back began to erupt, fully displaying its charm. It seems that Yul is not an ordinary coordination trainer. He knows the rules of the contest quite well, and his performance can only be described as perfect. 95 points. The audience did not expect that the first contestant to perform received a high score of 95 points. 95 points, that's great. It looks like Ichiraku will advance to the second round. It's really a perfect performance that fully demonstrates the beauty of Typhlosion. Wow! Dawn also opened her eyes wide in the audience. It was her first time to watch the contest live. It felt much better than watching the video at home. She was looking forward to her mother and Sumu's appearance. Min 85 from Evergrande City. Rustboro City's Dean 88 points. The contest is already halfway through, and there are not many people with scores over 90. Most contestants have scores between 80 and 90. The contestants below 80 are just as rare as the contestants above 90. As for the players with a score of 95 or above, there is still only one player named Yul. The coordinator who is about to take the stage next is amazing. She is the top coordinator who has won the contest competition celebration. Let us welcome Johanna from Twin Leaf Town, Sinnoh region. Raul Contesta also cheered up when he heard that Johanna was going to play. Johanna was specially invited by him to participate in this contest, otherwise Johanna would not have traveled all the way from Sinnoh to Hone. In fact, it was Raul Contesta who thought wrong. It was not his invitation that made Johanna come to compete, but Jerry. In Johanna's time, the status of coordinating trainers was not comparable to what it is now. Coordinating trainers at that time were not even qualified to compare with trainers. Many trainers would smile scornfully when mentioning coordinating trainers, and did not take coordinating trainers seriously at all. After the rise of Jerry Lee, coordinator trainers have really stood up. Although some old-school people still think that coordinator trainers cannot be compared with trainers, most young people have recognized the profession of coordinator trainers and strive for it. Old people like Johanna should be grateful to Shaman and Jerry. The rise of Jerry has greatly increased their social status. Now many people will respectfully call her Miss Johanna after knowing her identity as top coordinator. This was unimaginable before. What kind of person is the man who single-handedly changed the coordination trainer? It really feels like seeing it with your own eyes, which is the real reason why Johanna came to Pseudopolis City to participate in this conference. But Johanna would naturally not tell anyone about such a thing. Under Vivian's introduction, the audience was instantly excited. Top coordinator's name was enough to attract their attention. Amid applause and cheers, Johanna made her debut. Let's perform on stage, Marsupial Dragon. A woman wearing a contest evening dress sent out an unsightly Pokémon, which made many viewers look surprised. Gently lifting her dress, Johanna showed a sweet smile and said, "Hybrid Dragon uses the surf skill. Ordinary surf skills do not contain too many changes. Although it is not easy for a marsupial to master surf skills, it is really difficult to win the hearts of the audience with just such surf skills." That's all? The audience was disappointed. This performance was not in line with the level they expected from top coordinator. Just when everyone thought Johanna's performance was about to end, something unexpected happened to the audience. The waves behind the Bagosaurus were getting bigger and bigger, with no intention of stopping. At this time, the Bagosaurus threw the baby in the gestation bag into the waves. The most exciting moment has come. The baby marsupial rides on a surfboard and rides the waves, showing off the posture of a surfer. The cute baby Bagosaurus and the shocking waves formed a strong contrast, and the audience who had looked disappointed before suddenly became excited. It's a very exciting performance that vividly displays the postures of the marsupial dragon and the child. Raul Contesta is not stingy with his praise. 4.7. I mega like this. Suzaki. Whether it is creativity or performance, there are no flaws. Jerry Lee also gave an excellent evaluation. After everyone's discussion, the jury gave a high score of 98 points. The highest score so far in this contest has appeared, which is close to the full score of 98. You must know that the judges of this competition are extremely rigorous in scoring. Being able to obtain such a good result of 98 points is enough to prove that Johanna and the Marsupialosaurus have completely conquered the world with their performances. The 4 judges on the court. That's great. Mom is the best. Dawn shouted excitedly from the audience. After seeing her mother get the highest score, Dawn's face glowed with joy and she wanted to tell everyone around her that the performer on the stage was her mother. Chapter 220. After a few more rounds, it was finally Sumu's turn. The next player is Sumyu from Jaban City, Kanto region. Let's enjoy his performance. A racer from Kanto? Now the audience and judges were in high spirits. You must know that Guangdong and Chengdu have always been known for being conservative. Contest competitions exist more or less in other regions. However, in Guangdong and Chengdu, region contest competitions are difficult to implement. In addition to the interference from the top leaders of the region, residents of Guangdong and Chengdu prefer to simple battles are also related. This player named Sumyu actually comes from the conservative Kanto region. This would surprise everyone. Constantine cheered up even more. If the Sumyu in front of him was strong enough, the contest competition might be able to knock on Guangdong's door with Sumyu. Sumyu was wearing a white shirt and casual pants. Unlike the other contestants, Sumyu looked casual as if she was on an outing. Then please, Dratini. Unlike the professional coordinator trainer who uses stickers to make Pokémon's appearance more eye-catching, Sumyu's Dratini's appearance is a bit unremarkable. Hey, it's the cherished Dratini. It's a pity that this trainer is not good enough. The audience no longer had much expectations for Sushu's performance. Appearance is very important for a coordinator trainer. Dratini's mediocre appearance has already caused most viewers to give Sumyu a death sentence. Come on. Brother Sumyu. Dawn still had a very good impression of this brother whom she had only met once. When most people had no expectations for Sumyu, Dawn began to cheer for Sumyu. Hey, I originally thought that if he was good enough, he might be able to open up the Guangdong market. Raoul Contesta said disappointedly. Don't jump to conclusions so early, maybe the trainer in front of us will give us a surprise. Jerry said with a smile. Oh? Do you know him, Jerry? Raoul Contesta asked curiously. Jerry smiled slightly and said, I've heard of his name, so I think it's right. Jerry Lie's words cheered up the other three judges. They also wanted to see what kind of wonderful performance Sumyu, who was valued by Jerry Lie, could bring. Sumyu doesn't care what other people think of him, he is focused on the show now. It's time. Looking at Dratini Sumyu in front of her, she nodded gently. Fan. Fan. Dratini's brisk growl reached everyone's ears, and amidst the silver bell-like laughter, Dratini's body emitted a dazzling white light. This is going to evolve? No one thought that this was the beginning of Sumyu. In the white light, Dratini's form changes. As time goes by, the white light slowly dissipates, and a brand new Pokémon appears in front of everyone. Dragonair. Before everyone could start screaming, Dragonair started to move. It began to fly towards soaring in the sky. During Dragonair's flying, dark clouds began to gather above the stage. In a short time, Dragonair broke through the dark clouds and reached the top of the venue. Dragonair in the dark cloud sky began its performance. The beads on its chest began to emit a dazzling light. The stage was covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning began to shine in the sky, and for a moment there was lightning and thunder. Dragonair shuttles through the dark clouds, summoning thunder, and rain keeps falling wherever it goes. Just as described in the myth, Dragonair at this time has become the controller of the weather, capable of making clouds and rain. The qualifying round of the contest competition has officially ended, and the 16 promoted coordinators have come into people's sight. Their relatives and friends were all looking at them excitedly, waiting for their further performance. Audiences who don't know them are paying attention to the competitive level of the promotions. Who can win the final victory is what they care most about. Many idle and bored viewers even divided the promoted coordinators into 3 echelons. The performance scores of the promoted players are divided into 3 echelons. Because the lowest promotion score is 84 points, the scores of the third-level players are 83 to 89 points. There are a total of 7 people in this echelon. The second echelon is from 90 to 94 points. There are 5 people in this echelon. In the end, it was 95 to 99 points, a total of 4 people. The qualifiers have already demonstrated the strength of most coordinators. Although it cannot represent the results, the 4 most dazzling coordinators in this contest have already appeared. Yul, Johanna, Sumyu, Amy. 4 players with scores of 95 or above made a strong breakthrough into the qualifiers. Almost most viewers believe that the champion will be born among these 4 contestants. The intermission is not long, the main game is about to begin, and the players are making final adjustments to their Pokémon. Sumew was also in the lounge giving her final instructions to Dragonair. Dragonair, don't be nervous. The most difficult part is over. We also scored the highest score of 99. The next match is our strength. Although the Battle of Contest 907 is different from the normal Battle of Mikey, they still have something in common. Next is the time for Sumew and Dragonair to show their strength. Under the great expectations of the audience, the contestants who have broken through the qualifiers are about to take the stage to begin the final competition. On the main stage of the contest competition, the battle started with Vivian's voice on the venue, and the 2 coordinators, trainers, who were the first to appear, immediately started fighting. The 5-minute battle was neither long nor short. The participating coordinators tried their best to use their contest skills to influence the opponent and reduce rivals' contest points. Finally, it's my turn to play. After the first 3 battles, Sumew stepped onto the stage under the call of Vivian and the audience. Sumew's wonderful performance in the first round completely conquered the audience. Many audience members have become fans of Sumew. As the avatars of Sumew and his rival light up on the screen, Sumew's first contest begins. Okay, the 4th battle is between players Sumew from Jobin City and Xiao from Napuru Gym. I hope Sumew and Xiao can give us a wonderful showdown. Chapter 221. After Vivian announced the start of the game, Sumew and his rival Xiao released their respective Pokémon. With a soft moan, a Pokémon that looked like a bird of paradise, with a sky blue body and fluffy wings like marshmallows, appeared in the audience's sight. Altaria. From the qualifiers to the official competition, Xiao's Altaria has always been popular among the audience. With its rare dragon-type Pokémon and sweet and cute appearance, Altaria is indeed a Pokémon that is very suitable for the contest competition. Jerry, what do you think? Raul Contesta asked carefully from the audience. Sumew's Dragonair is still higher than Xiao's Altaria in terms of rarity, but there is still a big gap in species strength between the two. After all, Dragonair still has a period of evolution. Altaria is already complete. Jerry smiled slightly and said, what the president needs to worry about is not whether Sumew will lose, but whether Sumew will accept your invitation. Unlike other people participating in the competition, he is a truly excellent trainer. Raul Contesta was a little confused and wanted to say something more, but the battle on the field had already begun, so he could only put aside his doubts and focus on the battlefield again. Detective I. Even though he was on the stage of the contest competition, Sumew was still accustomed to using the trainer method to complete the battle. Before the game started, he used the system to start detecting rivals' strength. Pokémon, Altaria. Attribute, Flying plus Dragon. Strength, Elite High Level. Potential, Elite Level. Sumew knows that Xiao is also a very good coordination trainer, and he has a lot of ribbons on his hands, but his strength is really hard to describe. From the appearance point of view, Xiao's Altaria can be described as perfect, but through the system, you can realize that rival is nothing more than superficial. Xiao didn't train Altaria's physical fitness properly at all, thus wasting Altaria's talent. It is hard to imagine that the strength of a mature Altaria is only elite and high level. This is very unreasonable. Normally this situation only occurs in wild Altaria, because not all Altaria in the wild can get enough food to allow their bodies to develop perfectly. Xiao's Altaria doesn't seem to be short of food or drink. The only reason why it is so weak is that Xiao puts all its energy into training Pokémon skills. How to make Altaria's skills more contestable is Xiao's. What you value most? It's a pity, it's such a pity. A talented Pokémon falls into Xiao's hands. It's really such a cruel fate. Hey, what do you mean you've been shaking your head since you first met my Altaria? Xiao said with some dissatisfaction. Hitting rival is also one of the skills in fighting. Rival comes to Sumew to hit him, so how can Sumew not help him? Sumew shook her head and said contemptuously, I am sorry that your Altaria became your Pokémon. It is really unfortunate for it. It could have shown its own grace more fully. Sumew showed her venomous tongue vividly. Xiaowu, who was still a child, could not bear Sumew's venomous tongue. His expression changed, and he said ruthlessly, "You will pay a heavy price for provoking me." 7. Altaria Dragon Rage. After receiving the instructions from trainer, Altaria started its contest performance. It can be seen that Xiaowu has indeed done in-depth research on the skill contest. Unlike normal Pokémon's Dragon Rage, Altaria dances and releases the skill at the same time. Under Altaria's dance, energy began to gather in front of it. Love? The energy formed the shape of a heart in front of Altaria. Heart-shaped Dragon Rage? The audience saw this for the first time in their lives, and instantly gave out all kinds of cheers. Host Vivian also became excited. Incredible, incredible, Altaria's control of energy by contestant Xiaowu is really amazing. Under the dance of Altaria contest, Dragon Rage full of love appeared. Contestant Sumew should be careful, because his contest points are being reduced rapidly. Looking up at the screen, Xiaowu smiled excitedly, "Have you seen how powerful my Altaria is?" Sumew was too lazy to complain. He swore that fighting rival like this for one more second would be torture for him. Dragonair, deal with rival, Dragon Rage. In order to completely defeat rival and let rival understand the gap between him and himself, Sumew chose to use the same skill, which is also Dragon Rage. Unlike Altaria, which seems to be performing on a stage with its mediocre means of condensation, Dragonair's use of Dragon Rage can only be described as bland. Hey, it looks like Xiaowu won. It's also Dragon Rage. The difference between Dragonair's Dragon Rage and Altaria's Dragon Rage is really far. That's right, Sumew shouldn't have chosen Dragon Rage. Comparing the two, he is completely at a disadvantage. Is it true that the first place in the qualifiers will be eliminated in the first round of the promotion round? It's really disappointing. Xiaowu's contest points have not been reduced, and Sumew's contest points are only half left. Dragonair should be unable to recover. Most of the audience was not optimistic that Sumew could turn defeat into victory, and almost all of them had already sentenced Sumew to death. Hao Zhao. On the judges' bench. It's over. Jerry said calmly. Yeah, it's really a pity, but this player named Sumew still has great potential. As long as he participates in more contest competitions, I believe he will be able to become an excellent coordinator. Raul Contesta sighed. The one Mr. Raul Contesta wants to lose is not Sumew, but Xiaowu. Nurse Joy said with a solemn expression. What? Raul Contesta glanced at Nurse Joy in surprise, not understanding what Joy meant. Sumew's contest score was completely at a disadvantage. In this situation, Nurse Joy actually thought that Sumew would win. He was a little confused about what Joy meant. Coordinator is also a trainer. The strength gap between the two is too big. Sumew doesn't need to understand coordinator's methods at all. He just needs to use hard power to defeat rival. Chapter 222. As soon as Nurse Joy finished speaking, there was a violent explosion in the middle of the stage. Raul Contesta quickly turned around and saw Altaria's loving Dragon Rage and Dragonair's mediocre Dragon Rage colliding on the stage. The ending of the collision was beyond the expectations of most viewers. The Dragon Rage that surprised them had no resistance to Dragonair's Dragon Rage and was instantly shattered into nothing. It's not over yet. After crushing the heart-shaped Dragon Rage, Dragonair's Dragon Rage had no intention of stopping and hit Altaria, who was still in a daze. Boom! There was another violent explosion. Altaria, who was hit by Dragon Rage, simply lay on the ground and lost her ability to fight. The whole place was silent. It's unbelievable that player Xiaowu's Altaria actually lost its combat capability under Dragonair's Dragon Rage. Host Vivian was the first to react. The audience in the audience was also in an uproar next. Awesome! Awesome! Dawn also cheered for Sue excitedly. To be honest, her heart was lifted when she just saw Sumew fall behind. Fortunately, Sumew turned defeat into victory neatly. Raul Contesta at the judges' table had a solemn look on his face. He had already put aside his thoughts of winning over Sumyu. He had already seen that 617 was coming. Sumyu is a trainer, an orthodox trainer who cannot be more orthodox. Jerry, do you think this trainer named Sumyu will win the championship in one fell swoop? Raul Contesta emphasized his tone when he mentioned the word trainer. Jerry understood what Raul Contesta meant, and he said helplessly, if Sumyu wants to win the championship, no one should be able to stop him. Not even Johanna? Raul Contesta asked quickly. As a top coordinator, Johanna's accomplishments in battle are not low. Unlike most flashy coordinators, Johanna is an outstanding trainer even among the trainer group. Miss Johanna's strength is indeed good, but unfortunately Sumyu is not a normal trainer. His strength has already reached that of an elite. If I am not wrong, he will definitely have a seat in the next Kanto Elite Four. Jerry Lee said seriously. Are you kidding me, Mr. Jerry? This time even Nurse Joy was shocked. Being able to become a Region Elite Four is not an easy thing. Any trainer who is ambitious will compete for the Elite Four seat, so the Elite Four can be regarded as one of the strongest people in the region. Now, suddenly, an Elite Four figure appeared in an ordinary contest. How could Yunyi not be surprised? It's not just that. Jerry Lee also had some explosive news to reveal. My good friend Steven discussed Sumyu with me very seriously. In his opinion, Sumyu's strength will surpass him before long. Joy, Raul Contesta, and Suzaki were speechless. Raul Contesta's face was ashen. If a trainer swept the contest and took the ribbon, it would be a big blow to the coordinating trainer. Mr. Raul Contesta, there is no need to mind being won by Sumyu. On the contrary, you can assist this competition to promote the purpose of the contest competition. Helping Pokémon improve better is the real purpose of the contest. Many current coordination trainers have gone astray. If the skills of the contest do not have matching power, it will be just a flashy fireworks. After listening to Jerry's words, Raul Contesta was thoughtful. Although the coordination trainer focuses on coordination, Sika, he cannot give up on the battle. This is also the reason why they designed the battle. Jerry is right. This is indeed a good idea. Opportunity, through Sumyu, to make all coordinated trainers understand the importance of breeder Pokémon. After the Sumyu battle, the next player to play was Johanna. Unlike the others, Johanna is the only trainer among the participating trainers who can give herself a high look. Johanna's Bagosaurus is both elegant and powerful, and it is a truly coordinated trainer. Johanna's rival was the first player to appear in the first round of qualifiers and score a high 95 points. Ichiraku's Typhlosion is not bad, but it is a bit weak compared to Johanna's Bagosaurus. As a fire-type Pokémon, Typhlosion still has no good way to deal with water-based skills. Johanna's Bagosaurus has already demonstrated its strong water control ability in the preliminaries, so most people understood it at the beginning of this game. Lee's journey to this contest has come to an end. Facts have proved that the audience's predictions are still very accurate as long as they do not involve Sumyu. The battle between Johanna and Ichiraku was one-sided right from the start. Johanna's Bagosaurus already had the upper hand, and coupled with its ability to control water type, which was even more terrifying than the water-type Pokémon, Typhlosion had no room for resistance. Just the opening surf is enough to make Typhlosion anxious. In just 3 minutes, Typhlosion's contest points were completely slashed. The difference between coordinating trainer and trainer can be seen from the means of winning the game. If Sumyu is fighting on the field, he will definitely defeat rival directly through a violent bombardment, instead of thinking about reducing rivals' contest points. After watching the battle between Sumyu and Johanna, most viewers understood that the champion should be born between these two players. One is a typical trainer, and the other is the most traditional coordination trainer. He has both contest and strength. It goes without saying who the audience will support. Most of the people who came to watch the game were those who liked contest. Although Sumyu's battle seemed exciting, they still preferred Johanna. If Johanna can defeat Sumyu and win the ribbon, it will really be the best present for the audience who rush to watch the game. Not only did I watch a wonderful game, but my favorite coordination trainer also defeated the orthodox trainer. Is there anything more joyful than this? As the audience guessed, Sumyu and Johanna easily defeated their respective rivals in the semi-finals and entered the finals. The finals are about to begin. Who will get the Pseudo-Poly's ribbon? The audience is waiting. Chapter 223. In the final of Pseudo-Poly's city contest, on the center stage, Johanna wearing a contest dress walked onto the stage. Looking at Sumyu walking calmly opposite, Johanna smiled. Sumyu looked at the top coordinator in front of her and felt a little stressed. Rival was one of the few coordinators with real talents. Such people were much harder to deal with than those showy top coordinators. Sumyu really didn't expect to meet you in the finals. Johanna said with a smile. That will make me sad, Miss Johanna, I'm looking forward to meeting you on the stage. Sumyu raised her eyebrows. Johanna covered her mouth and laughed, glib, okay, I won't tell you more, I won't let the competition slip. Miss Johanna, you have to understand that the person in front of you is a powerful trainer. 10 real trainers don't need others to let others down. Sumyu said with a serious face. 2 contestants, are you ready? Host Vivian interrupted the conversation between the two. The audience couldn't wait and couldn't let the two waste any more time. No problem. Johanna said. Sumyu also nodded, indicating that preparations were complete. With Vivian's command to start, the battle finally started on Veilstone. Under the bright lights and the noisy voices, the battle finally began. The 5-second countdown hand began to shake, and Sumyu's calm heart began to jump under the eyes of the audience. This was the final, and it was completely different from the feeling that Sumyu had in previous games. The countdown finally ended, and both players summoned their Pokémon. Come out, Dragonair. Please, Marsupial Dragon. Pokémon Hybrid Dragon. Attribute, Normal. Strength, High level in the gym. Potential, Elite. The Bagosaurus is not an easy rival to deal with. The normal type has almost no shortcomings. However, the Bagosaurus can learn many skills and its attack surface is quite wide. This allows the Bagosaurus to not suffer any disadvantage when facing any rival. Johanna is well versed in trainers' combat methods, and she understands that she can gain the upper hand with a pure trainer attack like Sumyu. As soon as the marsupial came on the stage, Johanna gave the command to attack. Hybrid dragons use freezing rays. Johanna is also very knowledgeable about attribute restraint, and the skills she chooses are very targeted. The ice-based freezing beam is one of the best skills to deal with Dragonair. A normal trainer might have been thrown into disarray by Johanna's attack, but Sumyu is not a normal trainer. Although he has only been a trainer for less than a year, he has less combat experience than many senior trainers. Facing the freezing light attack of the Bagosaurus, Sumyu remained calm and uttered 2 words, guard. Dragonair's eyes glowed red and glowed blue, and a transparent protective shield instantly appeared in front of it, protecting it from the attack of the freezing light. It's really not that simple. Looking at Sumyu and his Dragonair, the admiration in Johanna's eyes became even stronger. The defense brought by the Guardian slowly receded, and Yin Tong was about to start his attack. Dragonair Dragon Dance. The mysterious and intense dance, you can feel the mysterious power contained in the dance just by looking at it from a distance. Not good. Johanna's expression changed. With her rich experience, she knew that she could not let Dragonair complete the enhancement. She quickly commanded the Bursaurus to attack again, Hybridosaurus Encore Freezing Light. The power of ice turned the water element in the air into cold light. The speed of the light was as fast as lightning, and it arrived in front of Dragonair in an instant. Looking at the freezing light that was about to hit Dragonair in front of her, Sumyu's expression remained unchanged, pull down Dragonair. Sometimes in the battle, in order to successfully complete the enhancement, it is normal to resist rivals' attack. Although the freezing light of the marsupial dragon is powerful, it is not enough to defeat Dragonair. As long as the enhancement can be successfully completed, the dawn of victory will shine. At Dragonair's side, Ice type's freezing light hit Dragonair's body, and the power of ice made Dragonair tremble. The dragon energy in the body has slowly become silent under the erosion of the ice. If it continues to be attacked by the freezing light, Dragonair is likely to lose its ability to fight. Fortunately, Dragon Dance has finally been completed, and it's time to launch a counter-attack. Please give me flowers. Dragonair, Dragon Rush. Dragonair's physical strength has reached the extreme, and he can only rely on Dragon Rush to fight to the death. Assisting the last energy in his body, Dragonair's body instantly exuded a terrifying aura, and the overwhelming dragon energy enveloped Dragonair. Without giving the Bagosaurus much time to react, Dragonair rushed towards the Bagosaurus instantly like a cannonball. Faced with the Dragonair, which was exuding evil aura, it was frightened and took a step back uncontrollably. It was this step that determined its outcome. By the time the marsupial realized that evasion was not a good idea and wanted to rise up to resist, it was already too late. Dragonair had already slammed into its fragile chest with a winning attitude. The marsupial was directly knocked out and flew a full 7 or 8 meters before stopping. After checking the contest condition of the Bagosaurus, Vivian returned to the center of the stage, raised Sumu's right hand and shouted, "The winner of this contest has been born, let us congratulate Sumu." After learning that Sumu had won the final, the audience also applauded in a gentlemanly manner. Although Sumu was not a coordinator, his hard work on the stage still conquered the audience. Passionate battles and physical duels can also shock people's hearts. After Johanna took back the Pokeball that had lost its ability to fight, Johanna walked up to Sumu and came to congratulate you. "Congratulations Sumu, if you have a chance, you can come to Sinnoh to play." Coming to Sinnoh? A young woman invites a young man to hang out. Is this a signal? 2 or 3 days have passed since the end of the contest. Dawn and Johanna did not stay in Pseudopolis City because they had other things to do at home. They flew back to Sinnoh on the second day after the competition. Dawn said goodbye before leaving. Jin earnestly invited Sumu to go to Sinnoh to find her when he had the chance, and Sumu also wholeheartedly agreed. Even if one person invites him, both mother and daughter have invited him. It would be too disrespectful for Sumu not to go. Well, that's it. I don't want to go to Sinnoh just because of some weird ideas. Chapter 224. Hello, is this Mr. Sumu? An apprentice from the Pseudopolis gym stopped Sumu and asked. That's right. Sumu nodded. Please come in, Mr. Jerry has been waiting for you for a long time. The apprentice led Sumu into the gym. Sumu, who was following the apprentice, was a little confused. He had not told anyone about his coming to challenge the gym, so how could Jerry know about it? Burying the confusion in her heart, Sumu followed the apprentice into the Pseudopolis gym. The battle arena at the Pseudopolis gym is the same as the battle arena at the Cerulean gym, it is also a water battle arena. However, unlike the simple Cerulean gym, the water battle arena of the Pseudopolis gym needs to be renovated to be more contest-like. While Sumu was admiring the venue, Jerry also came to the battle venue. 060 Wallace seemed very familiar with Sumu. As soon as he saw Sumu, he came up with a smile and said, "Hello, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Sumu." Sumu became more and more confused. "Do you know me? Mr. Jerry?" "Of course, I have heard my friend Steven talk about you many times, and he highly respects you," Wallace said with a smile. Sumu suddenly realized that Wallace and Steven were indeed close friends. Soon Steven would give up the championship position to Jerry in order to concentrate on collecting stones. "Then how did you know that I came back to challenge Pseudopolis gym?" "I got to know myself through Steven, but I never told anyone that I wanted to challenge the Pseudopolis gym." "How did Jerry learn about it?" "It's very simple," Wallace said with a faint smile. "As a trainer, when you come to Pseudopolis City, don't you want to compete with the masters?" Wallace's heart was indeed as confident as his appearance, but he was not wrong. This was Sushu's truest inner thought. "To be honest, I'm also very curious about you. I also want to see what the strength of that all-powerful young man mentioned by Steven is like. I hope you won't disappoint me," Wallace said as he walked to the side of the battlefield. His intentions were clear. Wallace took the initiative to invite a fight, so how could Sumu back down? Challenging Wallace was originally the purpose of his coming to the Pseudopolis gym. "It's what I asked for." Sumu smiled slightly and came to the opposite side of Wallace. He took out the Pokeball from his waist. Go, sleep in Longjong. On the water battlefield, Charizard and Banjira were a bit too inappropriate. Among the choices between Dragonair and Lapras, Sumew decisively chose Lapras. The time has passed since Sumew got Lapras, and Lapras is no longer what it used to be. Lapras, who possesses the three-tailed sandstorm template, has been evolving rapidly in strength every moment after passing through his infancy and entering his youth. Now he has reached the elite mid-level. Sumew believes that at Lapras' rate of progress, it won't be long before it becomes another trump card in Sumew's hands. What a perfect Lapras! Kelly praised after seeing Lapras on the stage. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Jerry. Sumew replied with a smile. There are few things that make people happier than hearing other people praise their Pokémon. Very good Lapras, it seems I have to show some real skills. Come out, Melodic. Wallace summoned Melodic handsomely. Pokémon, Melodic. Attribute Water. Strength, Elite High Level. Potential Champion. Blind Nass is not Wallace's Melodic, it should be another breeder's. However, this Melodic cannot be underestimated. It is even stronger than the mid-level Elite Lapras, and its potential is not inferior. Sumew's heart began to beat rapidly. Today's battle must be quite exciting. Facing a rival of Wallace's level, Sumew did not dare to be too confident. After the referee announced the start of the game, he immediately gave the order to attack. Lapras, Freezing Ray. With just a brief instruction from a being with spiritual power, Lapras understood Sumew's true intentions. The target of Lapras' attack was not Jerry, but the water field beneath him. The original water temperature of the Pseudopoly's gym's water field was not very high. Coupled with Lapras' full force of freezing light, the water field soon began to slowly freeze. If this trend continues, it will not take long for the water field to change. It has become a place of water. Wallace watched Lapras move and did not stop him. He asked curiously, is it worth wasting so much energy just to get a little more advantage? You must know that compared with the advantage gained, the price Lapras paid was obviously higher. Bigger. Looking at the confused Jerry, Sumew smiled faintly, without any explanation. If other Pokémon Sumew naturally wouldn't do this, but this is Lapras who has the three-tailed Sandpiper template. Under the transformation of the three-tailed template, Lapras's physical strength can be described as almost unlimited. It is worth it for Lapras to waste physical strength in exchange for advantages. Not long after, the entire water venue finally turned into a crystal-clear ice venue. Lapras, which was close to the ice, also let out an excited growl. It had not skated on the ice for a long time. It looks like your turn is over, so now it's my turn. Melodic uses Water Pulse. Wallace is worthy of being a simple water pulse in a contest. A transparent water ball appeared in front of Melodic. Melodic tapped the water ball in front of him with his fan-shaped tail, and the water ball started swooshing. It's hard to imagine that water pulse can move so fast. Fortunately, Sumew's attention is focused enough, otherwise she would definitely be hit. 4.2 Lapras Light Screen. As soon as Sumew finished speaking, a transparent ice wall composed of ice flakes appeared in front of Lapras, blocking the water pulse for Lapras. Before Sumew could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a crisp click, the ice wall shattered instantly, and the water pulse that was originally traveling in a straight line began to spin for some reason. The rotation gives water pulse stronger energy, allowing it to easily destroy Lapras' defense. After destroying the ice wall, Lapras no longer had any defense measures and could only use his body to resist the water pulse in front of him. Gently maneuvering his body, he aimed his strongest back at the water pulse. The skin on Lapras's back was hard enough, which prevented Lapras from being harmed by Melodic's attack. Chapter 225. Use the fanning of Melodic's tail to add rotation to water pulse. Is this championship level? You really can't be careless for a moment. Sumew adjusted her mentality and calmed down. Lapras, Water Dragon Bullet. Sumew's voice also became louder. It is unrealistic to defeat Wallace and Melodic without showing your true skills. Lapras also knew it was time to use all his strength. The water element in the air began to rage, and water dragons appeared beside Lapras. The water dragon bared its teeth and claws, and let out a terrifying roar, which also caused a lot of pressure on Melodic. Wallace's face also became serious. As a water master, he certainly understood that Lapras could not do this skill casually. The Lapras in front of him was stronger than he imagined. The 4 water dragons had all condensed. Lapras roared and the water dragons were given life and rushed towards Melodic 24. Melodic uses freezing rays. Wallace is treating others with his own medicine. Sumew used the freezing ray to freeze the water field, and he also used the freezing ray to freeze the water dragon in front of him. Although it is not an ice-type Pokémon, water and ice are originally from the same family. Melodic is quite proficient in using the freezing light. He froze 4 water dragons into ice sculptures in 3 strokes. The ice sculptures are lifelike, as if they were 4 dragons frozen in melodic ice. Normal. The crisis was resolved, but Melodic was not unscathed. Continuous use of freezing rays in a short period of time was very consuming. Melodic was not like Lapras, who had almost infinite physical strength. After freezing the water dragon, it panted and looked tired. Not light. It would be unforgivable if we could not seize such a good opportunity. Lapras blizzard. The temperature of the battlefield has dropped to the extreme at this time, so now is the best time to use blizzard. The sky full of snow appeared behind Lapras at its call, and at this time the advantage of sufficient physical strength became apparent. The overwhelming snow made Wallace's scalp tingle when he saw it. He couldn't help it anymore. Is your Lapras a monster? Is your strength inexhaustible? Lapras has used several skills in a short period of time since he came on the field, and they are all extremely consuming skills. Wallace really didn't expect that Lapras' performance at this moment is actually so sufficient, it is simply unimaginable. Sumew smiled slightly and did not explain. After all, cheating cannot be spread around the world. Launch Lapras. The snow was violently blown towards Melodic under the control of Lapras. Unlike ordinary skills, Blizzard's attack range is the entire battlefield, and Melodic has no way to defend against Blizzard's skills. After a while, there was a pile of snow in front of Melodic, and half of its body was buried in the snow. This can't go on like this. Wallace has already seen that Sumew's Lapras is a freak. As long as Lapras is willing, it can continue to use Blizzard's special skills. If it stays where it is almost the same as waiting for death. We must fight while Melodic still has the energy. Melodic use Aqua Ring. Wallace gave the order calmly. Melodic, who was shivering from the cold, used his last strength to use the Aqua Ring. The slightly warm water flowed on Melodic's body, and his exhausted body slowly recovered under the action of the Aqua Ring. Sumew's plan failed. She originally wanted to use Blizzard to defeat Melodic in one fell swoop, but now it seems that she has failed. Military breaking swipe. It was hard to imagine that the snake-like Melodic could move so fast on the ice. Almost in an instant, Melodic rushed in front of Lapras. Melodic raised his tail high, and dragon energy flowed in Melodic's tail. Wallace put the last all hopes are pinned on this move. With its powerful breaking swipe, Lapras is likely to lose its ability to fight if hit head-on. When Melodic's breaking swipe was about to hit Lapras, Sumew shouted loudly, "Lapras, water formation wall!" Water energy gathers behind the throat, and Lapras spits a waterfall-like amount of water forward from his mouth to form a water wall that rotates in a circle. The water wall rotates around the caster in a circular motion, forming a defense without dead ends. Melodic's hard tail was inserted into the water wall, and the rotating water gun directly rolled Melodic up. Melodic. Wallace finally couldn't maintain his composure and shouted loudly, hoping that Melodic could break free from the wall of water. But everything was in vain. When Melodic's breaking swipe failed to defeat Lapras, the outcome was already doomed. Melodic no longer has the energy to continue fighting, so the next step is Lapras' performance. The wall of water dissipated, and Melodic was thrown directly into soaring in the sky. At this time, bullets were spit out from Lapras's mouth. Normal's hydro pump swept across Melodic in the air. Melodic was hit by hydro pump continuously and fell hard to the ice. Collapse. Melodic loses the ability to fight, Lapras wins, and the winner is challenger Su 467 Mew. The referee decisively announced the result of the game after confirming Melodic's contest condition. Wallace put Melodic, who had lost his fighting ability, back into the Pokeball. Looking at Sumew in front of him, he praised, "I originally thought Steven was exaggerating, but now it seems that what he said is not wrong at all. Your future is really unlimited." "No, you are too polite, Mr. Wallace," Sumew said politely. After the battle, Wallace invited Sumew to stay in the Pseudopoly's gym. Wallace was very interested in Sumew's Lapras and wanted to observe Sumew's Lapras up close. Sumew didn't refuse. Anyway, Lapras looked like an ordinary Lapras from any angle. No matter how much research Wallace did, he couldn't find any flaws, so Sumew didn't mind letting Wallace observe it. Besides, it is very beneficial to have a good relationship with a trainer like Wallace. Many cherished Pokémon breeder skills and precious gems are mostly in the hands of these strong people. Sumew may need to ask for help from Wallace. Just like he and Steven, after gaining Steven's friendship, he had a chance to get Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to find Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone on his own. Chapter 226. Sumew originally wanted to go to the auction with Steven, but Steven was too obsessed with digging rocks and left the matter of accompanying Sumew to the auction to Wallace. "I see, you are here for Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone." After talking to Steven, Wallace finally understood the reason why Sumew came to Pseudopoly's city. "You should have told me earlier. That auction house is run by my friend. I asked him to help you get Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone. What's so embarrassing about this, Mr. Wallace?" Sumew said, a little embarrassed. Wallace shook his head and said indifferently, "It's just a Mega Evolution Stone. This is the benefit that status brings. In the eyes of normal trainer,